And we are live. Good to see you all. Tonight's going to be a very painful 8 long hours for me. We do have PJ and Jeff in the house. I don't know how long they're going to last, but we're going to see. Yeah, it's good to see everybody in the YouTube lands. Thanks you all for coming. Really appreciate you. You guys rock. What's going to happen actually is I'm going to be watching the documentary from Veritas, that whole 7.5 hour long thing, almost 8 hour thing. Yeah, we're going to watch it from beginning to end. And apparently the last time we went through some of it, we were with a bias. So I'm going to
how can you be unbiased though?
So I'm going to be, yeah, but the thing is, I'm just going to be watching it now so we can watch it from start to end. So they can't claim we've never seen it all. You know what I mean? Because the Glober's main argument is, oh, we're all just biased and we don't understand what he's saying. And we haven't watched it all. So how can we really make a comment? This is the only reason I am really doing this tonight is to make a point because I am busy with the documentary. So I hope you guys do join in, just having fun, chatting in the comments, just sharing the show, liking everything, and let's just get behind how the Globers and anti-flat earthers think. I think that's practically what we should be doing. But it's good to see you guys. Thank you for coming. Blessings. I'm going to try and talk as little as possible for these 8 hours, which is going to be tough, but we'll probably give comments here and there. But not too much because we don't want it to become 30 hours.
No, a video like this could become weeks. It could. 7 hours could become weeks.
Exactly. But yeah, we're here. This is Veritas' email video. He knows about it. He knows I am watching it. So thanks all for coming. Really appreciate you all. Let's get to it. Says it is copyright free music, so we don't need to worry about that. It's good to see you guys. We will talk though during the show. We'll just listen to what's going on. Most of the time it's not just announcing, we don't need to listen. This is more his intro as well. And I have got myself some drink.
Space is fake. There's a fake sun. This is about
especially when
one
I see
thing.
Neptune on
They're
screen,
taking $65 million a day from you. They're hiding the fact that there is a creator. They're hiding the fact by making fun of me.
And you guys can talk anytime through the phone.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum.
The world ocean, think of it as a giant lake with all of the continents. What's beyond it? I don't know. What if we lived here? What if this is where we lived? Right there. These are other ponds with their own suns. This makes sense.
I'm going to put it a bit softer.
Thank you for confronting NASA, which everybody knows actually means not always telling truths. My question for you is...
The James Webb Space Telescope is a fake sun. The true sun went out. That's what coronavirus was about, guys. You think I'm joking?
How many people do you reckon are affected with parasitic worms on this earth?
So what I do is I try everything in the center. We're not going to be able to get to the Garden of Eden according to the biblical model because there's an angel forming a reset.
Going on from 8 hours.
The only thing you need for this model to work is 3 extra dimensions.
So when you hop in an airplane, you're actually hopping in a spacecraft.
And I've gotten death threats. I run up on gang members. I run up on people getting high in alleys, bro. And as you guys can see, I stay barefoot. My feet are dirty like this earth, bro. I walk in stores barefoot with no mask on, and I just let these managers come up and say something.
I will be reviewing.
I'm just saying I go barefoot everywhere to let this dirty electricity get out of me, bro.
So what is a quasar?
Well, you say it's like a really hot mass of just like a galaxy being formed, right? Just a hot mess. I say that it's a whole bunch of volcanoes.
Reviewing it then Wednesday night.
When I was in the airplane, I can't believe that.
We already got that other
do when they look at an airplane, 35,000 feet.
It's just like a horizon line, and it's like a flat ironing board.
Did you measure it?
Somebody's going to assault me one of these days, and I'm going to spill blood for this. I was lost until I found flat Earth. I'm a born-again flat earther, bro. I'll die for this, bro. I love flat Earth.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people don't realize that.
Yeah.
Ooh, adverts. Sorry about that. I never actually thought about adverts on it.
Hi, Jared.
Maybe I should download
Flat Day Saints, man. Flat Day Saints. I think he's brilliant. He's mad, but he's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, he's quite quirky.
About 4 years ago, I stumbled across something
CC, what's up?
that changed my life.
Jeremy Bird,
others
thank you
around
very
me,
much for your $10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. He just says cheers. Cheers to you too,
I
man.
discovered the flat Earth.
You rock. Really appreciate all of you.
Now, I don't quite remember when or exactly how, but at some point recently I got sucked into the, let's just say, fascinating world of those that believe the Earth is flat, and the debates that take place between them and those who attempt to defend the generally accepted scientific model. It's harder than you'd think attempting to describe exactly why I personally find this discourse appealing.
Just stop being a condescending prick, all right? Try.
Why don't you stop condescending to the entire human race and pretending that every scientist ever is a liar and satanic? That's much more offensive than me calling you stupid, which you are.
Dave, what is the sun?
I've come to discover that there's quite a lot you
can answer that. What? I was going to say, what? Answer that, not a Professor Dave. What is the sun?
Yeah, exactly. I had to pause here quickly. Dave's going to get demolished by Witsit, by the way.
Oh, wow. I can't believe he's actually took it on. I mean, Dave, because Dave should, surely he recognizes he's going to get whooped. He's got to look like a clown.
Yeah.
Wow.
I just wish David will man up and debate me someday. But, yeah. His excuse is, my channel's too small. So you know how we can remedy that, guys? Share my channel, let it grow. Then one day he doesn't have an excuse that it's too small.
What is
How many people are following you on TikTok?
How many? Sorry?
How many people are following you on TikTok right now?
At the moment, I think I have... What is it? I think I have about 300 followers. I remember, I just started that. Yeah.
What has the size of your channel got to do with him coming to debate you? That's ridiculous.
No idea. What's up, Roger? Good to see you. You guys want to press play again?
What I was kind of getting at is that your channel growth is not reflective.
You can learn about somebody by how they react when you just so
it's
happen
got
to
nothing to do with
slip.
it, exactly.
You have a morbid fascination with spending some amount of your free time
Good to see you,
watching
Roger.
two adults argue with each other publicly on the internet about the shape of the Earth.
What's that?
Where's your camera, dude?
My camera, dude? My camera's right there. I'm getting ready to hit a bong.
You don't want to show a bong hit on camera?
Razor Torek is one of the most disgusting people on the internet, too.
No, I usually hit it on bong, but I
Did
was
you guys
worried
listen
about
to
you
him talking
rebroadcasting. I was being courteous to you, but if you don't
Duffy
mind, I
had
don't
him on
mind.
as well.
No, I really don't get
And he was even bad towards him.
Now, there's something about this particular topic that triggers a kind
Look
of
at
fight
Jakey
or flight
Arsenal, he looks
response
so
in
young
everybody
now.
involved in the conversation, including myself. There's always an immediate momentary tension that can really only be resolved by addressing the painfully obvious elephant
Do
in
you
the
think
room.
he's a flat earther,
What
really?
shape
Because he
do
said
I
he's
think
not
the Earth
anymore.
is?
I don't know.
At this point,
No.
I feel
Jake the Flat
compelled as if
Earther,
at
Jake the
gunpoint
Asshole's
to
quite a
preemptively
weird one to me.
reassure them that, don't worry,
I can't really
I
put
believe
my...
that the Earth is
I don't know. I don't really pay
not
attention to
flat.
this stuff, actually.
Almost without fail,
He
the
says he
response
can't
that I
I've got a
get
feeling he's
in
just
question
playing
form
everybody.
generally falls
Yeah, that's
into
what
one
he
of
said.
4 major categories. And I've come to discover that you can learn quite a lot about somebody from which of the 4 you get. The first response is one of curiosity. So wait a minute, did they think you'll just fall off the edge of the Earth? What do they think about the moon and the other planets? Are those flat
Oh,
too?
by the way, my
Do any
brother,
of these people debating ever
he
have
said
their
he'll
minds
go on my
changed?
behalf to Antarctica.
If this is
for
some
the
kind
fun
of
of it.
massive cover-up,
Nice.
what's the point?
To represent the
Why would
flat
anybody need to lie about the shape of the
No,
Earth?
no.
Now, the second kind of response I get is
It's a free
cynicism.
holiday. Why not?
These people are, at best, uneducated and closed-minded, and at worst, mentally ill. Why give them any attention or platform their paranoid delusions? Listening to these
Paranoid
debates would
delusion.
infuriate me.
Wow.
None of these people are interested in rational discussion. I feel my IQ dropping 10 points every time they speak, no
Yeah,
thanks.
I'm gonna ask.
The
He
third
said,
kind of response
he
I
said
get
he didn't
is that
have
of
any
skepticism.
bias towards anything.
Wait, there
but he
can
just
really be people
ridiculed
that
flat earthers
actually
instead of low
believe the Earth is
IQ
flat.
and things.
I thought this
But he
was all a meme.
says, no, this is
No
the argument
mature,
other people
educated
make.
adult
But
in
this specifically
2024
sounds like
could
he's making
possibly
this
be
argument.
this ignorant.
Yeah,
None of
and
these
if it's
people
not
actually
his
believe
argument
this
and he's
stuff.
just
They're
repeating what
desperate
other
for
people
attention and
said,
want to be
he hasn't made
contrarian.
it that,
Are you
that
sure
clear.
they're not just trolling?
It does sound like
And the
it's
fourth
what
and
he
final kind of response is, well,
You ever seen the Earth curving? Me neither. You know why? It's because the Earth is flat and it doesn't spin.
now this video is my attempt at answering the questions at the core of each response. Are flat earthers actually real? What exactly is it that
Yeah.
you believe?
Real?
How
TJ,
is it
are
that
you there?
somebody can
You real?
actually come to believe that the
Jeff,
Earth is flat?
Roger, I'm sure you guys are real.
Should we be
I think we
engaging
are.
with flat earthers?
Maybe.
And if so,
A little
how
bit.
and why? Why does any of this matter?
I'm
Why should
metaphysical.
we care?
Here, let me
And
pinch
exactly how
myself.
much am I being
Yep,
paid
I'm
by
real.
NASA to perpetuate the lie? In order to begin to understand what it is that flat earthers actually believe, I think it's important to put into perspective
that
just
ain't
how
it.
significant this one seemingly trivial
No.
idea actually is. To get into their heads, to understand their worldview on a more fundamental level,
Floating out in
we first
space,
need to
there's
realize
their
that it's
birthday
dominated
thing.
less by all of the things that they believe to be true, and instead, more by what it is that they believe to be untrue. A worldview seemingly dominated by rejection. Now, it goes without saying that flat earthers don't believe that the Earth is the shape that we've been taught our whole lives, an oblate spheroid. And we'll, of course, be getting to that a little bit later. But first, what's fascinating is how the rejection of a singular element of the currently accepted model of our universe kicks off a sort of butterfly effect. An irreversible cascade of credulity that causes one to call into question literally everything else that we understand. If the Earth is flat, then what about the other planets? Are they flat too? Why would the Earth be the only round one?
Sorry, just
If the other
because
planets aren't
we have
spherical, then
planets
why is it
doesn't
that
make
they
the
look
Earth
like
and the
they
planet
are?
the same.
What even are they?
Because Earth's flat doesn't
What about their
matter.
moons? What about our moon? What about our sun?
They're wandering stars
What even
anyways.
is our sun? If
Exactly.
you think about it, it does look quite a lot
And also,
different
we're
than
not
the
in
planets in the
space.
sky.
Already playing
What
us
are
in
those
space there.
anyway? How do we even know
You gotta
that
accept
the
the
lights in
solar
the
system
sky
and
are
accept
actual
that model.
physical objects out in
Start
space
with.
somewhere? Maybe they're just lights.
Exactly.
And come to think of it, if our moon isn't round, then what the hell was the moon landing? All of that
I know, the
NASA
hell was
footage?
the moon landing was
That
fake.
would all be bullshit, right? If that
Yep.
was fake,
Yes, it would
why
be.
the hell should we believe anything else they've told us?
But I mean,
All the
anyway, you
rockets,
get
space
globe
stations,
earthers that know the,
telescopes,
the
satellites,
moon landing was
probes,
fake.
rovers,
So that
it's
doesn't make
literally
it flat
all
Earth.
lies. We never landed on Mars. All those images from the Hubble
No,
and the
no one
James
landed on
Webb are all fake. And of course, the International Space Station isn't real, which means that everybody in it is lying as well. Why would they go through all of that trouble? What are they hiding? And if they lied to us about all that, hell, doesn't that mean that they're willing and capable of lying about just about everything?
Fox whispered, yeah, it's a full stop button.
Then how do I know this? I don't know. How do I know this? I know that everything is a fucking lie. That's how I know it.
I find something interesting.
You know, I've been trying to.
I watched when when Veritas
figure out
spoke to
how to-
FTFE,
Because I have no proof.
and he
no
said
evidence
we didn't know who CC is.
of shit. You just have to.
Where did we
Really?
say we don't know who CC is? We just said we don't watch it.
Yeah, don't know him well, but know of him, obviously.
It says that
Yeah.
it's refracting and reflecting off of some bullshit. Nonsense! It's absolute bullshit what you're seeing on fucking Google.
When you have kids,
I agree with him.
are you going to tell them that we actually landed on the moon? Because this is all bullshit.
Hey, Gordilla 37, good to see you, man.
Continue
Thanks for your
doing
$10 super chat. He says, no one knows patience is tested longer than those who know the truth. Oh, and Chain A support. Give me a Chain A support. Really appreciate it, Godzilla. You rock, man. And that is the truth. I'm so excited actually to work this documentary of mine. I think it's going to be.
When the fuck are you people?
I think it's going to be good. So
When?
I really think it's going to dive into a very important subject when it comes to
Family
the
has had
whole
COVID. Really? Really? I'd love to see the paperwork. Are they dead? No, they're all still alive. It was a common cold. It's like, oh,
No,
okay,
that's
well, that makes a lot of sense.
that's CC's real hair, by the way.
See, they had to do this because of flat
That
Earth.
is-
I mean, they had to do this, guys. And I'm sorry,
He's got
but
good
it's
hair.
going,
So there's another $2 that says
it's getting
no
out there
one.
too fast. It's going from country to country to country, from person to person to
You're
person,
rock,
and
man.
more and
Thank you
more
very
of them
much
are
for the
waking up.
chat. Thank
It's
you.
as simple as that. They've got to quiet us down. Are you still asleep? Huh? Are you still asleep? Wake up! You're going down. Okay? When this shit hits the fan, you guys are going down.
Doesn't CC do a lot of stuff with flat Earth, Banjo?
Woken up to the flat Earth.
I'm not
Enough of
not
them
actually
woken
sure.
up to a point right now where
I think I've seen him on his channel.
domino effect at this point.
Yeah, I've seen some stuff, but I don't really watch it.
It's
Yeah.
it's coming to an end soon. And we all know this is
Hey Vicky in TikTok, thank you very much. Please hit those likes.
So wake the fuck up. Wake up.
I should do that.
Thank you very much.
Oh, is Vicky modding on TikTok as well?
Hiding in your business's data? Companies of all sizes use BigQuery.
There we go.
Conceptually, the introduction of the idea that the Earth is flat is at odds with just about all of the knowledge that the scientific community has accumulated when it comes to the nature of our
Scientific
universe.
community.
But that's, of course, kind of a problem, right? People, individuals, the average everyday layman are not exactly members of the scientific community. After high school, other than what we hear on the news, most of us don't think about science at all.
Actually,
And if we do, it's usually some caricature of it. Doctors in lab coats with test tubes, cloning farm animals, and putting some hair in a DNA decoding machine to figure out who the murderer was. Most of us have forgotten most of what we learned in school about the history and philosophy of science. Everything we hear in the media remotely tangential to
Philosophy
science
of
is
science.
needlessly dramatized.
I've seen a lot of things that push
sensationalized,
philosophy of
and
science
egregiously
as
politicized.
science today.
Forget about
Which
scientists
isn't.
trying to expand
It's actually an
human knowledge and
oxymoron
understanding,
because
attempting
science
to answer the
has
fundamental
nothing to do
questions
with
about the nature of
philosophy.
our universe.
Science has nothing
It's
to
all
do
about
with
profit
one's
or
opinion.
promoting some agenda.
Philosophy is
In
a
the minds
person's
of the
opinion.
masses, science
So it's
is
actually
inseparable
pseudoscience.
from
Philosophy of science,
politics.
pseudoscience.
Every conversation we see on any remotely
And I think
contentious
it's riddled with a lot of
science-adjacent topic
assumptions,
always
too.
has a quote-unquote expert on both
Yeah.
sides, giving the appearance of a debate that's evenly split right down the middle. Now, naturally, what you should believe about that subject is determined not by the evidence, but rather by your political affiliation. A world where the truth is decided democratically. This is a dystopian view of the world that feels like it's becoming more of a reality every day. We are entirely out of touch with what's going on in modern science, the bleeding edge, and are so far removed from whatever the nebulous concept of scientific consensus says on any particular topic that it feels impossible to know what's true and what's propaganda
they're wearing
anymore.
lab coats,
A
they're so
serious
smart.
problem exacerbated by the popular media. Professor Dave explains this wonderfully.
The way science news is
Professor Dave
reported
explained
today
something.
is absolutely abysmal because of clickbait culture. What happens is that headlines typically fall into one of two categories. It's either, we just found out that everything we know about physics is wrong, or we just found out that there definitely are parallel universes and we can probably go there. The first
Oh my
variety
God.
is always a complete lie.
Tells me the
and
lies
for people
ended
who
on
read the
TikTok.
headline but not the story to get some context,
Why
which
can't
is
physics
almost
be
everyone,
shown
quite
wrong?
frankly, it produces the sentiment
well, if
that
it's wrong,
science
it's wrong.
is
It's right, it's right.
uncertain, being
What
constantly
plastic-
torn
what-
down
what's that
and
stuff they
rebuilt
used to
anew.
think was
Therefore,
called
it can
fire
never be trusted. This
That
is
was
very
physics
dangerous.
can be
so
shown
And
wrong.
the second
Right.
variety is also a
Or
lie,
shown
or at
wrong.
least a misrepresentation of
Your
experimental
TikTok's not
results.
live anymore,
It
Flash.
produces a blind trust
Oh,
in
no.
science to solve all of our problems, which in my opinion is nowhere near as serious or rampant a problem as the baseless distrust, but is still illusory. Sensationalist reporting of science news, no matter which way it leans, is destroying public perception of science. But the blame is with the media outlets, not with the scientists.
Now, here's the thing. This political view of science may or may not be true for some scientific topics. Those are for another video. Today,
Robotic
we're talking
Roger.
about the shape of the Earth. And
Robotic
although I
Roger,
opened
yeah.
up this video talking about how much I love watching debates about it, I hope it goes without saying that there is, of course, no real debate about the nature of our planet.
Did you
or
know
the sun
TikTok
or
could
solar
stop?
system. Literally nobody whose
But
opinion
then-
really matters on the subject.
Yeah.
Not the
I've
politicians you
actually
vote
seen
for,
TikTok.
not the celebrities you watch, or
Stop,
the
for some
influencers
reason.
that you follow. but the actual
Original
scientists
content.
who are educated on these
Unoriginal
subjects
content.
and are working in the relevant field of
Okay.
engineering, none of
Sorry,
them are
TikTok.
actually
No
debating
live
any of
for you
this.
tonight.
There's no question, controversy, or drama
Access
about the shape of
suspended.
the Earth in the scientific community. This is precisely
Wow.
why the scientific
Oh, wow.
debates about the shape of the Earth aren't going on in
Doesn't
academia
bother me,
or
that.
in the scientific literature,
Is
where
that because
actual
of the
controversial
contents of the
paradigm-shifting,
documentary?
cutting-edge scientific
what you're
research and
watching
discourse
tonight.
happens, and instead
Wow.
between random non-scientists on
Even with us
YouTube,
talking over it,
and
can you believe it?
Facebook. So how the hell could any serious person actually have the hubris
Maybe
to
someone,
believe that, despite not having any actual
reported
scientific
us or something.
expertise,
Of
that
course.
they know better, that they are one of a small few who've cracked the code and figured out the truth? Well, buckle up, folks. We're at the point of no return. If you aren't equipped with a cringe-proof hazmat suit and sufficient facepalm protection, there's no guarantee that you're going to make it through this video unharmed. You've been warned. I've
See what I'm
consumed
saying?
nearly
He is
1,000
making
hours
Flat Earth
of
look
Flat
dumb.
Earth
Well,
content
say
in the
that
last
Yeah, he said it was
year.
non-biased. didn't he?
Hundreds of discussions
Yeah, it
had
says
bad
non-biased,
faith,
so he lied,
debates
because
gone
what he's
off the
showing
rails,
here,
and documentaries that
he's
were
ridiculing
frankly,
Flat Earth,
bad.
and he's saying
And I
make sure you have
believe I
facepalm
have, for
protection.
all intents and purposes, heard it all.
He's not taking any of
While
the facts that we're
entirety of the
presenting
Flat Earth
as
movement has
real.
been
They're
built
all
upon a
cringe.
foundation
And
of absurd claims, laughable contradictions, and embarrassing misconceptions, it's become painfully clear that the uncountably large number of issues with that worldview that caused them to come to the wrong conclusion about the shape of the Earth are really just symptoms of the same 4 fundamental flaws.
There's,
Wow.
we
Don't
don't
understand inertia,
understand.
don't understand scale or perspective.
Right.
That's funny.
we don't understand the fundamentals of the natural world.
Nope.
And then our irony he shows.
Obelisks.
Oh,
One up here in Alexandria and one down here in Syene.
Now,
At a certain moment, each stick casts no shadow. No shadow at all. That's
notice he's holding that flat, guys. There's no
Yeah.
shadow.
I just watched the whole show with Nathan on that yesterday. They tore Eratosthenes up in bits and pieces, dude.
That also makes sense.
It has to be flat in order to get an angle.
Eratosthenes asked.
Yep.
That at the same instant,
That's the fact.
there was no shadow at Syene.
It's not an angle if it ain't flat.
And a
Right.
very
Needs an angle.
substantial shadow at Alexandria.
Okay, one last time.
This is what you're
These
trying to
are
explain to the
small.
rovers all the time.
But the ones out there
Are far away.
Ooh. Get an angle of that faraway cow.
small,
Far away.
Father Ted's pretty funny.
Yep.
Would you like a free download? Then hurry.
Okay.
The scale of our universe is unfathomable, incomprehensible,
Unfathomable.
Well, in order to even to get an angle to a star, you need an
how
angle.
many of a thing we can eat. Those numbers confer
Is that you
survival
say we're
advantage. For our
insignificant
ancestors,
nothingness?
quantities much larger than this served no practical purpose. Humans simply did not evolve the ability to wrap our minds around
didn't evolve.
large numbers,
Yeah.
to grasp the
Forgot.
scale of things
Oh.
beyond our everyday experience.
You see, this guy
Now, so
is
many of the
basing
foundational
everything he
arguments
knows
that are put forth by
on
flat
what he
earthers,
believes.
intentional
Yeah.
or not, exploit
You know what I mean?
this fundamental
It's
limitation
faith, yeah.
in human cognition, and almost
It takes a
always
lot of
come
faith to
in
believe
the
it.
form of a question.
Where is the curve?
So where
One
is
of
the
the
curve?
most common flat Earth talking points begins with bringing up photos or videos from out in the desert, up on a mountain, over the ocean, from high altitude balloons, literally anywhere and everywhere, asking why can't they see the curve? Now, while this is a fair question that anybody seriously looking into this topic could reasonably ask, the unfortunate truth is that for flat earthers taking part in the conversation, this is where any semblance of fairness and reason begins and ends.
See again?
What you'll
Once
find
again,
almost
Veritas showing you are
immediately is
not
that they're both
unbiased,
unwilling
and you
and
lied when you
unable
said
to
you
take
were
the next step
unbiased
for anyone
towards
looking
this.
to continue the
Again,
conversation.
Is Veritas in the chat?
Absolutely needs to take.
Yeah, saying
to
the flat
entertain
earth
the
is wrong.
question of exactly how much
I mean, he's
curve
on screen
should
with
we actually
McToon, by the way.
expect to see.
The irony of that.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, because
You
that
can't,
right there.
you can't test to see if the Earth is a globe if you can't actually calculate the what you should or should not see.
Measuring is not
So
calculating.
how do we calculate what should or should not be seen on
If
the
you
globe?
take measurements
if
and
we
add
don't
them to a
have any of the details
calculation,
of it? How do you
get the
know
horse before the
this
cart.
is not possible? on a globe.
Vice versa.
There's never been curve proven on the y-axis.
Okay, how do we know what is supposed to be seen on the globe?
8 inches per mile squared, according to the
that?
geometry of the globe.
Did you calculate the consequences of that?
Parabolic.
Because there's
Yeah, but they claim it's parabolic, but it doesn't matter. Up to 1,000 miles.
How much curve should you see?
It's very.
At least some.
It's very
Without fail,
how can I say accurate? Even by what's it guy that flat Earth math dude?
Some or all of the
that Glover?
factors
Charles?
related to the photo or
Flat
video
Earth math?
evidence in question.
He's a Glober. No,
Information
not
required
Brian.
for any
The other
remotely
guy.
serious examination
He's
like
a
this.
Glober, but he
Things
does
like
the
the
math.
elevation of the camera, where
Charles,
the
Flat
images
Earth
were
math.
captured, or any of the
Charles.
related details about the camera
Yeah,
itself
he
and the
did
lens
it,
that was
and he
used
showed
when
all
the
the
images were
different
captured.
models.
What was your elevation?
And up to
Like I
1,000
said,
miles,
just
it was
me
one
with
of the most accurate
tripod,
things.
so it's
Okay, I told you. I said if you don't have
And
the
no
details,
one does
then
observations
it's
further than
pointless because
1,000
we can't
miles,
even-
so you can
we
use
can't even test to see if it should be matching the globe or not.
Now that
I think
brings us to
McToon's
their
making our
second
point
problem.
right now.
Even if they had the specifics about the images in question, they'd have no goddamn clue what to do with it, because they're entirely ignorant about any and all of the relevant concepts involved in determining just how much curvature we would expect to see in any given situation if we actually did live on a globe.
What do you see? What do you see in the bottom center there? Is your evidence?
Mm-hmm.
What do you see in the bottom center?
You think he's going to show Dave McKeegan showing even on a flat surface, it will show that curve due to our limit of
Well,
vision?
it should be more curved than that.
How did you calculate that?
That's
Show me
optical,
your
by the way,
calculation.
guys. That's not physical.
That's not my
Being
balloon.
shown.
So I don't
And
know.
Dave
Okay, so
McKeegan
don't
had
tell me there
conceded
should be
this.
more curve than that if you didn't do the calculation.
So this is actually
how much curve should be visible with that camera at that elevation.
dishonest of
What we're
him to
ultimately
show
dealing
this
with
without
are
if he's not
real-world
going to show
applications of
Dave
scale,
McKeegan saying,
perspective,
yeah,
and
even on a flat Earth, you
The
should
first
see
thing we
this.
need to understand is just how large the Earth actually is.
Yep,
Really
he
grasp
doesn't
the
show it,
scales
so
that
yeah,
we're dealing with.
dishonesty.
And one of the best ways to do this is through modeling and simulation.
Pretty one-sided, you say?
Fortunately for flat earthers,
Yeah,
successfully
quite
implementing a model
biased.
and understanding scale go hand in hand. So that tends to go just
So
about
everybody
as
else's
you'd
observations
expect.
that they've
This
actually done and
demonstration from a
calculated are
particularly
kind of
disgusting flat
a
earther
viewpoint.
named DMOC is the kind of
Mhm.
demonstration that you tend to see from flat earthers. And what he's attempting to explain here is, well, I'll let him describe it.
The globe doesn't exist. When you go up in the air in a helicopter, you don't see anything tilting away from you that you couldn't see down into.
What you need to pay attention to is what you can see that's inside the cap. Let's look down inside the cap, Globers. Come on, can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we do it? Can we look down? Can we look down inside the cap, Globers? Oh, a couple foot
He's
in off
using
the ground
bad
ain't good
examples
enough for you.
too. He cherry
Couple
picked a
foot
lot
off
of
the
that
ball.
stuff.
A couple foot off your globe, that would only be 40 inches, right? 39, whatever, 40.
He can't
40
scale.
inches.
He can
Off of your
scale.
globe.
Just like that. He can't scale. Okay.
You see in there? You see in the lid? Hello? Look at this, Lewis. Look at this, Lewis. Max height. Max height. We're in the ISS.
But what's immediately clear to most folks watching this was that the questions that he has related to what anybody would or
Because I don't
should
agree
see
his
on
scale
around
was
Earth
way off.
demonstrates
It
that
was
he
way
has a
too
massive
high,
misunderstanding
according
of
to
the
that
scales
so-
involved.
curve.
At first, he was talking about being in a helicopter and begins lifting the camera up off the surface of his model, and then later raises the camera up quite a lot higher and starts talking about the International Space Station. Now, the absurdity of what he's attempting to demonstrate here might not be super obvious, so let's take a moment to do some rough estimates.
It's very
of the
obvious.
scales
He's
involved
saying
here,
you have to look
using what
down
looks
to
like
see
one
your
of those
globe.
5-gallon
We don't
buckets
look
as
down
an
and we
initial
still see
reference.
Earth.
These buckets
Therefore,
are
it's
about
not a
foot in
globe.
diameter. Let's say, for simplicity's sake, 30 centimeters. And it looks like the diameter of this Earth analog is roughly 4 buckets wide, or about 120 centimeters. Now, the diameter of the Earth is about 12,742 kilometers.
Based on the
But to
globe
keep it
model.
simple for any flat earthers watching, let's round it to 12,000 kilometers, which is the equivalent of 1.2 billion centimeters. This means that what we have here is on the order of a 1 to 10 million scale model. Now, plastic bottle caps can range anywhere between 1 and 2 centimeters tall, but again, to keep this simple, let's just say 1.2 centimeters. Now, this means that the bottle cap, if scaled up to the appropriate size for this model, on Earth would be 12 million centimeters tall, or about 120 kilometers, which is 10 times higher than commercial airliners fly and more than a quarter of a way to the orbital height of the International Space Station. For all intents and purposes, to scale, this bottle cap extends from the surface of Earth into space. So the fact that he truly believes what he's attempting to show here is remotely applicable to something like our perspective from a helicopter, or even the ISS, tells you everything you need to know about how flat earthers struggle to grasp scale.
Yeah, that's it.
NC Toon, one of the more prominent members of the flat Earth debunking community, who you've seen already a bunch, and you're going to see a lot
He
more
doesn't
in this
debunk
video.
anything that
But sometimes people want to know my background. Well, I successfully graduated middle school, so that qualifies me to debunk flat Earth.
Attempted to explain this glaring issue to our friend D-Muck here, although from his response,
with
I'm
distinction.
not super confident.
So,
the gist.
Show how your ball does
Hold
it.
on, no. Well, your analog did not show helicopter heights.
Listen, you're talking about something that doesn't exist.
I think that's one thing I do hate about the anecdotal side.
So
You guys are all just uneducated. You never finished high school. I don't even know anything about it.
Show us how mine's wrong. The whole point is you can't see into the cap. Welcome to No Globe. No Glober is, they're allergic to fucking physics and balls. They'll never touch a globe.
But you don't know anything about
never
physics.
demonstrate it. Shut up, fat boy.
D-Muck, you don't know any. All right, well, it's got green here, but it's actually a black Sharpie.
Oh, you're kidding.
He wouldn't.
All right. Oh, he wants to play colors. That's cute. Just listen to the yapping.
Spectral apocalypator. Spectral analyzer with a rainbow. What kind of gases and planets are in our rainbow that we see right here on our fucking planet? Spectroscopy, boy. You fucking. Why don't you carbon date that rainbow while you're at it and give me the weight of it? And why isn't it pulled down by gravity?
Carbon date
How
and
did
give
it
me
get
the
up
weight.
there? So which color weighs more? The bottom color of the rainbow or the top color, fat boy?
Oh my gosh,
they all float down here, fat.
Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopied the fucking.
He let me coon trigger his
spectrological fucking aspirations of air colors. You stupid fucking loser moron, fat boy. Fat boy, do some forensics with the real ball, fat ass. Do you know what forensics are, bitch? Where you touch the shit.
Oh my gosh.
Fat boy, dog boy.
All right.
Do you get glow pox when you touch what a ball looks like?
All right.
He let him get him though, didn't he? Yeah.
Well, Mick Toon, what does he do? He reads books all the time.
Who's allergic to balls?
I've got a question for Veritas. Why doesn't he show when McCune does this exact same thing to the flat earthers?
Exactly.
What a ball looks like, and we can go over a ball versus
shows you what he's going on. Like, he should show you one of McCune's rants.
Like a nice guy.
And then he's
That's why I like Robot Polisher. He shows both sides getting triggered.
Represents the scale,
He doesn't
geometry,
care.
and perspective dictated by the globe model. One that actually calculates the consequences of what the model predicts, while at the same time.
Anybody looking forward to the debate between Winston and
Allow me to walk you through an incredible
Professor Dave?
demonstration made
Yeah,
available
we
by
was just
Walter
talking about
Bisset,
that.
a Swiss engineer.
I don't know why
put
Dave
together a website full of insanely
Dave's got to
helpful
get
calculators and
mollificated.
applications that we'll be taking advantage of.
Oh, he'll have to bring his writers with him.
Video. Here we're shown the
He's
first
going to
person
get
perspective
mad.
of somebody 6 feet tall standing on the surface of an Earth-sized sphere. We have a fairly narrow field of view here to start, so this is probably a bit closer to what the view would look like through an average camera. Now, looking left to right, we really don't see any curve on the horizon.
Yeah, you're right,
Remember,
Sob.
we're standing on
Absolutely,
a sphere,
bro.
so clearly initial looks can be deceiving. Let's compare this to a normal photograph taken at sea level, where the curve is effectively impossible to discern.
Hey, Jim
with
Bob.
the
Hey,
naked
Luca.
eye.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Jim Bob. Hey, Luca.
Let's rise up to 500
Hi.
meters in altitude. There's not much visually different here, even when using a 21mm wide-angle lens, although there is actually a measurable curve here if you were to go and count the pixels.
The Sob's
And when
not
we
in, no?
compare the simulation to a real-world photograph
He says
under
he's
the same
doing chores or
conditions,
something.
we see
Oh,
the
is that what it
simulation
is?
so far is spot on.
Is PJ still helping Tinfoil Hat Man out?
PJ, you mean
Michael,
Michael?
yeah, he's gone again. I think he's gone again to help him again.
There is a lot of
Now
people
let's
who
compare
need
this
to
to
get me
what we'd
Michael
see if
mixed
the
up
Earth was
there,
actually
Georgia, but I
flat.
didn't think
The
you'd be one of
horizon
them.
would remain at eye level compared to the round Earth model, where the horizon is dimmed noticeably.
I don't think it will last 8 hours. Vicky, I don't think Luca will last 8 hours on this.
Now, climbing to an
No.
altitude of the
There's no talking
jetliner,
anyway. Luke,
we can
Luke,
see an
there's
even
not much
more
talking
drastic
anyway
dip of the
because
horizon
it's
below
8
eye level.
hours.
And again, we see curve
What?
here that's still too slight
Okay,
for
we're
us
not
to
he's
see
going
with
8
the
hours.
naked eye,
We're talking
although it is
over the
noticeable
top of
when
it
lines
if
are
we
drawn
are
and
talking.
pixels are counted.
Yeah.
We're not reviewing it really. Just
Now let's
watch it.
compare what's predicted here with a photo taken with a phone using a theodolite mobile app, which gives us information about where eye
No, that's
level
one
is,
thing I
our
don't get.
altitude,
What the
and more.
globe earthers don't understand. You see what you're seeing.
Now, the
You're
prediction
saying
for
it's
the
a
shape of the
perspective
horizon and for
hijacking.
where eye level is, thus far,
Okay.
has been 100%
Remember when I
accurate
said
to
maths
real-life
can lie?
observations. Now, note if we zoom the camera
You can
in,
math
reducing our
to
field
say
of
it's a
view,
curve.
the
It
curvature
doesn't
almost
make it a
entirely
curve. It doesn't make it
disappears,
physical.
which just goes to
It's
show you how
optical.
important knowing information like what lenses are used, what FOV
What I
is
don't get is
represented in the image,
you can go
what
to
altitude
that
is, and
point
more when analyzing
where they
photos.
say the curve is, and you still get the same visual.
Mm-hmm.
It's the disco ball Earth thing.
Climbing again to 100,000 feet,
the
height reached by
It's
many amateur
flat
balloons,
for here, and
and
it's
with
flat
this
for
field of
there,
view,
and
the
it's
curve
flat,
is very
hot,
small.
flat.
See, I've seen a lot of red flags and misconceptions in this whole thing so far, and we've only gotten, what, 30, 35 minutes in?
But if we zoom back out, we can see a much more prominent curve on the horizon.
They don't take actual measurements that
Let's
they've
simulate what
physically
this
done
altitude
and
would look like through
calculate
38
with those. They
millimeter
just
focal
take
length lens.
the optic measurements they get from the cameras and use those as measurements.
Yeah.
Most people don't understand when you say optical, that's what that means.
Spot on.
Not physical.
Let's now compare this view again with what we'd see.
You can't separate the two.
Climb up even higher.
Are you gonna watch the entire thing in one stream?
Yep.
Oh wow.
I'm not going to be able to stay for the whole thing.
It's a marathon.
Once again, even from this altitude,
My.
zooming in has the ability
Yeah,
to
the reason I'm doing this,
visualize
Luca, is
the
because it
curve
was
from the
said to us that we're being biased and we haven't watched anything, so we don't really have a argument to to make because we haven't seen the whole thing. So doing it now,
Now let's compare
showing
what our
everybody that no, we're
simulation
not
view should be
biased. We're
from the
showing
International Space Station.
Veritas was biased and actually misrepresented what was going on now. So yeah, we're watching this stuff, and we're just gonna
Now, how about that Tesla that
sit here and
SpaceX
go
sent
through
up into
pain for
space
8
a few
hours
years
long.
ago? We have a few images from varying orbital distances from Earth. The first is from 4,000 kilometers.
Sorry.
He really took the Tesla and says it's in space, guys, because it matches Walter Bislin.
Now, how about the second at around
Oh my
7,000
word.
kilometers?
You do know simulations work on math too.
The simulation appears to
Veritas.
be an extremely accurate and,
And,
reliable model of our Earth.
CGI
corresponding perfectly
follows
to
those
every
simulations,
observation
follow
that
that
I've put
math.
up against it.
It
I
could
personally
just
took 3
be
images from 3 different videos where the
modeling.
relevant camera, lens, and
Doesn't
altitude
make it
information
real.
was provided so that I could put all of that information into Walter Bislin's application and verify myself. The first 2 videos were from a flat earther named Dwayne Kellum.
Dwayne Kellum,
The
shout out
first
to
is
Dwayne
titled
Kellum.
High Altitude
Awesome
Balloon
stuff.
24, I See Stars. At an altitude of 121,000 feet with a Sony A7S camera and a Sony FE 50mm f1.8 lens. The second was titled High Altitude Balloon 15 infrared camera, where he filmed from 113,000
Candy
feet
floss view
using a
on the
GoPro
right.
Hero Black with a custom 4.35mm low distortion
The
lens.
flat earthers don't do their
Described as
homework,
having,
dude.
quote, special optics
Nope.
make this lens
Of course not.
rectilinear, so there's no
I find that
photon
ironic
distortion
as
at all.
well. Using a
The final
flat
video was
earther
from an amateur rocket enthusiast
as his
Kip
evidence
Dalgornis,
where he
entitled
says
56
flat
miles
earthers
above
don't do
Earth.
anything.
Successful
True.
amateur
True.
rocket launch, where he filmed his rocket hitting over
hypocrisy, bro.
293,000 feet using a similar aftermarket GoPro lens without the fisheye effect.
But
Let's
it's-
see how the calculator compares to all of these observations.
How many times did you show? Even what he just showed, you could see if you had to pause it, it still has convexity, concave. It changes.
Yeah. It depends on what angle the light's coming in.
Mm-hmm. Even a rectilinear lens still shows distortion. It's just minimal, but it still has distortion. And this is exactly why McToon called me a wife beater, because when I had a stream the one day, rectilinear lens, and I paused it and I said, look how this is showing, showing difference. And instead of just conceding, yeah, it's distorting, he called me a wife beater.
Now I gotta
Whoa.
say that's pretty goddamn
Went straight
impressive.
to red. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at photos from the Concorde the other day, and they did the same thing, saying it was going to be the lens that causes the distortion.
questioning
And
the legitimacy
yeah,
of various
it's more than
images of
that.
Earth from space.
It's
because of
the cold
differences
air
in the
actually where it
relative
meets
sizes of
the
continents.
atmo. It
When
actually
NASA's images
bends
of the
the
ball
light
Earth
down.
are compared with one another,
They even
the
tell you this.
coloration of the land and oceans and relative size of the
Yeah, it
continents
does.
are consistently so drastically
Ooh,
different
Eric
from one
Debay.
another as to prove beyond any
Alright.
reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake.
Sometimes I have a hard time with Eric
Debbay's
Debbay's voice.
Over the timeline of the Earth
You
from space.
can get used to it if you listen to 200 proof.
How do you explain the fact that in some
Yeah,
of
yeah.
it,
That's a couple hours worth of
look
Eric talking.
absolutely totally out of perspective to
Yeah.
each other, and sometimes they don't seem to be the same. The land masses I'm talking about, not the actual shape of it.
Here's two pictures they tell us are from space of the Earth. I want y'all to look at North America. Which one is correct? Because the one there, the big one,
You have to
seems
crop
like
it.
North America's taking
About
up
that,
a
by the way,
big
guys.
section of the ball there, much bigger than it
One
really
appears
is.
to be
So
closer.
we
the other
get
appears
these
to be
kind of
Yeah,
things.
but you
further
have
I
to
want us
crop
to
the
trust them,
image
but
to
it's
get it
just
that way as well.
impossible.
What do you think it's showing there?
You can replicate it, but you have to crop.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Those two images, Luke, that were meant to be from the same distance.
And how far away was that picture taken?
Was,
talking
but
about, like,
one definitely looked
So
close.
I think that is. I think
That
you're
was
showing
just
the
the way he
1972
arranged them
blue marble,
on the
right?
screen.
Was it zoomed in?
Most
Or
likely.
what?
You don't know which meme you're showing?
Dude, I just collect stuff that looks weird.
Who's this
That's
Vin
all I'm
Walter
doing.
composer?
I'm
Never
a
heard of him.
detective. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm not like you, a scientist.
I believe you.
This is a clear-cut example of their inability or unwillingness to take even the most basic steps to understand something most fifth graders are able to grasp: perspective. And even if this concept isn't something immediately intuitive to most people, it's trivial to demonstrate, and any intellectually honest person
They don't use
would have a really
perspective.
hard time disagreeing.
All their math done autograph.
Describing is a well-known principle in geometry.
No.
A visible
Muppet
surface area of
vision.
a sphere
Muppet
is a function
vision.
of your distance from it and its radius.
You've got to remember,
Put simply,
orthographic
the closer you are
takes
to the sphere,
perspective
the
into
less of
account
it you
according
see,
to
and vice versa. With the visible area increasing to 50%.
Guys,
as
look what
your
he's showing on
distance
screen,
approaches
okay?
infinity.
Yeah,
And this can
bro.
be easily
So
demonstrated
he's showing the
in
depth
multiple
of
ways,
change,
such
but
as with the
he
use of
doesn't
modeling
understand
and
that you
simulation
can
tools.
see how it's
In this
warping.
case, I used some software called
Okay,
Space.
so you can see it's
Removing
warped
the atmosphere
or
and
stretched.
clouds makes
When they
this
show this image, it
demonstration a bit
doesn't
more
have
clear.
those warping changes.
First, let's start off relatively close
At
to the
all.
Earth and take a snapshot. Then let's move back some distance so that the Earth is smaller in frame and take another. When zoomed and cropped so that the angular
Cropped,
size of
see?
Earth is
Zoomed
equal
and
in
cropped.
both images, which is
Yeah.
always how these photos are presented when flat earthers make this argument, we can fade back and forth between each and can clearly see that less of the Earth's surface is visible when we're closer to the planet. The farther away we get, the more of the surface of the sphere we can see. Now, for those extra skeptical folks that might think this kind of software is doing something tricky under the covers to mislead us or something like that, you can just do this with your own eyes. Grab a globe, look at it up close, then walk 10 or 15 feet away and take another look. I took these two photos this afternoon outside with my iPhone, and this clearly demonstrates the point.
Nice globe,
Now, I don't want to
very
complicate
nice.
Yeah,
things.
I just want to get back quickly. Can you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the warp chain. You can see it's different with warp. Can you see how warped the whole globe is compared to what it is here?
Very much.
It's
so.
almost like it's disfigured.
Mm-hmm.
No.
The great spheroid.
Ah.
Well,
One's
most
closer,
of
the
the
other one's further away.
yeah. Well, if you look at the picture of the globe, right? Get this in your head. You can actually see the sphericity of it. You can see it's the sphere, right? Now, when you look at most of the pictures from outer space, it's almost two-dimensional. It doesn't have
outside with my
the
iPhone,
round
and
shape.
this
It doesn't
clearly
warp.
demonstrates
It
the
doesn't
point.
really warp as he's
Now, I
showing
don't want to
there.
complicate things more than necessary, but it's worth mentioning briefly that there are other aspects of some images that can have different factors that contribute to how much of the globe we can see.
Well,
like different style cameras,
it's
with
obviously
different settings
not
of
to
lenses,
scale.
and in some cases, images of the globe are composites made up of multiple closer, much
But
higher
notice they still
resolution
haven't
images that
shown
are
gas
stitched
without
together.
containment to
Now,
make
flat
these
earthers love
points
to point
anyway.
to composite
But
images
they can
as some
take
kind of
these as
dishonest
real
manipulation,
photos.
but the only ones being dishonest are them. There's nothing being hidden or misrepresented here.
How are we being
Abstract
dishonest?
is being
Well
absolutely
projected,
trivial for
Veritas.
anybody
Well
who
You can
has
see even on
spherical
screen here.
objects
Look
and
at the
a pair of
warp. You
eyes
can
to
see the bottom
undeniably
one's warp
demonstrate for
different to the
themselves,
top one.
for reasons we'll be diving deep into
Yeah,
later.
look at the bottom.
No matter
Look how
how
warped.
easily debunked their
They're
arguments
different.
are, the explanations are
They
unquestioningly
warped.
rejected by
NASA's
flat
ones
earthers,
aren't
and these
warped.
arguments continue to be
No,
parodied
it's a digital photo. It's not.
No,
it's
yeah,
not going to
exactly.
work.
distorting the image to give you a false impression.
Totally
I
different.
didn't want to say that. That's why I said I'm going to have a look myself.
Yeah, it's just a distortion of the image. It's a Photoshop, right?
The problems that we've seen thus far with the flat Earth worldview are only scratching the surface of what's to come.
It's already getting
It
too
gets
much for me
worse.
on just the
Much
tune
worse,
alone.
which brings us to the second fundamental flaw that all flat earthers suffer from.
What are all
What's that?
flat earth systems? Abstract concepts. Oh, okay.
We live in the abstract now.
Zoolander.
Without much further ado, I give you the damn
Oh, yeah.
Zoolander, Center for
This is
Kids Who
pretty
Can
funny.
Read Good.
How do they fit?
I know. Funny.
What is this?
Is this ant for ants?
School for What? How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building?
Well, he's trying to say we don't understand modeling. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, abstract concept.
Well, it's just a right
Yeah.
angle, so I don't know what the sign is. It's just two lines at a right angle.
Which means 90
He's
degrees.
talking about a
Sine is-
trigonometric function, the sine.
SINE.
Oh. What now?
No.
No.
Anthony, if a triangle has the sides
You see,
1,
I mean, that
1,
triangle-
and
look at
1,
this.
do you know what the angles are?
Which kind of triangle are you on about? Are you on about
If you want honest,
triangle? Well, it would be an equilateral triangle, wouldn't it?
Right, so what are the angles?
Isn't it cool?
I'm gonna pull up a a triangle
calculator.
Is somebody recording this? Because
Yeah,
this is just
internal
priceless.
Well, the one I'm using isn't. It's not giving me anyone to do it.
Is it? That's Anthony Riley, isn't
This
it?
calculator's wrong, or you're wrong.
This is right. Yeah.
Anthony, the fact that you can't answer these simple math
But you have to also understand,
is
sometimes when a
ridiculous.
person is put on a
Why can't you just apply it to right angle triangles?
sometimes they can't.
Fine,
Correct?
3, 4, 5. That's a right angle.
How do you know it's a right
Then
angle
they
triangle?
shouldn't be
So,
paying the
it
physics of
physically
the earth
is.
if they can't even do
There's
this.
no other.
you know?
There's no other triangle it can be.
All right. Well, I don't know that's true, so I want to test it. How do I test
Internal
it?
angles of a triangle
Well,
is
this
always
is irrelevant.
180.
I've already stated my position.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Your
We don't
inability to
use
do math is
equilateral
totally
triangles. We don't use equilateral triangles to calculate the distances of stuff.
It applies.
No, we don't.
It applies to you not having a clue what you're talking about and being extremely confident when you talk, regardless.
So if you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have no
To define a location, you absolutely need a right angle
Joe,
triangle.
if you have a
to find
triangle
that
with
point.
sides measuring 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
I have been in geometry since I was 14. I'm 31. Move on.
So to be clear, you get 3 observers on your hypothesized
What I'm saying is
flat
he's
Earth,
dishonest. They're
and then
going
you
to
have those
pick
3
people
people
that
create a
look at-
triangle with
Cool.
90 degrees.
Why are you not
between each
showing
of
when
them.
they asked me this and I got it right?
Right, so they
Exactly.
Why are you not
equilateral
showing when they got to
triangle
Witsit
with
and asked
they're
me
the
got it
observer.
right? Why are you not going
90
to other
degrees
people when they
at
asked me they
each
got it right?
corner of
Why are
the
you going
equilateral
specifically
triangle?
to people
That's
that got
on
it wrong?
flat Earth. Okay.
So you asked for the math. I showed it to you. You asked for the zooming
Yeah,
of
this,
the
the
boat.
math
I
was
showed
wrong.
you the image.
Yeah, I showed you that the math is wrong. I told you that.
I showed you the official Pythagorean proof of curvature.
wonder if
which
it's showing
fails at 3
rage quitting
miles. You
here.
don't like that math.
There's
You
no
don't accept
such
that
thing.
math.
There's
Refraction
the-
is for that.
the official.
What do you want, man?
Yeah,
I want you,
Pythagorean
if you're going to talk about
Pythagorean
math, to
space.
do it right.
Because we're going to look at something, trigonometry here. Can you just explain to me, just so I know that I don't need to explain to you, pretend it's a maths test. Let's pretend that you've got the angle that I've given you, and that you've got that distance on the blue line that I've given you, and all I'm asking is, forget the Earth, forget Polaris, forget anything like that. Treat it as a maths question, because I want you to know the significance of what's about to happen.
This is a non
How
sequitur,
would
isn't
you
it?
calculate the distance to
It's
Polaris?
a non sequitur
How
because
is
they're
your
saying it's
trigonometry? Can you do
non-linear.
it? And by the way, trigonometry is something we teach to 12-year-old children in England. I'm just pointing that out. Can you calculate that distance?
So your argument is that the north,
Yes, you can
I
calculate
personally
distance.
can't
Notice
calculate
you need
that.
the
I don't
angle
work
of
in
innovation
kilometers. I
angle.
normally work in miles, and the distance are that what you're trying to show right now? Is triangulating the distance?
I'll carry on with my explanation. I think everyone who's watching understands the point I've just made.
If you have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, what are the internal angles?
Well, it doesn't matter. Any triangle is the same. It's the same amount. It's the same.
90 degrees. 90 degrees, maybe.
66.
So all right. So now let's say you have
180
5 and you
degrees.
divide by
Guys.
0.
Any triangle will add up to the
It's
same.
5, it hits 0.
Whether it's an equilateral or not.
Yeah. All right.
Equilateral will have 3 same angles, but another triangle will have 2 the same in one odd, but
But that's why they're asking
up to 180.
for
I
asking specifically for an
let's say
equilateral
Cookie
triangle.
Monster.
Equilateral.
I'll scroll down
So-
here. Here's the derivation.
So
of
what
the
would
formula
happen
and
if
the correct
what
formula.
would happen if a
Right here,
triangle
formula
added up
4
to
is the
more
correct
than
formula.
180 degrees?
Then it's not a triangle.
Then it's not a
Is
triangle.
the hidden height.
You don't do spherical triangles.
O is the eye height of the observer.
Spherical
How many
triangles are
inches
not
per mile
Euclidean. We
squared?
work
Where
with
do you-
Euclidean
where do you put in
geometry
the eye
in
height?
reality, mate.
Well,
That's
yeah,
too
it
many
wouldn't be a
numbers and
triangle.
Because it's not
letters
you.
for me.
To have an
I
angle, you
understand
need
that.
2 straight lines to
Right
get a
here.
vertex.
Sine of pi over 6.
A spherical
is
triangle
equal to
has
1
no
over
straight rate to make an angle.
No. Sine 30
Spherical
degrees
triangle,
is
yes,
equal to
that's
pi
correct.
over 6.
But
Because-
that's not right.
The
Why don't you
American
Google it right
arc
quick,
of the
Tony?
count.
Sine of 30 is not pi over 6. Sine of 30 is 1/2.
Okay, I'll stop
1.5.
talking now.
It equals 1 over 2, and it also equals pi over 6. Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to give you the way to do it.
So
You're
now
going to do
what?
sine 30 degrees equals pi over 6. Pi over 6 is equal to 1 over 2. Since pi over 6 is equal to 1 over 2, that
but
gives you the ratio of what pi is.
Sine of 30 degrees is not equal to pi over 6.
Collaboration is key for team success.
Ooh, we're gonna go
With
through
ClickUp,
AdWords tonight.
You can easily manage your
Oh,
team's
boy.
tasks and timeline.
Get bad.
Again, people, this is what I mean. Why do this argument? A math book is right there. It'll tell you. If Cat's going to argue over this, why do you guys think they're going to not argue over something even deeper? Come on now. Oh, dang.
Because you're wrong. Because none of this is right.
Your false attempt at math. Yes.
In Sweden, I don't know what's the educational system there like. Do you do trigonometry in high school?
They probably do, but I'm a artist. I don't care for brainwashing. I don't care for brainwashing.
I'm an artist.
Yeah, I don't care for brainwashing.
Or Can you do math,
close to the
Ashley?
moon. Okay, the moon, they said, is 10 to the negative
Sorry?
11 torr.
Can you do
For
math?
Those of you that want to know what that is,
Being
in
an artist?
PSI, it's a
Do you
negative
agree
2
with that?
billion.
Just because I'm not
PSI,
brilliant at
so
math doesn't mean I don't know how to draw.
Full fucking vacuum.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as.
But I mean, you can add and subtract, right?
That's what
Trigonometry
the
is
scientists tell us. Is
No,
that it's 10 to
that's
the
that
negative
guy.
11
I don't know who the hell
I
he
can
is.
at least
is the
understand.
pressure or
Just
negative.
understand math, but
Just
that
a quick
doesn't mean I'm
question. Do
brilliant.
you think a negative exponent makes it a negative number?
Dude, I'm using your guys' numbers. That ain't
It's
my number.
simply a
I don't think that exists at all. I don't think it
simply
exists
yes
at
or no.
all. I'm
Which is the
using the
same
number
woman
that
that tried to
you're,
get me one.
NASA scientists.
So I was
When they
right.
tried to
And you're an
misrepresent what I said,
astrophysicist.
Do you
pretend to
agree
17
with
This
If
is
you
the
don't
numbers that
understand
you-
what
It's a
they're
number.
talking about, then how
I'm
can
saying,
you properly
yeah, it's
decipher
negative
what they're
based
telling you?
on
So
It's the
again,
minus, but it
absence
doesn't
of
mean it is a
positive
negative
pressure.
number. But they went,
I
oh,
go
you're
back to
saying
my
it's
original
negative.
question. Do you believe that a negative exponent on a number makes that number negative?
I'm just telling you what the
I will
fucking
take
number
that
that
as
your
no.
people give us. What is it then? What is the number? What
It
is
makes
the
it-
pressure
it
of
makes it
space?
It makes
What
it
is
a
the pressure? Hold
it
on,
makes
Red.
it a
What is the
decimal
pressure
point.
of space?
It makes
Red's
it
not
a
gonna answer
decimal
question.
point, not a negative number.
Okay.
So for you to say
Cool.
that NASA is claiming that they're asserting negative PSI means you fundamentally do not understand what NASA's been telling you. So this entire time, you've been
10
arguing
to the negative
wrong.
11. Okay, well, you tell me what the pressure of space is then, Red.
Or you want to evacuate the chamber so that you can do it in a partial vacuum, like 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? Is 10 to the negative 17 a
They can't
negative
get that
number?
here.
I mean, it ends 17, so yeah.
Oh god.
Now, let's be honest here. There really isn't
That's ridiculous, the whole idea.
much of the
You gotta
basic
forget.
math that we learned in middle school, especially
Thank
if
you
we
very
haven't
much for
used
the
any of it
super
since
chat.
then. It would be a bit cruel to just
Vicky,
make
you
fun
rock.
of a random person for not knowing some
you very
geometry
much.
trivia. But remember, we're not dealing with any old random person. The difference between a normal, intellectually honest person and the types of flat earthers we've seen thus far is their hubris. Their entire worldview is dominated by a belief rooted in math they should have learned when they were about 14 years old. Basic math they consistently do not understand, while at the same time
right
attempting
angle
to argue
triangle.
that they actually
I mean, you don't
understand
have any
these
globe.
and other drastically more advanced concepts more than all of the scientists and engineers on the planet. This has less to do with somebody's intelligence and their ability to memorize equations, and more to do
Never
with
mind.
their
It hurts my head.
competence and self-awareness.
Well,
Flat
how
Earth
do you figure a
is
radius
the
of a
essence
circle?
of the
Hold on a
Dunning-Kruger
minute.
effect.
How do you?
On the x-axis,
Why
we
we
have
do
the
the math?
students divided in 4 groups according to how good
Mhm.
they performed in the
The
test.
radius is a straight line.
The y-axis shows at
Yeah.
which percentile a given test
From the
score
center of
stands
the
in relation
circle.
to all the other test scores. The graph for the actual test scores looks like this. The average score of the group with the lowest scoring students ranks quite low. The scores of the highest scoring students rank comparatively high. No big surprises here. Now comes the interesting part. If all the students had perfectly assessed their own performance, the graph of their perceived ability would perfectly match the graph of the actual test scores. Instead, it looks like this. The students in the lowest scoring quartile grossly overestimated their ability relative to their peers. They thought they had scored better than average, when in fact their performance fell in the 12th percentile. This can be explained by the aforementioned concept of metacognition. If you lack the knowledge to answer correctly, you also lack the knowledge to
Okay, you're
correctly
right.
assess your own performance.
Mostly
So
because
at the end of the day, does this really matter?
This is just
Confidence
this is a
in their
pissing
basic
contest,
math
dude.
And validate their arguments? Well, all
Yeah.
I can say is that it
What's the
absolutely
layout?
contributes
You can
to
piss
their
the furthest.
inability to
So.
understand the
I'm
implications
gonna
of
go.
their worldview. If they
All
had a
right,
better
Luca.
understanding of even the most basic
Bye.
geometry
Yeah,
and
dude.
how to apply it to
Bye.
real-world
See you later.
observations and measurements,
Bye,
they
flip
might
side.
begin to understand some of the fundamental problems with their belief
Bye.
about the shape of the Earth.
Bye-bye.
Recall that excerpt from Carl Sagan's Cosmos that I included earlier, discussing the experiment first done by Eratosthenes over 2,000 years ago,
Hello.
where he measured the differences in the lengths of different shadows cast in different geographical locations, and observed the lengths of those shadows varying in such a way that correlated with a round Earth and a very distant sun. Now, in 2017, a group of 23 volunteers from 9 different countries set out to replicate this experiment, all taking their own shadow measurements during the September
is why they're all
equinox, the
using
period
flat
where the
Earth
sun crosses the
measurements.
celestial equator, and the results were
Right
aggregated
angle
together and
triangle.
presented in a video by Sly Sparkane. He used the data to create a visual representation of the observations that could be compared between the generally accepted model of our solar system, having a round Earth and a distant sun, versus the commonly held idea of a flat Earth with a local sun. During this equinox, when the sun is directly above the equator, when standing at 45 degrees latitude, which has the known distance of 5,000 kilometers from the equator,
And I'm going to quickly pause here because I want to say something to FTFE based on this. So FTFE, well, everybody here on the panel, quickly, even you, Luca,
He's gone. He's
this
gone.
45 degree that you're looking at the sun, is he gone? Okay.
Yeah, he's gone.
Would that be a hypotenuse of a right angle triangle?
Absolutely.
The 45, yeah.
So the,
45, yeah.
the elevation angle, 45 degrees, is represented by hypotenuse.
Okay.
Notice the globers are telling me I'm wrong and laughing at me about this.
Oh, that's basic math. That's simple. Why are they laughing at you?
Just say a hypotenuse cannot be an angle.
Well,
when
how
I'm
come
saying
not?
in context, the hypotenuse represents an angle.
Yeah.
The hypotenuse is literally the opening of the adjacent. That hypotenuse line is the observer looking at the luminary.
Yeah, but we got to get the height to it,
Mm-hmm.
which they put it so far out of reach they'll never get the height to their hypotenuse. They'll never get the height to their angle. They won't get it. Never.
The hypotenuse is the longest side of the right angle triangle.
45 degrees.
Exactly.
Now, the
They'll
implications
never get
for
it.
the flat Earth model are clear and pretty much undeniable.
Sorry.
Using that pesky
I'm back.
triangle math they hate so much, we
No
can
stress,
determine
Jeff.
that the sun must be of
$2
5,000
super
kilometers
chat
above the surface of
into
the
the
Earth,
fountain of flat
rather
Earth.
than the
Make your
generally
wish.
accepted 150
Thank you very much,
million
Riley.
kilometers.
You rock. What wish should we make?
Now, this is what the basic
That
geometry
globers will
dictates,
one day
but
wake
good
up
luck
and
getting
stop
any
being
number of flat
dishonest.
earthers to agree on anything about their
Yeah.
model, like the distance
That'd be
to
a
the
good
sun,
wish.
which is, of course, a problem in and of itself, but I digress. Now, assuming that the Earth is
Notice they're
indeed
way
flat
off
for
the
sake of
topic
this
of the
demonstration,
curvature
we'd
by
expect
now.
to see
We're so
all the
far
angle
gone,
measurements converge
you'll
on a
never
point
get there.
pretty much bang on that 5,000-kilometer distance from the equator. The gray lines shown here represent the angle predicted by the flat Earth. Now, how accurately do you suppose
I
the
want to measure
actual
curve.
measurements
That's what I
correspond with the
thought the whole
predictions
point to this
made
was.
by the flat Earth model?
I already see an issue that they made as well.
BigQuery to uncover
Okay.
new insights from their data. Like
There's a big issue, guys.
I don't understand how they can
Yeah.
how they can actually think that all their calculations are measurements.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like those are just they are basing all that stuff on something that someone had said, years ago, and they're taking it as fact. It's so stupid.
And a measurement you have to physically do. You have to measure something physically with an implement and with a tool of some sort. I mean, a measuring tool, obviously, but not of some sort. But yeah.
Take Alberoni, for instance, his
Now, it should come as
experiment
no
or whatever you
surprise
want to
that
call
the
it.
elevation angles collected
Why don't somebody
fail
actually go to
correspond
the
that
actual
single
spot where he
location.
got his measurements to start with and redo the whole measurement? If they did it there, you could actually say that he was right at that point in time and he got the measurements correct. People recreate the experiment, but they don't actually go to where he was and actually redo what he did.
Yep. Yeah.
Somebody should do it and
Hey, Ryan,
do this.
Yeah.
Do the Syene thing too. Do the same Egyptian experiment from Alexandria to Syene. Why don't they redo that exact experiment? Come up with the same results.
But you see the issue, Roger, the issue I also saw on this thing, why when they did this so-called experiment, why it was invalid, was they're not taking into account perspective again. Remember, according to perspective, when you're looking at an angle, it's at a certain angular height. It's not a physical height, it's an angular height. Just like when you look at light poles down a street, it's not physically lower, it appears lower. So that angle measurement appears that. It doesn't make it physically that low. And what they do, the honest pricks that these guys are, they stick it all at one point. They say, oh, now this is an angle, so therefore the distances don't match with that angle because you've placed it at a physical height. You have to place it at the observed height, which would be an optical observed angle. Because of
isn't that why they made a datum to start with, to get an average so you could actually measure at any altitude? You have to take it back down to that
effectively
datum.
ruling this hypothesis out entirely. Now you might be thinking, but how do these measurements
I got to give Bev
correlate with the
props
globe
for
model?
something.
They don't exactly look like you might expect when trying to visualize them on a globe. But
Not
luckily,
everything
Slice
Bev does
can
is
help
bad,
us
by
with
the way,
that.
guys.
Let's see what all 23 angles look like when the latitudes and angles are mapped onto a sphere the size of Earth.
They're pre-assuming the sphere is the size of Earth.
You see what I'm saying? See? Now they're taking it. I wonder if Veritas even saw my graph I made.
Oh my god.
I doubt it.
I'm betting no.
You see, this is why I say the globers are so dishonest.
Not only are all of the measured angles within 1 degree of exactly perpendicular to Earth's axis, matching the predictions of a globe with a very distant sun perfectly, but when mapping all of the
hijacking
angles
of
of the sticks
perspective,
from each participant and continuing them down
And they're
through the
assuming
Earth,
there's an
we can
axis
see
too.
they all converge nicely on the center of the globe. Now this was a
Center of
masterful
the globe.
demonstration of
Oh.
the power of combining
An imaginary
conceptual
thing.
models and mathematics with
Hold on.
real-world
Where's the
observations,
center of a
something
globe?
flat earthers almost by necessity
And how?
must either fail to understand
where you get angles
or
from.
outright reject.
Oh yeah, I guess it would be at the
Now,
center.
from the beginning,
You're
the
idiot.
shape of the Earth was not assumed or presupposed when all of the observations
They measured on
were
a,
collected.
what do you call it, an equatorial
Was operating
plane?
independently.
It wasn't assumed,
Their
so-
angles to
And
start
yet,
with.
when all of the data was
They actually
compiled
did
and
this all
compared
on a
against
flat
what
plane,
both models
guys.
dictate,
And then
the globe
they took the
scored
flat
perfectly,
plane and
the
turned it
flat
into a
Earth
globe.
completely and utterly failed.
Exactly.
Not only do they not understand the consequences of what their model model requires and are unable to grasp
is
how the math
such a
demonstrates
bad
the very basic problems
misrepresentation.
inherent
I guess we have
three,
Jeff.
that they refuse to accept that the essence
But think about
of
it,
these
okay?
abstractions
Maritas
dictate
is showing
even
this
apply
because
at
he
all.
doesn't understand
They
what
deny the
he's
practical
trying to
utility,
show here.
descriptive value, and
Okay?
predictive
He should
power
go to
of
Nathan
using
about
abstract
4 years ago.
misrepresenting what.
fully believing that not only do these tools have no practical connection to
Also
the
note,
quote-unquote
guys,
real world,
I still
so they're
haven't got
effectively useless,
an
but even
accurate
to attempt to create and use things like models and math
computation
to understand and
for my
describe the world
flask kit. Remember,
is
I
inherently
told
problematic.
like Toon that time
Flat
as well.
earthers
Tell me
suffer
how
from
high
what
my
I'd like to
flask is.
call Zoolander syndrome.
He still
When we
hasn't
try to
given it to
explain
me.
to them some
And it
idea
was
related
based
to the
on this
globe,
exact
they call us
kind of
morons for
argument.
believing that
Told
billions
you.
of people could fit on a sphere that small.
You view it at
Yeah,
a angle
bracket hand
that
neither.
doesn't make it all physically dropping. On the globe, they make it physically drop to make an angle.
bigger than this.
It's not physically dropping.
He's absolutely right.
Yeah.
They still don't
It's
understand
just the angle you're at,
relationship between
how you
math
view
and
it.
science. They think that when we use math in science, that somehow the math is being, we're claiming that the math is being manifested in physical reality. No, it's not. We've
Right.
identified something in physical reality.
You
and
just
we've
stop for 1
identified
second.
the
Just 1 second.
relationship in physical reality.
Yeah, just 1 second. I just want to say to Mikey Smith, he's on his show apparently talking about the only banjo has him on. Flats has had you on, Michael's had you on, and I had you on as well. Do you know what I mean? I know my show's my channel's small, but I had you on. Not just banjo had you on, dude. So there it is.
Well, he wants Mark Sargent to have him on. That's what he wants.
Well,
but you know what's sad about this as well? Even though he badmouthed me last time and whatever, I didn't do anything to him. I just still support him. So the guy should maybe get a grip and just stop ridiculing people just because he's jealous of people. I don't know what his issue is.
Yeah.
I watch his show all the time, dude. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
I watch Mikey now.
I don't know what's
again.
wrong with Mikey Smith, but he should get a grip.
Yeah, I mean, Mikey, people do it different ways. You've got your ministry, people got their ministry. People give out information in different ways, dude. It's simple as that. You're not the only one doing it. Yes, you're about the only one doing what you do. Do you know what I mean? Going out with the billboards and all that. I dare say there's more people doing it off of YouTube. You know what I mean? Obviously. But yes, not a lot of people do what you do, but not a lot of people do what a lot of other flat earthers do. They've all got their own way of giving that information. Like it's just simple as that, dude.
Has a mathematical relationship.
Exactly.
To it.
So bonded.
It's
completely
because the atmosphere moves with the Earth, and it is using the atmosphere
You
to
have
create
zero
lift,
evidence
thrust,
for
and
that.
drag.
You keep making
It's the
these
same
fucking
argument they
crazy
keep telling me the
claims.
atmosphere doesn't
This is my
Velcro.
model.
What
If
did
you
you
want
just
to
say?
argue my model, this is my model.
We don't live on a fucking model, dumbass. We're talking about
A model
reality.
is a description of reality.
No.
You fucking moron.
Talk about your
No.
model, your description of some reality.
The
that
models
doesn't
aren't
exist.
always just
The other kind of evidence
reality.
is the one that I'm not too keen on, and that's like evidence that's based
Shout out to
or
Joe.
connected with
Yeah.
like a model or a concept or an idea. And here's an example. The solar system, just in your mind, imagine the solar system. It's not here on the ground. It's not where you're seeing it. It's a concept or it's like part of a model, like a heliocentric idea. Earth and all these planets are going around the sun. And it's not something that we actually perceive or observe with any of our senses. It's more of an idea.
How do we have data
That's
for
true.
a
What
flat
is wrong with
Earth
what he said
if there is no flat Earth?
Okay, now this is a difference between a flat earther and somebody that's trained in science.
Oh,
I
God.
can imagine a flat earth.
Bob trained in science.
I can imagine.
So you can use your imagination a lot better than flat earthers. Okay, go
Yes,
ahead.
exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
go ahead.
All right. I can imagine if the earth was flat and I had a North Pole sitting on a pole 3,102.65
It's got nothing
miles
to do with
high.
science, by the way.
I can understand that if I'm standing directly under that, it'll be 90 degrees above me. If I start moving away from it in any direction, and I can calculate every angle because it's simple geometry. And I did that
So not
for every
science.
single degree from 90 to 0.
Well, that's your
Okay.
problem right there, Bob, is your imagination. The globe, you start with a presupposition. You imagine...
No, I started with a presupposition that the world was flat, and I calculated based
No.
I
Again,
did the
why
North
would
Star.
you suppose? Again, why would you do?
Okay, this is exactly what we're talking about. Ritas, maybe you should start showing everybody everything that everybody shows, you know? Not just one-sided arguments.
Yeah.
But Shills can't do that.
Yeah. How dare he not? How dare he actually show other people's arguments as well? So, I'm going to show you Veritas and educate you on what we're actually seeing in reality, because this is just an outright, I don't know, misunderstanding because of your biasness towards the flat Earth. Okay. This is what Bob was showing now, 90 degrees. Bob is standing 90 degrees underneath Polaris, okay? So we even got math for it, just for you. He moves now 600 nautical miles away. He observes it at 80 degrees. That makes it 80-degree right angle, you know, a right angle triangle at 80 degrees. Do you see it's dropped from the 90, guys? Has it physically dropped, or has it only dropped optically because he's observed it at 80 degrees? Optically, not physically. Now, the problem is what these globers do is they keep it at that 90. So even if they've observed it at 80 degrees, they keep that point of Polaris at the 90 degrees. Now let's carry on moving as we go along. I'm just going to go straight to where we are at the equator. You see this kind of arch it's making?
Yep.
Yeah. They suppose that as the curve of the Earth.
Precisely.
And
Now,
not the elevations that you're at. That's what you need to know.
uh-huh. Now, this is exactly what's going on. If you had to notice, we have a field of view, a limitation. As it's moving away, it's going to follow. You see how it's dropping with that field of view. A radius stays the same of the circle. That radius of the observer stays exactly the same. That's always staying the same. And notice it is dropping with a field of view because the radius is the same.
Yep. So it's
That's
basically
it.
the celestial arch.
Exactly.
Or known as celestial sphere. In
Yeah.
other circles. Yeah.
That's the celestial sphere. It's literally just based on perspective. Now, like I said, the dishonest globies take this, anti-flat earthers, and they space them out linearly on a flat earth. And they want to keep it at that 190-degree angle, physical. And they see it doesn't work. No. Just like when you look at light poles in the distance, you are optically looking at it in another angle because of your distance.
Yeah.
That's not making it physically drop. It's optically dropping.
Yeah, there's the one thing that they keep on, they can never answer for me is how come I can see the Big Dipper all year round? All year round. The Big Dipper, I can visually see it up in the sky all year round. And that should be impossible on a
The
globe.
idiotic excuse is it's far away.
Yeah, that's a load of garbage because the actual angle that I'm viewing it at is 180 degrees out of when I'm on the other side of, like, say, if I view it in December and then I view it in January, in
the
July
sky
or
turning
June,
above your head because you have
degrees.
a concept idea that it's the ground is turning. I'm not saying that you're wrong or something.
Roger,
I'm saying that you
Right,
are
and
able
Dave said he
to
was
ignore
making
your
choices
own
every
flawed
day.
perceptions in order to. So
Because I
that's
have
what
more
that's all.
accurate equipment I can rely on.
And
Absolutely.
that's actually exactly what I'm pointing out is that you're relying on the equipment rather than your actual senses that you make.
I am not going to rely on my. I'm not going to rely on my senses when driving. I'm going to look at
Not
the
going to allow change when driving.
Then you said predictions of a model, right? I've already went through this in one of our debates, right? Models cannot be observational evidence, right? Because especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality; it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth, because I can create a model of something based upon certain elements and map it correctly. That doesn't mean that the model is true. That just means that the model fits for what I've mapped. You know what I mean? Like, for example, if the Earth really is a globe, but then I map all the points on the globe and then model it flat successfully, that doesn't magically make the Earth flat now, does it? No, it doesn't. So just because I make a good model, that's not
Look at this. Look what it says in the bottom.
The
You can't actually
obsession
do
with models is weird because it doesn't prove anything one way or the other. You can have the concept of the globe and build the model around the observations, and you can build the concept around the other, and you can just work the math until it works either way. But it's neither here nor there. Models are irrelevant to the debate.
Well, what you do is you line up the edge of the sphere with one of the sides of the angle.
Edge of the
one
sphere.
lines.
Edge of the Wait, where's the edge of a sphere?
Doesn't have it.
So all I did was measure the dip from.
Now they do have an edge of the sphere.
Super easy.
So your
Is there a
height
corner
above the ground,
or an edge?
and then the object in the distance,
No,
and
There's
then
infinite
the point
corners.
below your altitude.
No
that
height
wouldn't make
involved.
3 points of a triangle.
No height involved.
What?
I didn't measure anything related.
No height involved.
I didn't measure anything.
How the hell do you get a tangent without a height?
What object has one angle?
The angle.
An
that
angle
I measured.
does.
I measured
What
the angle.
polygon?
An
has
angle
one
card?
It's not a polygon. It's just one angle.
How do you have an angle
The
in a
angle.
vacuum? Like, how do you have angle just itself?
What?
It's not hard to do. I don't know why.
You have
this
no
is
other. You have no other
challenge.
objects involved to measure the angle in relation to other objects.
Correct. Why
An
is this
angle
hard?
is a
Oh my
vertex.
goodness.
An angle
Now I
is
know
a
who that voice
vertex
is.
and
Two
two
lines.
Two
No,
lines.
no.
I don't think we soon realize
And
how
two
stupid he
rays.
sounds.
That's an angle.
Very.
So I have line number one.
I can
line
just
number
point
two,
and
one
know
of
which
these
angle my
points,
finger's
and
pointing
both
at
of
just
these
gone
lines are
into.
intersecting. I would, in principle, have 3 points.
Yeah,
No,
Derek,
they
they
don't
can't get an
intersect
angle with no height
except at the
involved.
vertex, Gregory.
I knew they got it.
So I posted a video
So
of
The height
myself.
is
the
literally the
lines in
opening
the
of
triangle,
the
when
angle.
measuring the angle, are
No
supposed
height, no
to be,
angle.
in principle, representative of the
Wow, so more
distance
moronic.
between all the objects
This
involved.
is so idiotic. And you think,
The angle, not the
you
distance.
No.
read this, and you think this is a
Angle.
good
The points and the
documentary.
lines
Angle.
don't represent the
Angle.
objects in real life.
You said
of
I
which
don't
you
see
measure
much
the
of the
angles
documentary
between
other than
I
he's
said
trying
angle.
to
You said distance.
the
trying
lines in the
flat earthers are
triangle,
dumb.
in principle,
by showing he
do
totally
no
doesn't
in
understand
principle
what's even argued.
represent the distance relationship between all the objects involved.
Wow,
There's
this is
no
gonna be a
triangle.
long 8 hours, guys.
Wow.
It-
It's
This
like-
doesn't make any
minutes to
sense.
go.
This is asinine.
I get it. It's hard for you
I
to
think for
understand.
people
But
who
it's
are
one
new to
angle,
flat
not
So
Earth,
explain to me how you don't have any
like
lines
all of this
involved,
is like
and two
overload,
points at the
and
lines
they don't know enough
connect
about
when
it
you're measuring
yet,
angles.
so it'll
Explain
deter
that to
them.
me.
Two
But if
lines,
you've been
one
into it
angle.
for a while, you know it's
Two lines,
nonsense.
one angle.
So
Two
when you
yellow.
measure
100%.
angles, you don't have, in principle, lines intersecting at a point. That doesn't make any sense.
They could be tangent to a surface.
So this
Now you
The
need
tangent
now
to
you
the
the
need
head piece.
surface,
That's what you're saying?
right? So you're
that's
going to
not hard.
conflate the difference between the concrete entities trying to be measured in real life as opposed to the in principle lines that correspond to a triangle or at least two lines intersecting at one of the 2 points of the line. You're going to conflate these
Doing
two,
a lot of
but
material,
I'm
by
the
the way.
simple-minded one?
An hour long just on tune so far.
I think leadership
is Well,
the least taught occupation that there is.
Models in science are like maps. Think about any given place in the world as if it were a scientific concept. A concept that we may not be familiar with, something that we want to explore and understand. Models inform us about so many aspects of the world around us, give us clues as to what we could expect if we were to explore it, help us navigate and make predictions about what we'll see when we do. Now, not only do flat earthers seem to think that models serve no purpose in helping us navigate the world, but they also appear to think that we claim that the models are literally the things that the models are describing, that they're one and the same. Of course, this is absurd.
No, you
It doesn't matter how much
guys
detail we
have a
pour into model,
reification
we
fallacy.
couldn't
You
prove it more
believe
and
we
more until it
live
was a one-to-one
on a
copy.
model.
Atom for
Because
atom, a
when you
perfect
ask you to
replica, it
provide
would still not
the
be
globe,
the
you say,
place in
oh, look
question.
at this
It would
model.
only be a representation
Yeah.
of it.
You're
At
reifying
no
the
point have
model
we
into
argued that
reality.
the model is the reality that we're trying to explain.
So again, once
We
again, he
simply make
doesn't
use of
understand
models,
what's happening
equations,
going
and other abstractions to help explain, describe, quantify, and communicate. The value of a model comes from its utility. And in every other context, flat earthers understand this, whether they know it or not. They still use Google Maps to get them from point A to B, even if those roads they see on screen look like they're way too small for a car to drive on. They're benefiting from these abstractions without realizing it. All too often, I hear flat earthers throwing around the phrase reification fallacy, accusing globe proponents of treating something abstract or hypothetical as if it was the actual real thing in question.
especially mathematical models, because mathematics is not reality; it's numbers on a paper, right? But if you create a model that works in real life, that still doesn't give you truth.
The notion that we believe or claim that the models are quote-unquote truths is, of course, a straw man. Although it makes sense that if flat earthers don't actually understand what the purpose of models in science actually are, that they also wouldn't be able to grasp any of the arguments that are being made using them. It's a well-known adage that all models are wrong, but some are useful. They're all just approximations of whatever they intend to represent. And the more refined they get, the more they're tested.
Models
make
just
predictions,
represent
and have those
something.
predictions
I can make a
vindicated, the more
mathematical
confident we
model
can be that we're gaining a deeper understanding about the actual real-world phenomenon that the models were created.
But saying that maps are models, that's kind of not true, because a map is an actual factual sheet of what you have from above, right?
Into the way that
Yeah, also I just
you
want
have
to
the
iterate, I don't use
models
Google Maps to get places.
Because I can create a model of something based upon.
I'm not saying you should trust Google Maps. I'm saying, like, if you buy a map
model is true.
and
That
you
just means that the model
you
fits
can,
for what I
you know,
have
you can
mapped.
almost
You know what I mean?
measure
Like, for
things
example,
with it, can't
if the
you?
Earth really is a globe, but then I map all
Yeah,
the
like a
points
real
on the
map,
globe
like the
and then
Gleason
model
map.
it flat successfully.
Well, I
that
just
doesn't
yeah, but I
magically
just
make
mean
the
like a
Earth flat now,
top down
does it?
map,
No,
like
it doesn't.
city map
Now,
or
here's the
whatever.
thing, Ross.
Yeah,
If you could actually do
Should be able to in theory.
that would actually be compelling evidence that the Earth might be flat. But of course, you can't. Maps
So I digress then, I guess.
How useful a map is
yeah,
to tie
Dave,
how
exactly.
closely the map
Even says, having
represents a
watched
few
this so
key
long,
aspects of the world it's
100% concur about
or
this, right?
specifically the
That
relative
there's no
locations of
way
different
in hell
points
that anyone
and
can
relative
consider that
sizes
Toon was
and the
not involved
distances
with this.
between
Of course
them.
he was. Of
Now,
course he
Ross
was.
claimed
He
that
was.
if he was able to
And
successfully map the
I
globe
actually
Earth onto a flat
asked
map,
Veritas
that
on
wouldn't prove the Earth was
Discord
flat. But we
because
can't
I
even really
found
evaluate
him
the
actually
conclusion of his argument
thanking
because there's a fundamental problem with the
FTP,
foundational premise.
McToon, Dave
Namely, that
McKeegan,
he could accurately
and
model
what's
a
that?
three-dimensional
If you watch
object
on
in 2
Twitter
dimensions.
for
Unless
direct
you're literally looking
and
at a globe, the
indirect
vast
help
majority of the time that we interact
with
with
this
maps, we're interacting with something called a
documentary.
projection.
Yeah.
When
The
I've
most common
told him
projection
about
that
this,
we're all surely
he
familiar with
says
is the
no, that
Mercator
was him
projection.
thanking them.
There
Not
are
he
many
didn't
others.
have the help
Now,
at
there's no
all with
agreed
this
upon map
documentary.
of the
That was
flat Earth, but the
afterwards.
closest thing we can get to any semblance of a
What does
generally
direct and
accepted flat Earth
indirect
map
mean?
would be the
let's
azimuthal projection.
let's help him.
Imagine taking a globe, centering it on the North Pole, cutting a hole in the South Pole, and then stretching out Antarctica around the circumference. Now imagine actually doing this in real life. Like imagine you were peeling an orange. If you cut a hole in the bottom, slide the peel off, and then try to flatten it out, unless
This
you
to
were
me
to
is
stretch parts
insulting.
of it significantly or make a bunch of
Yeah,
cuts,
it is.
you literally
The guy's
can't
trying to
do it.
insult our
Now, this is
intelligence and
precisely
trying to
how we
act
Yeah,
interact
he's
with the various
basically
map
saying that we're a bunch of
projections. All of
crayon
which need some
eating
kind of
children who
rudder or
don't understand how
stretcher to
maps
represent
work.
the
He's
globe
a
on a
complete
flat
idiot.
two-dimensional plane.
That map that he's talking about is
Using
an
something
as
called
is. It
PSOs
says
and
it's patented that
we
way,
can get a
right?
much better visualization of the effects of the different map projections.
Yeah.
On the globe, all of these little circles are
It's
exactly
not a
the same size
projection.
and are
Well,
placed
they might
along
have
the
to call it
meridians
that
and
because
parallels,
technically, whatever,
providing
but
a baseline reference for relative distances and
But I mean,
scales.
even with
Now, once the
Duffy
various
and
projections are created from the
McToon,
globe,
Duffy
we can look at
says
the sizes,
it
shapes,
wasn't
and distances
McToon that
between
gave
all
him
of
the
the
idea. He did it
resulting
before
dots,
even
at which
making
point the
that tune.
quote-unquote cost of its
Okay,
projection
but
is
MC
easily
Toon
visible. The Mercator projection
talked at
was
his church.
created
Who
with
do
the
you
primary intention
know
of being
to
used
come
for
and talk
navigation,
at your
with
church
the desired attributes being
if you
that
hardly
up
know the
represents
person?
north and down represents south, pretty much
And I don't
everywhere
trust
on the
that
map.
Duffy
Really
guy
weird.
at
Local
all.
directions and shapes are generally
I
fairly
don't trust
accurate,
Duffy.
with the biggest
That guy's
trade-off
like a
coming in the
snake,
form
man.
of having the land masses
I can't
that
see
are
how
further
people
from
follow
the equator
pastors like that.
scaled
But I
down
must say,
proportionally to
what he
those closest
preaches,
to the
though,
equator.
a lot of the things he preaches is actually very good. Nothing wrong with
Okay.
that. But there's a lot
Yeah.
of things that are red
Now,
flags.
the azimuthal equidistant projection is designed such that the
Even the
points on
devil
the
can
map are the
disguise
correct
himself as an
distance
angel
and
of light.
direction from the center
Uh-huh.
point, the North Pole, and that comes at the cost of drastically butchering the scale of everything the further you get from the North Pole. Again, turning Antarctica into a massive
But
ring
the
around
problem
the
is
entire
that's not
perimeter,
true.
effectively eliminating the concept of a South
Yeah.
Pole. The fact of the matter is, the location
he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
are not
But you see
only
now, they're
successful in
arguing
describing
maps.
what we experience in real
He
life,
still hasn't
but are also
proven.
incapable of being
Yeah, he's
that
just
it's
provided a
not
straw man for us to argue about. Exactly.
It's fundamentally impossible to create a truly accurate flat representation of the world if the Earth
This is
indeed
another
a sphere.
thing that's
The
crap.
shapes of the continents,
It's
relative sizes of the
physically
bodies of water,
impossible.
distances between cities and other major landmarks, and that fact is far more significant than Ross and other flat earthers realize. It's not that our model
There's no
demonstrates that the
100%
Earth is
accurate
round,
map in
but more
existence. That's
importantly,
global.
Someone
related.
gave him this script, bro. You can tell by the way he says it.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, it's like he's got it memorized, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
it's scripted
he just
for
made
sure.
this video 2 days after we
Make
talked
things
to him, right?
reality, but reality
Come on, bro.
modeled. And this concept is at the heart of why there aren't any real flat Earth models, either in the physical sense or any
Yeah,
kind
he
of
got told what
robust
he could
conceptual
say.
framework that can make predictions and explain observations. The moment flat earthers attempt to account for one aspect on their map, like the relative sizes and shapes of the continents or distances between them, all of the other aspects of the map suddenly become wrong. Now, in very much the same way, as soon as they attempt to explain any
Let's look at
given
a
observed
Mercator map.
phenomena,
Are the
such as the day
distances
and
and
night cycle,
sizes
they invariably
correct?
fail to
No.
account for or
Show
outright
me one map where
contradict
all the
their
distances and
explanations for
sizes are
all of the
100%
others,
correct. There
like
isn't one.
eclipses, the seasons, and the movement of
The
the
guy's
stars in the
literally
sky.
just lying
Flat earthers
and
are
trying to
simply
make it
unable
look
to
like
make their
only
models
flat Earth
match
maps are wrong.
reality. And despite
Also
them
notice he's
invariably
using
arguing that
Gleason's
models aren't
equidistant
reality,
map,
so of
which
course
is
it doesn't
based on a
matter, the
time
very fact that the
and
globe model
sun
is able to
calculator.
account
It's
for all
not
of the relevant
distance
observations and
related.
phenomena that we see and experience,
Although
while
there
no
is a way
flat Earth
to
model
calculate
exists
distance
that
on
can
it,
account for
doesn't
more
make
than
it
one or
a
two things at a
distance
time,
map.
tells us a little something about what the shape of the Earth is most likely to be.
Yeah, another thing that's funny is that, you know, when they were making maps and these guys came and presented them to each country, right? And they were like going to get them to sign off on it. They actually found out that all the countries wanted theirs represented differently. And so they were trying to pay them more money or talk them into making their country bigger and changing things. And so those map makers, the cartographers in the early days, they weren't really, you know, you can't really be honest about what the world is because nobody wants you to tell the truth.
Flat earthers to try and explain how we see things on a flat earth. You want to see some of the bloody models that they've tried to pull up just to explain one thing. Like, have you come across their everyone's got a personal sphere of the night sky, if you like, their own personal dome that
I also
they're
got an issue
seeing?
with this though.
And they show you how the stars are supposed to be
Why
moving.
can't
and
we have a
they're
personal,
dancing all over the place?
a visual
because
dome?
it's the only thing
Have
that
they,
can
have
work.
they
And it's like, right, great.
have
put
they
that into
actually
the context
demonstrated
of
how you can't have a
everything
visual
else and
dome?
see
Well,
how
I think
well
it
you get
Or
on
they're
with
just
it.
saying you can't have one?
And they can't. They have to change the model every single time
Perspective, you know what I mean?
just to explain one thing and then the next and then the next.
No, but I was
The
saying,
result of all of the problems facing the flat Earth
we
model
give an
is quite
argument we can
fascinating, to
see.
say the least.
We have
What we end
a
up
visual
seeing is that
dome,
flat
okay?
earthers can't stop at merely rejecting our models.
All the
because
anti-flat
these
earthers do
models
is
are
say,
infinitely
no, it's
better at
idiotic. They
accurately
haven't shown us
representing
how you
reality
can't
than
have one. They
anything we
haven't
come up with.
demonstrated
They're very
it's
often
wrong.
forced
They
to
just said it,
outright
nuh-uh.
reject reality.
They just
So
said
anyway,
magic.
guys, this is what us globe people believe Australia looks like, and then
Yeah, I agree.
here is what the flat Earth map says Australia looks like. So right off the bat,
You see,
just
this is
from a
exactly what
simple
I'm saying.
logic standpoint, we should know
Total
that both of
misrepresentation
these
and
cannot be right.
misunderstanding
They're
of what map is
drastically
showing.
different.
Wow.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah,
Well,
they're
go
just
and
a
show him the
concept.
Mercator now and
I
show him
want you
the
to
size
take a
of
look at
Greenland.
the drastic
Show him.
difference
Show him the
that
size
the
of
globe
Greenland and the
people
Mercator
believe is
map.
the shape of Australia,
Ask him why
and the
that's
flat
wrong
Earth
like
people
that.
believe is the shape of Australia. So my question for you, Austin, is which one of these do you think best represents the actual size of Australia?
Great question, man. I don't know. Like I would say maybe somewhere in the middle. What about that? Because my answer remains the same.
Wrong
here.
answer.
This is just a concept. It's a construct. We weren't even allowed to make but one type of map. We can't even freely and privately explore the Earth.
The fact of the matter is that we know the distances from coast to coast. both
See, this
north
is
to
why I
south,
said
east to west,
what's it,
and
that was the
Australia.
wrong answer.
Anybody
I would
can
have told
pull
him,
up a map,
fine,
pop in
let's
their
go look
car,
at Greenland
make a
on your
drive.
globe map.
There's no shortage of
Greenland's
flat earthers
wrong.
that live in Australia.
So
It would be
you
trivial
can use
for any
your
of them to do this
your
themselves to debunk the globe.
irony of
The
your
idea that we're
argument
not
and
allowed
say,
to
well,
freely
then all your
explore
maps
the
are wrong
Earth,
too.
as if somebody would prevent you from making these
Yep,
coast-to-coast
100%.
drives, is absolutely bonkers. It's straight up nonsense. Just like pretending that we don't know the actual distances
The
between
hypocrisy
these
from
major
these
cities.
guys.
You can
Literally, it's,
pretend like the
it's
globe is merely
hypocrisy.
an abstract
You guys say
concept
this
all
is
you
how
want,
Australia
but
looks
if
in
the
your
globe
map,
model tells us
but
exactly
let's
how far
ignore
these
the
cities
ones that
are,
look
and those
wrong on our
predictions
map.
correspond with reality, then you
But everyone in the world wants it to look like this.
I mean, actually, when they traveled in the South back in the day, assuming a sphere, they consistently got lost.
Uh-huh.
So what did they do?
That's true.
They had to start sending out magnetic declination surveys and trying to correct and correct and correct to try to get it to match the globe. That's why when you go in the South, you're just navigating with corrections. But when people actually went to the South
true as well.
when these maps
But a
were
lot of
first
the
being put
correction,
together,
magnetic
it didn't
declination
work.
corrections and stuff
We had to
like
make gross corrections to them. So that's the unspoken truth here.
This
And that's
is
why the
just more
speed record in
nonsense
the
to
south
distract
is
from the main
so much
point being
slower than the
discussed
speed
here.
record in the north.
Magnetic declination isn't a topic that I really want to get into in any detail, but in a nutshell, what he's referring to has to do with adjustments that need to be made to magnetic compass readings.
But why would they lie about
Which
that?
actually has nothing to do with the geometry of the land masses or the maps.
Why would they
If
lie?
the map tells you to go due north and your
What could they
compass is off
possibly
by
be
some amount
hiding?
because of the difference between magnetic magnetic north and geographic north, that doesn't mean that the map is wrong. He's purposefully misrepresenting the implications of magnetic declination to divert the conversation away from where
No,
it's
he's
clearly
not
going,
purposely. He's
because
giving you a
simply
specific
too afraid to
argument
have
on
to
why
answer
that's
extremely
that.
basic questions
Now he's
about
saying,
his
no, it's
model
just
of
an
the Earth,
excuse.
which Pastor Will Duffy attempts to do, asking for his explanation for the fact that the distances in duration of north to south and west to east flights are within 15% or less of each other, which makes perfect sense on a globe with Australia the size
Roger
of
was telling me earlier,
while making absolutely no
he's
sense
talking to
on any of
Jeremy
the
and that,
flat
and he
Earth maps
reckons
that show
it,
Australia as
Jeremy
a hot
reckons
dog
it
instead of a
McToon
hamburger.
and Duffy
So
and
what,
that
what,
when
are,
they
are
get
you
to
suggesting it
Antarctica,
should
he's
be
got to try and
grossly
off him.
different if the Earth is
Off him
flat?
and what's it?
What exactly is your argument? The fact that they're 8 minutes apart, assuming the globe distance to get an assumed speed.
Here would be the flight paths on the Gleason map. And by the way, the Gleason map is the only flat Earth map I could find on the entire internet that actually has the names of cities on it, which is bizarre to me. And if you look, this flight
the Gleason
right
map
here
was used in World War
is
II.
2.5 times
For flights,
shorter
flight
distance
paths.
than
You
this
know
one.
that, Duffy?
So Austin, why
Oh my
are
gosh.
these flights
Why?
both within 5 minutes of each other, 3 minutes of each other on average? What is your explanation?
That is not to scale. You have to apply a scale to the outer regions of the map. It's literally on it.
So
It's literally a legend on the map.
Okay, so help me out here. Why can't you or Jaron or anybody else give us just a simple map of Australia? I'm not asking for the whole world. I'm not asking for you to go over the ocean. Why can't we just get a map of Australia that has the right scale and looks the right shape? Why?
Can we ask you though, what every single map that's ever been made, every coastline that's been mapped has all been done by government money, kings and queens. There's no private person going out and building maps, but you expect Austin and I to do that from our house. We're just supposed to go out and map the world.
Not scale.
Just help me understand why we can't get the proper shape of Australia when
I just told you.
Well, why can't we
give me $10
Can
million
we get
to
the
do it?
proper shape of
Millions of
Greenland?
people, and we can go out there
Duffy?
and do it, and then map entire coastlines and make very
But I had to
specific
get rid of the
physical
dash. My wife
measurements
didn't
and
like it.
not just make globular assumptions as we then beg the question of a spherical distance, and then we can't really figure out.
Wouldn't it be
nautical miles
awesome
and
if they
distances.
just said, okay, fine, go ahead and go up there and measure it?
Where does the
Wouldn't that be
shape of
cool if
Australia
somebody,
come
if they
from
did
on the
that
globe
and we
side?
could just
Where
go
is
all
that
do
coming
it?
from? Are
That'd
you
be
guys
awesome.
saying that that's made up or what? Where does it come from?
No, you guys have those very
Look,
resources
penguins with machine
that
guns
we're
on the coast. I'm
discussing,
telling you.
assuming that the Earth is a sphere the whole time. And what happens now is in 2024, people can come along and be like, look how good our map is. Oh, but let's talk about what actually happened, which is that it consistently failed. It didn't work. When they went to the south, assuming the Earth was a sphere, all of the world's bestseller says this does not work. South is not symmetrical to the north as it should be. We are getting lost. We're off by 200 miles a day sometimes. We're off by tons and tons and tons.
Okay,
You see how
so
the
Austin,
globies can also get away with it.
I would be
when you're
content
sailing
if
for
you and
the south or
Jaron would
something.
admit right now that the
Using,
globe
remember,
shape
you're always
of
using dead
Australia
reckoning.
must
You use your
be
last
way
known
closer
position,
to the truth than
and
the
then you
Gleason
use
map
your line of
because
sight
these
to
flights.
a star
No,
or a
I'll never say.
or a,
But if you
something.
want
and
us to draw the Earth
and that's
for
how
you,
you
draw
know
the
where
map
you
for you,
are.
then you just need to get us the source
It's
code for
nothing
GPS
got to do with
and explain to
global
me
flatness.
why it's
Literally
hidden by
just
the United
that's
States
what it is,
government.
and that's why they
I don't
use
have
it.
that. I don't have that.
It's like, oh, but
Obviously.
we are traveling.
But again,
what
I
we
feel
think.
like you
But
guys
you're
should
just
just be
using
willing
dead
to
reckoning.
admit
Dead
that if
reckoning
these
can be
two
used on the
flights
donut
right here have an average flight time within 3 minutes of each other, that those distances are about the same. Why can't you admit that?
Well, they're 300 miles difference, though.
Speed that they travel. One's going north and one's going east.
Well, it tells you that right there. You got a 300-mile difference, but you're saying they're within minutes of each other. So how is the plane doing
So
that?
you're saying one's traveling way faster than the other one, right?
Somehow, to flat earthers, it makes more sense to say that the 15% difference in distance that could very likely be made up by the increased speed provided by the west to east jet stream is somehow a distance significant enough to call into question the entire thing, while completely ignoring the fact that westward flights on flat Earth would need to travel something like 250% faster to account for that massive difference in distance. Every single response they gave was a blatant red herring, straw-grasping attempts to divert the entire conversation away from the very basic reality that flat earthers are simply unable to create an accurate map of the world. And it's not because the government's preventing
Show
them
us
from
an
doing
accurate
so.
map of the world
It's not
for
because they
globe,
haven't
please.
had enough time or don't have enough resources to do it. It's because the Earth isn't flat. The flat earthers' arch nemesis, geometry, strikes again.
If you don't have a map, then you're done. You can't actually go past that inside because a couple hundred years ago you could when we didn't have fast international travel, but now we do.
You get on a plane, you can get within 24 hours, you can get almost anywhere. And all of this is done using some sort of navigation, using some sort of a map. So there's a map being used. What map is it? Well, it's a globe. And they're like, well, it's all fake because it's the navigators do it, or it's in the software, or, you know. Okay, so what map is it? I don't know. We don't have access to it. Well, then why would you claim that there's a lie happening to it? You don't have any evidence for it. It's just a religion.
The fact that by using our knowledge and understanding of physics to model out around Earth within our solar system, we can predict
Why you always have to
insane
model around
fidelity,
Earth?
not only
Globe
the
Earth.
date and time of solar eclipses down to the second, but more importantly, their precise path of totality says something about how our model corresponds to reality. The fact that I and anybody else had the ability to see what would be happening in the real world literally
use the
months
solar
before it
cycles.
happened
This has
in a
been-
goddamn video game.
This means
because that
cycles
video
that's been
game is
going on
actually
for
a
over
remarkably
2,000,
robust
3,000
model
years.
of our
Come on,
solar
man.
system.
It's
Demonstrates
observed,
the
not
value
predicted.
of models.
Yeah,
They're
it's an
predictive
observed
and
cycle that they've just
explanatory power.
mathematically
It should tell you
induced
something when a
into the
video
globe
game
model.
can do what no quote-unquote
That
flat Earth
same
scientist
solar
has
cycle
ever in human history
is based
been
on a
able to
flat
do.
Earth.
Understanding these things in the abstract allows us to gain a deeper understanding of the real world. We're not saying they are the real world, but for some reason flat earthers can't seem to grasp this. And when combined with their inability to comprehend scale, their incompetence when it comes to doing basic geometry, and the ever-relevant fact that the world simply isn't flat, there exists no flat earth model that's capable of accounting for what we actually observe in the real world.
Hold on, first of all, where's the stars?
In the firmament.
Sorry, I'm not that smart to understand that question.
Stars are in the firmament, guys, just in case you're wondering.
Hi, Jared.
The Bible's-
We brought you here.
And yes, the stars are above our head.
Are they?
Like
are
we
they?
see
Are they like?
Also,
in the
Matune,
dome?
where are the stars in your globe model?
Actually,
on your globe
well,
map.
The dome and the firmament is
Show me
something
stars in your
that
Mercator
I
pits.
don't know. I do not believe in outer space, but now
Thank
some
you very
flat
much,
earthers
Roger Little,
believe
for
in
your
this
$2
firmament
that's for
thing
pain
over
relief.
us like this
Thank you
that
very
makes the
much.
dome.
It's very painful.
That I don't really know
You
because that's
rock.
like some flat
Thank
earthers
you
say
very, very
this,
much,
some say
Roger.
that, and I honestly don't know on that
Appreciate it all.
subject.
Okay.
But I will tell you this, that the stars are not light years away from us. They're just as they appear.
Do you agree with this statement? Sydney and Johannesburg are 6,863 miles apart on flat Earth.
No, not necessarily.
What distance are they apart?
I don't know.
They want you all to believe that the sun is all exposed 360 degrees, which it's not, because it's tucked into the Milky Way. The back of the Milky Way is nighttime, and that's where the full moon is. It's a no-brainer.
I mean, all the empirical evidence overwhelmingly suggests that there's an enormous 200-foot ice wall holding the oceans in level and flat. The sun and the moon are luminaries, same way there might be some dome with the crown chakra being the pole star.
That's the sunny side. That's the side we don't see. What we see is this dark side, it's the cool side of the moon. New moon, nothing. Still nothing. Because the sun is now facing this way,
I
right?
think stuff like this is
This way.
taken out of context,
like this.
gets misrepresented, because we don't know what he's actually talking about. Now, you understand?
On the moon
He's
phases,
trying
real
to-
quick, I was curious. What is a full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Good question, man.
Just a phase.
I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a ferrocell cell image of a magnet, it's just completely black. It's actually just pure inertia in the center, the ferrocell cell image of a magnet. I think that's what it is. It just actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle.
Notice
then it goes back.
what's it
Purely
that he didn't
speculation.
know,
I
guys?
don't know what the moon is
So
at
this
all.
is
It's
just
a very beautiful
speculation.
thing. The creator made
Doesn't
the
mean
heavens so
everybody
that you
says
can't
that.
understand them.
I do
so
know
that
what
you
the moon
have to
is, though,
acknowledge that
according
he
to what
exists.
I believe with the
sun
Bible.
sits here,
Just the light in the sky.
projects its energy, frequencies across the amplifier.
The luminary, exactly.
Black hole is the amplifier. So it's your sun, there's the black hole sitting in front of the sun like that.
Night.
The sun isn't a black hole.
So are you certain this is what the Earth looks like?
Pretty sure. Almost. I mean, there are some details to be worked out, sure, but the basic concept is sound. Absolutely sound. And one thing, again, we absolutely know for a fact, this ain't it.
It's all related to man and woman on Earth. It's the same system. The sun's the man, moon's the woman. Full moon, that's her pregnancy, about to give birth.
The flat Earth
The woman is
essentially
seen as
that
feminine.
the North Pole
Feminine.
is somewhere centerish of Earth, under Polaris, the continents spread out from the north and go out toward the ocean to maybe Antarctica, maybe it's open sea, maybe there's ice in some parts. We don't know.
And we're going to be moving in opposite directions, and that's where you get...
We're going to get stuck.
The day and night.
I mean, how does a lunar eclipse work?
That I'm not real sure about.
Or explained it in such easy terms like I've been doing. I can go online now and I can find stuff explained just as simply as what I've done now.
All right, everybody. So I know this is a really long video, and I appreciate that you've made it this far. But I have to say that this story gets way crazier than what you've seen.
Not even a quarter of the way through, dude.
You can believe it. But before we get back to that, I got to do the kind of content creator housekeeping that I usually hate to do, but it's actually necessary to keep the channel going. I've been trying to transition away from being a gaming-focused channel to being more on the scientific, skepticism, and educational side of things. Not to mention that I'm obviously taking on some controversial topics involving some controversial
Veritas, speaking of this, he told me he's going to do another documentary, guys. But he says the last one he's going to do, and he's not going to touch flat earth.
Protect myself, which of course is both.
So he's going against what he's actually talking about now. This is trying to get away from the games and go to...
Yeah, the gamer.
All the while having no clue if this video would actually succeed entirely at the whim of the algorithm. So all of that's to say that if you appreciate the amount of work and effort I put
Every
into
time I
these
see Jim
projects,
Bob, man, he's driving. I don't think he's got legs. I think he's just got wheels.
Patreon.
He lives in his
to
truck,
do this
guys.
as long as it's paying
Pretty much.
And I would love to be able to provide more content like this for you going forward.
Okay, let's forward to where it actually starts about flat earth.
Dive into. Finally, I want to try something I haven't done before that I just mentioned how a small apparently the like and subscribe
guys,
buttons light
hit
up
that
or something.
subscribe.
I've only seen this once and wanted to try that.
Really do appreciate it.
Alright,
You see,
like
that's the
and
difference
subscribe
with his
buttons light
channel.
up or
Look at
something.
that. Not subscribed, 93.9% that watch his channel. With me, it's like 70%, 80% that is subscribed. So yeah, if you haven't subscribed, the rest 20% of you, subscribe, please.
I'm about 50-50 with mate. Ish.
Do you remember when they had that gaming channel that did that poll, and the guy was like, it was like 3,000 people live. He was like, okay, let's get this over with. He's like, is the Earth round or flat? And then the polls came in, and it was like,
the third inevitable problem.
That was so funny. Yeah, that was so funny.
Anybody paying attention?
I don't understand inertia.
Now I'm going to discuss
Don't understand
how we would
science.
look for a new law. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see what, if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply.
Notice.
And then we compare the computation
I have to get out of the with the anti-flat earths. They haven't listened. Guessing based on natural law. So in other words, it was first observed. Then they take that natural law and guess. They're just saying, oh, they just guess. They're not listening to based on natural observed law. So you first make your observation, then you make your guess. They ignore that part. Just to make it clear for the anti-flat earthers.
to nature, or we say
compare
to experiment or experience.
Yep.
Compare it directly with observation to see if it works.
If it doesn't work?
If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong.
There you go.
Do you know what's hiding?
Agree. If it disagrees experiment, it's wrong.
Companies of all sizes use BigQuery.
Well done.
What you just said, predictions isn't science, is one of the dumbest things I've heard a human say, because prediction...
conclusive scientific evidence.
Thank you very much for your Roger for your $5
predictions
super
are
chat. Take
literally
everything
one
we
of the
present
steps in the
out of
basic
context.
scientific method.
Exactly.
But is it conclusive?
Exactly. Thank you very much for your super
You
chat.
have to make
really,
a
really
prediction
appreciate you, man.
to be able to test
You
it.
rock.
And do you know what happened today? Do you know what happened today? Was we made a prediction using the globe model that there would be an eclipse with a path of
Using
totality.
the globe
and then
model
we
is
tested
not
it
natural.
live.
But you think it's a globe model? It's really not a globe model you're using.
Well, you can say that, but you're wrong. It is absolutely the globe model. Saying it's not the
If he knows nothing about science.
All predictions, conclusive evidence.
I never said the testing of the predictions is
right?
evidence.
It should be easy
No,
to
it's
say
not.
no, right? Come on, no,
The
right?
testing of
No,
the
it's not.
predictions is the evidence.
No.
All
Testing of
predictions
evidence is not
and
the
right
evidence.
predictions,
That's not how
the test when
science
they come
works.
out, is that conclusive evidence on its own.
Science never says anything is conclusive, so it's an irrelevant question.
Science says your
Do we agree that
hypothesis
it's
is
not
either
conclusive?
validated or invalidated.
We would not talk about
That's
proof
conclusive
if
and
you
inconclusive.
understood science, because science doesn't
That
deal
is
with
the
proof.
dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is the
and
dumbest.
that shows your
No,
lack
it's
of
not. It
background
shows-
in science.
It shows that you will twist a goat into a chicken.
As soon as you talk about proof, you have moved into pseudoscience. I
No,
did
I
not
have not.
claim. Well, yes, you have.
In that
Remember the
case,
days when they used to say
anything
science
that anybody
proves?
talks about is pseudoscience.
Remember they used to
You
say
might as well
science
just
proves. Then they
accept this
changed it to
nihilistic
science doesn't
I
prove.
didn't claim proof.
Look at his
you see.
Patreon.
That's the difference. I know that claiming
You
proof
guys
is
and all that.
pseudoscience.
Second best
I
ball.
wouldn't do that.
Then nothing is real.
No, then you don't understand science.
That's
Oh my
the
gosh.
stupidest thing ever.
You don't understand
Science.
science.
You don't understand
but
science.
science
That's
is
what a
stupid,
great
honestly.
argument. You don't
There's
understand.
a handful of flat earth leaders that have discovered that science very easily shows that the earth is spherical, so they must reject science. So they take they don't even allow a model.
You haven't
They
given
think that
science
if
for
you use
your
a model,
globe,
they'll call it a
dude.
reification fallacy, which is, you can't actually do science without a model.
Which you
You
think is
can't
a
do science
refutation
without a model.
against
What
flat Earth
ridiculous- A model is
a
based on science. You know
mathematical
what a scientific
imagination you
model
have
is?
contrived. Why are we trying to scrutinize imaginations
This
in
is
the first
painful.
place?
I agree, flat earth is just imagination. I'm with you.
Back in the 1800s,
1.5 hours through,
Samuel
guys. It is
Rowbotham
7
started
hour and
with it.
44 minutes.
He rejected science by saying, well, we shouldn't do science, we should do zeticism. So he invented his own word and his own process. And that process that he crafted makes it possible for him to do crappy science, basically. But now the new flavor is use the word science, but just redefine it.
One thing about flat Earth, it doesn't have to be proven. Only globe Earth have to be proven, because when I walk outside, I experience the Earth flat.
When your senses and your observation that you actually make is that the room you're in right now is not rotating, spinning, or anything that you can tell. And then when you have an instrument that basically flies in the face of what your observations are this moment, what do you do with that?
There is an old saying, seeing is believing, and for most that is at the very heart of the problem. So it is the same for the masses, sadly. The only way they can ever change their minds is to see with their own two eyes the truth of the shape of the earth.
Look, guys, you guys want to get all technical and all that and all arsey and that, right? But unfortunately, just use your eyes.
I can't see my own balls without my glasses. Why the fuck would I trust my eyes?
Flat earthers are role-playing. They claim to be champions of science. They claim to be the only ones to know the processes and understand the findings of science better than even the scientists themselves. Now, the unfortunate truth is that the majority of them never seem to complete the unit on the basic scientific method in elementary school, as their understanding of science as a whole appears to be stuck there, in a state of arrested development. Most of them seem to have a bizarre fixation on the most basic, simplistic, traditional version of the scientific method taught in day one of science class, and call anything and everything that doesn't fit that one extremely rigid and limited description of the process not science. The result of their lack of education and experience with practical, real-world
lack of education.
Science is that flat earthers tend to come in three different
So my
forms.
degree shows I have a
The
lack
first
of
is generally
education.
harmless and takes the
Awesome.
form of flirts cosplaying as scientists. Now, I'm personally quite familiar with this, as I recall spending about a full week running around with a magnifying glass and rubber gloves, RPing as Harry the Spy. When
Jeff,
I
I
was
just
about
want to
8
say
years
thank
old.
you very
This
much
is
for your
effectively what
PayPal,
they're
man,
doing.
of
The second
$35.
is infinitely
Really
more harmful,
appreciate it.
coming in
man.
the form of science denial. Now, this is a
Thank
rabbit
you
hole
very
I don't
much.
want to go down in this video, but I will say that once you start to go down the path of blindly denying any and all of the generally accepted science, whether it's climate change or vaccines, it's a slippery slope that can have major consequences for you and everyone around you. Now, the third form is a bit more complicated because, much like the first, it's a facsimile masquerading as the genuine article, with the primary difference being that pseudoscience isn't quite so overtly amateur. It's not so
Pseudoscience
obviously a
not so overtly
caricature of
amateur.
real science. Pseudoscience is a wolf in sheep's clothing. It sells itself as the real thing, and I mean that quite literally, with a global market size easily in the billions of
I
dollars.
agree, Jeff.
Including
You
things like
rock, man.
homeopathy
Thank
and
you
other
very, very
alternative
much.
medicines
Appreciate
to
all the support,
self-help
man.
and other mysticism,
No
woo-woo
worries.
nonsense. Understanding and identifying the few similarities and many distinctions
Ooh,
between
Dr.
real
Oz, I don't
science
like
and
that
its
guy.
bastard cousin is a genuinely important skill. And once you come to understand them, you'll
Especially
start
with
to
the
see
name of
so many of
Oz.
the aspects of things that you see
Comes
sold
from
on
a
TV
fantasy
or
land.
promoted on YouTube for what they really are: junk science. Once you can easily identify the differences between science and pseudoscience, your new challenge is going to be finding any meaningful distinctions between pseudoscience
What?
and the
Whoa,
quote-unquote
whoa.
science
I gotta
done
pause
by
this here.
flat
What the hell is he putting flat earth and pseudoscience together? Shape is not science, first of all. Secondly, the globe claims science.
Yeah.
Okay. And thirdly, if you have an opinion on science, in other words, what you believe, it makes it pseudoscience. Science
And
is
what-
just a method.
What's funny is like he's talking about the pseudoscience, but he's proven with his explanations that astrophysics is pseudoscience.
Exactly.
earthers.
Exactly.
What flat earthers end up doing
Wow.
is effectively trying to pass themselves off as culinary masters, vehemently claiming that you're not really cooking properly if you don't follow exactly every single step of one particular predetermined recipe. That if you're not following this exactly, you're not doing it right.
What are you?
An idiot sandwich.
And not only that, they're constantly attempting to
I do
argue
like that,
this to Michelin star chefs, claiming that those guys aren't actually doing real culinary arts, while the only cooking that flat earthers have ever done is preheat the oven.
I'm
and
sorry,
toss
I
some
haven't seen
Totino's on a
anything of
baking
real
sheet.
documentary substance here.
No.
You can't really call it a documentary. This you can just call, let me misunderstand, misrepresent, and try and
My
ridicule
pizza
that.
rolls is done.
That's all they can do is ridicule because there's no proof. So
Do you want some pizza
Exactly.
rolls?
Exactly, Jim.
that's all they can do.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
There's a brand new AI tool that does prompt to YouTube video. As in, you type in a short prompt, and within a couple
AI is
minutes,
the
it gives
devil.
you an entire edited video with a voiceover, footage, text, and transitions. This is the
Hey, Matt,
platform
what's
for
up?
someone who's
I just noticed we're masochists today. We enjoy the pain.
Yeah, I'm doing penance, man.
Yeah.
Because apparently I came into this bias and we didn't watch everything. So I'm
Are you unsure of where you belong?
Well, even when I first got
Don't
into
like
flat
how
Earth,
things
I
are
looked
going?
up everything I could to
Are you
prove the
feeling
globe. I was like, what
dissatisfied?
evidence is there for it?
No
like,
purpose? No meaning?
you try very
Exactly.
hard to find
Don't
it. There's
fret.
no proof.
We can help. Repeat
Man,
after
they
me.
so
I am a
convinced
free
in their
thinker.
intellectual superiority,
I am a truth
but they only
Uh-huh.
prove that they're numpties.
I do my own research.
I used to get sent out of the
I
classroom
am
for
awake.
questioning stuff.
I am a free thinker.
I think that's the difference between us and them. We actually question things. They don't.
Authorities cannot
Exactly.
be
They
trusted.
just take it with
Governments all
blindness
around the world
and
have been
assume that
infiltrated.
everything is correct,
Elites, the
even if
Freemasons,
it's a
the
lie.
Illuminati,
Well,
the powers that be,
that
are
it
lying.
is a
They have
lie
been
anyway.
lying about everything.
Yes, they
Forever.
have.
Scientists cannot be trusted. They're paid by the government
What
to
is it?
perpetuate lies. They say
I guess
science
it's
doesn't
pride,
prove
right?
things.
Yeah.
I
We
mean,
have proof.
if we all
And
evolve
now,
from
so
rocks,
do
right,
you.
then we're ascending, and
Scientists
one day
do
we'll
not do
become
real
the
science.
god of our own.
We do.
Mm-hmm.
NASA says you live on a ball. Living on a ball is silly. You can't live on a ball. You'd fall off. Living on a ball is silly. But NASA says that we live on a ball. They're lying. NASA says we landed on the moon.
Going to the
They
principal's
say they have
office.
pictures. That it was on TV. If space was real, we'd
Yeah,
see stars.
I always got sent to the
How could
principal's
we have
office
gone to the
for that.
moon if space isn't real? NASA says space is real, but they're lying. The Earth is not a ball.
I'm also
If it
questioning our
was a
sanity
ball,
watching
how
7
would the
hours of
water
the
stay
video
on?
on this one.
Water flows down. Water doesn't bend.
I was first
Flat is
suspended in the
level.
4th grade.
Level is flat.
I popped a
Earth is
stink
level.
bomb in class, right?
The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
And that
Citizens
gas,
cannot be
it
trusted.
expanded in all
They've been
directions.
indoctrinated
And I
by
got
the
in a
global
lot of trouble.
propaganda. Programmed since
That was
birth
back
to
in the day
believe
when
in the
stink
ball.
bombs were really good.
Globes in the classroom, globes on TV.
They don't make those
But
anymore.
we are free thinkers.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not
You're
the same
one
these
of
days.
us. I am a free thinker.
You have to make your own.
I am a truth
Like
seeker.
you used to.
I am a free thinker. I want to be awake.
You do,
I
okay.
am a free thinker.
Are you? Okay.
I want to be awake. They will try to confuse you with
Why you
all
made
of
this video?
misinformation. but they are either shills or sheep. If they confuse you, it's a trick. Do not believe what they tell you. They will try to convince you that you're wrong, that you've been deceived, but you can't be wrong. Academia cannot be trusted. They are either shills or sheep. Education
What a
cannot be
long
trusted.
video.
The Jews cannot be trusted. You are not a sheep. You know.
You see,
nobody
he's
can be
trying to
trusted.
make
Trust me.
paint flatter like
We are
like
free
some
thinkers.
weird,
So are you.
Xenophobic.
very
We've done our own
extremist
research.
cult kind of thing.
So have you.
You know what I mean?
That is why you're here.
Propagandists. you could
You
say.
figured it out. You have proof. Everyone else are just sheep. You wouldn't want to be
I'm
a
gonna
sheep.
forward this. I can't
would
take
you?
this. It's just repeating itself the whole time.
Dome.
Get the point. Can you get on to the next
Yeah,
point?
free.
It actually has.
I am a free.
They follow the forms.
There we go.
You gather data, you do so and so forth, but they don't get any laws. They haven't found anything. They haven't got anywhere yet. Maybe someday they will, but it's not very well developed. But what happens is, at an even more mundane level, we get experts on everything.
Yeah.
Now, I might be quite wrong. Maybe they do know all this thing. But I don't think I'm wrong. See, I have the advantage of having found out how hard it is to get to really know something, how careful you have to be about checking the experiments, how easy it is to make mistakes and fool yourself. I know what it means to know something. And therefore, I see how they get their information. And I can't believe that they know it. They haven't done the work necessary, haven't done the checks necessary, haven't done the care necessary. I have a great suspicion that they don't know that this stuff is, and they're intimidating people. But I think so. I don't know the world very well, but that's what I think.
Yeah.
When we examine the major qualities of science, the scientific method, the philosophies and methodologies, the day-to-day practices...
As soon as you
of real
move into
professionals
philosophy
in
of
any
science, it's
different
no longer
scientific
science.
disciplines, ultimately the way that they view and approach
Then
the
it's
process of
pseudoscience.
determining what we might call truths about our world, we'll find that pseudoscience has its own variation on each of those qualities, a kind of dark side, so to speak, that manages to poison the entire process, eliminating any reliable connection that its conclusions might have with reality.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
the primary
it's
goal
funny.
of science. is
He's
to make
his
testable
own
and
worst
falsifiable
accuser.
hypotheses, following the
Uh-huh.
evidence wherever it leads. In contrast, pseudoscience specializes in making untestable, unfalsifiable assertions, and then later uses whatever strategies it can muster to claim that they've proven whatever their predetermined conclusion was. Pseudoscience works backwards, hoping to find whatever
Right.
justification they can for the beliefs
Making
they've had from the start.
untestable, unfalsifiable claims. What does the globe keep doing, guys?
That's exactly what they
Exactly what it does.
Proved it.
Outside of the colloquial usage of the word proof, where folks are generally using it to mean some piece of evidence that supports a claim, whenever you hear somebody talk about something that's been definitively proven in science, or reject something else on the basis that it hasn't been conclusively proven, that should be a major red flag. Falsifiability is the backbone of science. You can't do science without it. The moment something is proven, then it's no longer falsifiable.
Right, so
putting us
prove to
outside
us
of the
dark
realm
matter,
of
please.
science. Now, when it comes
Exactly.
to making hypotheses and predictions, science offers plausible, coherent, and naturalistic mechanisms as potential explanations, and makes specific predictions that can be tested against observations, measurements, and experiments. Pseudoscience, on the other hand, suggests unprecedented, implausible, and even incoherent mechanisms that border on magical, and almost always refuses
Like
to make
space
any
and
kind of
time warping
prediction.
in the fourth dimension.
Instead, creating ad hoc explanations to try to explain whatever you saw after the fact as somehow being consistent with what you predicted.
Because in the model that's in the Bible, the sun is down here on the widest path.
Dude,
It's
Chris,
under
No.
the clouds.
the Book of
It's
Enoch
under
says
us.
that the
No,
sun
according
at
to the
nighttime goes
Bible,
through
the sun is in the
It
firmament.
does.
Yeah, that's
It does.
at
And
nighttime.
when half of
And-
no, it doesn't say that. It says the sun is always in the face of heaven. It says that it does a circuit in the sky, like a Jacob's ladder circuit.
And it goes through
when half
portals
of
at
the
nighttime.
sun
Underneath.
Okay, so when
underneath
half
the-
of the sun is sticking out of the western portal, half of it is coming out of the east on the other side.
And when it comes to the consideration of alternate explanations,
Why is he
for
showing
whatever
that? It's got
phenomena
nothing to do
you're
with
trying to
science. The
understand
guy
and
claims
explain,
science for that.
Scientists usually have enough respect for new competing hypotheses that they're
Category
generally
error.
willing to engage with. and
Roger Edel,
try to
thank you very much
understand
for another
them. You never
$2
know.
super chat. He
Perhaps
says,
some
notice
or
how
all
they
of its
defend the
explanations
medical
could be
industry.
valuable or relevant to your model.
Of course.
And in some cases, they might be
Yeah,
even
they have
better.
to.
Pseudoscience, on the other hand,
Because
tends
they
to
believe
lean
it.
on
How
a
dare
lack of
you
respect, not
question
only towards
medical
competing
stuff?
explanations, but even more
They are
specifically
so
towards
honest.
whatever is the current generally accepted model
Yeah, he was
of the
trying to say
paradigm.
what science was, and then he was
Pseudoscientists
like,
rarely
"Oh yeah,
attempt to engage with
global
alternatives,
warming,
and when they
vaccine,
do, more often than not,
science."
they
Like,
misunderstand and misrepresent
Exactly.
them.
Thank you,
either
Roger,
due to
for your
ignorance
super chat. Really
or
appreciate it, man.
dishonesty.
You rock.
Let's take a look at one of the most frequently brought up scientific concepts within many different
Roger
contexts
is
of the
awesome.
flat Earth
Shout out
discussion,
to you,
something
Roger.
called refraction,
Yeah,
which is
Roger
related
rocks.
to the behavior of light. Now, there are lots of different ways that refraction can manifest.
Nice
One
talking
of the
about refraction.
easiest
I
to
thought we were talking
demonstrate
about
is just by
scientific
looking
method.
at any glass of water that has a straw in it. We can clearly see here the path of light from the straw to our eyes is not traveling in a straight line. Something funky is going on here. And what's actually happening is quite
Still
interesting.
straight lines, man.
Another slightly more dramatic example
Wouldn't
is where
better
you
if you
come across
actually
We're going to
did it.
stop this. It's
But
still
shouldn't-
straight lines. The angle,
Yeah.
the incident angle has just changed.
Yeah. It would have been better
That's
with
it.
an actual demonstration of it rather than just an illustration.
Yeah, because it's an incident angle that has gone in, and then it has a refracted angle. It's still straight lines.
Mm-hmm.
So, Veritas, thank you for showing you don't understand how refraction works, man.
Mm-hmm.
As we're driving down the road on a very hot day, seeing what's effectively a mirage, what appears to be water rather than road, even showing the reflection
There's no
of the
water.
cars riding on top. Both of these
Mirroring
observations are
from the
caused by the
sky.
same underlying phenomenon, the refraction of light. Let me try to run you through a super fast crash course on what refraction is and how it works, because
Oh my
understanding
gosh,
some of
you
these
don't know how
details
it
are going to
works.
be really helpful as we
He
examine
just showed he
some of
doesn't
the
know how it
arguments
works.
that are raised
Yeah.
during these flat Earth debates.
The irony,
So for
he
starters,
doesn't know how
the
it works,
speed
but he
of
wants to
light in
tell
a
us.
vacuum, otherwise known as c, is 299,792,458
Prove it.
Notice that
meters per
okay.
second, or just
Since
under
we're on
300,000
pseudoscience, guys, has the speed of light been validated?
No,
What happened?
How?
So pseudoscience.
Yeah.
it is pseudoscience, definitely. What they need the radius of the Earth, right? Then they need the Earth 6 months on this side of the galaxy versus 6 sides, or on the other side of the solar system, and an average. It's crazy, dude. There's several assumptions in the speed of light.
Yeah, yeah.
kilometers per second. Now, in reality, there are no perfect vacuums, even in space. So light is effectively always traveling through some kind of medium, and as such is always traveling at some speed slower than c. With the speed of light in air being very close to the speed of light in a vacuum, the speed of light in water being about 25% slower, and the speed of light through glass being about 2/3 that of the speed of light in a vacuum. Now, there's one singularly relevant property of light that's really at the heart of this discussion, something that's common to many other things that behave as waves, like sound, and that's that if it enters a medium with a different index of refraction, the change in its speed will also result in a change in its direction, which is effectively what the refractive index is, a value that represents just how much a medium is able to bend the path of light. The relationship
Again, not
between the
bend
different
the
angles
path of
of
light. Change the refracted angle. It has a coincident angle which refracts it. Okay, so it's an angle of incident, and then it has a refracted angle out. It is straight, not bent.
Dude, even these descriptions of like, what is there, 5, 7, 9
travels
descriptions
before
of
and
light?
after refraction is very
Yeah.
well
No one
understood
knows what
and can
light
be
is.
described using something called Snell's law.
Mhm.
All you really need to know what the resulting
There you
path
go,
is going
see?
to be as light
In
travels
one,
from one medium to another.
by
are the
sine 0.
refractive
That is the
indices of two
incident angle
media,
equals
something you can easily
into
find anywhere
by
online, and
sine
the
2.
angle of
That would
incidence
be
of
the
the light.
refracted angle.
Now, this is, of
Look, it's
course,
straight
super
lines.
useful if you want to
Can
get into
anybody
the
show me
finer
curved
details on
lines there?
refraction, but it's
Or
not
bent
terribly
lines?
practical for, say, the average person in their day-to-day
Yeah.
life, just casually
Where's the
considering
wave?
how refraction might be
Yeah.
playing a role in something they see. So let me share a useful analogy that helped me get a bit more of an intuitive grasp on what's going on here. This little metaphor will hopefully help you get an idea for how the path of light generally changes when it enters a medium with a different refractive index. Imagine a car driving over some asphalt in a straight line, approaching an area of road at an angle covered with a thick layer of sand. Now, the asphalt doesn't have a ton of resistance against your tires. It's quite easy to drive over, representing something akin to a less dense medium with a relatively low refractive index. Now, the sand, on the other hand, will provide much more resistance to the car as it drives. It's much more dense and represents a medium with a relatively high refractive index. When the car first makes contact with the new medium, it'll only make contact at the front left tire. The added resistance from this denser medium will cause that tire to
I actually
slow
like the
down,
way he's
while the
explaining
front
this.
right
This is
tire
correct.
will still maintain
Yeah,
its
it's not
original
bad.
speed. The
Good
difference in
analogy.
speed will cause the car to veer to the left as the left side of the car is decelerating relative to the right side, which continues to travel at a constant speed. Now this veering will continue until eventually the front right tire makes contact with the sand, causing it to decelerate to match the speed of the front left.
Right, so
with
straight
the end
lines.
result being the car traveling at a slower overall speed in a new straight line direction. Visualizing refraction in this way, and of course the same in the opposite direction, will hopefully allow you to quickly figure out which direction light is going to bend as it changes medium. Now, in the vast majority of cases in the context of flat Earth debates, what we're talking about is atmospheric refraction, which causes the light that we see coming from distant objects, like buildings or mountains, to shift in apparent position and even get squashed or stretched.
One medium?
As I mentioned before, refraction
One
isn't
medium.
limited to situations where
But this is
light
where they
goes
come
from
to
one medium
Fermat's
to another.
principle.
It can also happen
To
with
try
a
and
single
get
medium, like our
past that.
atmosphere. Earth's atmosphere can vary widely
Let's say
in
we
any
live in
number
a-
of ways, from temperature to
it's a
pressure, humidity,
dynamic,
and all of these factors are affected by the general climate and the
that's why we
location,
see
the
refraction.
elevation, the weather conditions, and much more.
Look at their
Because
feet
of
getting
this,
wet for
coupled
that
with the
puddle.
effect of gravity attempting to pull everything down towards Earth, what we end up with the vast majority of the time under normal circumstances is a temperature and pressure gradient, with higher atmospheric pressures and temperatures near sea level that then gradually decrease until we basically hit space. Now, based on what we just learned from Snell's law, that means that under normal conditions, when we're viewing distant objects through the atmosphere,
This
what
is
we'd
a whole
expect
bunch
to
of
see
assumptions
is
upon
downward
the
refraction.
assumptions, by the way.
The light from those distant objects being refracted
A little bit.
downwards towards the denser parts of the atmosphere.
Look at the layers of
Visualizing the
gas.
atmosphere in this way is, of course, a bit misleading, because this
crazy.
is, of course, showing very rough, stepwise transitions between different density layers. But in reality, it's much more of a smooth, continuous transition. Here's a great visualization
Stupid.
made by the YouTuber Science It Out, showing the effects
Science
of
It Out, that was the name I was
refraction
looking
as
for
you
earlier with
simulate
the math.
atmospheric density gradient
Science It
with
Out
increasing
as well.
detail. Now, there's no shortage of problems with how flat earthers interpret and understand the effects of refraction, with one such issue being what they claim would be the ultimate effect of downward refraction from the perspective of an observer.
You see, this is where we disagree with
I
them.
just want to know how
We
light.
say that
light-
refraction,
when you get into
the
a denser
refraction
medium,
doesn't
light bends
make the
down.
curve
So
away,
if
it
we're
makes
looking
the
over
curve.
long distances and we're looking through a medium, the atmosphere, and it's most densest at the surface, we should all be able to tell from Derek's opener that light would bend down, not up. So I would like to hear specifically what type of refraction is happening when we're seeing these observations, these long distance photography observations from hundreds of miles all the time, as well as people from Chicago are seeing the Chicago skyline 4 or 5 times a week from 50 miles away. What type of refraction would you guys invoke?
Okay, so for context, let me briefly explain what he's talking about here. Look at this totally not to scale representation of Earth, showing an observer on the right, a skyscraper on the left, and the atmosphere gradient around the whole thing. When light from the sun reflects off the building, it reflects in basically every direction, and anybody in the line of sight of these rays of light would be able to see the building. That's just literally how sight works. Now in this example, our observer over there is not within line of sight of the skyscraper due to the curvature of the Earth. It would be below the horizon line. But of course, what we're missing here is what we just learned about, refraction. So how would that change things? So again, remember that light refracts down into denser mediums, and the
That's what
atmosphere
you're saying.
is more dense the closer we
That's
get to the
what you're
ground.
saying. You're
So the end
claiming
result
this,
is that
it-
under
it
the right
goes
atmospheric
down.
conditions,
When
light
we show
would bend
demonstrations
around
on
the
small
curvature of
scales,
the Earth,
when we
making
add
distant objects
refraction,
appear over the horizon that would otherwise
yeah,
have been
it
hidden.
creates the curve, not takes
With
the curve away.
photoviolence, you can transform any photo into a mesmerizing moving image in just a few.
And this is also remember they say that refraction lifts up things over the curve, okay? But he's just saying, yeah, the refraction is causing the light to go down with the dense medium. So creating the curve, not taking it away then. So literally double speaking what their claims are for the globe.
And from what I know about light, light doesn't curve.
Nope,
it
it
goes in
bends.
straight
Well, it
line.
doesn't bend, it just changes angle.
Hmm.
Always
Yeah.
travels in straight lines.
Yep.
Good moment to give a shout out to Walter Bislin, who made a tool that simulates the behavior of light under
Note
these
that
different
this is
atmospheric
still
conditions,
what they're
showing us
claiming are
exactly
also
what we
still
might
not
see if we were observing a
proven.
distant
They're
object
not
throughout the
scientific.
day as refractive effects varied along with atmospheric conditions. So now let's go back to the debate and hear what everybody had to say.
You answered your own question in your statement. The denser air, right, refracts light downward, right? You both said that, and Derek said that in his opener.
He's an asshole.
And you showed a video of the sugar in the tank bending light downward. Now, you're confusing bending light downward with objects moving downward. But bending light downward actually makes the object appear higher, which is why, and yes,
bending object makes the things appear higher.
Like
Even
an object with the
face,
light
he was
bending
laughing there.
downward from where it is actually appears to make the object
He's an
higher
Egypt.
because the light is
Look like
entering
that.
your
Yeah, but
eye
my globe
on a
face is
downward
not very
angle.
smart.
The
though.
light,
No, he keeps going.
that's literally how refraction works. You can't really I mean, light coming in, your eye sees it going that way up. So it raises
Okay.
the object
You know,
up.
just
For
to
downward
make our
refraction,
point that the guy is
raises an
totally
object
talking
up.
poppycock.
That is just how it works.
Okay, so you got a minute to retort.
I'm
Do
gonna
you know how
show it.
eyesight works?
I'm gonna show a demonstration
And it reflects over to you, which is what you see.
just to show what a nonsense idiot, guys. Shout out to
Hi
Skyfree.
again. We have a couple more at-home refraction tests to show you.
This is great.
This first test took place around midnight, and the owl is above the surface,
that-
an inch above the surface.
That's what you can see. Look what
Here,
happens when
we
they
open the
add.
door.
No, notice, guys, they're going to add refraction to it. So they're going to add dense, cold air. Okay, so that's bending light down, correct?
Yeah.
Mhm,
Like
it
what
should
they
be
were talking
cooking.
about now.
Should be
Okay,
raising
look
it up.
what happens. Yeah, look what happens. It's going to create the illusion of curve, not take it away. There we go. So Globy McGlobeface, what the hell were you talking about? Oh man.
On its way over to you.
Tony
it's
Whitcomb,
bending
thank you very much for your
downward.
5
cannot
pounds super
pretend
chat. Really,
like
really
light
appreciate
bending
it. So the
downward
light
somehow
into
makes
your
it
eyes
appear
bends
higher
everything
in the
upward
air.
as well.
Light as it travels,
Apparently,
moving downward, is going to appear lower.
you rock,
I don't
Tony.
know where
Really
this
appreciate
light.
it.
In order for it to
he's still
bend
going.
downward
Start
into your
time.
eye,
20 seconds.
it would have to
Say
be
again?
up above your eyesight to drop down into your level of eyesight.
Let me
As-
say one thing.
Wait,
Let me
what
say
about
one
this?
thing.
Did you
there.
not-
As
Keep
well-
going.
Hold on, Globy. It's now your time. Now your time, buddy. So also,
10
I wanted to
seconds.
suggest that Globy is saying that downward refraction refracts things up. Supposedly, this dude is literally contradicting himself in the exact same sentence. How is downward refraction
Okay,
refracting
time.
things up?
Something tells me this little guy wasn't invited to many birthday parties as a kid.
Wow.
Anyway, therein lies
Insulting
the
him.
problem. Flat earthers, as usual,
Wow.
get it entirely backwards. It's actually as if they're so simple-minded that they can't get past the downward
Wow.
part of the phrase downward refraction and conflate
So-
what direction the light bends with where the resulting image would appear to be to the observer
So far, all I
relative
hear
to
is
its actual
Google.
physical spatial location. It would be one thing if they got a little bit confused about it and said, whoops, corrected themselves and moved on.
Yeah,
But
but
this wasn't
Veritas
an
is showing he
accident
doesn't even
hallucination.
understand
You can
what's
see
going on
all
now.
three of them
We just
repeatedly
showed a
smirking
demonstration
and
on
shaking
screen
their head in
showing
disbelief,
the
in
downward
unison,
refraction
as if
caused
the
it to
Globers
look
were the ones
curved.
getting it wrong. But once again, what we have here from the Flat Earthers is a fundamental misunderstanding of a phenomenon that's one of the most crucial to the entire Flat Earth debate, and it's painfully easy to recognize their error. The dude even explained himself how the light being refracted is traveling downwards, but then says it would appear to be lower than it actually is.
Uh-huh.
How nonsensical this is can be easily visualized.
What?
Let's use an exaggerated example.
Did he
to
just
make it
say?
painfully
Wait, let me just reiterate what he said. He said, so if something is refracting downwards and you claim, well, that makes it look lower than what it is, it's nonsensical.
Wow.
That was what he just said.
Yes, he did.
Oh
And
my
to
word.
him, he keeps like the whole time. It's just been nothing but insults and basically saying that we're uneducated and we're stupid. That's so far. We're 2 hours into it, and that's all I get from what he's saying here, and it's
Wow.
aggravating. You know,
Yeah.
like when someone like myself who does have a degree in engineering saying something like that, you know.
And
But I
that's
mean,
it.
has this guy-
That's
has this guy-
non-biased for you. That's
Has
non-biased.
this guy ever heard of vector before?
Yeah, exactly.
obvious.
I think he thinks that's a cartoon show.
Distant object, and between it and a nearby
Right.
observer was some
Which should be
obstruction.
interesting.
Under normal atmospheric conditions, you wouldn't be able to see the distant object, as it would be visually obstructed. But then let's imagine we have some refractive conditions causing downward refraction, bending the light at a downward trajectory over the obstruction.
Yeah.
In order for the light to enter your eyes,
Sorry,
you'd have
that
to
won't
move up,
happen.
And even by looking up
Wow.
and allowing the refracted light to hit your
Wow.
eyes, you'd be seeing the object in precisely the direction that the light was
My
coming from.
word.
Oh
Meaning
my
the light
goodness.
would appear to be coming from a source
Oh,
that would
no.
undeniably appear to be higher than the
What a
actual position
moron.
of the object the light was coming from.
Spot on.
This is refraction
Definitely does not
101,
happen.
and is precisely the opposite of what these nitwits are saying would happen. Plain and simple,
Nitwit.
downward refraction causes
Oh my
objects to
God.
appear
Nitty
higher
and
than
witty.
they actually are, no matter how confidently, condescendingly, and arrogantly these clowns assert otherwise.
It's coming into your eyes straight. So it assumes the object it's seeing from that light is straight ahead of it. Doesn't matter where the light's coming in. So if that light is bending down towards you, where it's entering your eye, you're going to draw a straight line from that, and that's where the object appears.
So a distant object that's the same eye level as you. Light hits that object, bends downward, and makes that object appear
That's
higher.
what they're saying.
Correct.
Well,
What a load of garbage.
You're looking at a building. 2 light rays come up, bends down to your eyes. So what does it look like? Well, it's entering your eyes at an angle. So it'll look like it came from higher.
Oh my goodness.
That's all Globy's saying.
Well, it's patently false. You can demonstrate with that
This
little
is,
cartoon.
this is just optics. This is just standard optics. My guy.
Demonstrate it then.
My guy, you can put a pencil in water and watch it be the denser medium below the pencil. The pencil will displace down towards the denser medium. Your cartoons don't change physical demonstrations.
Okay, Globe side. Globe, you got a question?
Can you
of a
show
minute.
us a physical demonstration?
Well then, I thought you'd never ask. There's a couple of great YouTube videos done by a guy named Dang Joss, where he uses liquid nitrogen as a means to create a large enough temperature gradient rapidly in a fairly small localized area as to allow for the light coming from the spray can he's using as the target to be refracted downwards around a visual obstruction towards the camera, undeniably showing the effect of downward refraction in real time, causing objects to be raised visually, the thing the flat earthers literally laughed at while getting it entirely wrong themselves. And again, this isn't like controversial, it's basic optics. One last fantastic demonstration of this is from Dave McKeegan. He used a strip of plastic and placed it in a tank of water that was slightly shorter than the strip, allowing the strip to curve, acting as an analog for the surface of Earth. He then used a laser to visualize the effects of refraction in the water under 2 different conditions. First was just normal water, and the second was water with about 1 kilogram of sugar added to it. The result of this is that the sugar dissolves in the water and settles to the bottom of the tank, creating a gradient of density in the water very similar to that of our atmosphere. The resulting difference in behavior of the laser in both cases is exactly what we would
Remember when I
expect.
asked
To see just how cool this really is, here's a side view of the fish tank. I shone a laser from the bottom of one side of the plastic strip when it was filled with just water, and it is not able to get to the bottom of the other side of the tank in
Remember when I
front of the
spoke
plastic
to
strip
who was it?
because
The
the
guy that
curvature of the
debated?
plastic strip is blocking
JC?
the laser.
And I talked about the
When I
meniscus.
repeated this after the
Yeah.
sugar was added, the laser
Look at
beam
this, look.
is still straight when it's pointing upwards, but as I angle it downwards, it begins to bend.
Yeah, 'cause
And
it
I can
follows the
actually get it to
meniscus
bend pretty
of
much
the
perfectly
sugar
along
water
the plastic strip
on the
to the
strip.
very bottom of the other side. And with this,
See,
the
this is
refraction
dishonesty of the
increases
guys. They
the
don't
lower the
understand
light
what
is.
they actually demonstrate.
If the laser's level with the peak of the plastic, the light is only just bending around the second half of the plastic strip. But when the light is dropped a bit lower, it's able to bend much more and still reach the same spot on the far side. So, we can show how refraction can bend light over
It's
a
still a
curved
suit-
surface
they're still
to
switching
allow
out
us
the
to
suit
see
case.
further than we would
Because
with
that's
no refraction.
not what's
The
happening.
opposite
It's the
effect is
one
what causes
medium
the
of the
mirages
air.
on hot road surfaces
Exactly.
that we talked about earlier.
It's a total-
Air
it's a
directly
total
above
non
the
sequitur.
asphalt is very, very hot, and it cools off rapidly as the heat rises, creating a situation where the denser air is actually above the less dense air temporarily. A generally unstable is what leads to the sort of wobbling effect we see here, as the hotter air and colder air are constantly trying to swap places.
We went
In
well
this
in.
situation, we're actually seeing upwards refraction. The light is being refracted upwards from ground level, appearing to be literally on the road itself.
By the way,
what we're actually seeing looks like a
this
reflection
Michael
of cars or people on the road,
Bison's
and that
whatever,
watery effect
brilliant
is
guy
literally
to go
the
watch.
sky. It's the opposite
Explain
of what we
things very
talked
well.
about.
Obviously, you
Just
can't
like
agree with
downward
everything he said,
refraction makes distant objects
but very
appear to
good.
be higher than they are,
Tony
upwards
Whitcomb.
refraction can make distant
you, Mitch,
objects
for your
like the
$5
sky appear to be literally on
£5
the ground.
super chat.
When
The
will
globe
flat
has rotted
earthers
people's
learn?
brains to an incredible degree, especially
Whenever
the
we get the
90s.
rare opportunity to see how
100%
flat earthers do
agree. Thank
science
you
out
very
in the
much.
field, they
You
demonstrate
rock,
how
man.
lazily and carelessly they operate, which brings us to the next topic, the methodologies and
Love you.
standards of evidence. Good scientists employ strict, rigorous, and well-defined methodologies, being careful to control for confounding variables, attempting to collect as much detailed, high-quality data as possible. This maximizes the chances of others to be able to replicate your research, and if both parties
Oh,
have
we're
the
still
same
on the
results,
science part. I
that
thought
adds
we
more
finished with
support
this
to your
time.
hypothesis. If you happen to get different results, that indicates either your methodologies were not well designed, well defined, that at least one of you was sloppy with your implementation, data collection or analysis, or the original hypothesis was not valid. Pseudoscientists, on the other hand, tend to be extremely sloppy, very often with no real understanding of the mechanisms underlying whatever phenomenon
I
they're
call this
attempting to
projection.
quantify,
Wouldn't you guys
let
say
alone
agree?
the equipment required
Yeah,
to properly measure them.
He's actually
They
talking
tend
about
to ignore confounding
physicists.
variables and lack proper controls that would otherwise prevent undue outside interference. Because of this, their evidence tends to be sparse and unconvincing. So they have to rely on anecdotal evidence and other unreliable sources, such as people's memory and eyewitness testimony.
Thunderstorms over the ocean don't go over curvature. And that's the thing. If you can see hurricane clouds from 300 miles away, Michael, the Earth is not a sphere. It can't be. That math doesn't add up, and it never will add up. And we can make that observation every day.
Hurricane clouds from 300 miles away?
Absolutely. At sunset. Absolutely.
I'm going to need to see that.
Ask anybody who lives on the ocean that's watched a hurricane come in when the sun goes down.
So, according to him, anybody with a beach house is going to tell us that they can see a hurricane every day, and they have no problem determining its distance accurately out to hundreds of miles by just eyeballing it. That's the kind of numbers and precision that we deal with when it comes to flat earthers. Or how about the time this flat earther claimed to debunk the 9.8 meters per second squared downward acceleration of gravity by doing intensive calculations along with precision measurements?
9.8 meters per second squared, meaning that every object in the world have to fall is accelerated at the same speed. This is not observable because I could drop a penny right now from my head to my toe. I'm 5'10", and a penny would take literally a whole second to hit from my head to my toe. That is not no 9.8 meters. 9.8 meters equals 32.15 feet.
Okay. But have you measured this actually, or are you just kind of going off the kind of a feeling about how fast it might go?
No, I literally counted. Listen, I measured myself. I'm 5'10", and I counted Mississippi because that's how long it takes for you. That's how long a second is. Mississippi. It's a 4-syllable word. Mississippi takes 1 second. And from my head to
Why
my
do they
toe,
always have to try and
that thing hit the
represent
ground,
all flat earthers as people
which
like
means
that?
that penny traveled 70 inches per second downward. That debunks that 9.8 meters per second.
To Corey,
as a matter of fact.
Yeah. Can I respond to that? I think that the precision of your measurement apparatus might be at fault there.
And would you be surprised if I told you that the very idea of controlling and isolating variables within an experiment, the very thing that allows us to be remotely confident that what we're observing and measuring is signal rather than noise, that this principle of science is very often perceived as a bad thing to flat earthers and pseudoscientists? Now, in the case of the following clip, the context of the conversation was around an experiment that's been done a number of times. It demonstrates that
It's
the
not an
acceleration
experiment.
due to gravity on Earth of 9.8 meters
No,
per
it's
second
not.
squared is the same for everything,
Yeah.
regardless of mass, by showing a feather and a bowling ball falling at the same speed, just as long as you're able to remove the major variable that prevents...
And what does the
demonstration
variable
from being
remove there?
easily reproduced
The
or reproduced
medium.
anywhere else. Air.
So,
Hence, this massive
wasn't
vacuum
gravity
chamber.
supposed to be the
Flat earther sees
variable
controlling confounding
manipulated?
variables, one of the most crucial elements of proper
Well,
rigorous
that's only
scientific
Manipulated the
research.
independent variable, which is the medium, not
Yeah,
gravity.
here's the thing. When we're dealing with science, we don't alter reality. We just demonstrate it in reality. So, like I said, due to the fact that we live in a medium and we don't live in a vacuum in the atmosphere, we live in the atmosphere, which means he was supposed to show that in the atmosphere because he say, why do you fall in
Agreed.
the atmosphere? But yet the experiment that he showed is isolating all of that. So you got to change reality to make gravity
It was a good
exist.
point that he made there.
Do you really think that's
Because they're trying to
This is what a friend of
do
mine
a
took picture of it,
demonstration
yeah, so
in not
So
reality
you think that's what the
and
sun
claim
was like?
that's reality.
that's what that happens when you take a picture of it. Yes.
Bullshit.
Okay. I know when I take a picture of the sun, it don't look like that.
Well, maybe get appropriate equipment and don't use your phone.
I don't need it. I don't need that. Y'all always say that though. Y'all
Well,
always
if you
say
use the
don't know
right
how stuff
tools,
works.
if you
don't
use
say
the
that.
right tools, then you get the right image. A phone is not
Oh,
designed
crap.
to take close-up images of the sun that include its details.
Oh, the Samsung Galaxy S23 is.
What I've got.
Almost thought it was Android. Okay. I can't hear anything. Can you guys?
Boats on the
Oh, there we
ocean
go.
are one of my personal favorite
Oh, it's on there.
demonstrations of the curvature of the Earth.
I think he's on the next
Simple,
one now.
elegant, and compelling. So of course,
I don't understand
naturally,
boats going over the
flat earthers have to
horizon.
get that
Ooh,
all
okay. One of my
completely wrong
favorites.
as well. They will try with all of their might to convince you of a bunch of alternative explanations
Oh yes,
for what it is we
23
see
can
on the
see
ocean.
ants
But
and
despite how confidently
Andromeda.
and nonchalantly they'll inevitably attempt to hand wave it all away, I want to assure you that, like everything you've already seen thus far from them, it's all nonsense.
What I must say,
There's
I'm
really
so
only
happy he's
two
showing
primary
waves on the
competing
ocean, guys.
hypotheses when it comes to how boats
So
will
when those
appear as they
waves
travel away from you over the
are
ocean.
occulting the bottom of the
On a flat
boat,
Earth, the most
and the
significant
globe would
factor
take a
is
still shot and say,
perspective.
"Ooh,
On
Earth
a
curve."
globe, what's far more relevant is geometry.
Not Earth
Now, of
curve.
course, straight from the start, this doesn't exactly bode well for the flat earthers, as what we've seen time and time again is that these two particular concepts are among the ones that they, let's just say, struggle with.
I think we need to do so. James, I've got a simple question for you. I've got a triangle of sides 1, 1, and 1. What are the internal angles?
A triangle of 1, 1, 1. So it'll be 360 degrees, won't it?
Now, for the following,
Why is he showing that
let's
now in
ignore
between
a bunch
here?
of confounding variables like
What's it got to
atmospheric
do with
conditions.
the actual
Some of these things are going to be
talking
more
about now?
relevant for later in the conversation, but not for now.
Well,
Perspective
no, don't
dictates
show
that as
somebody
an
that
object
actually knows the
travels away
answer.
from
You know what I
you,
mean?
it will uniformly reduce in angular size. That is to say, it'll maintain proportionality. There's not going to be any stretching, skewing, or squashing, and it will continue to reduce in angular
This
size
is without
until the object
refractive.
is simply too small for your eyes or a camera
Wrote
to
this,
resolve.
guys. What he's demonstrating
Now,
is
this is what
without
we would expect to
refraction,
see as a pair of
diffraction.
boats sail away from us over the ocean on a flat Earth. Both boats would shrink until their angular sizes rendered them
Matt, you're
unresolvable,
breaking up, mate.
with, of course, the smaller boat disappearing first. Now imagine that we had a camera that could zoom really, really far, and we zoomed in towards each of the boats. On a flat Earth, because we have a straight line of sight to both, as we zoom, eventually each boat's angular size would increase to be large enough to once again be resolved. So on a flat Earth, we could zoom
Ignoring
distant objects
waves
back
again,
into
guys.
view. Now, perspective is perspective, whether or not we live on a
Ignoring
flat Earth. So everything I
magnification,
just said would still
ignoring
apply on a globe.
refraction,
The smaller boat would
the
become too small to be
diffraction, the
resolved at
foreshortening,
effectively the same distance as it would on a
perspective.
flat
Literally
Earth.
just
Although
ignoring
geometry
every
dictates
variable
that
there
if it was
is,
large enough, like our
like
boat
they
on the
usually
left
do.
here,
That's called
as it travels
dishonesty.
away from you
Well,
along
it's
the surface of
pretty
a sphere
cartoons,
about the
though,
size
isn't
of
it?
Earth, well before perspective
Mm-hmm.
would cause it to become too small
I think
to
that's all we
see,
worry about.
it would begin to become obstructed, bottom up, by the
I got a
horizon,
feeling when I get
as
into
the
like the
curvature of the
sixth
sphere itself
hour,
would
fifth or
literally
sixth
be
hour, it's just going to be
between
me.
the object and your line of sight, eventually disappearing below the horizon entirely.
Hey, Flat Out Fudge,
Now
thank you
let's
very
say
much
we
for your
bust out that
$2
camera
super chat.
again
Really
and zoom as
appreciate
far as
it.
we
If
can.
it's curved
Because
blocking
our
it,
vision
why
is
is
limited
it
by
plumb?
perspective in the case of
Meaning?
the smaller boat, we could successfully zoom
Thank
in
you.
and
Yeah,
see
there's
it
no
again,
leaning for
just like on
plumb.
a flat Earth.
Really
But that
appreciate the
doesn't
super
hold
chat,
true
man.
for the larger
You
boat,
rock.
because it's geometry that's the limiting factor in that case. We literally no longer have a direct line of sight to the larger boat, which means no amount of zoom could ever bring it back into view.
There's limitations
So
to
these
everything, by the
distinctions
way.
are critical to the
Yep.
entire argument. I just showed a few different examples of potential observations that we could see when looking at distant boats over the ocean, and there really were just two primary types. The first case was when boats became hit by
Notice how he's just
perspective, and
showing
it became too small
drawings
far
and not
away to be
actual
seen with our eyes or
demonstrations to
captured
make
with
his
a
point.
camera.
Yeah,
And it's
exactly.
exactly what we'd see
Yeah.
from basically all boats, large or
Same
small,
with the,
technically at any distance.
the
if the
straw
Earth
in
was
the
flat.
cup.
Now on a globe, this is
The
also
vents on the
exactly what
cup,
we'd
sorry.
see from
Oh, the
smaller
straw.
boats that became too small to see anywhere before
Where we
they
actually
reached the
go into
horizon.
physical
Regardless of the
demonstrations
shape
to
of the
make our
Earth, we
points.
could use cameras
Mhm.
or other kinds of optics to zoom in where these boats were last seen, and they'd become visible again. Let's call these types of situations Type A observations. Boats that disappear due to perspective, and the amount that they can be seen changes based on how much we're able to zoom in. Now, the second type of observation is one we would only expect to see on a globe. Past a certain size threshold, larger boats will be fully visible until they reach the horizon, at which point they would become increasingly obstructed, bottom up, the further they travel away from you. No amount of zoom will ever bring back the parts of these boats that have been obstructed by the horizon. We can zoom and zoom
Really?
forever, and all it will do is enlarge the parts of the boats that are above the horizon. Our limitations in sight here are due to
You're just making an
geometry,
assumption.
not perspective, which is why zooming in more
I
doesn't
wonder
allow
why
us
they
to
even
see
bothered
anymore.
inventing lighthouses,
Let's
you
refer
know?
to these types of situations as Type B observations.
Sorry, guys, but this isn't much of a
Remember, Type A
documentary. I don't know what the
observations
hell you
work on
guys are on
both
about.
a
This
flat
isn't a
Earth
documentary.
and a globe Earth. The type B observations only
saying,
make
I don't
sense
even
on
know
a
why they
globe.
bothered with
If we see a
lighthouses.
type
You
A
can't see
observation,
them
it
anyway.
doesn't
What's the
really
point?
tell us much. But if we see a type B observation, that's
Oh my
bad news
goodness.
bears for the flurfs. So when it
Oh,
comes to this
wow.
topic during debates, what are some of the real-world
Still looks
examples?
flat.
Thank you,
flat
Jeremy
earthers bring
Bird,
up
for
as
your
their best evidence?
$10 super chat. He said, it still looks flat to me. Oh, look how flat that horizon is. I agree. Thank you very, very much. You rock, man. Appreciate the super chat. And Roger Label as well for $2 super chat. He says, gravity, a theory that doesn't float. Look, guys, the horizon's behind him, but the bottom of the boat is
All right,
blocked.
so straight away, this is a clear example of a type A
Thank you very much
observation.
for the
We
super
can even
chat,
see here that
Roger.
the boat
You're rock.
hasn't made it to the horizon. It was just a really small boat, far enough away to not see until you zoom.
That's not a small
It's pretty
boat.
dishonest to title
Wow.
this video zooming in on boats behind the curve.
Verita,
It'll
you
monkey
just
footage, don't you
showed a
think? If we slow the
horizon
video way down and
behind the
zoom
boat.
in, we can even see pretty much the
That's,
exact moment that the boat becomes resolvable by
definitely
the
a fishing
camera.
boat.
And
It's
even
not
at
a
this
small
point,
boat.
Look at
it's
that.
obvious that
Horizon's
it's not
behind
the
him.
horizon yet. And as we continue to zoom in more, all we see is the boat in more detail. We never see more of the boat. This example proves nothing. Let's take a look at another.
It proves that you don't understand what your horizon is supposed to be, your physical curve edge of your globe.
Now, that's just a small boat as well.
Yeah, that's a small boat. Big.
Okay, so it's just another example of the same exact thing. This time the boat's significantly bigger, and it seems to be pretty damn close to the horizon. It's hard to say without knowing what the bottom of this boat looks like, just how much is obstructed by the horizon, if any. But the most important factor here is that as he zooms in, at no point is he quote-unquote bringing anything back over the curve. The amount of the boat that's visible remains the same the entire time. As we zoom in, all we're doing is increasing the detail, not the amount that we see. I'm beginning to see a pattern. Let's continue.
That's a load of garbage.
Yeah, I'm not trying to bring anything back over the curve. There is no curve for it to be brought back over from.
And again, we have more of the same. One good way to visualize this is to zoom in and crop the images so that we can see what the boat looked like earlier, right as the camera was able to get enough detail to begin to render it in the image, and compare that to later on as we're fully zoomed in. Now, granted, the one on the left is super blurry and low detailed, but it's pretty safe to say that the same amount of the boat is visible in both.
That's
In the same
dishonest
video,
right
he has a
there.
couple
They're
more
using
examples that
pixels
show
of camera,
the exact same thing.
and it doesn't
Now, I do want to mention
show
that not
everything
all of these
properly.
videos
So
are
an
from
idiot.
flat earthers meant to be presented as evidence that the earth is flat. Some of these are from people
What's
who
up,
are
Alan?
probably
Good to see you, man.
camera enthusiasts or boat enthusiasts. But that, of course, doesn't stop flat earthers from presenting these during
I'm sick of
debates.
that,
as
and there's no
evidence, so
curve.
that's why they're worth discussing. So that brings us to our final example, where the guy who made this video has us playing a little mini game where he zooms in on a very small boat, and the moment that the boat becomes visible to you, you're supposed to pause the video and write down what your score is. You can ignore that number in the corner for now. I want to show this because this is such a great demonstration of exactly
the wave
what we
was
see in the video.
was making bottom up obstruction,
This boat is so
but
blatantly and obviously never remotely close to the horizon.
the horizon was
It's simply too
behind
small
it,
to be
but it showed
visible
bottom
until
up
it's zoomed
obstruction,
back
dude.
into
That's the
view.
point.
And even with this example that undoubtedly never involves the horizon at all, nothing is being quote-unquote zoomed back over the curve, and yet there are flat earthers in the comments saying that this is proof the earth is flat. Just another demonstration of how these clowns have no critical thinking skills whatsoever and simply see what they want to see.
And you can
So,
see the
what do you
wave
think we're going to
obstructing
see
it.
when we actually go out and get proper, relevant observations? Something tells me you're not going to be surprised. This video right here, from Dazza the cameraman, is for sure the best example that I've managed to find. And I'll just come out and say it. It utterly
I
demolishes
love when
the
they bring
idea
this one
that
up
the Earth
because
is
this
flat.
makes a point
What he does
100%.
is exactly what I showed you
With
a
full
moment ago.
shortening.
He zooms in on a pair of ships off in the distance and takes a few screen grabs along the way so that we
Verita,
can
you're
compare
using the
side
wrong
by
one,
side
man.
what proportion of each of the ships is visible at varying levels of zoom as he goes all the way up to the Nikon P1000's 125 times
Watch
optical
this,
zoom.
guys.
Now we're going to be zooming in on a couple of ships that look just
Closer.
like this.
Ship
They
is
have the same
closer.
sort of size and structure with rows of what look like, I don't know, crane towers or something. I don't know anything about boats. Don't fucking at me. But once we start zooming, you're going to notice that there's something a bit different about one of the boats compared to the other. And this
further
difference
away.
is what sets this observation apart from all of the others that we've seen before. Either somebody needs to call the goddamn Coast Guard because the ship on the far left must have hit an iceberg, or a massive portion of it has been obstructed by the horizon.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna pausing it quickly. Has anybody here gone on a boat on the ocean before?
Yep.
Yep.
Are there swells?
Yeah, there sure are.
Are there dips?
Big
Yep.
ones, little ones, medium
Are there
ones.
waves?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
100%.
Literally, that boat is sitting in a dip, in a swell. This is why I say the dishonesty of globies. They're ignoring everything that makes it produce this image and saying it is Earth curve. This is exactly what Reds did with that 11 frames idiocy. When you say, look, it's going into mirage, and he says, no, you're taking Earth curve away. A mirage is not Earth curve. A boat is sitting in a little swell. Now it is Earth curve. No, it's a swell. It's like they don't understand the differences between what Earth curve physically is and what other variables are. It's foreshortened by the wave because it is in a dip because of the swell.
But look at the alleged curvature is meant to be there going that way, but your y-axis. No, sorry,
Yeah,
your
this is how
x-axis.
he zooms in, and we
Doesn't.
compare it to those snapshots he
Yeah,
grabbed
there's
along
nothing
the way.
this way, nothing.
No more of
They
the
live on
ship
toilet
is brought
roll Earth.
back into view. The same amount is obstructed regardless of the level of zoom. A perfect demonstration of a type B observation, the one that only makes sense on a globe. Earlier, you could even see a third ship on the right, and these three side by side show perfectly what I explained earlier. Three ships that appear to be the same size at varying distances near the horizon, with three different amounts of bottom-up obstruction based on their
Look
distance.
what SI is.
Truly is a
The only 4 miles
now,
between boats.
hilariously, just like the flat earthers,
Then how the hell
that
do they
viewed
get so much
controlling
curve on their
variables in
globe?
experiments
It doesn't
as a
work with
bad
the map.
thing, flat earthers actually
4 miles
dismiss this
doesn't
and
curve a
observations
whole
like
boat
it,
away.
implying that their shitty examples zooming in on tiny little boats that are clearly not over the horizon is actually the proper way to do this test. Their ability
Exactly,
to
yes, I
grasp
mean,
at
it falls
straws
about
never
Earth curve.
ceases to amaze.
That's just one video. We got videos that show the opposite too.
Okay, but I don't care about the videos that you're showing right now. Please respond to this video here. And it shows that zooming in.
Now I remember I got
This is
SDFD on Monday
literally
night.
showing in real time that zooming in does not bring something back. So why is it not happening here?
I don't know. Why does it happen in the video that we'll show is the question.
See, so what we can see here is the boat being unresolvable. It's not disappeared bottom up. Literally what we just saw was the boat becoming unresolvable in totality. It does not disappear. When something has disappeared bottom first, like I showed, you could see the bottom of those boats over the horizon. No amount of zooming in will bring that back, ever. It's never, ever been shown in the video.
Okay. Let's do this for FTFE and all the globies. This is my thumb. Okay? It's foreshortening my mouth. Please zoom in my mouth. Please zoom my mouth back in. There we go. This is what's happening. That boat, my mouth, would be in a swell. Okay? It's foreshortened by the closer wave because the boat has sunk into a swell. Not hard to understand.
Notice they always show this stuff when the water's rough.
Again, the bottom,
Everyone,
the bottom hasn't.
It is very
disappeared. In fact, there's a part
Look
of
when
the
the
bottom
observations
missing
are
there.
calm
No amount
days.
of
You
zooming
don't
is
get
bringing it back.
obstruction bottom up.
In your video that you showed, that's undisputable proof. From the furthest back zoom out, you could see the tops of the ships. Both of our videos from the fully zoomed out part, you could not see the ships whatsoever.
Because it was unresolvable by the camera, yes.
Taller, and you're using possibly a much closer distance than ours. So I don't see how you'd say ours isn't proof, but yours is.
Think about the argument this guy's making here. He's literally saying that the boat on top wasn't as far away as the one on the bottom, because they didn't need to zoom in as far to see the highest part of the boat on the top, and they had to zoom in much farther to see the boat on the bottom. Not only is he ignoring the fact that the boat on the top is clearly much, much larger compared to the one on the bottom, which obviously means it would be visible with far less zoom, but he's also destroying what every other flat earther tries to say, which is that the bottom-up obstruction that's so obvious as to be undeniable must be caused by something like perspective. That somehow perspective is hiding the bottom part of the boat.
Yeah,
So
foreshortening
it was
still part of
that dictated
perspective.
that such long
Rita?
distances is what causes that massive bottom-up obstruction. So how is it that he can argue that the boat on the bottom has to be much further away than the one on the top, when we see none of those perspective effects here? Of course, it's because it's nonsense. In order for what flat earthers say to be true, When you saw a boat like this obstructed
Who
from
would
the
like
bottom
me
up,
to
zooming in
actually
the
make a
camera
video
would make it look
demonstration
like
of
this.
doing
And that
swells
doesn't happen. It's
in a
never
bathtub
happened,
or
and it never
something
will happen.
and showing
All
I
flat
can get the
earthers do
same
is try to
effect
present type
in a
A
bathtub?
observations while
That'd
trying
be
to
cool.
convince you that what you see in the video is actually this. It is at best delusional and at worst dishonest. Now, sometimes they come up with even more absurd explanations. With this one coming from a flat earther who calls himself Bev. Try thinking. Let's see what happens when he tries thinking like a flat earther.
Did he just call Bev try thinking a flat earther? Don't tell Bev that. He'll swear at you.
All right, so I have been told just to let that play. What we see here is a tanker ship. As you can see, we cannot see the bottom of said tanker ship, but we see that the tanker ship is indeed there, just not the bottom of it. It appears to be blocked by, water, which obviously is below the ship because the ship is sailing on said water. All right, so the question is this. Can you explain to us what we are seeing in that clip?
I don't know, something weird. Looks like it could be a swell.
There we go.
Well done, Bill. I haven't got a clue. It can't be. Definitely not a hump of water.
Beta swell.
That's ridiculous, right?
Why did they laugh when he
So
did
there
that?
isn't a hump in the middle of water.
So just to be clear, your theory as to what may be occurring in that video clip is that it could be a swell?
Yes.
Could be, yeah. Could be.
And what's wrong with that?
We unfortunately encounter the
He
same
didn't
kind
even
of
argue
sloppy
against
science and
it. He didn't give it
misunderstandings
actual
when flat
argument.
earthers attempt to explain the setting of the sun over their supposed flat Earth. Most of us are
Man,
familiar with the
Mr.
globe
Wait,
Earth
wait.
explanation for sunsets.
Did I just catch it right? He did not even rebut what was just given with a swell. He just left
Nobody's
it
going to try and
moving
prove
on.
it wrong with orthographic view.
No, but he's moving now to sunsets.
Oh, really?
Yeah, globe Earth sunsets.
Oh, okay.
So he just hand waved his mist past it.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
That Earth's rotation causes the sun to be obscured by the horizon until it's no longer visible. If the Earth was flat, the sun would never actually set and would probably be visible to everybody all the time. Although that's a different can of worms entirely, so let's ignore that for now.
Nonsense.
What Flurf's claim is that the sun does not actually set past the horizon, but instead shrinks in angular size to the point where it's no longer resolvable due to perspective.
But where's the sun in that picture?
No, there's
I
a
mean,
two-part
you
to
even said
this. There's a two-part to this, okay? We have what we call atmosphere, as you guys like to call it. We got magnification, we got diffraction, and again, we got the inverse law square of light with, well, how would I put this? I'm trying to think opacity, as Sov likes to call it as well, as it's going away from us. There's a lot of variables. It's not just cut and paste, always working at. There's a lot of variables to this.
sun sets below the mountains in the last example that you used, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, the sun doesn't set on a flat Earth model; it just moves away from you, right?
Set on a flat Earth.
Well, it moves away from you and then looks like it's going down. Just like if you see a plane flying towards you, it looks like it's going up. Then as it flies away, it looks like it's going down. Or if you look down a long street, you'll see street lights look like they're going down. They're all the same height, though.
Well done with
It's
it.
just perspective. The same reason that a hallway converges, the sun does the same thing. And actually, we have many observations of the sun disappearing above the horizon. So the sunset happens above the horizon. So that actually perfectly matches plain Earth. The sun is just small, local, moving away from us. Looks like it's going down and then disappears into the distance. But on a globe, it should always be going behind the physical curved horizon. We see the sun disappear above the horizon.
We see the sun disappear above the horizon.
Yeah, yep.
Not in
Give
the
you a
sunsets
video.
I've seen.
Both of these are easily verifiable
Yes,
and
you
testable
can show
claims
it.
and are mutually
There's been
exclusive,
a lot
so
been
at least
shown
one of
this.
them must be wrong, meaning what we actually observe will not match the hypothesis.
Hypothesis,
so, what
not
happens
science.
when we actually look? Here's a few examples of the types of videos that flat earthers present as demonstrations of their claims. Now, anybody who knows anything about cameras will have immediately picked up on the flaw in these claimed observations. perfect examples of how sloppily flat earthers operate. And all of these examples, what
What?
we're seeing is not the sun
Sloppily
shrinking in
flat
angular
earthers
size. We're
operate.
actually seeing the cameras capturing massive amounts
I
of glare,
find that
blowing out the image, resulting in the
very
perceived size of this
ironic. Flat earthers are the ones that are sloppy, but what have we been pointing out this whole 2 hours and 20 minutes of his documentary so far? How sloppy the globers have been and ignoring every single variable that we've been throwing at them.
Dave Weiss actually has a really good video showing the actual sun getting small and like getting too small to resolve it, way above the horizon. And it's actually in a desert situation. So it's a lot drier, so you have less moisture. And it's like crazy. It's like you can actually see the sun getting smaller and smaller until it actually just disappears.
Yeah, it shows in the desert and over the ocean.
Yeah, the one over the
sun
desert seems to be
far
the
larger
best
than it
one, though.
actually is,
What I've
then
seen.
shrinking in perceived size
I
as
like
it
the
approaches
green
the
flashes
horizon
ones as
due
well.
to the reduction in light hitting the camera's sensor. The moment you control for this variable by using something like a solar filter to effectively eliminate all of that glare, you get an entirely different picture. Literally. Now, what flat earthers won't show you are
Look how it's
videos like
changing the
this,
angular
where
size
sun
of the
is
solar
clearly
filter. Did
and
you see that?
undeniably falling below the horizon,
Which
being
they said it
obstructed
doesn't.
bottom up, not changing in angular size at all. They can try to hand wave away the clear issues with their observations they provide an angular clearly and literally to effectively eliminate all of that glare. The moment you control for this variable by using something like a solar filter to effectively eliminate all of that glare, you get an entirely different picture. Literally. Now, what flat earthers won't show you are videos like this, where the sun is clearly and undeniably falling below the horizon, being obstructed bottom up, not changing in angular size at all. They can try to hand wave away the clear issues with their observations they provide by invoking perspective or refraction, but that's just another element of their pseudoscientific tendencies that we'll be getting to later.
Yeah, you can claim
Now, there's
refraction.
one last thing I
Your
want to talk about on
pseudoscience.
this topic before we move on.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
everything else, flat earthers have no shortage of ad hoc responses to explain away these pretty damning observations, always seemingly teetering on the edge of plausibility, but once you've gone through and examined a few of them, it starts to become quite clear how this is merely the first stage in
That's the
a
road.
cycle. Pseudoscientists
I took
making absurd,
screenshots.
untrue
It's
claims that
amazing.
get eaten up by science-illiterate people living in their own echo
I'm going to
chambers,
show
science communicators and educators
where, yes,
getting
it
a
did
hold of these
change
claims
angular
and
size
debunking
with
them
the
for the
solar
nonsense
filter,
that they
which
are.
they said would
Their
be impossible, by
science-literate
the way.
audiences being both baffled and entertained by the stupidity of it all, but ultimately
Stupidity
just
of it all.
moving on with their lives unaffected, at least for now. At which point the pseudoscientist responds to the criticisms, entirely misunderstanding and misrepresenting the evidence and the arguments, before starting the cycle all over again by responding with more absurdity
Oh,
that their
boy.
audiences will once again devour
What
unwillingly.
is up with these
This,
guys?
of course, isn't a
Always
phenomenon limited to flat
just
Earth.
insult.
We see this pattern across all pseudoscience, the anti-vaxxers,
They just won't help
creationism,
themselves.
alternative medicine, astrology, and even
He's,
crazy
well,
beliefs.
we're clowns
It's
doing.
an
That's what he
endless
keeps
loop that no
saying.
amount of
And
argument
every
or
sentence
evidence will
about
ever have
flat
a
earthers.
chance
These
of breaking.
clowns.
And the
These
unfortunate
clowns.
casualties
These
are
clowns.
those who are
I remember when
outside
he
of this
came and
feedback
talked on
loop,
our show,
consuming the raw, dishonest,
Yep.
and
he told
sometimes
us that
dangerous
there was no
pseudoscientific content, unfiltered and
bias.
unchallenged. The
bias,
cynical
and
is that
no
both
ad
sides of this
homs.
debate
as
are
an
communicating
outsider,
to two different audiences, and those that are
as
at
an
the largest
outer
risk are
observer,
those that aren't equipped to see through the pseudoscientific
you know what I mean?
sneakiness or sloppiness.
Mm.
One of the most common responses to the bottom-up obstruction arguments that we just went over, related to boats over the horizon and sunsets, etc., is this demonstration.
I'm just going to show you this. Of course, we've all seen this. If the boat went over a curve, there'd be no way to bring it back. But as you see when you zoom in, the boat's there. Now, if it's over a curve, you can't see it. Nothing would enable you to see that boat. But I don't care how powerful your zoom. But when you zoom in, the horizon's empty, and you zoom in, and the boat's there. They're not disappearing over a curve. They're just getting out of our ability to see it.
All right, at this point in his presentation, the video he plays starts playing super loud, annoying music that makes his voice really hard to hear. So rather than subject you to all that, I'll just read to you what he says. Here's the video I showed you about perspective. There's the guy walking away. Notice that his feet are disappearing, and it goes up to his knees, and then up to his waist. He's walking on a flat football field, y'all, but he's disappearing from the bottom up. You know, Neil deGrasse Tyson,
Okay.
all these people say,
I'm gonna quickly
you want to know how
pause.
it's curved?
I'm gonna share. Can you guys see on my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the first one. See, it fills up that block fully. Second one, it's taken up a little less. And the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So with the solar filter, angular size change.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Curved? Go watch a boat go over the horizon. I mean, they still say this, and I can't believe that they don't know this, right? I think they intentionally deceive us. So you see them coming back. That's just how our vision, how our
Intentionally
eyes
deceive
work.
us.
It's not a curved surface.
And of course, here's, so you're telling me you can drag that ship back over the curve with that little telescope there.
Once again, we see these folks accusing their opponents of exactly the things that they almost exclusively do. He says that he can't believe that we don't know this, that we're intentionally trying to deceive people. But what did he also claim? For starters, he shows a video zooming in on a little boat not over the horizon and claims that it was brought back over the horizon. That is a straight-up lie. And now you know exactly what the lie is and how obvious
It's not
it
a
is to
straight-out
spot.
lie.
Then he
You
describes
couldn't
football
see the
field as
boat
being a flat surface.
because
There's
it
no
was
curve there.
unresolvable.
And what's
We
responsible
brought
for
it
bottom-up
over
obstruction
the
was the
horizon
perspective.
with resolvable.
Now then, you have to ask yourself, why is this demonstration basically the only one that flat earthers ever present that shows people's feet being obstructed bottom up, walking such a short distance?
That's
Why was
false.
this
That's just a
demonstration
lie. There's
done
many
on a football
videos. This
field?
is like
And if you
one
were
of the
actually
main ones
capable of
shown.
zooming
It doesn't
back
make it
into
the
view
only one.
because it was perspective, then why don't we see that demonstrated here? If this was a basic principle of perspective, surely the bottom-up obstruction and zooming back in to reveal what was hidden would be trivial to reproduce, like literally anywhere else, right?
I've done
And
many
surely, if you
demonstrations
weren't
on
being
my channel.
dishonest and hadn't been called out for
Other
it,
people have
there'd
been
be no
done
reason
many
for you to
demonstrations.
take the video down,
What?
would there? And then surely if the
Almost thought the video's not available anymore. I'm like, what? But yeah, it's very simple. It's not the only video. Just because that's the one he chose to use in his debate doesn't make it the only one. Man, oh man. Guys, we're like still an hour and a half from halfway. Woo! It's like hectic.
Original had been taken down, flat earthers still wouldn't be using it as evidence, would they? Well, all it takes is about 3 seconds of research to find out that our pastor friend over here is a dirty, dirty, lying little liar. And that football fields like this are not at all flat. They're intentionally curved by design. It's almost like flat
They have
earthers are
slopes
perpetually
on them
celebrating opposite
for
day.
water
The curvature
drainage.
on these fields allows for water to drain away from the playing surface, which
Mhm.
keeps the grass healthier, avoids the formation of puddles, and generally keeps maintenance costs and time down to a minimum. The last thing you want on your football field are a bunch of little muddy holes all over the place. Football fields are about 160 feet wide, and there's generally a recommended slope of 1/4 inch per foot from the center, resulting in the center of the field being about 20 inches higher than on the sidelines, which also results in
How
the
high is 20 inches, guys?
20 inches. Yeah, just over 1.5 feet.
So not that great of a deal difference, would they?
No.
Yeah, Carl Apple, we're going to be doing an 8-hour stream. We're going to be going through this whole thing. So I think we better stop stopping it the whole time.
overall slope from end zone to end zone. Now, for reference to scale, when you visualize what a 20-inch grade on a football field would roughly look like if a camera was on the ground in one of the end zones and the average adult male was standing across the field in the other end zone, you'd get something like this. It's safe to say that this demonstration wasn't exactly the slam dunk that they hoped it'd be. And of course, what we just saw was that guy accusing other people of being deceptive and intentionally lying while showing blatantly dishonest demonstrations and then openly lying about them. The hypocrisy.
Has he
is
ever
palpable.
thought maybe Dean
Flat
Odell didn't
earthers
know
are
that
always talking about how
they
only
have
believe what they see with their own eyes,
little
and yet they'll look
drainage
at
on them?
this and have
Because
to
he didn't
believe that
know,
it's
he had
gotta
to
be
do the
something
research to
tricky
find
or
out that there's
manipulative
drainage,
because
correct?
it disagrees with their predetermined conclusion. And at the same time, have to deny the basic fact that football fields are specifically designed to be curved, not flat.
I hope he brings
attempting
up the
to
ice
rationalize how
rings.
something we know is curved, something that behaves and
Because the
looks like
ice
a
rink
curved
shows it to
surface,
be
is
water
actually flat,
stays
despite
perfectly flat.
everything we know from basic research and
Wait
what we
till
see with our
I
own
do my
eyes.
demonstrations.
This one demonstration
Oh,
is
that's
almost
going to be
like
awesome.
a perfect metaphor.
Guys,
for
yeah,
the
do stay
goddamn
tuned.
thing.
Jeff is going to have
Flat
awesome
earthers'
demonstrations.
last bastion of cope on this and other subjects like it involves blurring the
I hope
truth
he brings
behind
some of
yet
my
one more layer
demonstrations
of
up because
obfuscation.
I've seen people
And
have
by
been
that, I mean
avoiding
the side
showing
of
the
dinner table.
demonstrations where I did
Like
what
I
was
said,
like. You
things
guys noticed
vanish on
that?
a horizon from the bottom up.
They always want to
Just
go
like
to
you
these
see here,
specific
just
ones
like
on
with the setting
tables.
sun, just like the picture Rhetoric showed us, where he showed you you lost a little bit of the bottom of the building. That's because you're on a flat plane, and as things go far away from you, you lose more of the bottom of that thing. Like I said, if we was at a big plane and I walked away from you, I would start to vanish on a horizon from the bottom up too.
I don't know if I should be shocked or just surprised or whatever that you don't see the obvious flaw in that video. The camera is below the surface of the table. If I was to replicate this observation in real life with a lake, my camera would have to be below the water.
Let me go ahead and make a point to you, because I'm baffled that a person like you, you should know this, don't know this. Let me explain mathematics to you, sir, please. Just 1 minute if I can.
Sure thing.
The reason the camera is below the table is to compensate for the length of the table as opposed to the length of the actual beach horizon. So in order for us to see the quarter, the star vanish, in order for us to see the quarter vanish on the table, how we see the sun vanish on the horizon at the beach,
You have to change the scale
put the
a
camera
lot.
lower to compensate for the length of the ocean. This is simple mathematics, and I'm gonna tell you why right now. If the camera was the
That is
same
also actually
length
a
as
very
the
good
table,
point that
how we
Spuddy's
stand at the
making.
horizon, the quarter
He says
still
that
would
looks like a
vanish
school
at the
field
bottom,
football
just like
pitch,
he
not a
did
pro
when the
one.
camera
Schools
was
are not
low,
curving
but he
pitches.
would need a
Also true.
long-ass table
They
for
don't
us
really
to
curve
observe that.
pitches on a
So to
school.
make up for the fact that his table is not that long,
They don't
like
need
his
drainage on a
table is
school
not
pitch.
the fucking size of the beach Rhetoric.
So yeah, he puts a camera next to a table, puts a coin on the table, and moves it away from the camera, showing the
someone's
coin
trying to
being
come in.
instructed
Let's see.
bottom up. When the
Si,
obvious
senor
major flaw of
Roger.
that demonstration is
You
pointed
guys
out
are
to
still
him,
here,
the
huh?
camera is below
No.
the
Yeah,
top
we
of
here
the
for 8
table,
hours.
which isn't a fair comparison of what we see
I
when
would
we're
hang
filming
it
the
up.
horizon from some altitude
These
above
arguments are
sea level.
old as
He
hell.
condescendingly
We're going to be
acts
here
like
until
he
my
teaches
show
something
tomorrow
about math,
afternoon, Roger.
says nothing at all about math, and then just demonstrates for
I'm
like the
starting
seventh
to
time in this
question
video
my
that flat
sanity
earthers
as
don't
we
understand
sit here.
scale. Every time a flat earther does one of these demonstrations,
I
it has
did try and go
one or more
live
flaws
earlier,
that make
Roger,
not
but
a
it wouldn't
fair
let me.
or
There was
accurate
too much traffic
representation of what we
apparently.
see with the Earth's
It wouldn't let
horizon.
me go live.
Dave McKeegan has a fantastic video on the subject. I'm not going to go ahead and repeat everything he says there, but in a nutshell, their cameras are always below the surface of the table, which,
No,
just
they're
like
not.
Earth's horizon,
That's
causes the
rubbish.
objects to eventually be obstructed
God help
due to geometry, not perspective.
You
Why don't they
foreshortening
show
works
the
no
ones
matter
where I
how
show my
high.
camera being
rigorous in
above the
demonstrating
table?
that their camera
I
is
know.
actually level with the table. They
Didn't
end up
Alan
inflicting
do a
debunking
full
themselves.
demonstration of bottom?
Now, Game
He did.
Changers used a
Upper
very
structure
similar
as well.
setup.
on the
They
floor.
also had a spirit level
Mhm.
sticking off the edge of the table. Except
I can't. I
you
won't
can
be able to
clearly
stay much
see
longer.
the
But I just
underside of
wanted
the
to
spirit level,
add
and
my
the
2 cents
underside
in
of the
right
spirit
quick.
level
I
is
would give
rising
up.
in the frame as you get closer to the
It's
camera.
not worth it, dude. It
Meaning
really
the
isn't.
camera
He's not
is
going to come in and
below
argue
the
do
underside
any
of
of
the
these
spirit
points.
level.
No, he's
and
not.
below
But I mean,
the
I'm
top
doing,
of the
like I
table.
said, the only reason I'm doing this
I
whole
can
full
only
8-hour
reproduce
thing
the flat earthers
is
results
because of the
disappearing
documentary I'm
bottom
working
first
on.
when I lower
Okay,
the camera
so you
down.
got to
Fine.
show them that you're not a
Which
hypocrite.
obviously
You
is
are actually going to
impossible on a
review all
flat
this
Earth
crap.
unless you're standing
Yeah.
in a ditch.
The moment they'd raise the
I'm
camera
doing
up
this,
even
I'm watching
slightly
this whole
above the top of the
8-hour
table, their
thing.
demonstration would no longer work,
Documentary, he
and
calls
they'd
it.
easily be able to see the
Uh-huh.
bottom of the object as it
Um,
moves away from them.
But
While
it's,
the
yeah,
most
it's
of
part
course, they
of what
botch the
I'm doing for
demonstration
my
in the other major
documentary.
way they usually do,
Well, like a
which is by
mockumentary.
not understanding how
No,
Yeah,
this
there
is
you go.
more than
lenses work.
documentary. It's not a
And then claiming it's a
documentary at all.
demonstration that they can
Mockumentary.
This
zoom
is
things back
all
into
we've
view.
seen.
As we covered
And I mean, I said I'm
earlier,
going to go into this
zooming in
without bias
creates
or
a
anything.
shallower depth of field because
But
it
Yeah, I
there's
still
degrades
haven't
nothing to
seen.
be biased
I
about.
still haven't
The guy
seen
is
their.
So not only
misrepresenting.
when they zoom in is the
He's
moving
not
focus
understanding the
distance being
arguments,
pushed
and he's
back
being
towards the
dishonest. All
object,
he's been doing
but
is
the iris
ridiculing
is
flat
being
earthers when he
magnified
says
so that
that's
it
not
can
what he
appear
did.
more over the
So the
top
guy
of
lied to
the
us when he came
counter.
on our stream.
In the footage at the
I
moment,
was
the
I was
camera
looking
is set
for
to
like their measurement
f22,
of
which is the
curvature and the
smallest iris
demonstration of
opening
it.
this lens will
That's
allow.
what I thought they were
And the
going to go
bottom of the
to at the
object
very
is clearly
beginning when he
obscured
first talked
by
about
the counter
curvature
temperature and Walter Bisland
However,
and all that.
Without zooming
Nobody
in,
ever
if I just open
breaks
the
that
iris
down.
up from f22
Nope, you never know.
to f2.8,
Well, I'm gonna leave you. I gotta go back to work.
The iris is now much bigger.
Have fun.
And part of it can see over the top of the counter, and the bottom of the object.
Thank you, Godzilla, for your $10 super chat. He says, can a human also be a vegetable? Professor Dave says yes, and proves he's a potato tonight at the court rings live at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So at this point, if you aren't convinced that flat earthers
Thank you
are
very much for the
entirely
super chat,
incapable of doing
Godzilla.
proper
Yeah, he's going to
experimentation and
get
demonstration,
demolished
as well as being
by
entirely
Witzel.
incapable of
Really
analyzing evidence
appreciate the super
collected from
chat.
such activities,
You rock, man.
let alone understanding any of the underlying mechanisms related
Yeah,
to literally any of the
Michael
things they
would
claim
be
to
in
be able
bed
to
already.
talk
It's
down
11
to
o'clock.
actual experts
Well,
about.
by here, you guys,
Many
it's
more
10 p.m.
examples isn't going to do it. So let's carry on.
Yeah, it's just about to turn 10, yeah.
Yeah.
As
By the
science
way,
grows
PJ
and our
never
understanding
sleeps.
of the
So
world around us evolves, it's necessary
I'll
for our
probably be
language to
drooling
evolve
here,
with
and
it.
he's still
The
sitting
technical
here.
language employed in science changes to meet the needs of those working within it.
Tony, I
And
can't
as
help.
such,
I'm
it tends to be
trying. I don't
convenient
know how
for
to
common
do
words
it.
or phrases to
I
be
haven't got a clue.
co-opted from their
I've been
everyday
trying.
colloquial usage, taken and adapted
What you
to
need to
very,
do?
very specific and distinct meanings
Vicky's
within each
created a room
specific
in Element
context. And
for
this
some
serves those
flat Earth
working
meetup
quote-unquote
thing,
on
and
the
I
inside
can't get
very
the
well.
link
The
or
terminology
anything to
used
work.
within
I
each
had to make a
discipline,
link,
its
and
nomenclature,
then
often
it
referred
just
to as
doesn't work.
jargon,
It's just a
is
pain in
very
the
well
ass.
understood by those
Only
working
Paul
within
knows
each
how to do
respective
it in
discipline
Element.
because they are quite
Only
literally the
Paul
people
knows,
that are making
and
it.
he's been away
Because
for a
of
while.
the idiosyncratic nature of this kind of
I
language,
think
its
best is
usage
just do
within the
go
appropriate
Discord,
circles can
do it in
convey quite a
Discord.
lot of nuance, help demonstrate domain-specific expertise or knowledge, and overall allows for more effective and efficient communication. Now, the downside, of course, is that for those of us on the outside looking in, whether viewing the work of science directly while watching lectures or reading papers, or when communicating directly with scientists working in the field or listening to science communicators, it can be challenging to know what's jargon and what isn't. To recognize when a phrase or idea is being used in the more familiar, casual sense, or if it's actually a reference to some domain-specific nomenclature. It can sometimes feel like doublespeak to those not well-versed in science or even any other jargon-heavy field, like engineering, law, or medicine, but that, of course, isn't the goal. Now, one of the hallmarks of pseudoscience is the use of, or perhaps the misuse, of this kind of language. Whether it's due to ineptitude, ignorance, or malice, pseudoscientists tend to mix and match a combination of related and unrelated jargon.
Not much, Derek. I don't say
often
much.
just straight up technobabble, leading to a massive amount of confusion, obfuscation, and ambiguity. It's a common tactic for pseudoscientists to make use of word
And
salad,
no, you can't
mixture of
really.
words or phrases that
This isn't really
individually have actual
well,
real
it's
meaning, but
slandering the whole
together in
flat Earth, I
order
would
and
say.
combination they're presented are
And you
simply
can't really sue him
unintelligible
for
and
this. This
confusing.
is more just
They're effectively saying a
opinionated
lot without
slander,
saying
not
anything, and are usually
character
doing so with the
assassination
express
slander.
intention of either intimidating the person they're
Although he's
talking to,
trying really hard to
confusing
make
them,
flat Earth
or
look dumb.
appearing to be more intelligent or
He's
knowledgeable
doing a
than
very
they
good
really
job
are, rather than
for all of us
genuinely
actually
attempting
watching
to
this.
effectively communicate
Unfortunately, the
information.
problem is you get a lot of
especially
glow
flat
believers that
earthers,
are gullible
aren't
and
very
watch
often
this and think,
interested in
"Oh, this
actually
guy's
communicating
brilliant."
information
But
at
they,
all. The more
just like
intuitive
him, they don't
communicating,
understand
something
what's
else
behind the
entirely,
actual
sowing doubt and distrust in the accepted science and the underlying establishment. And one of the primary ways in which they do this is through the dishonest manipulation of language. Rather than discuss the underlying principles
Riley
of
Studios, I agree.
mechanisms
This
and
is
argue
just
about how we might go about testing one hypothesis
I
versus
don't see
another, they
actual
refuse to
any
even meet us
substance
that
in
far
what he's
by
bringing up
refusing to
other than
acknowledge
just
our
trying to
careful,
ridicule and
specific
show he doesn't
contextual
understand.
usage of language, refusing to operate inside the framework in which the science actually exists. Rather than engage in actual discussion about what's going on in the real world to better understand it, flat earthers instead want to redefine the words that we use and then tell us we're wrong to use them that way. But the sad and obvious truth is that they have absolutely zero grasp on any of the concepts or terminology that they're claiming to debunk. For example, they reject that gravity, either in the Newtonian or
He says this
Einsteinian
is very
sense,
stupid.
actually exists.
Really? Is that his
Their
argument?
inherited explanation for what causes things to fall down is generally, quote-unquote, density and buoyancy. But in order for this to make even a minuscule amount of sense, they need to redefine half of the terms and fail to understand exactly what the explanation provided by gravity actually accomplishes. What we're examining is why things fall to the ground. An oversimplified explanation for gravity is that the curvature of space-time results in an emergent attractive force between all masses that's proportional to their mass and inversely proportional to
What
the
did we
square
say
of
what
distance.
pseudoscience is?
That explanation provides answers to the why,
That.
the how, the
Something not
direction, and the
demonstratable.
magnitude. We can explain everything we see and make predictions about
What did
will
I
happen
say
under
about
various
maths can lie?
conditions. And for all intents and purposes,
Yep.
it all works perfectly. And I'll try and keep this
No, it
simple
doesn't.
for any flat earthers watching.
Keep it
Why
simple
does
for all
a
the flat
bowling
earthers
ball
watching,
fall to the
really.
ground? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Ball drawn towards big mass.
So
Ball
condescending.
go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Why does a
Prove
bowling
it.
ball and a feather fall at different speeds? Earth,
Friction.
very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass.
No,
Feather,
no,
very little mass.
no,
Ball and feather.
no. Air resistance, not air resistance. Shapes make a difference. Yes, mass makes a difference happens too, because it has different densities and weights. But the issue comes in when you're claiming because it's gravity pulling it down. Okay, that's the issue. You're claiming gravity's pulling it down.
Yeah, exactly.
No, there's nothing pulling it down. These things have unbalanced forces because the air around it cannot support it. The feather falls at a different rate because of air resistance. Notice when you stick it in a vacuum, you take that medium away, it falls at the same rate. So what was the independent variable? Medium change, not gravity. How many times do we have to explain this to the people?
And you know how they always say that gravity is a constant acceleration? If that's true, then how is there even terminal velocity? That would be impossible. It would never happen.
Big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. Air between ball and feather get in way. Air push much more on feather than push on ball. Feather slow down. Why does a feather and a bowling ball fall at the same speed in a vacuum? Earth, very big mass. Bowling ball, little mass. Feather, very little mass. Ball and feather drawn towards big mass. Ball and feather go down at 9.8 meters per second squared. No air between ball and feather to get in way.
Air manipulated
All
medium.
same speed.
So the manipulated variable was the medium.
Hung up on this. They think that because the bowling ball has more mass, it should have quote-unquote more gravity, so it should fall faster. But that's not exactly right. The acceleration due to gravity is constant. That's the 9.8 meters per second squared for everything on Earth. What changes in the equation is the resulting force, not the acceleration. There's much more force involved to
balanced
accelerate
forces,
the bowling ball
relative
as
density
is required to
disequilibrium.
accelerate the smaller mass of the feather. Two different objects with different masses still have the same acceleration applied to them. What's different is the total resulting force.
Well, in my left hand, I have a feather. In my right hand, a hammer.
And why would it have different results in force, guys? Why would it have different results in force? Because of its density ratio to the medium. Welcome to Flat Earth, man. Notice that they're still calling A, acceleration, due to gravity. They haven't shown gravity to be the cause. They're just claiming it to be the cause. In other words, you're showing us pseudoscience, mate.
Here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? This proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Why does a helium-filled balloon go up? Earth, very big mass. Balloon, very, very small mass. Air, slightly more mass. Air and balloon both drawn towards big mass. Air drawn towards big mass make big pressure. Big pressure push up on balloon. Air go down.
Why is he being so condescending?
Why does a helium-filled balloon go
Because
down
that's all he
in a
can be.
vacuum? Earth,
But
very big mass.
I'm sure he did
Balloon,
say when
very,
he came
very
on the
small mass.
stream,
Balloon
he
drawn
was
down
taking
towards
this as
big
an
mass.
outside
No air in
observer.
box. So no big
You
pressure
know,
push up on
because he
balloon.
couldn't understand why the
Balloon go
globe and
down.
the flat earthers are.
Why doesn't a
are
house
That's not an
saying
outside
that.
base of a
observer.
big
So you're already
mountain
having a
not
bias
get sucked
towards it.
towards the mountain?
Yeah.
Mountain,
Exactly.
very big
So he
mass.
lied to us.
House, small mass.
Mhm.
Earth, very, very big mass. Earth make big pull on house. Mountain make small pull on house. Earth win. Now, flat earthers can disagree with any and all of those explanations. That's fine. But what they can't argue is that in all of those cases, gravity serves as an explanation
Nope.
for the direction
Nope.
and the magnitude of the acceleration that we see in every one of those cases.
Gravity has not
It
been
serves as
shown
the
to be the
baseline
cause. You just
definition for
claim
up
it.
and down.
Roger
Down
Little,
isn't
thank you very much for
simply
your
some
$2
arbitrary
Twitch. It says,
direction. It's literally
tails from the
defined
upward
by
rising
vector of
shed.
gravity, the direction towards the center of mass
That
of
was
the Earth.
great.
That is
Shout
when
out to
things
Mr.
fall
Chesney for
down
that. Thank you
rather
for your
than
super
up
chat,
or
Roger.
left or right
You
or any
rock,
other
man.
direction. Now, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume.
Mhm.
How much stuff is in a given area.
Yeah.
It isn't a force or a vector. It's a scalar. a quantity that only has a magnitude, unlike a vector.
And this is what I've got to say again. Density or specific gravity on the globe rhetoric means it does no force. Now, when we talk about relative density disequilibrium, we are not talking about specific gravity or relative density as specific gravity. We're talking about relative density disequilibrium. Your specific gravity is reliant on gravitational pull. Okay? When we are talking about relative density disequilibrium, there is no gravitational pull. It's simply displacement. It's simply the object and the medium can't take up the same space. And if the space can't support it, it has to accelerate due to an unbalanced force. That's it. Oh,
conceptually, the introduction of the idea that the Earth is flat is it all.
Somehow went.
As science grows and our understanding of the world around us evolves, it's necessary for our language to evolve with.
Okay, this is where we were.
An explanation for the direction and the magnitude of the acceleration that we see in every one of those cases. It serves as the baseline definition for up and down. Down isn't simply some arbitrary
You
direction.
don't have down on a globe.
It's literally defined by the vector of gravity, the direction towards the center of mass.
You
of the
don't
Earth.
have down on a
That is
globe.
why things fall down rather than up, or left or right, or any other direction. Now, density is just a measurement of mass per unit volume. How much stuff is in a given area? It isn't a force or a vector. It's a scalar, a quantity that only has a magnitude, unlike a vector, which has a magnitude and a direction. Gravity, on the other hand, is a vector. We have a magnitude and a direction. Now, weight is our mass times the acceleration due to gravity. Weight is meaningless without gravity. It's where the notion of weightlessness comes from when we talk about floating out in space. Now, buoyancy is a force that results from gravity. It's a function of the
what
resultant
I'm
force
saying?
of gravity on objects of varying densities.
And then we got to say again,
Now, with all the definitions I just went over,
Archimedes'
these are all kinds of
principle,
very simple questions, as
which
I just
buoyancy is
demonstrated.
derived
But the most
from,
important
came
relevant one here
1,900
is
years
why things
before
fall in the direction they
Newton was
do
even
and with the
derived
magnitude
gravity,
they do.
okay?
So
They
now
had
let's return
ships
to the notion that
working
flat earthers believe they can explain
without
everything I just
the
explained
notion
by
of
invoking
gravity,
density
because
and
you
buoyancy
understand it was
alone.
just
Of course,
displacement.
there's a few problems
Gravity
straight
was
away.
only
As I
introduced
mentioned,
after
density is just a
Newtonian
measurement of mass per unit
physics
volume.
was
It's a
introduced.
scalar, not a vector, and it's not a force. Nothing about density has anything to do with a force moving something by some amount in some direction.
Yeah,
So that's
specific
simply
gravity.
nonsense. Now, buoyancy, as we just went over, is literally defined as a gravitational
When
force.
we talk about
It has G in the
relative
equation.
density, we don't talk about
So it
relative
seems awfully
density
odd
as
to try
in
and replace gravity as
specific
an
gravity.
explanation by invoking something that gravity is directly responsible for.
Gravity is not
What it seems like they
responsible
want
for
to
it.
do is hijack the term, benefit from our understanding of it, and just ignore that gravity bit because it's inconvenient for them. Buoyancy
No.
without gravity is like dinner
Gravity
without food. You
only
can point to a
came
bunch of
into
silverware
postulation
and dishes on the
1,100
dinner
years
table
late.
and say that you prepared a meal, but that doesn't actually serve
Yeah,
as a
that's true.
functional
Tony would
replacement.
come.
You gotta
Element
cook
like
something up
gravity.
as an
No one knows
alternative.
how it works
Otherwise, you
except
haven't
Dow here,
provided
Paul.
anything of
That's
substance.
right.
By
And he's
removing gravity from the
MIA.
equation, you've removed the singular element that explains the direction and the magnitude.
Yo,
And the
Dislord.
painfully obvious
Yeah, no,
thing
this
is
is
how,
like-
when flat earthers are challenged to explain the direction, it's clear they're operating under the assumption that gravity exists
Nope.
without acknowledging it or even
Nope.
realizing it.
And Veritas, you can
Demonstrating
come
they
talk
never
to me
really
about relative
understood it
density
to begin
disequilibrium. I'll
with.
be more than
When
happy
asked
to
why,
explain it to
using
you.
their half-cocked explanation, a
By the
helium
way, he
balloon
said he's actually
goes
seen
up.
my
They say
my
because it's
explanations on
less
it.
dense than the air.
Do you think he's
The
actually
air
going
goes
to
down,
show anything
so of course
about
the
it on
balloon
this
goes
thing?
up.
No.
That's only an intuitive
Probably
answer
not.
to them because they live in a
Probably
world where
not.
gravity
It makes too
pulls
much sense.
down. That direction is very specific to gravity, and without it, it's entirely
Wow.
arbitrary. With their
That's
notion
what
of
you
some
need to
kind of
drink.
disequilibrium of density, there's no reason why denser things wouldn't go up or left or right.
I know, just to
They
let you guys know,
unironically
this
say
will
that
not
denser
do
things
anything
go
for me.
down,
I can take a
without
lot of
realizing
alcohol.
they're piggybacking on the fact that down is defined
I
by
don't drink to
gravity.
get drunk, by the way.
They really are
I know when to
oblivious
stop.
to the irony. When you ask them why in a vacuum chamber, when there's
And
no
there's none
density
left.
gradient or pressure force
Yeah,
involved,
just
the
I'm
helium-fed
saying that
balloon
just in
falls
case
downward
because I'm
towards the
probably going to
Earth.
have
The flat
some.
earthers just straight
Oh,
up
this
short
Christian
circuit
is
are forced to
drinking on
change the subject or
screen.
deflect in some way.
Wow,
Because
well,
it's
how
such
many
an
times have you
embarrassingly simple
debated with
demonstration
people
that
drinking?
density and buoyancy are completely
Jesus
irrelevant
turned
to
water
the
into
downward
wine.
acceleration
Come
of
on.
objects on Earth.
You did?
Just like density towers in
You let you
zoomed
dunk yourself. I mean, he
substances
went to a
with
few
different
parties. He
densities
just said
arrange
be of
themselves
silver
from
man.
most dense
Didn't
to
say
least
don't get
dense
married.
bottom up because they're experiencing the buoyant forces caused by the
Right,
downward
And this
said
acceleration
something
strawman
of
about
thing
gravity.
being
again.
married.
When you take one of these into a
The strawman
parabolic
on
flight
thing
that
again that they're
simulates
always doing.
freefall, a temporary zero
Why
G
doesn't
like experience,
separate in
there's no
freefall?
longer
How
a
many
force
times must I
acting on them
explain?
that puts them
When
into
it's
that
in
nice
freefall,
ordered
it
density-based
now has
arrangement,
balanced
and they simply all
forces.
mix together randomly. Until, of course, the plane levels
Because
out again,
everything
and
is
they begin
going at the
experiencing
same
the
rate,
9.8
the
meters per
same
second
vector,
squared
same
acceleration,
magnitude,
at which point
same
they begin
amount
to
of
arrange
force.
themselves
So
from density once again.
net force of
If it was simply
0.
density and or buoyancy alone responsible for that downward acceleration, there's no reason why we would see anything like this. Pay attention to the way that they respond to simple questions. Questions that the accepted model of gravity can answer easily
This is painful
and
for me, guys.
unambiguously.
This is
It
painful.
should become clear rather quickly that they're just
Accepted
throwing
model
around
of
terminology
gravity.
that they don't fully
Not
grasp.
proven model
It's
of
all just
gravity.
hand-waving
Accepted.
explanations, devoid of any actual information
And I
whatsoever.
don't think it's very
They have
acceptable.
confident answers, but they don't communicate anything.
Apparently,
They convey
Godzilla.
nothing of value that
Yeah.
could be used to make
Atheists
any
say
real,
Christians aren't
specific,
allowed to drink.
measurable, testable predictions. They're talking like salesmen selling products that they don't really understand.
Because the same people that say
Science.
this have never read the Bible
Right. The
themselves.
question is, in a
Well-
vacuum chamber, when you let go of something, it
Silly.
goes towards the ground. It accelerates towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared, right? Why does it do that? Why does it go down instead of another direction?
Because it's got weight to it.
Weight
And it's
is
trying
mass.
to
Yeah, if you say weight is mass times gravity.
No, just forget about gravity. You can
No, just you
One thing you
can't
have
say
to
weight
take
and
in.
forget about gravity.
Just because they
weight is
claim
gravity.
weight is because of
It's
gravity
heavier than
doesn't
the
make
air
it so.
around it.
There is no air.
Just because
Well,
they
it's-
define
it's
it as
heavier.
weight because gravity doesn't
it's
make
the
it so.
heavy
But why down instead of another direction?
because it's trying to find the lowest level.
What force?
Why does there have to be another
caused the
direction? That's so
acceleration to
stupid.
Godzilla says.
It's exactly the same as you saying what causes something to fall anyway.
The
Oh,
important
Godzilla,
thing here
welcome
is
to
in
the
a
club,
vacuum
man.
chamber, there is no density gradient, right? At all points around the object, density
Apparently,
is the
we
same.
all
So when it
we're
starts
all
moving,
bad Christians
how
who
does it
believe
know
in
to
flat
go
Earth.
down and not
Well, even
another
Jesus
direction?
drank wine.
It's got weight to it that is
Funny.
Weight is mass times
Yeah,
gravity.
though.
So are you saying gravity is the answer?
No, I'm saying you can work
They said
everything
in,
out that you're claiming you need gravity to
Turned
work
water
out.
into mine. Why did you do
using
that if he was
density,
against it?
buoyancy, and
No,
mass.
but buoyancy is also containing gravity. The
Weight
equation
is
for buoyancy
containing
is rho
gravity.
v
What?
g. G stands for the acceleration.
Did he
due
just
to
say
gravity.
that? Buoyancy is
So if you
containing
say
gravity.
buoyancy, you are again admitting to gravity. If you say weight, you are
Buoyancy
admitting to
containing
gravity. Why
gravity.
does it go
Admitting
down
to it.
and not
That's
another
very-
direction?
Okay, it's getting my
Because look, I don't know.
Hold on. But we can observe it doesn't happen, which
How?
is science.
Yes, guys, it's
How?
winter
How?
here, by the way.
Where?
Stand and look at a mountain and see if anything's getting pulled towards it.
Like I said, you can actually empirically measure that with a
Gosh,
pendulum.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
I don't care. Yeah, again, I
Okay.
don't believe you is not a refutation.
It is nonsense because
So
if
you've
mass
said
attracted
with
mass,
zero evidence.
and Mount Everest is the biggest mass of mountain in the world.
Mhm.
No,
Nothing.
Mount McKinley is
Why
actually.
aren't the houses that are in Nepal getting pulled to the base of Mount
Yeah,
Everest?
where's the gas being pulled to the mountain? McToon?
Why is that?
This is the stupidest question I've ever been asked, Al.
Remember,
The
I
fourth
asked this as
mandatory
well.
conditional for the globe theory
If
to
Mount
work,
Everest is such
gravity.
a mass attracting mass,
so that
why
people
is
could
there
stand on the
not a
bottom of
different
this
type
pair.
of pressure
You see, and
gradient
I'm
on
not
Mount
trying
Everest?
to put
Because
words
it
in
has
your mouth
mass.
or do you know
It's
what I
still
mean?
part of
This is
Earth's
what the
mass.
globe theory
So
is
it should be
telling me.
attracting the gas to Mount
Since
Everest.
I've been a kid
So
in
you should have a
school, this is
different
what the globe
amount
theory's been telling
of
me.
pressure gradient on Mount Everest than
People are
next.
standing on the bottom of this pair
You don't see
dancing,
this.
right?
No.
Gravity, right? Now, as I understand gravity, it is the greater the mass, the greater the force of attraction, right? This is what I've heard. You guys, I don't know if you guys still agree with it or not, but greater the
You're
mass,
missing
greater
the
the
distance
force of attraction.
proportional.
The
Mass
reason we
proportional
know
to the
that
distance.
isn't
Sorry,
true
Matthew.
is because if
What's
there was
funny is
something
how
that weighed 100 pounds and something that weighed
McToon
1
said
pound,
something about the
if
pendulum.
gravity were true, the
If
heavier
someone lived
object
next to a
having more
mountain, wouldn't the
mass would
pendulum
indeed
swing
fall
further over
faster.
towards the mountain
I
and
think
be out of
that
time
was
all the time?
buoyancy and density, but y'all
think buoyancy
So having
and
a
density is an
pendulum
effect
clock would
of
be
gravity.
useless next
It's
to a mountain.
beyond me.
I think
But
buoyancy is an effect of gravity. I think density is not.
Buoyancy is a bit of gravity,
Okay.
and density is
Well,
not.
buoyancy,
Buoyancy and
that's
density are the
crazy
same
because
thing.
when
Dude.
something
Oh my word!
Okay,
They literally go hand in
Whoa,
hand.
bro, hey,
Buoyancy
so if
and
I take a
density go
plane from here
together.
to Sydney, I'm in
It's called
California. At
displacement.
what point does the plane reverse and go upside down?
Thank you, Riley Studios, for your $2 super chat. He says 8 hours
Not
of low
understanding
rating.
it doesn't disprove it. It just shows that you don't understand
Thank you very, very much,
it
man.
doesn't go upside down.
You are awesome. Appreciate
down
all the
is towards
support.
the
Appreciate
center of the
everybody's
globe.
support. You guys
So
are
it doesn't go upside down.
Yeah, I love Flat Idea. I think he's mad as a balloon.
No.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, that's a
Wait to
show.
hear
It's a
them.
TV show.
Yeah, shout out to
What I'm saying is, why can't you create some sort of vacuum chamber then?
Because vacuums
what
don't
who
get
was on
rid of
now? What's his
gravity.
name?
Okay, exactly. And even in the
What did they
vacuum
say?
of space,
No,
where
no, Flat Idea
you
saying,
said
yeah,
there's
is that
no
what you're
gravity in
asking? Sorry.
space, didn't
There's
you?
gravity everywhere,
Flat Idea
yes.
saying,
The
I
people
don't
on
agree with
ISS
me.
have about 88% of the gravitational acceleration that we do.
Yeah, so there's gravity in space.
I wonder if
and we
Eric is
just,
going to
you
say
know,
anything
break
about me.
through
Come
there,
on,
like,
me and
because I noticed, 'cause
myself
I
and
always hear it
50 of you
referred
had
to as
debates on this
vacuum.
many
Jesus
times.
Christ.
Well, I always hear vacuum of space.
Yeah, well, it's, I mean, vacuum is a
Is
colloquial
space a
term.
vacuum or
It's
just
just,
gravity?
you can have gravity when there's still a vacuum. Those two things aren't
Okay, so then why
exclusive,
can't
mutually
you
exclusive.
produce that within a small scale experiment?
Yeah.
Because it would still be on the gravity of. Wait, let me ask. Do you think that having a vacuum nullifies gravity?
No, I think gravity begins nullified. I don't believe gravity is.
I don't care what
See,
you
this is the
believe.
issue the guys have. They
experiment
don't
I explained
understand.
demonstrates that it,
We don't
you know, it is
believe the
real.
same thing they do. That doesn't make because they believe
Yeah, cool.
that
Magnets
it's real.
don't work on wood. Sorry.
Just because they believe gravity
Magnets
doesn't
don't work
make
on
it
what?
real.
Wood.
No, I wouldn't say well, okay, it's the effect of things falling to the
Is
earth.
that Alex?
Right, and it's little g gravity.
Sorry?
Of course, it exists.
Was that Alex?
We use it for engineering. We use it to determine weight.
No,
Of course,
that
it
was
100%
on
exists.
Infowars, but it was
but
what's that other guy?
Why? What
Remember
is
he
it?
debated him.
Is
It was
there a
like
force pulling
maybe a
everything
train
down to
wreck.
the
Oh, I
earth?
thought it was
Well,
Alex
that's
for a
what the
second
globe
with
needs.
glasses.
The
No.
evidence for gravity is the way that
Almost looks like Alex
defined
Conrad.
is that
Yeah,
That's
well,
the
the Earth
guy
can't be a
from
globe without it.
Infowars.
But no,
Garrison
actually,
Smith.
density causes things to go up and down, and
Density?
electrostatics.
Wait,
and
why does
electrostatics.
why
looks
does
a lot
density
like
cause
Alex
things to go
Stein.
up
That
and
does look
down?
like him a little, yeah.
Looks like his
Because
brother.
of buoyancy. So the relative density of the object with the medium, the pressure mediation causes it to go up or down like a ping pong ball floats in water or a golf ball. See,
Because of gravity, because buoyancy is an effect of gravity, because without gravity, there'd be no reason for it to go up or down.
That's a good one.
It would.
wait. We gotta. Okay, so the principle of density, right?
Mhm.
Long predates the idea of gravity, but eventually we did throw little g in there.
There we go.
But like I'm saying, little g isn't a problem for for flat Earth at all. It's just the downward acceleration. Little g is not the cause; it's the effect. Everyone knows the effect exists. Things go down when they have weight. Gravity, gravitas, means heavy. How heavy something is. Weight. We don't dispute that. We dispute the claimed cause of gravity. That the bending and warping of concepts called space and time somehow create illusions where everything shrinks and slows down and makes things fall to the earth in a straight path that's curving at the same time. That's just
Good
all
answer,
pseudoscience.
Oh, that is just
Density and
total.
buoyancy is
Hello,
observable and
Hello,
repeatable.
Yeah,
That's
but
why
it
things
doesn't.
go
It's
down.
not a force. Density
Because
does not
you are
accelerate
self-imposing the
things.
need for
Yeah,
a force
exactly.
due to the self-imposed understanding of the metrics and the relationships between the celestial bodies.
You like saying
That's how
Just because the globe people
So-
say it's
so
not a force doesn't make it
here's
not
the
a
deal.
force.
Things fall 9.8 meters per second
Yes.
squared. They just do, right?
No, they don't
and
just
you
do.
don't have an explanation for it. You say density, but density is not a force.
Your
What is the
density
force?
is
There
not
is
a
a force,
Why
right? If
is
we
a
look at F
force-
equals
Why is a downward force needed? Why could it not be a residual reciprocation of the upward force?
Because that's just word salad.
No, it's literally not. There's a
Oh my
recidual
God.
reciprocation
This
of the
word
action
salad.
coming from Earth.
Oh wow.
That is what makes things go down. I explained this in the
Yeah,
beginning.
yeah.
But
It's still just words.
Sure, it's word salad
It
because
doesn't.
you
It
don't.
doesn't make sense.
What a
It
what
does.
a what
But
an
if it
argument
does,
for word
if it's
salad.
real, then what's the equation for it so we can test your hypothesis?
His
I'm
head
sure
is
Tesla
very
has
square.
an
He looks like
equation
a
for it, bro. I
like
don't
a,
have an.
a Roblox.
One
From
of the most common
Minecraft.
hallmarks of a pseudoscientist is attempting to redefine the context-specific usages of words within a discipline, especially when the folks attempting to do so aren't even remotely close to working from within it. These folks simply refuse to accept that language evolves, that words can have different meanings in different contexts, and that the primary goal of language is to effectively communicate meaning, not to adhere to a rigid, unchanging set of specific definitions. They often argue that the nomenclature specifically developed, used, and understood by those working in a particular field is somehow incorrect. That even though the scientists all know what they mean and have no problem communicating effectively and unambiguously
and he's
amongst
showing
themselves
on
using
screen
said terminology,
where
because
Dave
the
showed he didn't
pseudoscientists
even know
on the
what the hell
outside interpret it differently or
was
don't
going
like
on.
it suddenly becomes
He
invalid.
couldn't even finish that
Words can have multiple meanings.
that line
and
structure,
in
by the
general,
way.
there's no quote-unquote right one. But in all kinds of limited contexts, the usage of many words or phrases have very specific meanings. Only one interpretation or definition applies. And just because it's not convenient for pseudoscientists like flat earthers, that doesn't exactly mean it's up for debate. The mother of all examples of this, the one that pervades every debate that occurs between the scientific
Hey,
community
Barra,
and
what's
the
up?
cranks that
Good
are
to see you.
attempting to rewrite all the
Salutes.
textbooks, is that's
How's
just
it
a
going?
theory, bro.
All is
you're
well.
confusing
You're
theory
doing an
with
8-hour
with
stream, really?
hypothesis.
No,
Yeah.
I'm definitely not.
Crazy.
Why?
I mean, anything that's not a fact
So what's
is not a fact.
what's a theory?
You know what I'm saying?
Why?
What's a
Are you
scientific
masochist
theory?
or something?
Something that was
Tonight
put
I
together
am.
by multiple
Ah.
people. It was an
Can't
educated
blame you.
guess.
Just for
And
The
one
only
it's
reason I'm
educated
putting,
from
the
experiments.
only reason I'm putting
And it's
myself
not an
through this
educated
pain
guess,
is
so
because
you're wrong
it's
there.
for a
All right, but
documentary
you
I'm
know
doing.
what? I'm smart enough to know what a fact is.
I need about the average length of my streams, to be honest.
And I
I'm
know
joking.
that what
Man,
you
I've done a
guys
5 hour. That's the most
based off
I've
of
done,
truth.
5
You
hour.
know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the most I've ever done
Okay,
is
let me read
the
you
most I've ever
something.
done is like 12.5
Universal
hours. And that was
gravity is a
debate.
theory, not a fact,
Little different.
regarding the natural law of attraction. This material should be
Well, you'll
approached
just
with
be
an
making
open
fun of
mind,
McToon for
studied
8 hours.
carefully and critically
Oh,
considered.
McToon
The
just swallowed the Star
universal
Wars
theory
line.
of gravity is
He
often
deserves it.
told as a fact, when in fact it's not even a good
Cool that
theory.
laugh from a tune.
You didn't read the first line.
So
But you can't
he's so
isolate it.
dumb.
That's okay.
Nothing can be perfectly isolated. Never.
Then that's a problem.
Every single measurement
Roger
you've ever
Little,
done
thank you for your
has
$2
been
which says
affected
three
in
word
some
letter
minute way
word.
by lots
Yes.
of billions of other potential
They
factors.
don't like that word, by the way.
And that's why I'd say
Thank
some
you very
things
much. You rock.
stay theories rather than laws.
No.
The colloquial understanding of laws and theories, the ones perpetuated by pseudoscientists any chance they can get, is that theories are guesses and laws are facts. But this is simply not how these terms are used
we
in
never
the
said
scientific
that.
community. Any attempt to represent these
Oh.
concepts
No.
in this
Oh,
way by
gravity
someone
is a
who
guess.
represents
A guess.
science is a giant red flag.
Wow.
They're either woefully ignorant about how science actually works, or they're intentionally trying to mislead you.
What?
Theories and laws have very special, specific purposes in science. They're not different levels on the same spectrum, where as soon as a theory
Maybe it
gets
just
quote
means
unquote
it's a
proven,
fact,
then it gets
that
promoted
it's a
to being
guess.
a law. They're two
Yeah.
different things that serve two distinct functions in science, although there are some commonalities. Scientific laws and theories are both well supported by large amounts of observational and or experimental evidence. They should both be able to make reliable, testable, and accurate predictions about some phenomenon in the natural world, and they both need to be falsifiable through the presentation of countervailing evidence. That is to say, evidence that is at least as, if not more, compelling than what currently supports it. Those that describe something as quote-unquote just a theory, as if to denigrate their relevance or importance in science, very often don't realize just how many of the things in their day-to-day lives that they make use of or otherwise rely on that are built
It's not a
entirely
law.
on the foundations of scientific
Theory.
They don't think to question atomic.
Okay, let's quickly look through this here. The standard model, atomic theory, germ theory, cell theory, quantum mechanics, special relativity, general relativity, theory of evolution, kinetic theory of gases, plate tectonics, Big Bang theory. Isn't that everything that the globe stands on?
That's pretty accurate.
This
Yeah.
law of universal
Accurately.
gravitation, it's not a law. It's still a theory because you can't prove
Newton's
it.
law of universal gravitation, they want to claim it as a law though. But what is gravity?
Oh, yes.
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Newton's laws of motion, Kepler's laws of planetary motion.
No, that wasn't laws either.
That's a mathematical construct. Oh man.
Kepler.
Still a
Yeah.
theory.
Laws of thermodynamics. Yep. Great. Entropy. Snell's law. Ohm's law. Archimedes' principle. Yeah. Relative density disequilibrium. Whoa, whoa. Boyle's law. Gauss's law. don't you find it weird that they give the kinetic theory of gases a theory, but they place gas laws as laws? Literally, kinetic theory of gases is part of the gas laws.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe they didn't want to include it there to make it obvious.
Oh, man. Insane.
Theory, the germ theory of disease, cell theory, or plate tectonics. But all too often, they're quick to dismiss something like gravity because it's only a theory, without realizing that many aspects of science, just like gravity, are understood and outlined not only with theories, but laws as well. Again, these two things have different purposes, and they very often overlap.
Into the break, the reason they
distinction
leave
between these two
people like
concepts in
Nathan
science
Oakley and
is that
myself
theories
out of things like
explain
this
and
is
laws
because they don't have
describe.
rebuttals
Let's take a
against
look at a
us.
concrete example to
They
better
don't like
understand
what
the
we say
distinction.
because we actually
Newton's
say
law
things
of
correctly.
universal gravitation states
why.
that every particle of
No, I
mass
haven't been in the
attracts
video
all
yet,
other particles in the universe
ChatGPT.
with a force proportional
Really
to
weird.
the product of their masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance. It can be summarized by the equation: the gravitational force is equal to the gravitational constant multiplied by the mass of object 1 and the mass of object 2 divided by the distance between their centers of mass squared. In the mid-19th century, based on observations of what appeared to be anomalies in the orbit of Uranus, two mathematicians
Who are you calling
calculated the
Uranus?
necessary gravitational force
Sure.
required to account for that unexpected orbit.
Who's
And using
Anus?
Newton's law of universal
Who's
gravitation,
Anus?
were able to
Who's
predict the
Anus?
precise
Not my
location in
Anus.
space where astronomers should point their telescopes to see the culprit. And within hours, for the first time in human history, an astronomer looked through their telescope and saw Neptune. Laws in science describe patterns that we see in large amounts of data. They describe what we see happening in nature, but they explicitly don't explain how or why nature behaves that way, why these patterns exist, what the cause is. That is where theories come in. Scientific theories are actually broader in scope than laws, and very often contain one or more laws inside of them. In 1915,
Wait.
Einstein published his general theory of
Scientific
relativity.
theories come after validation. You can't have a scientific theory if it hasn't been validated. And to have it validated, you literally have to have a hypothesis, observation, hypothesis, and experiment, and validation. There has to be
Replicable.
it has to be repeatable and gone through the full scientific method. There is no gravity gone through anything. You've just made a claim that gravity is acceleration. The cause of the acceleration is due to gravity. There's no science to prove that. This is one thing we have to make them understand. When you observe something accelerating, okay, like falling at 9.8 meters per second squared, it doesn't make it a law. What we observe is a tendency because that's a law. But what you claim it to be, gravity, doesn't make it gravity. You're just placing a name of what you believe it to be on a law. There is no science for gravity, guys. Make it very clear. There is no science for gravity. It cannot be a law. Just because they call it a law doesn't make it a law.
You know,
Providing
Flats,
an
the
explanation for what we had
scientific
come to understand
method
as the
is
attraction of
kindergarten
masses over
stuff.
distance as
It's too
described by
simple,
Newton,
man.
namely that gravity
Need
was the
more
result of the
advanced
curvature of space
ways of
time
thinking.
caused by the presence
I
of
mean, we
masses.
can call that acceleration
General relativity
unicorn
grew to
fart.
be a massive
Does that now
framework
make
consisting of a
unicorn
number of
farts the
different
cause for
principles, a ton of
acceleration?
equations, and most importantly has led to and continues to lead
No,
directly
until I've
to a
proven it's
number of
unicorn
incredibly
farts, I
successful
can't call it
predictions.
unicorn
The
farts
logical
the cause.
consequences of
But
the
they call
geometric
it the
nature of
cause
space
because
and
they don't
time
have
as described
actual
in his theory.
reason other than their
predicted
belief
black
system
holes,
that they have
regions
gravity.
of space-time where enough mass has been
Could be
condensed down so
identified
much
as
into such small area
unicorn
that the
farts,
force
so
created by
if it
gravity
wants
is
to
so
be.
strong that nothing, including light, is capable of escaping. This prediction has been confirmed through direct imaging of black holes on multiple occasions.
We all tried to
among
move
other
things as a
evidences.
child with the
General
Force.
relativity
That's where they
predicts
got
time
it from.
dilation,
They got it from Star
rather than
Wars.
causing a
I still
difference in
do
the
it
measurements
now.
of the elapsed time between two
Yeah.
different observers with
And I
either
do it,
different
yeah.
velocities
But yeah,
or
no,
experiencing
fucking
different gravitational potentials. Because of the interconnected nature of
telekinesis,
both
man. It's
time
happening.
and
It's happening
space.
this time. It's happening this
Gravitational
time.
time dilation was confirmed in
Man,
1960
he's
in
Yeah,
the
that-
famous Pound-Rebka experiment.
That shit's real,
General
man.
relativity made predictions regarding
Man, he's
gravitational
still
waves
goes,
that
huh?
had been proposed in the late 19th century,
See you later,
demonstrating that
Flat.
they were the consequence
Just
of the
Jeff, thanks for
okay,
coming,
Jeff.
man.
universe
Thanks,
outlined
man.
in the theory, where
Thanks for
large
staying so long.
accelerated masses like binary
no worries.
stars or the
God bless.
collisions of
Just
black
Jeff.
holes would result in ripples in space-time itself.
Yeah, flat, so
In
it's gonna need
2016,
some company
LIGO,
here.
laser interferometer gravitational wave
Yeah, I appreciate you guys
observatory,
being here.
scientists announced the first ever successful detection
What
of
time is it
gravitational
in
waves.
South Africa?
General
It
relativity
is now
predicted gravitational lensing.
11:30
The
at
effect of light
night.
from distant objects appearing
Okay,
to
you
warp
guys
as
still
its
living
straight line path
It's
through
still
space
okay.
past
is
day
bent
Friday.
because of the curvature of space itself.
Yeah, I'm going
caused by
until
large
4
concentrations of matter.
o'clock, so
Countless observations have confirmed gravitational lensing.
it's still early.
Do you know what a scientific law is?
Yeah.
Oh, what are we
Okay,
saying?
what is a
Why is
scientific
it
law?
so small? I didn't realize.
Well, scientific laws, you know, can be definitively substantiated. You know, I know that people say that there's a law of gravity, but that is far from the truth because gravity's never been proven. So I prefer to interpret the scientific method literally, not the modern cult of science and pseudoscience. So, you know, if something can be repeated and observed and recreated, then it can then be considered a law.
Wait, apparently,
Both
which
laws
that's
and
the dumb
theories are
Dave.
fundamental
Yeah,
to
it's
the
about the
functioning of
start.
science. Neither one is
Yeah,
better
guys,
or more proven than the other.
Dumb
They
Dave
serve
and
two
Witted is
integral
about to
linguistic
start. That's
purposes,
going
and
to be a
understanding the distinctions
demolishment
between
of
each is vital to properly understanding how science works.
Witted's going
Given
to
that
throw him
pseudoscientists,
in
like
the
flat
dustbin.
earthers,
That's for
generally
sure.
don't understand much when it comes
You're
to
probably
modern
going to
science,
learn more
it's
there
no
than you're
wonder that
watching
they
this,
also
by the
get
way.
this aspect of science wrong. Just remember this the next time you hear somebody say, that's just a theory, as that's a pretty big sign that you might be dealing with
Yeah,
somebody
you're showing wormholes on
pseudoscience.
screen. That's
Gravity's
just a
a theory.
theory.
You know, it doesn't matter if you call it the law of gravity, it cannot be recreated. It's literally never been recreated, so I don't consider gravity a law.
Now, there's one more issue related to language that I want to cover that's extremely common and specific to the Flat Earth community, and it's their usage and understanding of a single specific word.
Hang on to yourself for a second. This is the Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. This is from copyright 1975. And if you'd like, I'll read every definition to you of the word level that's in this. And nowhere in this entire thing is the word a curve or a globe or perpendicular to the center of the earth or any other such nonsense mentioned in it. This is something that's been added recently. Dude, I've worked in construction for years. Level is not anything curved. Okay, an arc is not a line. Level is a line.
But I'm talking about sea level. It's not sea curve, it's sea level.
Because it's not fucking geometry, mate. Because you're
Then what the fuck is it?
It's fucking not what you claim it is, mate. It's it, mate. I'll
Then
tell you
what
something
is
now.
it?
All seas are level, right? You've got it where there's about to be a wave. All seas are level.
Why is the water
Oh,
getting in the way of the
we actually
towers?
did something
Why is it
stream on this as well.
intersecting
with
my
the
line of
videos.
sight with the bottom of this
Because
building?
obviously because the weather when it's been like that, it hasn't been flipping level weather. It's been a flipping
Level
shitty
weather?
day. Mate.
That's a new one.
That's a new one. I've never heard bullshit like
It's
that
optical,
before.
not physical.
Level
Wait,
weather.
measure the sea. That's how you use level. That's why you
When
got
it
a level.
was
That's
refracted,
how
it
straight
showed
the
it as
sea is,
curved.
because it's a level sea. It doesn't matter where you go. That's why people use it.
I had a
as
guy.
level. Dude,
Yeah.
why are you arguing that
Oh,
the sea is a level?
Well, here you keep using this word level as if you think it means something other than it actually means.
Level means horizontal.
Here's the bigger.
No, that's a noun level, not an adjective level. I'm talking an adjective level.
Any idiot can see what this does. And if I tip it just a hair out, we're no longer level.
Cheers, Godzilla. Thanks for coming, man. Go enjoy the debate.
What are you doing?
It's
You want
going
your
to be
shelf
much
level or
more less
not? And if I
painful
say
than
yes,
this, by
you're
the
gonna
way.
provide
So,
that for me with
thanks
that?
for coming.
Yes?
Appreciate
See the
it.
bubble? I'm familiar
You
with
later.
the bubble, Morty.
Blessings.
I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball and a bubble of fucking air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry. You're drunk. You want to put up a shelf? Put up a shelf. You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes?
This is the definition of flat. You ready? Level, to make a line or surface horizontal. Make a flat or level. Synonyms: flat, flush, even,
Plain, exactly.
plain. Level, flat, plain, even, smooth means having a surface
And notice
without
flat
bends,
globies
curves.
just
What's up with that,
he's
man? Do you
literally
think you live
got
on a
the
level
links there as well.
No, I just think you cherry pick definitions and don't take into account
Oh, I
context.
Cherry
cherry
pick
pick
definitions
Do
while
you know
he's
what
got
cherry
links
pick
there.
means? You friggin' clown you. Cherry picking is taking something out of context.
So, how did I take this definition from Merriam-Webster out of context? You friggin' crayon muncher. Show how this definition is cherry-picked. You friggin' crayon muncher, you.
Yeah, shout out to Kiwi. By the way, Kiwi's having some money issues, guys.
Alexander the Great's
I know.
than to show this
Nathan's doing
Okay.
and
In
what's
the
the
very
name for him?
specific context that
GoFundMe,
the
so
term
if you
level
could
is
help,
used during
you
these
go and help him.
conversations. We're talking about whether or not something is level, like the surface of water. And if we want to describe something as level and we care about the definitions, then what we're going to be looking for is the adjective form of the word. The problem here is that the definition our friend is using for the word is not the adjective, it's the verb. But that doesn't make sense here, which is precisely why he was accused of, and is demonstrably guilty of, cherry picking.
Oh, wow.
He very
Now
literally
I'm going to have to stop him again and show him lying again. I'm going to put on screen the level. Okay, this is Merriam-Webster. Level. It's not cherry picking, because the whole definition literally is talking about horizontal. It's only one part in the whole definition that says conforming to Earth curve of water. Let's look through the whole thing. We've gone through these things many times. First, we'll look at the plural, the synonyms of level. A device establishes a horizontal line or plane. A measurement of different altitude, 2 points by mean of level. Horizontal condition, approximately horizontal line. Horizontal surface. Okay? Let's carry on. Always horizontal passage. Let's go to the verb. Make a line or surface horizontal to bring horizontal aiming position. Level plane. Lie level of the ground. Okay? Now we go to the intransitive verb. Plane leveled. Okay? Horizontally. Let's go to adjective. No part higher than another. This is the only part that contradicts everything else. Conforming to the curvature of liquid parts of the surface. That's part A. What does part B specifically say? Parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. That's adjective saying it's horizontal. Tell me something. How can curve be horizontal?
Can't.
So sorry, man. I just shown you once again trying to show you cherry picking and you lying.
So there's
well
already,
done.
So there's already 2,000 watching the debate. Is it on Jaren's? Is it? Is it on Jaren's channel?
Yeah, on Jaren's. Yeah.
Got so.
Obviously, most people are going to go there.
Oh, of course they are.
I don't blame them.
Yeah. I don't blame them, but I'll stick about. I'll see that later. I'll see that later.
Shock, man.
He is using the term out of context. We're not talking about leveling a bench in our wood shop. That's a different usage of the word in an entirely different context. In exactly the same way that we're not talking about leveling a building or level 1 of Super Mario. So then, what happens when we take his source, Merriam-Webster, we don't cherry pick, and we actually look at the correct version of the word, the adjective? What do we see? Level. Adjective. 1. Having no part higher than another, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of Earth's surface.
So go to B. Where's B?
Kind of backfired on him, didn't it?
B.
Wow.
Wow, it's so...
Whoa.
Oh.
So, dude, the hypocrisy, he just called Quantum Eraser cherry picking, where, by the way, he didn't just give the synonym, he gave verbs, adjectives, everything. And you literally go to adjective and leave B out, where it says horizontal. That, by definition, is cherry picking.
Of course. Especially when the meaning in the first sentence you said was contradictory to each other.
And in front of them
He literally
is
cherry-picked
a
on
reflecting
screen for us now.
with like a gimbal to keep it level. Because the majority of the time, it's really, really hard to see the horizon, so you use the reflecting pool instead.
To keep it level.
Yes.
What would level would be flat.
Yeah.
In pretty much every single context within the flat Earth discussion, the word level does not mean flat.
It does.
Flat and level are
Wow.
different concepts.
It does
This
mean flat.
tabletop is flat and level. This tabletop is flat and not level. They are distinct concepts. Now, in the context of the last clip, we were talking about a slightly different version of the term level, another
on the
adjective,
quartering, by
but
the way.
applied to an object within a specific reference frame. Suppose we're building a table and we want to ensure that it's level. In this case, we would use the noun level, aka a spirit level, to measure this. But let's think for a moment what we're talking about when we say level here, and what exactly the spirit level is telling us. It's not like it's magically scanning the surface of the thing you're putting it on to tell you how flat or level it is. When looking at that little bubble inside the liquid, its behavior is determined by buoyant forces, which, as we just learned a few minutes ago, is determined by
Oh, man.
gravity.
Wow.
The construction of the spirit level itself allows us to effectively create an imaginary line in space where it's placed. And what the bubble shows us is a representation of the liquid's relationship to the downward
Exactly,
vector of
Tony.
gravity. And as
And
such,
by the
this
way,
imaginary line's
Doritos is getting very
relationship
angry
to
with me. He's
straight down
messaged
or
me
plumb.
in
If this imaginary
DMing
line
me
is
in
perpendicular to plumb, then the spirit level is
in
considered level.
Discord
And as long as
telling
the
me
surface that you
I'm
place it
actually
on
being
is a
dishonest
reasonable
about this.
approximation of a line parallel to that imaginary line, then you
Yeah.
can safely say that that object
He
is
doesn't
level.
agree that I'm
Just like
that
everything
he's
else in
lying.
language, the concept
Literally
of level
on
is
screen, we got him
context
lying,
dependent.
but
And in
he
the
doesn't
context
agree.
of the conversation about the shape of the Earth, there's one particular context that's arguably the best within which to examine this and other related ideas. In the same way that I don't
Using
prefer to cite the dictionary when I want to
an auto
understand
level
domain-specific
that
nomenclature,
proves a
such
flat
as
Earth. Well
understanding
done,
what
man.
theory
Yeah.
means in the context of science, I'd much rather defer to the people actively working in the relevant field. And when we're talking about long-distance measurements, large-scale engineering projects, and other things closely related to the shape and size of the Earth, it seems to me that the most applicable discipline would be that of surveying. So, what do surveyors say? In the Theory and Practice of Surveying, 1814, by Robert
Oh
Gibson,
boy, he's
page
getting to
284,
geodetic
section 9
surveying.
on leveling, he writes, "Leveling is the art of ascertaining the perpendicular ascent or descent of one place or more above or below the horizontal level of another for various intentions and of marking out courses for conveyance of water. The true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the Earth as ABG."
True level,
Wow.
bitch.
In a treatise on
Geodetic
surveying,
surveying, you-
1843, chapter 8, leveling, page 239, the surface of an expanse of tranquil water or any similar surface concentric with it is called a level surface. Any points situated in a level surface are said to be on the same level, and any line traced in such a surface is called a line of level. Leveling is the art of determining the difference or differences of level of two or more places. In consequence of the globular figure of the Earth, a level surface is not, as it appears to be, a plane surface.
As it appears
is
to be.
nearly, though not exactly,
Notice, as it appears to
spherical.
be.
In the operations of leveling, we may, without sensible error, regard a level surface at any place as being strictly a spherical surface with a radius equal to 3,956 miles, the mean radius of the Earth, or, which is more exact,
You get
with a
that.
radius equal to 3,968
Hey,
miles.
Vicky, what's up?
The center being in a straight line
Hello.
conceived to be drawn
Good
downwards
to
from
see
the
you. I'm
place
surprised you're still awake.
perpendicular to the level surface.
I thought I'd
The
take my
Earth, if we
turn.
disregard the inequalities in its surface, is an oblique spheroid. Its polar
I'm
starting
diameter is
to- I'm starting to
7,899
question my-
miles, and its equatorial
If I
diameter
should
is
go through with this.
7,925 miles. A
Look,
level
we're
surface
nearly
is therefore
halfway.
a
We
spheroidal
can't give up.
surface.
Yeah,
In a
almost
treatise
there.
on the principles and
It's,
practices of leveling,
3 hours,
1870,
10 minutes.
Part 1 on the
I
principles of leveling,
realise,
page 9.
you know what?
Yes, we're
Leveling
about
is the
halfway
art of
now.
tracing a line at the surface
You know
of the
how
Earth,
you know
which
you're
shall cut
getting
the
to middle
directions of
age?
gravity everywhere at right angles.
Because the only
Sorry?
time
For
you
an
stay
extended
up
plane, all
is
lines
to watch
representing the
them.
direction of gravity at every point on
Yeah.
its surface would be parallel to each other. But in consequence of
like-
its figure
this
being
is
that of a
painful, by the
sphere
way.
or globe,
Yeah.
they everywhere
That's why
converge
my
to a point
stream's
within
not
the
till
sphere,
tomorrow afternoon.
which is equidistant from
Because
all parts of its surface.
it's definitely
In
not
other
in the
words,
morning.
the direction of gravity invariably tends
how?
towards the
And
center
now
of the
you,
Earth,
now you
and may
can't
be
say us
considered
flat
as
earthers haven't
represented by a
watched it
plumb
right
line
through,
when
can he?
hanging freely
No.
and suspended beyond the sphere of attraction of the surrounding objects.
No, but you
As the
also
Earth is a
can't say
globe,
that
its
he's not
circumference must
biased
be
because he
circular,
is.
as
Oh, he's from the
IKL
beginning.
in
All
its
he's been
figure.
doing is
The
being
straight
biased,
line AB will therefore
showing
not
his
represent the surface of the Earth,
misunderstanding things,
but the sensible
misrepresenting things.
horizon of an
Doesn't
observer stationed at
actually
the point I.
do
So its
any
point is
rebuttal
a
other
tangent
than
being at right angles to the radius of the circle,
insulting
IC. A line
and
which is
ridiculing.
parallel to the
So
sensible horizon of the observer is the line traced out by our spirit levels and is tangent to the
should I
Earth's
put on
surface
1.2
at
plus?
that
Maybe
point
I
only
should.
where the instrument
That's
is
a
set
good
up.
idea, Spud. I
Thus,
didn't even think
AB
of
is
that.
a tangent at I, and DE a tangent at F. Such being the fact, the difference
That
of
should
level
make a
between
bit of a
any 2 points
difference in the
cannot
long
be
run.
determined by simple reference to a horizontal line, since every point on the
Think you
surface
about
of
that.
the
I'm gonna
globe,
think of that.
however near to each other, has a distinct horizon of its own.
I had to do it
If the
myself
Earth was
one day.
everywhere
I never
surrounded
thought
by
about
a
it.
fluid at rest, or that its surface was smooth, regular, and uniform, every point therein would be equally distant
It should
from the
speed it
center.
up a
But
touch.
in consequences of the undulating form of the surface, places and objects are differently situated, some further from
He's
and
literally
others nearer to
quoting
the
on
center of the
geodetic
Earth,
surveying,
and
guys.
consequently at different levels.
Leveling
The
on
operation of
geodetic
leveling may
surveying.
therefore be defined as the art of finding how much higher or lower any one point is than another, or, more properly, the
If
difference of
he
their
doesn't
distances from the
understand
center
that
of the
geodetic
Earth.
surveying
Referring to
comes
our last
after
figure,
planar
we've seen that the
surveying.
line
Planar
AAB
surveying
is
is
a
what
true
we
horizontal
do
or level
actual
line at point
measurements.
I.
Geodetic
Being
surveying
produced in the
comes
direction A or B,
afterwards,
it rises above the
calculating
Earth's
based on
surface.
the
And
belief of
although it may
ellipsoid.
appear to be level as seen from I, yet it is above the true level, which is represented by the circumference
And
of the
notice you're
Earth
talking
at
about
every other point,
slopes.
and continues to diverge from
So
it the further
not
it's produced.
curve.
At G, the apparent
Slopes
line of
and
level,
incline
as the
angles are
horizon
not
line
curves.
AB is called, is above the true level by the distance GH, and at M by the distance MN, the difference being equal to the excess of the secant of the arc of distance above the radius of the Earth. I could go on and on with countless more examples, but I won't bore you. Whether flat
Yes,
earthers like
please
it or not,
don't.
in the context of the shape of the Earth and anything related to it, level means curved.
Nope.
What is level?
Ah,
Well, when we
I
look
mean-
at definitions of level, we see it
Hey.
means flat, horizontal, no curve, with no part higher or lower. Yet, we still find a contradiction creeping in some translations, like the Merriam-Webster dictionary, after stating that it is flat, horizontal, and not curving, still at the end tells it has to have the balls to.
Why is he showing this? Why
level
is he not
is the
showing
curve of
actual
the Earth.
stream with it?
If you do not see the contradiction, then I'm afraid you have successfully been indoctrinated.
Understanding something that most first graders are able to grasp.
Why aren't you
but
showing
a
the
different
actual
definition
stream?
given Context
The video,
is,
yeah,
according
'cause-
to flat earthers, indoctrination. Every time
Because
flat
I have
earthers
the
parrot beaten
because I
death
had the
phrase
actual
that water
definition on
always finds
screen.
its level,
That's why.
thinking that it's a
Probably,
guide for the globe,
why,
they're
exactly.
demonstrating
So
that not
again,
only are
once
they
again,
clueless
showing
about the
his
words they're using,
dishonesty.
but those very words debunk their
Huh?
entire argument. Because, as we covered in the beginning of the video, they don't
Wow.
understand scale. They simply can't
Yes,
fathom the
Veritas,
concept
that's
of
called
true level as
dishonesty,
it
not
applies on the
showing what I
vast
had
surface
on
of Earth when
screen.
looking out over the ocean.
Because I
And
literally
instead have to
showed the
envision a
definition on
complete and utter
screen.
caricature of reality,
Especially when it showed
implying
all
that we
the other
believe in
people, the
quote-unquote
ones that he
bendy
wanted
water,
to show in
when
a
they
bad
once again
light, that
have no
didn't
clue
know
what
that
they're talking about.
100 internal
You have
angles
measured flatness.
added up of a triangle with 180 degrees. Showing them in a bad light, showed them the video, but yours,
water.
no.
Demonstrate water like that, please.
Flat earthers are entirely ignorant to the fact that multiple forces can and always are acting on everything all the time.
Yeah,
They
balanced
say water
forces
doesn't
and
bend,
imbalanced
water
forces.
doesn't curve, water's always flat, it's always level, but that simply isn't true.
It
Water
is.
simply responds according to well-known and understood laws of physics to all of the forces acting upon it. The gravitational pull of Earth, pulling everything equally towards its center, is what results in the liquid parts of Earth's surface to be curved around it. When flat earthers ask for you to prove it, the easiest way to do that is to show them this. But of course, they just say it's fake. There's just as many examples of water being quote-unquote flat as there are water
surface
being anything
tension.
but naturally, flirts are required to ignore
Following
them
the
all or
meniscus.
rationalize them away.
Surface
They say
tension.
that water doesn't bend, even when it's easily demonstrable in countless
Oh,
circumstances.
wow.
There's any number of other
Forces,
forces
yeah.
involved, but they're forced to outright dismiss that the same
That's
works for
so
gravity because their
dishonest,
worldview prevents them from accepting that gravity is what it is and does what it does. They want us to show them water sticking to a ball, without the elementary level understanding of gravity required for them to realize that the gravity of the Earth is orders of magnitude stronger than any ball you try to stick it to, so their challenge is patently stupid. This boneheadedness extends to so many other topics as well. They picture planes flying upside down and claim if the Earth was round we'd feel and could measure them constantly nosing the plane down to keep up with the curve so as to not accidentally fly off into space. They simply don't understand the basic physics involved, while arrogantly asserting that they're the only ones that do. They don't understand that down is not a fixed, universal direction, but is instead the ever-changing vector of gravity, and that planes flying quote-unquote level automatically account for the curvature of the Earth because a level flight path around a sphere, one that maintains the same altitude, is a curved path.
I've been on planes where I've taken a level, put it on the ground, and watched it, and it stayed level.
As expected on the globe. And do you know what the definition is of level?
Yeah, it's level and straight, my friend.
Okay, so level is flat. Okay, it doesn't. They calibrate it to the runway
Nope,
road.
there's Elijah.
The runway's flat. They don't calibrate it to a curve, but to a flat surface. That way, the plane that's flying, can stay level and flat. Okay, because if all of a sudden the Earth dropped out away from it, okay, it would still fly into space. That's how the physics works. Now, you go educate yourself about how aircraft work.
All flat earthers can do is lie about the meanings of words.
Oh,
used
just
by
lie.
actual, real professional
Just lie.
scientists and
That's
engineers
rebuttal.
to
Just
try and
lie
trick
about
laymen
the
into
meaning of
believing
words.
their nonsense, or argue that they,
Okay.
despite not working in these fields or
Very
having even a tiny
insulting,
fraction of the
innit?
knowledge or expertise that these
Mhm.
professionals possess, that the flat earthers know
But
better
that's
than
his
they do.
rebuttal.
The
It's
hubris
just lie.
is
But he's not
borderline
biased,
delusional.
but yet he's
Scientists know the
insulting
research,
her.
they know the literature, they
Yeah,
make
he's
the
not
papers that have been
biased.
published demonstrating or
Not
testing
at all.
particular phenomena. They're not just holding stuff out of their ass. Of course, in the context of academia or published
He's
research,
what you guys
citations
would
are obviously
call a
critical.
snake.
But even more casually in debate or discussion, those on the side of science should be ready, willing, and able to provide relevant citations for their claims. And of course, what they provide should obviously not only be relevant to their particular claims, but also support them. Now, the trouble here is that pseudoscientists don't actually publish any research, which is something that we'll be getting to. But what that means is that proponents of pseudoscience never actually have any citations to back any of their claims. There's a reason why the underlying foundational
to
beliefs that
authority.
most flat earthers adhere to are based on memes. Why memes are the language and currency of the flat earth movement. But why is it that they love memes so much? Well, because of how extremely effective they are as propaganda tools. They're the ultimate media for indoctrination, efficiently communicating a very specific message in a very specific way to a very
As if
specific
you would
kind
take
of
that
audience.
chance. If that was a
Key to the
real life
success of memes
situation,
is
you
the
would not
one-two
take that
punch of
chance like
requiring
here,
no
getting
attention span
everywhere.
and no critical thinking. They get you to question something, an observation, a fact, whatever, but they don't leave any room for you to actually analyze the claim being made because they simultaneously tell you exactly what to believe. Whether intentional or not, they simply leave no room for critical thought. It's unironically programming. It's eerily similar to all of the charlatans, snake oil salesmen, crank doctors, and cult leaders. They explicitly tell you to distrust everybody, while sort of implicitly hinting that, of course, you can trust them. The implication being that because they're critical free thinkers who've done all their own research, they can challenge you to independently verify any of their claims, knowing that most people won't bother. That the majority of the time, if you've gotten this far in a conversation with them, you just want to be told what to think. The memes and the people that make them know that you won't bother calling their bluff. Now, memes are, by design, conveniently disconnected from any of their source material. There's no references to any of
So
the
he's got an
sources,
issue
no
with people
citations
showing
provided.
memes.
We have no idea where any of the images came from or who the sources of these quotes
Why
are.
do Globies always
What
have
you
an
see is
issue
just
with
as likely
memes
to be
shown?
completely batshit insane as they are to be straight
An
up
issue
lies or
with it.
fabrications.
I mean,
And
what
makes
does it
so much
matter
more
if you're showing a
insidious is
meme?
that
It just
how
makes
they're
it
made
easier
and how
for
they
people
spread,
to
infinitely copy-pasted,
engage.
screenshotted, uploaded, downloaded, texted,
It's just
screenshotted again,
information.
which is obvious by how low quality
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are.
What's
You
up,
can never
Discord?
really know
What's up,
who made
Matt?
them or where they got their information from.
Hey,
They're simply
hey,
What's
so
up,
hey,
guys?
hey.
I can't think of a less reliable
Good to
source
see
of
you.
truth.
I'm gonna try to stay
See, the
stay on
he's
for
got
as
like
long as
3,500 people
Now,
watching
chances are,
now.
if you were to take any random normal passerby on the street and ask them if they believe the Earth was round, they would say
I'd
yes.
lie.
And if you were to really grill them on why,
Oh.
ask
Hello.
them to provide their sources for their beliefs, they absolutely wouldn't be able to point to anything outside of their education or what they see from documentaries. And flat
Yo.
earthers use this fact as a kind
How's
of
it going,
sword
Matt?
and shield, pointing to it as proof that we're all just
going
indoctrinated.
well.
Now, ignoring the absurdity of expecting everybody to have some kind of robust
Sorry?
evidentiary framework for every single little thing that
Oh.
they have
Oh, he was drinking.
as if we're all supposed to have arguments and references available on demand to anybody at any time to defend the germ theory of disease or atomic theory, what we have to do is address the obvious problem that flat earthers expose with their approach. They almost exclusively make the argument that they used to believe the Earth was round until they, woke up to the truth or whatever.
But I'm not
Flat
doing
earthers
penance,
strongly
dude.
held
I'm-
beliefs
I'm
were
the
the result
old
of extensive
unrepentant.
research into massive bodies of evidence across every field
John
of
drinking
science.
stuff
Then it would be
strong.
like trivial to present literally
You
any of it,
what?
right? The average person doesn't claim to have based their entire worldview on having critically analyzed tons of evidence over the course of years, especially on something they
Well,
haven't
we're
thought about
halfway,
since grade
guys.
school.
4 hours.
But flat
Woohoo.
earthers do. So naturally, we should expect
Probably
them to
shave
have
an hour off
significantly
with
more
that
evidence to cite
speed.
as compared to the average person not intimately involved with this
Let's
debate.
shave
Well, let's
about
see
an
how
hour
far
off.
we are
Oddly
with
enough, they all
Steve's
seem to show
video.
up to these debates
We're
acting
all-
like an
we're 4 hours
insolent
in our
middle schooler who
stream.
clearly forgot about the
Doesn't
assignment,
make
asserting that
meaning
the
4
dog must
hours
have
in
eaten the
each
homework
stream.
that they definitely
3
emailed
hours,
to their teacher
22
that
minutes.
they
We're
must have lost,
halfway.
blaming the teacher for the
Well,
slight and demanding that they get an A
6
for
and a
their
half.
inconvenience.
Oh, no, we're not even
Anything.
halfway yet.
Well, so you
But with
understand that
that
redshift
speed
theory
being
has been
speed with
disproven
Almost
over and
halfway.
over again.
Ooh, send the DOI
Yeah,
link.
but with it
gonna
being
go.
speeded
You
up a bit,
understand
he
that,
should
that Hubble's
shave about an
redshift
hour
has
off.
been disproven by
Yeah.
quasars.
Send
Okay.
the DOI
Yeah, it should,
link
it
to
should
it, and I
close
will
it
have a
off.
look. Yeah.
I'll send you some stuff. I mean, that's cool.
All right. Do you know what a DOI link is?
I mean, is that a serious question?
Yes.
Well, I don't think we need to stream more than 8 hours of us. So we are actually halfway.
Chris,
Yes.
Because
do you know what a DOI link is?
because at
A
the
DOI
moment, I
link?
thought they would actually have more substance in this documentary.
A digital object identifier system?
Hey, good job looking it up quick.
You're telling me that that's not CGI?
No, this was taken in 1969. There was no CGI. Let's have a look at CGI in 1969, shall we? Here's CGI
How
in
do you know?
1969.
How do you know that wasn't CGI in 1969? Because there are patents for CGI in 1940.
No, there's not patents for CGI in 1940.
Yes, there is.
You know, in
There is.
1969, they knew how to take
Again,
photos
I've
of
checked. This is the claim I've heard
models
before,
and fine art.
and no one's ever managed to present the patents. They've just said
You
things.
can look it up yourself.
You're just saying it. Can you give evidence of this in any way?
Yeah, there's
I've
evidence.
looked it up.
Well,
I've looked it up. It's
artists
just a claim
being
that you've
commissioned
made.
to actually
So,
create
can you-
Earth and Moon
Yeah,
models
show me the
and
information.
paint
Show me the
it,
information. I've done
make
the
it
research,
hyper realistic,
and I did
and
not
then
find that
they
claim.
can make cameras
Show me it then.
and
Prove it to me. Show it to me now. Just give me the
Can't
link.
you remember them pictures with the fairies?
All you gotta do is type in.
They were black and white, And
in the 1940s,
that was
and they'll
that
come
was
up.
way
That
before
don't,
the
see, that's a
60s.
problem.
That was
Google
well
was
fixed, and that was good. That was
Aye.
The circumference of
I
Antarctica
mean,
is
he's
63,000
saying that
miles.
CGI
That's the
back in
Antarctic
the
Circle.
60s.
So you're telling me you went
Not
through
necessarily
all you went through
CGI, look,
63,000
it's
miles.
cartoon,
The
they did
Antarctic,
cartoons
just
back
the
in the
circumference
60s.
of Antarctica is
I
not
mean, all
63,000
different types
miles.
of blooming.
So Captain
Reggie,
James
who
Cook, when
told you
he
that?
traveled, so Captain James Cook, when he traveled around the Arctic Circle and saw the ice wall, he mapped it at 63,000 miles.
No, he did not.
So he didn't map that 63,000 miles.
No, he did not map 63,000 miles in circumference.
So what was it then? What was it?
Nobody has ever mapped 63,000 miles in circumference.
You want to bet on that?
Yes.
So Captain James.
No, let's have a bet on it. Let's have a bet on it. £1,000.
You can look it up, bro. You can look this information up.
Are you going to put a bet on? Are you going to put a
Why
bet on it? You
is
said
it
you want to bet.
that,
Let's put a
that
bet
these
on.
guys at Moan, they don't have any money, is always betting these large amounts of money?
If you can get the information right now that shows Captain
Doesn't make
Cook
sense, does it?
mapped 63,000 miles, I'll give you £1,000.
And it took
I mean, the guy Moan
3
didn't
years,
have
8 days
£400
to do so while
to
mapping
pay
the
for
ancient
his
You said you went around Antarctica.
court case that he beat that
Come on, put
person
your money
to
where your
court,
mouth is. Put
but
your
he's
money
got
where your mouth is, right?
£1,000
I'll
to
give you 5
bet.
minutes. Right. I'll give you 5 minutes to find the proof that Captain Cook mapped an 63,000 mile
Captain Cook's
circumference Antarctica. Right,
logs
5 minutes. If you do it in 5
show
minutes,
he
I'll give you
travelled over
£1,000. If you don't do it in 5
63,000
minutes, you give me
miles.
£1,000. How about that?
Bro, like I said, you can look this up yourself. You keep asking me to.
Wouldn't say it's
do it.
circumference, but he
public
travelled
knowledge.
over
You can look it up.
63,000
Dude,
miles.
you can
That's
make
what
it
his
£1,000 right now.
boat logs showed,
Flat
his
earthers
sail
were telling the
logs.
truth when they said they based their beliefs on evidence, and they really truly wanted the truth to come out. They'd have no reason not to happily present it to us when asked.
Like-
now, in the rare moments where they
like a
do
lot
actually
of
provide
bonfire
evidence or
others do.
citations, what do you think happens? Well, it turns out that guy was referencing this website as his source. Some guy's GeoCities blog from like 1997, whose first reference is a meme from the Cosmic Egg Alliance's Instagram page. Not exactly off to a great start.
How does he
About
know
the
he
time that a guy who claimed to be an engineer claimed to have a study that proved that Antarctica was a, quote, semi-infinite floating ice wall. That had to have gone better, right?
Something about a mechanical engineering background is can you just explain your background?
Actually, and so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I can show it to you.
So like when you took engineering math, did you have the Kurzek book?
Are we here to discuss my math, or are we here to discuss flat Earth? And it doesn't actually melt; it disappears into nothingness, and it's actually what the sky is made of. And I know this sounds crazy, but you can actually research things. And in Antarctica, when they do and run these like ice board, like these, there are journals.
All right,
There are journals.
send me the first one. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, okay. When you understand like the propagation of flexural gravity over a semi-infinite floating ice wall that oscillates, you understand every single word I just said.
Just
Okay.
send me the link.
Okay. But actually, funny story, meteors and things like that, they come from airplanes too. The Air Force is actually
What?
involved in
Meteors come from
basically
airplanes.
proliferating the idea that they're
Airplanes. That I don't agree with.
All right,
Who's that guy?
let's keep your list of claims to one.
They're not. These people can research this. You can
But you
have
see,
Google.
sometimes this is what you wonder. The
until-
people that
until you
actually
provide the
talk about,
citation, right? Make a claim, send the citation.
you know, they actually have on.
Wait to make another claim.
Not this guy. Who is
until
this
you sent the
tryhard?
citation for the first claim.
Sometimes you wonder, are they actual real flat earthers?
Yep.
When they say
Halite
stuff.
is
You know what I mean?
ubiquitous. Sodium is the
Gosh.
major cation, ranging from 90
But
or
two's in it
78
a
to
lot,
90%
isn't it?
of cations by
Of course it is.
measurement
He's-
kilogram one
he's a little
substance.
crazy
Fluoride is
a
the
lot
major
today.
anion, 59% in nearly all samples. However, a wide variety of salt phases and
Hold on, wait.
be identified.
Not
Go
biased
back,
or
go back a
nothing.
couple sentences here, starting with
Okay,
with sodium.
Halite is ubiquitous. Sodium is the major cation, ranging from 78 to 90% of
The major what?
The major cation, cation.
What's cation?
It's cation, like the actual, like the thing in question.
Sodium is the major cation. And chloride is the major anion.
A cation is an ion with positive charge. An anion is an ion with a negative charge.
And so I do understand engineering, and I did go to school for it, and I have a degree. I can show it to you.
What's a cation?
What is a cation? It's a measurement taken. It's like part of an experiment. It's one of the measurements taken. It's like it's a class, a classification.
A cation is a classification.
Yes, like it's a part. It's a word that just means thing, essentially.
Cation means thing.
Okay, I'm going to show you on screen why McToon is so prevalent there. This is Veritas Twitter. Remember, he said he came in unbiased, guys.
Yeah.
And he didn't lie and stuff, okay?
Yeah.
First of all, let's read for this is on his Twitter. My nearly 8-hour documentary about the flat Earth phenomenon and all the lies that flat earthers tell to cover up the insane and unbelievable belief system that really at the heart of all has finally been released. Hope you enjoy it.
That's the most unbiased statement I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
Unbiased statement. I'm really neutral. But that's Switzerland. Proper, just Switzerland. Pure Switzerland.
But that's nothing. Then we get on to the next one. Massive thanks to McToon, FTFE, Dave McKeegan, Foldable Human, Reg Rhetoric, Homburgoy for the direct and indirect contributions and inspirations.
Yeah, it's all just bullcrap, innit? Really. It's just them lot, nothing better to do, sit an 8-hour bitch about us.
But you see, the thing that bothers me with this is Veritas specifically told me he was doing this with an outside thing, you know, not globe or flat earth.
It's funny that.
The whole time we've been watching this, all we've been seeing is him ridiculing, insulting, nonstop.
And
He said he had no outside influence or anything. You know, no one helped him with this. But what do we read on Twitter? Thank you for these specific people, which are all very disingenuous, for their direct and indirect contributions and inspirations.
The flat earthers you said on there is, you know what I mean? He's cherry picking them.
The major
Yep.
part, the major.
I don't know.
the
And he
range of
expects
things
me
that
to
have been
not call him a
measured,
liar.
It is the major point.
It is not cation. Sodium is the main.
You cannot tell me McToon had
ion.
nothing to do with this if McToon is 90% of his
Cat
stuff on
ion,
here.
it was together.
Oh, what they said cation instead of cat
Sodium is the
ion.
main categorized ion.
Oh,
I mean,
No.
think about it, guys. For the 2 hours we've watched,
Ion.
easily 90% of it is just McToon.
Ion.
Of course.
So it's part of a cat.
Trey, cat ion is a positively charged ion.
Cat ion.
Yes. You also
Like
use
a cathode. Like a cathode.
you also pronounced the word anion as anion, like onion.
Sorry?
Which is a negatively charged ion. But because you don't have the background in this topic, you had no clue.
So whatever.
So he's
I just read you
attacking
is like
his
null and
pronunciation
void
of the
because I
word, which means he
mispronounced
made
No,
no
no, no.
clue.
Because you didn't understand any of what
You
you were
don't know what I
reading.
understood. I said cation.
Oh,
it's
no.
part of a category. It's categorized ion. The other one's another ion. It's the other one.
And you just went back and doubled down on it.
I'm gonna triple down on it because Antarctica's made of salt, boy.
If you were an engineer, you would understand that.
That's what I was saying.
Why did you say an audience made of
know.
salt?
I was like, I'm
No,
gonna
he
teach
said,
this
I'm
guy
not- I
something.
No,
think
you're
he
not
did
going to do
say
any of
that.
that.
You wouldn't want to learn anyway. You're here to argue.
If
Maybe
you were an
it's
engineer, you
salt.
would understand modeling. But since
Anything,
you're not,
you know what?
the
Whenever
ice.
they
you're
model-
not,
whenever-
since you're
no,
not
let
an
me tell you,
engineer,
model an
you don't
airplane.
understand
I am an
modeling.
engineer.
You
Shut
are
up,
not
you're
an
just-
engineer.
Okay,
Trey,
I'm not an engineer
you
right
do
now.
not have a degree in engineering
Yes,
like you
I
claim.
think he
Where?
missed,
What
he missed that
university gave you a
Antarctica's
degree in
ice
engineering?
is
What's it
I
called?
went to a technical college.
Technical colleges
well,
do
when
not
it
give
becomes
degrees in mechanical
ice,
engineering.
Yes,
salt
they do.
goes
They
down.
give-
That's
yes, they
it travels with
In what
this,
kind of engineering?
and that's why the
I actually
oceans
had
are
a
so
BA
salty
in,
because of
digital
the salt
media
content.
design, but
Okay,
still,
that's
I
not
engineered-
That's what it
that's
means?
not engineering. All right, you lied.
Data? When you work
You
with
lied.
data and you're actually coding,
You
you
lied.
engineering. I'm an engineer.
You lied. You have a BA in digital media, so you can make pamphlets and websites. And you
can
call
make-
yourself a mechanical engineer?
Look, my job position was prototyping engineer. Okay, I was a prototyping engineer.
You're not an engineer.
I am. I am an engineer. Look at this. Look, that's my phone holder right there. You know what that is? That's a snare stand into a microphone. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's no big deal. It's not a big deal. The
What you
biggest
read,
deal-
you did not understand.
I did understand it. I know it was occasion. It's a part of cat ion. What's occasion? Cat ion.
Wow.
Dumbest thing I ever heard.
All right, so I take it that you took the globe model and you did the analysis, and that the analysis that you did disagrees with observations?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so could
The
we
other
see the
flat
analysis
earthers
you
I've
did?
never even seen before.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They always got people we
Yeah,
don't know
but
about.
you apply
Yeah.
the globe model, right?
The
That's
ones
what you
that
sort
make-
of did, right? So,
that maybe
what
don't
does the
know as
globe
much as the
model
rest,
say
you
should
know what I
happen
mean?
to the stars in the night?
They should whoosh.
I'm hoping that
Whoosh.
you're starting to get the picture.
What?
For contrast, what's
They
it look
should
like when a
whoosh.
flat earther challenges one of their opponents to provide them citations for their claims?
I have 15 measurements of rotation on my website, mc2.net/spin.
Is that procured from a scientific experiment deliberately meant to fucking test?
Absolutely.
Notice, guys, it says measurements of
How
rotation.
to detect the Chandler and annual wobble of the Earth with a ring laser gyroscope.
No. What is a lean?
Thank you, Tony. What comes your
ring
£5
laser
super chat? Really
gyroscope
appreciate it.
for? What
Says,
did I
so
just
the
explain
universal
how
That is
pictures
to
image
measure
of a
rotation
globe
that
that they
uses the
still
Sagnac
use
effect to
today
measure
is
rotation.
not
It doesn't
CGI
measure
before they
rotation.
went
It doesn't
high
measure
enough
rotation. What
to
it
get that
measures is
shot by
absolute
Film
flat.
Studio.
Well,
Yeah, apparently.
you disagree
Look it up,
then?
man.
That's
Put
what
that
they're
on your fucking
claiming.
computer right now. Put a
But I
laser
mean,
ring
it's so
gyroscope right
easy
now.
just to take
So here we
Another
go.
fucking
a
So
model
observation.
This is
and a
a
hyper-realistic
I mean,
You
painting
just
and
went to it.
take
I
a
didn't see
photo
it.
of the
Dude, put
full
up a
camera.
fucking laser ring gyroscope.
I'm
You don't
reading
need
the
CGI
abstract
to
from
do
that
that,
particular
Sean.
study here.
Thank you very much.
It
No, I'm using the
Yeah,
word
really
scientific
appreciate it,
and
mate.
experiment.
So
Those
here
are
we
two
go.
different words. It's not one
Measures
word like you
the
think
Earth
scientific theory is.
rotation data from
Cool.
the
Look up
International
laser ring
Earth
gyroscope.
Rotation and Reference System Service.
Look up what you just said. Yeah, I know. I don't care about a study. I want a fucking scientific experiment.
That's
Hey,
what
do
this
you want?
is.
I can come up with a
You can
scientific experiment
deny,
that proves
but
curvature.
that doesn't make it and
Can you come
stop
up with
being
that?
an experiment just because you don't like it. But
Yeah,
now-
it doesn't. No, it's
here's-
just because it's scientific,
It's not
and it
experiment
doesn't
because it's
adhere
not
at all to any kind
scientific.
of method
So,
of
all right,
science.
here's another one. I like this one.
That's why
This
your
is-
shit's called
You know what
theory,
annoys
man.
me
So
though?
here is the
They ask
detection
us
of
for
Earth rotation,
our evidence.
diamagnetically levitating gyroscope.
Yeah.
But yet
So
all
here they
their
used an
stuff
actual
is
gyroscope.
crap
They used,
that they've found
gyroscope.
or
they used
read.
That is not
Yep.
science, dude.
Just
That is
saying
you
it.
witnessing
Exactly,
a
it's
thing
just
sitting
crap.
Saying it isn't
around.
science
But you see,
doesn't stop
everybody
it from
goes
being
to
science. It's
McToon's
still science
site,
just because you don't like it.
So they're unable to provide actual
and
scientific
they always
citations for
just
any of
use
their claims and
McToon's
pretend as
stuff
if they
as
want
they
actual
go
scientific
to.
citations from
It's like the
converters.
golden
But
boy
really,
for
they
the
won't
globe.
accept any of them when presented.
I guess
Like,
that's why
they've
he's got
gotta
such
do
a big
something
head.
they produce to back up
That's
their
why he's
claims,
such a
right?
huge,
Well, sometimes they do
ego,
actually produce reputable,
narcissistic,
genuine citations for
kind
their
of
claims. Although
prideful
the problem
guy
is they always
because
say
he feels
exactly
like
the
he's
opposite of what
the
they think
guy
they say.
for the globe.
Can I ask you one quick question, just because
But in the
I was
meantime,
just
he's the
listening to
biggest
the last
moron
debate, and I
under
don't
the
want
sun.
this to take us completely off, but
If we're
did you
all
say that
what
the
he's
Michelson
trying to
Morley experiment wasn't
portray
trying
in
to
this
pick up the orbit around the
documentary,
sun?
Correct. That was not
why
anything
would
that they
you
were looking
sit
for.
and do that and
That's
make
exactly
that?
what the
Do you know
Michelson
what I
Morley.
mean?
One of the best examples
Yeah.
of
Could
this
you
is
not
the
just go out
Nicholson Morley
stupid and
experiment,
leave it?
stating that the purpose of the experiment was to test whether or not the
But
Earth
that's
was
the
orbiting
thing.
around the
This
sun.
this
That the
thing
experiment
shows
was
without a
negative, and
doubt
as such, it was proof that
that
the
it
Earth
is
was in fact
they're
stationary.
obsessed with
Not
flat
only
Earth.
do most flat
Yeah.
I
earthers
mean,
clearly
you goes
misunderstand the
through
historical
all this
context
work. I
surrounding
mean,
the
you have to
experiment and
search
its
all this
purpose.
stuff first
Many
of
of them
all.
intentionally
You have
quote
to
mine from
render
the
all
paper
this
and
stuff. You
other
have to
related
fill it out.
writings.
You have
They
to
love to bring
edit
up this
it.
whole notion that
You have
the
to put
results
it
they got
in.
from this experiment were quote
There's a
unquote
lot of
greatest of
work
all
to
negative
do what he
results,
did on this
i.e. that
for
it
8
confirmed the notion
hours.
that the Earth was in motion. But as usual, they go
And you
completely
say
backwards.
you're not
Physics
obsessed with flat
has
Earth.
its
Come on.
folklore and its legends, just like any
And
other
you
culture.
imagine how long it took to
For example,
process
I'm
on
sure you
YouTube,
remember the famous
uploading
story of
it.
Isaac Newton in the apple.
That's what I don't
Crazy.
get.
Well,
Like,
there's a legend about the Michelson
we
Morley
wouldn't
experiment
sit and
that's
make an
just as
8-hour
deeply
video
rooted
about
as the
them.
story about Isaac and the apple. It goes like this.
So why, you
Michelson
know,
These
Morley
people
why
did
are
their
not?
halfway
experiment
mark with
and
tonight's
proved that there was
video.
no ether. And so Albert Einstein was forced to invent
Yeah,
the
Roger.
theory of
I know the
relativity
debate
in order
direct
to
there
explain that
because
The Michelson Morley
Dave is
experiment was
really
done in
dumb.
1987,
Witsit's
at which
going
point we
to
had known for
pull him
quite some
over
time that the
his
Earth was in motion.
of his
This was
ears.
not at all in question. 40 years
Really.
earlier, we had Bessel's measurements of
But we'll
stellar
definitely be reviewing
11
it,
years
guys.
before that, we had Bradley's discovery of stellar aberration,
was that
among many
noise?
others. That wasn't
I
the
think
point
that's
of
Roger
Nicholson
trying to
at all.
talk.
The TLDR
No, it's not. It's the fan.
revolving around the sun. We knew the speed of light, and it was believed that
It's hot in the store today.
is obviously traveling through space,
Roger
and
the
all waves
robot.
were thought to require a medium to propagate.
Am I roboting?
Something filling up
Not
the
now.
Okay.
some kind of invisible, undetectable
Okay.
medium. Something
Yeah,
Yeah, that was I couldn't watch that too much longer. It's just they don't have a format set up over there at all.
Really?
That were used in tandem
They
to
don't.
explain what
They're just talking over each other. It's horrible.
Oh, but it's the quartering. What do you expect?
When measured using a telescope filled with water.
I thought
Remember the quarterings where I went on with
hypothesis being related to how transparent media
when I debated
interact
cats?
with the ether as it moves
Oh,
through it,
yeah.
requiring said media like water or
They're on
glass
Rumble,
drag the
and
ether
it's some
along
guy I've never seen him before.
itself, which would explain the measured differences in the speed of light based on that
The
media.
thing is,
Now,
they
the paper claims the second hypothesis
they will
had been
also just
sufficiently
chime in the whole
experimentally
time and be
confirmed,
very
although the
biased
first,
against
that the
Nixon
ether
as
was
well.
at rest had not yet been. And
Well,
There is
they're trying to
there is no
explain-
moderation.
hypothesis forms
There is
the
no
subject
moderation
of
there.
the present paper.
They're stuck on the motion of the stars, the north-south thing, and they can't get over that.
So it's not on Germans then. Where's it at?
No, it's a quartering.
for testing the
quartering.
relative speed between the
Oh,
Earth
right,
and the
right.
assumed luminiferous
Yeah.
ether. It's like literally in
I'm
the
gonna go
title
on
of the
mute.
paper, the relative
No
motion of
stress,
the
man.
Earth and the luminiferous
Frankly, I'm
ether.
not even in
The
the.
general idea was they would measure the
I'm
speed of light at
interested,
two
not
different
even
angles,
interested in
one
what
in the
he's
direction of
talking
the
about
motion that
now
the
on
Earth
the
was traveling,
rotations
and the
and
other
stuff,
90 degrees perpendicular
because
to
it's
it,
all just
expecting
based
that
on
it would travel at
presuppositions
measurably
the whole
different
time,
speeds through the
non-stop.
stationary ether in either direction. And what they found was that there was no difference, completely destroying the whole notion of a stationary luminiferous
Yep,
ether.
I
Which, of course,
agree.
as we
There is
know
no
now,
ether, so
ultimately
I don't
led
even
the
have to
development
worry
of
about this.
Einstein's special theory of relativity.
So here's a quote from Einstein. It says, "While I was thinking of this problem in my student years, I came to know the strange result of Michelson's experiment." That's the Michelson-Morley experiment. And he comes down to say, "Since then, I've come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected by any optical experiment, though the Earth is revolving around the sun." So he just straight up says, "I believe the Earth is moving around the sun, but I can't actually
That's what
detect
they
it with
do.
any optical experiment." So this is, of course,
It's like they
that
say,
test. They shot perpendicular
the
light rays. They
level is
expected that there would
horizontal,
be what's
but
called
it
a
has
friend
to
shift or
conform to
interference
Earth's
pattern of
curvature.
a certain amount based on the assumed
Doesn't make it so.
revolution speed of the Earth around the sun. They did not see this, so what they actually said was that the apparatus contracted in the direction of motion with length contraction, so it just made it look like the Earth wasn't moving. It's called the most famous failed experiment in history because it was a quote-unquote no result, although if you look closely, there actually was a slight friend shift.
Yeah, so first, the flat earther Austin Whitsitt dishonestly quote mines
Oh,
Einstein, implying that he
Dishonestly
believed that
quote
it would be
mines. He
experimentally
just gave his whole
impossible to
quote
know
on
that the Earth
screen.
was moving, but for some reason just believes
What's
it
going on
as
with
if on
T-Jump
face
there,
alone.
then, man?
This is, of course, nonsense.
Oh,
We already
T-Jump, that
experimentally
guy.
measured Earth's motion in multiple
He
ways.
does my
That is a guy I'll
before
never
Einstein said
debate or
this,
talk
and then
to
tries to
because
hand
he
wave away
is
the results
such
of the
a
experiment by referencing later
Moderator,
reports surrounding the Lorentz
shut him
conjecture,
up.
something that happened
Moderator,
only
shut him
1 year
up,
later,
please,
and then implies that the experiment
moderator.
was a quote-unquote failure because it had
yeah.
no
He always
result,
has to
as if
moan
they
at the
fucked something up
moderator.
or had no
Oh,
idea
this
what they were
guy,
doing.
this
When
guy.
in reality, it's
The guy
regarded as
never
one of the most
brings
important
anything.
experiments in physics because
He
of its
thinks he's
quote-unquote negative
right.
result,
He's
because it
he's
failed to
literally
support the
always.
original
I don't
hypothesis,
know.
i.e. that the
He's
ether
a
existed, the thing that flat earthers are so desperate to hold on to.
he's a
Now we
he's
get some
a. I
fantastic
don't know.
additional context in
I
his
got. I haven't
biography,
got the word. I don't want to say
and
the
the speed of
words.
light, just in case there was any
Gamma.
resistance to the
Listen,
original purpose of
He's
the
a
experiment
gamma.
or the interpretation of the
Mm.
results. They made thousands of observations
Oof.
both at noon
It's
and at
getting
6
quite
p.m.,
cold here now,
day
dude.
after day for 16 different directions, while the Earth was constantly changing its position. They strained their eyes looking
It's
for
good to
interference
see
bands
40
and for
people
any
still
shift in the
hanging
pattern
out
of the
here.
interference
I mean,
bands.
you could
The final
easily be
observations
there
were
by
made
the
in
other
July
4K watching
1887.
that
When
debate.
all the data had been
But
recorded
I
and
appreciate you
analyzed,
all
and
thinking
all the
you
calculations had been
guys
made,
rock.
checked, and
Please
rechecked,
hit the
they
likes
had to
if you
face
haven't
an
already, by
obstinate
the way.
fact that it destroyed a beautiful
And
theory.
do share the show.
No shift had been recorded on the order of magnitude demanded by the hypothesis of a stationary ether. It looks like a verdict of death to the notion of a calm ether sea. This was contrary again to all expectations. Michelson's thinking had
I used to
taken the
believe in
idea
the
of
ether, and like I
that
said, I
could be
found no
detected.
evidence for it. So
Scientists all over the world
this
could read the
part doesn't
conclusion.
bother me
There was
because
no
I don't
observable
believe there
difference
is
in
an
the
ether. I
velocity of
don't
light in
believe
whatever
there
direction the observer was
is
moving. What it
evidence
meant,
for it.
incredible as
So
it might appear, was that no
My
matter how
flat
this
fast
is
you
earth
went
video
after
did
light, you could not
the
catch
flat
up
earth
with it.
video
sorry.
did
Now,
the
since
other
the Earth
my,
moves around
the
the
flat
sun
earth
at about
video I
18
did
miles
the
per
other day
second,
had a
the
bit
speed
about
of a
the
beam of
ether
light
in
traveling
but
with the Earth's
it was
quote-unquote
about
motion would be
proofs and
greater
all
than
that,
of
so
a
I
beam
just thought it
traveling
was
in the
fair
opposite
just to
direction.
leave it in,
And
you know,
Michelson's experiment
even though I
confirmed
don't
this assumption.
subscribe to it.
To his utter
Yeah.
amazement, the experiment produced a zero effect.
Because
Michelson
I
could find
used
no drag
to
on the transmission of
believe in
light
the
in
ether
any
when I
direction.
first came to Flat
The
Earth.
data
But
were
like I said, I
unbelievable.
dropped
The
that idea
so-called
when I
ether
found
wind
out. I
that had
just
no
can't
effect
get
whatever on the
any
velocity of light,
evidence
whether
for
the
it,
beam was
really.
traveling with the quote-unquote
No,
wind
of course.
or
I think
across it.
it's
There was
too
only
too
one
much
other
into
possible
flow
conclusion to
belief.
draw, that the
Yeah.
Earth was at rest. Now, that last line is one that's famously been used time and time again by flat Earth
So
proponents and geocentrists
no, I
alike
left
as
it at
evidence
that.
that this experiment proves the Earth was stationary. But naturally, they leave out the rest of the quote. This, of course,
Someone
was
dropped.
preposterous. Now, it says a lot that flat earthers always leave this bit out
Yes,
when they quote
maybe.
it. And when their cherry picking is called
Because I
out,
thought
they'll
someone
try
tried
to
to come in now,
twist
but
this
someone-
to imply that science was simply too scared to accept the stationary
dropped
Earth, and that's why it was considered preposterous. The actual reason why is because we had tremendous amounts of evidence supporting the idea that the Earth was in motion, as I've already covered.
Nope.
The hypothesis
There's
of the
no
ether
evidence
was
that
merely
the
an
Earth is in
assumption that
motion.
just
Sorry
kind
to
of
break it
jived with
to
our
you, man.
understanding of other closely related phenomena and observations at the time, but was heretofore heretofore not generally well understood, well described, or substantiated. For more than a century at this point, we had made countless observations, taken countless measurements, done and repeated many experiments, with all of the independent evidence pointing to an Earth in motion. Thus, when faced with an experiment whose results could potentially contradict either idea, Occam's
He says there's something wrong. Sound playing in the background.
No, I just checked on my TV, and it's just
fine?
the video playing.
Yeah, it's just the video playing, dude.
What's one of these demonstrations of the Earth moving?
Yeah, it's perfect. Yeah.
Tells us that the hypothesis of the stationary ether, the one introducing a massive number of additional assumptions into the mix,
Sorry, Matt,
is
what'd
going
you
to
say?
be far less likely to be true. Hence,
He says that there's
preposterous.
demonstrations.
Observations are observations. Facts are
Yeah,
facts. Reluctant as he was to do so, Michelson had to report what he had
Oh, you're
found.
breaking
He
up,
recorded
man.
his findings in the August 1881 issue of the American Journal of Science under the title "The Relative Motion of the Earth in the Luminiferous Ether." His conclusion was short and unmistakable. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is erroneous. These dishonest attempts at rewriting history
I
aren't
don't know
limited
why
to
you're just
Michelson Morley.
calling
They do the
everything
same for other
dishonest. Just
experiments, like
because
Michelson, Gale, Pearson, an experiment
Witted
colloquially known
believes
as
the
Airy's
ether,
failure,
he
and basically
brings the
everything having to do
full
with Einstein and relativity. In all
quote
cases,
up
it
and then
seems as
say
if the
cherry
flat
picks. It
earthers
doesn't
have
make
either
him
never read the
dishonest.
paper and are just
He
parroting
brought
the
the
other
full
flat
quote
earthers
up.
that say this, or they're all just knowingly dishonestly representing the science. Without fail, flat earthers are either unwilling to present citations for their claims, they pull completely unrelated, irrelevant citations out of their ass, have no
Feeding
understanding
to
of what they say
authority
or
again.
mean, and simply hope that the people they present them to don't have the wherewithal
This
or knowledge or
whole thing
expertise
is
to call them out
projection.
on it, or they actually do reference actual real science and blatantly
Why do we
misinterpret
have
or
to bring
misrepresent it.
citation up
Either way,
if
flat earthers
citation
are
is
like every
based
other
on
kind of
glow belief,
pseudoscientist when
guys?
it comes to citations.
Because notice when we
So
do
really
bring
quick,
up
I have a
citation that
last-minute
makes a
edit that I need
point,
to
is that
toss in here,
yeah,
because I
but
just
this
came across
guy's
a
a glow
debate and needed
believer,
to
so
show an
therefore
even
it's
more blatant
invalid.
example of the dishonest tactics employed
This
by
boy's
flat
never
earthers.
talked to degree, has he?
Experiment, they expected a bridge shift.
But have you noticed that? If we do bring up a citation off the ask, then it's
This
that this
conclusion,
guy
well, this is
believes
what he
it's
said after
glow.
the experiment was done. This
Yeah.
conclusion
Now,
directly
QE
contradicts
doesn't do
the
anything without
explanation which
citations.
presupposes that the Earth moves.
Yeah, and then they
Every
moan if we
experiment in
don't
the
bring a
history of mankind
citation.
has substantiated
So what do you
the
want?
exact
You
same
want a
statement, showing
citation
that the Earth is not in
or
motion
not?
at all.
Now, I saw that quote and I thought to myself, I
As
don't
this,
remember reading that in the paper.
it's backfiring on them and they don't like it.
For it and couldn't find it. But eventually, I did manage to find where this quote was actually taken from. And when I did, of course, I discovered that this insufferable flat earther, Caleb, was dishonestly misrepresenting more than
Oh,
one thing about
nice.
this quote.
Caleb's not
He
dishonest.
attributed the quote to Albert Michelson in 1887, saying
Caleb's
that he was
far
speaking
from
to the results of the
dishonest.
Michelson-Morley experiment. That is
Where's
incorrect.
he
What
gone?
he's quoting here wasn't from
Who?
1887.
He's still
The
on
experiment
TikTok
that
around on
preceded it.
Twitter.
It wasn't in fact done by
What's on
Albert
TikTok?
Michelson, but it was done by Michelson alone in
He's
the
not
basement of
really
the
on
Astrophysical Observatory Potsdam in
YouTube.
Germany in 1881.
No, he always was
Michelson-Morley took place
TikTok,
6
but I
years
think
later,
Yeah,
he's
and was
more
making an
YouTube.
he's a
attempt at replicating
TikToker.
this
He's a
original
TikToker
experiment
and
with
a
greater
Twitter
precision.
kind of
Now
guy.
let's be generous and chalk that mistake up to laziness or sloppiness. What's far more important is what Caleb says about
Can you
the actual
remember that
experiment itself and what he
Mercedes,
quotes
the
from
flat
Michelson.
earther?
The paper he's
Oh
referencing
yeah,
was from
Mercedes,
the
that
American Journal of
girl,
Science, 1881,
the woman.
volume 12, beginning on page
Yeah,
32.
Yeah,
she's good.
Let's
I
start right
like
at the beginning.
her.
Caleb stated that
She's
the
Oh,
very
is that
smart.
one?
shift
Is that
was
one of the
about
ones
30
from
kilometers per
TikTok?
second assumed rotation
No,
of orbit
she
No,
around
did a
the sun.
YouTube.
debate.
Caleb, just like
Oh.
others before him,
She was usually
attempts to
debating
represent
on
the
modern day
experiment as
debates
a
and
test
stuff,
of
but
the quote-unquote assumption
yeah,
of
she's
the
been
Oh,
experiment.
yeah.
quiet lately
But
as
again,
well.
just
I
like
think
Michelson
she
Morley,
mostly just
the major
debates, but she
underlying
doesn't really
assumption being
make
examined in the
content.
experiment was the existence of
I
a
like
stationary
her
ether.
though.
I
The paper
remember
literally
that.
begins by saying the undulatory
Yeah,
shape
she's
of
young and
light
bright.
assumes the existence
Really
of a
bright.
medium called the ether,
What's
whose
it?
vibrations
Mrs.
produce the
debates as
phenomena
well,
of
doesn't
heat
she?
and light, and which is supposed to fill all space. And then later says, quote, assuming then that the ether is at rest, the Earth moving through it,
Sorry
the time
guys, we
required
don't
passing
really
one point to
find
another
this
on the Earth's
ether
surface would
talk
depend
really
on the direction in
exciting.
which it travels.
That's why we're not
So
really
already it's
bothered.
clear Caleb is lying, attempting to obfuscate the fact that this experiment was testing the assumption that the ether
Growing
existed
up.
and implies that
I'm
the motion of the
supposed to
Earth
be
was merely an
debating on
assumption and was
modern day
somehow in
debates
question.
tonight,
This is made even more clear by reading
but I
only 4
don't
pages
see
later, where he
the
writes, quote, at this time of the year, early in April, the Earth's motion and
see
its
it
orbit
set up
coincides
yet.
roughly in longitude with
So
the
if
estimated
it's not
direction of
going
the
to be
motion
set
of the
up and
solar
I'm not
system,
going to debate,
namely
that's
towards the
fine.
constellation Hercules.
Then
The
we'll
direction
be
of this motion is
reviewing the
inclined at an
Witted
angle of
debate.
about 26 degrees to the
Okay.
plane of the
Cool,
equator.
cool.
And at this time of the year, the tangent of the Earth's motion and its orbit makes an angle of negative
Because I'm
23.5
supposed to be
degrees with the plane of the
debating. Remember
equator.
that
Hence, we may say the resultant would lie within 25
guy
degrees
that
of the
did a
equator.
video on a long
Again,
time
this
ago,
demonstrates
the
that the motion
Christian
of the Earth
guy
wasn't in question. It wasn't an assumption being tested.
Yeah.
It was a known, understood, and measured value that was
that
being
we
used to
wanted to
determine the
do
relationship
talk about
between the
Hebrew
known
cosmologist
motion of the
Peter.
Earth and the hitherto unknown
yeah.
properties of the
Remember
ether.
that Peter, that
Now,
young
unfortunately,
guy,
it gets
the
worse,
Christian
and
guy.
one of the most blatantly dishonest things I've seen from a flat earther yet, quoting Michelson
No.
and implying that the conclusion
know
of the
that.
paper contradicts the explanation that the Earth is in motion. And in doing so, not only does he cut out the middle of the sentence that has some important context, but he ends the quote with, which presupposes that the Earth
The
moves.
16th.
Period. End of sentence.
That'll be now.
Well, let's look at the
Nice.
actual paper. This conclusion directly
2 p.m.
contradicts the explanation of the phenomenon of
What, you're
aberration,
meant to be
which
But there
is
debating
wasn't one.
generally
tonight?
accepted and which presupposes
No,
that the Earth
but there was
moves
nothing set
through
up.
the
It will be
ether
tomorrow.
Wow.
the latter remaining at
I don't know.
rest. Well.
It's very-
It's awfully odd that he just left that out, don't
But
you
they
think?
keep forgetting.
It's awfully
A modern day
dishonest to
debates
pretend
keep
as if his
forgetting
sentence
this. I
just
don't know.
ends after Earth moves, leaving out the rest. It's almost as if they know that they're wrong and they're simply okay lying about it. Now, of course,
No
there's
one's
a-
lying about
we left out
anything.
some
Just
rather
because you don't
important
agree
context
with
from the
you doesn't
preceding
mean no
paragraph,
one's
because it
someone's
clearly
lying.
and unambiguously states what the conclusion actually was.
Yeah.
The interpretation of these results is that there is no displacement.
I
of the
find it
Earth
very
band. The
hypocritical. The
result
guy
of the
claims and
hypothesis of a
moans that we're
stationary
calling him a
ether
liar
is
when we're
thus
showing him
shown
lying
to
on
be
screen,
incorrect, and the
and then
necessary
has the
conclusion
audacity
follows
to
that
say
the
someone else is lying
hypothesis
just
is
because he doesn't
erroneous.
agree with him.
There it is, in plain English. The hypothesis of a stationary ether is incorrect. There really isn't any more misquoting or taking out of context.
Yeah,
than they're able to
hypothesis
do
of a
to try to prove
stationary
this.
ether.
Now, I wouldn't be calling
They're not
these folks
saying that
liars if they
the
haven't
ether's
already been
stationary.
told
They're saying the
countless times
Earth's
that they're
stationary, the
misrepresenting
ether's
these papers.
moving.
Everybody makes mistakes. I'm sure I'm going to have at least one error somewhere in this video. But the difference between them and myself
One.
is that if I'm demonstrated to have gotten something wrong,
Yeah,
I'll own it,
one.
admit that I made a
Wow,
mistake,
dude.
try my best to make a
Okay.
correction, and not do it again. Until these people acknowledge that they've been misrepresenting these and other experiments for some time and stop perpetuating the lies.
That's why you look angry right now. No.
Now, I feel the need
just
to take a moment to
irritated
call out
that we have to
something
put
that's
ourselves
been
for
arguably
8
the worst
hours
aspect of my
through
journey
this. I
researching
thought there's
this
at least going to be
For some
something
reason,
more to
unbeknownst to me,
watch.
flat Earth content, without fail or exception, is some of the lowest quality, most outdated looking, straight up
Lowest
content
quality,
I've ever
most
seen from
outdated.
any
Okay.
Everything they produce is disgustingly low resolution, with some fucked up aspect
Disgustingly.
ratio. None of them know how to use
Wow.
green screens or have good taste in
And he
background
wasn't
music, know how to
in
use
any
fonts, color
way
palettes, or anything
insulting
related
to,
to visual
to us
design.
whatsoever.
And they're
He
terrible
said.
with every piece of technology they use, especially anything remotely related to audio.
That is just nonsense.
Denver's own Bob Nadell. How's everybody doing?
That is nonsense. I can show Globers that have really bad quality work. And I like to think I don't really have such bad quality work. Oh, that's also one thing I have to say. I heard him talking on FTFE where he said one of my videos or streams or something, videos I made. I said, he says, yeah, we talk bad quality. And then all of a sudden he goes and watches one of my videos and it's only in mono on left channel. What the hell is he talking about? It's an outright lie. I went to that video. It's not in mono.
Yeah,
So the guy literally lied on FTFE stream.
I don't. Why would it be in mono unless deliberate? You know what I mean?
Yeah, maybe because he doesn't know he's got maybe settings or something on his computer. Doesn't make my video on mono.
Maybe
It's playing
maybe
on
it's
both.
different one, yeah.
It's playing both channels on my computer. So the
He
guy's
maybe
talking
different
shit.
Yeah. He's obviously just deaf.
Awkward, and he's
In one
so
log.
sure he's
Yeah.
owning people and looks smart. I'm getting sympathy, anxiety for the people he's talking to. It's just, no, stop it.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you think that looks more like a lunar module or a homeless tweaker shelter, if you had to pick one?
Is this really happening?
Just if you had to pick one.
Why did he choose such an unwieldy quote to use on the shirt he designed and then was going to say a lot in the video? Why is this his opening to his conversation? It's such a terrible shirt. Why did he?
So I'm wearing a shirt now. I recreated it to try and understand what the deal is, what's going on here, and
Frankly, I still don't get it. It was a complete waste of time.
What did you get? It's simple. It looks like a homeless shelter.
As well as an expert in CGI and
It means
special
he's saying
effects,
it's
and this
fake.
is what his professionally produced content looks like.
He said it was terrible, but that wallpaper was even worse.
Yeah.
The dude even spelled his own name wrong in the credits of his own movie, among about 1,000 other brain-dead typos and mistakes that this guy compiled into a playlist. But let's not get ahead of
Wow,
ourselves.
so spelling mistakes makes his
There was this one
content
flat earther I
bad.
came across while watching
Yeah,
the
of
debate.
course.
When checking
What
to see
if
if
he's
they had any
dyslexic?
flat
You
earth
know,
content
think
themselves,
about it.
I found
If
out
that
they
is
had a
what
music
they're
channel. So
attacking,
of
is
course I had to
his
check it out.
his
Prepared for the roast, I checked out one of their videos.
grammar
For the
and
first time, I
spelling
was actually
mistakes.
pleasantly surprised with
Then
what I
that
saw.
shows you that's
It
all they
literally
have to
wasn't the worst
argue
thing that I
about.
would see and hear all day.
I know. What if
So
the
I
dude
basically
does all his
followed
own
other
work,
content,
editing
and
and
I thought to
everything, and
myself,
he's a bit
hey, at least
dyslexic?
there's one
So
content
what?
flat earth. It seems as if rather than film in a more cinematic aspect ratio or do the simple
What's
thing
wrong?
that
Maybe
I do
that's
and
what
crop
he
out the
liked
top and
doing.
bottoms of the video to create that black bar effect, they instead just decided to drop black rectangle.jpg onto their video.
Maybe
forgot to
that's
actually
how he
align it with
likes
the top of the
doing
video
it.
and just called it a day.
Everybody has their
And
own
listen,
way of
nobody's
doing
immune to
things.
these kinds of problems. God knows I've had my fair share of embarrassing typos and mistakes made during editing, glass houses and such. I'm sure there's going to be a dozen issues with this video that I'm going to miss or won't be bothered to fix. But I don't think you could say that I didn't meet at least some minimal standard of acceptable quality here. So that's all to say there's only a few guarantees in life.
Wow.
Death, taxes,
It's
and
not
content made by
about the
flat earthers
quality
will,
of
without
bloody
fail,
video,
be
dude.
cringeworthily low quality. And that brings me to
No,
the
he
Thursday
sounds like
response,
such an
the most
arrogant
flirtesque
prick.
flirt video I've ever seen.
Yep.
It
Like
exhibits
you're
all
Jeff
the
Conklin,
picking
qualities,
at
qualities, even some that
things.
I've never seen anywhere else
Sorry.
before or since.
No,
I'm
no
going
stress.
to just cut out a few of my
Jeff
favorite
Congo
bits and
says for
just let it
$10
play
for
for
that.
you.
Thank you very
As
much.
much
He
as I
says
want to
this
do some
guy
zoom
that
and
did
add
this
some
video was
subtitles to emphasize some of
disingenuous
the
and
absurdity,
constantly
I will
attacked.
refrain. What I'm
Yeah.
about
That's
to show
exactly
you is
what
raw,
you're saying.
unedited excerpts from
Exactly.
some
Thank you very
genuine
much
flat
for
earther
the
video
super chat,
content
man.
presented live during a
You
debate by
rock.
FTFE on
Like,
behalf
if
of the
he can
flirt,
pick at
schema,
something
unironically and unashamedly.
about
Yeah,
a
it's
flat
just
To be
being
honest,
earther, he
this
busy.
will,
should
like
probably come with
anything.
some kind of content
Yeah,
warning.
it's just,
So save
he's
yourself
going to
one.
points that don't even matter.
Mm-hmm.
Newton's third law. For every reaction, there is an equal and opposite
Matthew
reaction.
says for some reason
No
his
movement
mic's
requires
not
an object
working.
to push off another. Such
No
as when
idea
you
why that
walk,
will happen,
your
man.
foot pushes off the ground. When you throw a ball, your hand pushes the ball, and the ball pushes your hand. The oar pushes the water, which in turn pushes the oar, and thus the boat.
Okay.
Pushing or pulling involves you or your vehicle applying some force to an external object such as the floor. There are other forces that cause movement that doesn't involve you or your vehicle pushing off an external object.
Displacement. Hold on, yeah, okay.
Force equals mass times acceleration. Acceleration due to relative density is approximately 10 meter per square.
Did you just see that there? He
Yeah.
just showed
Yeah.
a force due to displacement. So
Yeah.
relative density disequilibrium shown as a force because it displaced the liquid. It caused acceleration when you put the egg in. Watch this.
That cause movement that
Here we
doesn't
go.
involve you or your vehicle pushing off an external object. Force equals mass times acceleration. Acceleration due to relative density is approximately 10 meter per square. Is approximately 10 meters per second square. Density
Yeah, I don't
applied
know
on a
anything
5
about that.
kilogram weight should be 50 newtons. So, if Newton's third law is applied exactly the way it was in the previous slides, buoyancy is an upward force exerted by fluid that opposes the weight of an immersed object. The following equation states the buoyant force is equal to density times gravitational acceleration times the volume of fluid displaced. Let's say we have a jug of water which has a density of 1. Yes,
This guy
water
sort of
has a
sounds
density
like
of 1
he's
kilogram per liter.
fighting for
Put a
Dell's
container full of air to the bottom of the jug. Container will move to the top. The volume of the container is 200 milliliters. The following is the equation to calculate the pressure gradient force based of difference in pressure and density. The driving force for wind is the pressure gradient force. When pressure is different from one location to another, the difference in pressure exists. Now, if gas moves due to pressure gradient force calculated to be 10 newtons south, is there an opposite force applied of 10 newtons north? When the wind blows on the back of your head, did the air in the front of you push off your face when the air started to move away from you? Obviously not. To lift the container, the air movement must apply force greater than 1 newton. However, this is not seen on the scale. As you can see, the balloon can't begin to accelerate nearly as much as when the vacuum gauge was near the balloon open. This first equation is how NASA says how rockets work. The second equation is the fluid dynamics equation for movement of fluids through a pipe. Similarly, the rocket exhaust, which is the fluid which moves through the nozzle pipe. Both equations have velocity. So let us substitute velocity in the NASA equation with what velocity equals in the fluid dynamics equation. Mass flow rate is equal to density times volumetric flow rate. You can convert volume to mass with density. Volumetric flow rate equals mass flow rate divided by density. Now let us replace volumetric flow rate with mass flow rate divided by density. There is a mass flow rate exiting the pipe, but no force is applied to the pipe. The fluid dynamics equation is used in many industries. The fluid dynamics equation is used in many industries, and the NASA equation is used by 1 or perhaps 2 industries that are mainly run by the state. Why do they lie? Like most people, lies are told to collect money. NASA collects taxpayers' money. NASA, like college students,
I'm surprised
use his
this
money
guy
tuition,
can show
which
so
was obtained
much
from the parents to party
of
and
this
perhaps buy the girlfriend a new phone
of people's
instead of
videos
using the money to
without
pay for
actually
school.
getting any strikes or anything.
Well,
It's really weird.
it's good to know that JM Truth is still getting work
I'm gonna
as a
say
director
thank you,
and
Jeff
editor.
Congo, for your $10 super chat. Oh, we've already done this one. DJ Crookshank for your
All right, I'm gonna be
£10
honest,
super
this
chat.
video
Thank
is
you very
getting
much. It
extremely
says
long, and I would
we're
like to move on to
getting
some
there.
more
Directors
interesting
is the
and entertaining topics.
is
So we're just
the
going to kind of fast forward through a couple of these
mostest
real quick.
unbiased fair Switzerland person I've ever met.
No, the most is this. The most is this.
The most is this unbiased fair Switzerland person I've ever met.
That's not science.
You missed the Chinese war.
I couldn't get it in. I only had 2 characters left.
Terrible.
You rock, man. Thank you very
Science
much for
champions
your
the peer review
support.
process,
Oh, wow.
the critical analysis of the greater community over the published research of others, as well as the welcoming of the
Wow,
careful
he's
attempts
filling
at
this board
replication
up,
of the
eh?
results. Pseudoscience does not see critical analysis and
So
peer
we're
review
still
as
on the same
opportunities
thing
to
with
improve,
pseudoscience
revise,
and
or
science. I
grow
think we've
bodies of
already
scientific knowledge. Anytime
detailed
replication
what
occurs
science
or is
and
even attempted,
pseudoscience
even if
long
putting something
ago.
generally accepted to the test, we're either going to be increasing our confidence in it, which is a good thing, or we're going to be discovering something that we hadn't known about it before, which is also a good thing. This is the same process by which we test a generally accepted hypothesis, like the luminiferous ether, and end up coming to the conclusion that our assumptions about the universe were wrong, leading to major paradigm-shifting breakthroughs in science.
I can't even
The
say
attempts to
that,
test or
Jeff.
replicate the currently accepted
Mysticism.
models, the major process by which they would ever be falsified,
Yeah,
are paradoxically viewed as anti-science by those who are in fact anti-science.
To refute things that Red said, he
Anti-science.
started out by talking about Slice Barkane's test, which is exactly what I said at the beginning would be done, is pointing out tests that do not have any kind of fear behind
Talking
them
about
because you're just going out and
mysticism,
reconfirming
there's
exactly what you
Germany.
already know. Earlier
Yeah.
this year, Wolfie went to Honolulu on the equinox to film the sun setting at 270 degrees and called that proof of anything. That's pseudoscience because it's just going to prove, to reconfirm what we already know to be the case. There's no way, and he knows that he's going to come across evidence in the contrary. So that's not scientific in my mind. You're not trying to disprove anything. You're simply going out to reconfirm, and that does no good for anybody.
Attempts to test or replicate any of the fringe pseudoscientific hypotheses are viewed as attacks, with those who are anti-science often invoking conspiracies as a
For
means
somebody
to
that's
explain
talking to
failures,
nobody, he sure got a lot to say.
rather than accepting that
And
they're
I thought I had a lot to say.
No,
a lot to
these are
say.
assumptions
Ridiculous.
based on a false model. And the bias in the scientific community is aligning with the false model.
What
instead
I
of
don't get
telling the
is
truth.
there's so
The
much
collaborative process of science is
debate,
presenting the case to the jury.
even
The jury
between
being the larger
myself and
scientific community as a
Mattoon
whole.
and
You should make your arguments,
FTFE
present your
No.
evidence,
and
argue for whatever
all of these
conclusion that
people that
evidence
he's
has led you to,
showing
and
on
should be
screen,
ready, willing, and
but he
able to stand
doesn't
up to
bring anything up.
cross-examination. Pseudoscientists
The-
He
the-
brings
the-
these guys that we don't even know who the hell they are.
That's I was going to say that they're bringing up their heroes like Mattoon and FTFE. That's it basically. But when it comes to flat earthers, it's people I've never, not one of them. Well, there was a couple, but in general, none of them I've never seen.
Which is actually was clever. He started his documentary off with people like CC
That is the core goal
and a
of
bit
the
of quantum
process.
erasing
Anything like
stuff.
ideological, cultural,
Yeah.
But the
political, and
rest-
personal biases that get in the
Yeah.
way of the acceptance of incoming
But
research
because he
are
knows by this
usually
time, by
the
4.5
temporary
hours or
situations
whatever,
that eventually are discovered and
you're not
rooted,
really going to have
making way
people
for even the
watching
most
an 8-hour
controversial or
stream,
revolutionary
No.
research,
a
as
video.
long as it's quality. In very much the same
So
way
he
that
can
young
just
Vera
carry on
Rubin wasn't
using
able to
people
apply to
that are
Princeton
just,
graduate school for astronomy, as they wouldn't be accepting
you
female
know,
graduate students, or at
nothing
least in
really
over 20
for
years, and that her thesis
flat
All
earth.
he's
and
done
dissertations were
for-
considered controversial or outright ignored.
is
It wasn't
like
until many years
insult
later,
everybody.
decades after Fritz Zwicky had proposed
Everything
the
a
radical
flat
idea of dark
earther
matter
does
that
is
was also considered controversial,
pseudoscience,
that
but
after teaming
all
up with
their
respected
crap
male
is
astronomer
science.
Kent Ford, that her work would finally be taken
Well,
seriously by
Clarence
the scientific
says
community.
these
Like,
Her
plans
observation
are
and measurements of outer stars and
full,
stellar
isn't it?
galaxies rotating just as
That
fast
isn't
as
the
they
case.
towards the center, suggesting additional unseen mass present, contributing to all
Are
that
you
matter.
and
Clearly,
Jupiter?
would back Zwicky's hypothesis from decades earlier.
Roger,
something
you
that
and
would change the face
Jupiter?
of astronomy to this day.
Oh, I am right now, yeah.
Publish real
It's
science
gaseous up here.
publications simply
Oh yeah,
because
well, Jupiter is just one big
quality
dust.
standards are accepted.
There's no laws of gravity going on that I can find.
Conclusions
Cool,
get eaten
cool,
alive
cool.
by their peers. They love to paint a picture similar to that of Vera Rubin, attempting to argue that such prejudicial treatment is not the exception. But in their case, this is, in fact, the rule. They argue that there exists systemic, permanent biases against their research, and that this is why their studies are not accepted into legitimate academic literature. They dismiss the real and valid criticisms of their work as a conspiracy to maintain the status quo, unfortunately diminishing the real and actual barriers that are still faced by many inside of the scientific community for the aforementioned reasons, and instead opt to publish their shoddy research in their own self-created, non-accredited, and non-peer-reviewed publications that they're then able to pass off as legitimate to wider, non-savvy audiences. The sad thing is that even these wackos know that flat Earth is pseudoscience.
These wackos.
The worst of the
See
worst
what I
is that
mean?
flat
Like,
Earth
what a
don't even go that
prick.
far. Most of their quote-unquote research is nothing more than poorly put together memes.
And,
Yes,
and
they
he's the
have
guy
some
who sat there
amateur
for
YouTubers that are
10
role-playing as
seconds,
scientists. What's even more
speechless,
depressing is that
when
every time that anything remotely close to
Sov
the
asked him a
scientific
simple
research is done by
question.
flat earthers, they end up coming to the right conclusion, that the Earth is not flat.
No,
At
didn't
which
you?
point
Yeah, they
the
said that was a
ideological biases
stupid
force them
question.
to do what they accused the greater
Yeah.
scientific community of doing to them, rejecting their own findings. The most famous
Because of
example of
people
which
like you,
coming
you
from late
prick.
Bob Nodell. In 2018, Behind the Curve, a Netflix documentary about flat earthers, followed the
Oh,
stories
no
of a number
doubt.
of prominent
A
flat
hit
earthers
piece.
and the goings-on within the community, including Bob Nodell, one of the founders of Globebusters, a YouTube
Thanks,
channel
Bob.
dedicated to promoting the flat Earth worldview. Bob wanted to do an experiment. They wanted to prove once and for all that the Earth was not rotating, debunking one of the core tenets of the globe Earth model. But how did they plan
This
on
is
doing
also
that?
dishonest.
Well, with the help of another member of the flat Earth
Because
community,
Bob
they got
also
themselves
said
a
they
$20,000
misrepresented what he
finger
said and
microscope.
how he said it.
What does that do? Well, here's a super fast
And
breakdown.
obviously they
Also note,
We're about to see
also
operate
note
on
Bob
is
never
something called the
showed.
Sagnac effect.
They never showed
Imagine you have a
Bob's
device that allows you to
actually
shoot
doing
two
this and
lasers of the same
showing the
frequency wavelength
measurements.
in opposite directions around the
And
same
it was
path.
them that
You allow
edited
them to
it, you
converge
know
on
what I
some
mean? It
point
was
where you have
Netflix
some
that
kind of
did
detector
it.
set up.
No say
When
by
waves such as light
anybody
interact
else.
with each
It's
other,
obviously
we get
it.
something called wave interference. And this
Yeah,
interference
guys,
produces
please
a
hit the
specific
likes,
pattern based
share
on
the
the
show.
properties of wave.
Really do
Now suppose
appreciate
you take
all
the
your
device
support.
and
You guys
rotate it.
rock.
The result of this is that one of the beams of light will take slightly longer to go around the path, and the other will take slightly shorter, changing the resultant frequency and wavelength of the waves, resulting in a noticeable effect on the interference pattern.
And
An effect
notice
that can
as
be
well,
detected
Bob's
and
not here
quantified,
to
allowing us to measure how much
defend himself
rotation actually
either.
occurred.
Uh-huh.
Modern ring laser gyroscopes, like like the one Bob procured, are extremely precise.
You know
and require
what I
minimal
find
parts.
also
So what's used in
hypocritical
most
from
modern
these
navigation
globies?
systems on things like commercial jet
When
liners,
we
fighter
say
jets,
things
ballistic
like the
missile
Challenger
systems, and even on
shuttle,
the
people
International
are still
Space Station.
alive. They never
So
died.
what did
Okay?
Bob do with it?
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
if the Earth was indeed
They,
rotating, then the
it's
generally accepted
disgusting
rate of
to
that
say
rotation
that.
is once
But
per day,
the
which
guy
is
that's
360
dead,
degrees in
Bob,
24 hours,
they
or
keep
15 degrees
going
per
back
hour.
to him
A
and
rotation rate that such a piece of
misrepresenting and
equipment was
using
well
him.
within measuring.
Yeah.
So what
Because
That's
you can't
disgusting.
defend yourself
But
now.
what we
Yeah.
found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift. Now, obviously, we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right?
So they picked up what seemed to be the rotation of the Earth. While that was what any physicist would have told them was going to happen, it obviously wasn't what Bob had hoped for. Unwilling to accept that the detected rotation was caused by the spin of the Earth, the next step was to attempt the measurement once more, this time surrounding the gyroscope in something called a zero Gauss chamber to shield it from what they suspected was the real culprit, some kind of motion of the sky, the heavenly energies, or perhaps that pesky luminiferous ether. But they ended up detecting the same rotation. Now, according to Bob in the documentary, there were plans to try again, using another kind of container as a shield, but as far as I can tell, this either didn't occur, or the results were never published. Now, I do have to commend Bob for his attempt to use proper scientific equipment to
Yep,
conduct
they tried at different altitudes and they saw differences. So differences in the...
Sharing the results of your experimentation
Mhm.
regardless of the findings, subjecting it to peer review, and allowing the community to learn from it, suggest feedback, attempt to replicate it themselves, whether it's officially published in some scientific journal or even just less seriously in a YouTube video. Now, the easy thing for me to have done was to assume that Bob never published these results to the wider scientific
Exactly,
community.
Jeff.
They only saw the light of
Gyroscopes
day
don't
because of the
drift. If
release
they
of
drift, there's something
Dunning-Kruger.
wrong with them.
But because of his
Not
unfortunate
working.
passing in 2023, and with that, of course, came his inability to defend himself, I want to give this some extra due diligence before coming to that conclusion. Now, unfortunately, it seems as though this was the case with the gyro test. As best as my research was able to discern, there was no talk about this anywhere online prior to the release of the documentary. No videos released on Glowbusters or any of the other channels that I was able to find some connection to, and I wasn't really able to find a concrete timeline for when filming occurred or when the experiment was actually done. So I can't say for sure if the results were ever circulated by Bob, even throughout just the flat Earth community, let alone to a
At
wider
least
audience.
this was
Although what we
quite
saw in the
nice.
documentary
Great.
itself might give us a hint as
Good
to
to see
why
that you
may
admit
be the
that you
case.
can't find really anything.
We want to prove there's no curvature. And if we can do that, it's game over. But the rotation is not looking good at this point. We don't want to blow this, you know? Right. We got $20,000 in this freaking gyro. But yeah, if we dumped what we found right now, it'd be bad.
Wish that obsessed Arnold
It
just
would be
leave me
bad.
alone.
So what I just told you is
That still
confidential.
emails me.
You know what I mean? You sure that, but what was doing? What
Now,
I see
bad enough that
is
they're incapable of wrapping their
confidential.
heads around the foundational aspects of math and science that are required to actually be able to engage successfully in these kinds of conversations.
Aaron
But just
can
when you
go
thought things couldn't get
suck an
worse, the
ass.
Flurfs say, hold
Yeah.
my beer.
The guy's not
If
obsessed
their
with me, but he
worldview was
emails
really
me
the
still
product of ignorance
constantly.
or stupidity, you might actually have a chance to reason with them, to explain the fallacies at the heart of their arguments, to provide them with evidence that
I
they're
want nothing
apparently
to do
asking
with the
for.
guy.
Education would actually be an answer to how to turn these discussions into
Hey,
something positive.
I mean, look at the people they're putting on
Unfortunately,
screen.
what makes these conversations as
I mean,
insufferable
what
as
the
they
hell?
are is not that they don't have the capacity to engage, because believe it or not, there's actually some reasonably intelligent flat earthers out there. What's foundational to the toxic
So why
toxicity at
haven't
the
you
core of every
shown
one of these
them?
debates is that they're entirely unwilling to engage in good faith. The fourth symptom of the flat earth worldview.
They don't understand.
They don't engage
Whatever.
because they know these idiots are going to twist it.
Yep. Okay, part
Guys,
4.
either an NPC or an agent.
What you say this one?
I said the guy acts like he's either an NPC or
Like I said,
an
there's a
agent.
lot of different technical things, and we can watch hours and hours of footage of them explaining this if you want. But basically, if they let go of space-time, right, and they understand what we see as space-time, right, all of these elementary particles, right, if we
But
understand
this
that,
guy
as
is
basically
saying
a
now we
user
did.
interface, as
The
we're speaking about
fourth
reality,
argument
right?
is better
Computing
than
the scattering
just
amplitude
dishonest.
becomes basically a
Intellectually
billion,
dishonest.
not exaggerating, a billion times easier. So basically,
And Globers are really
the
honest, aren't
geometry,
they?
right, that we
Like
use to identify our
FTFE
world, right,
battering
with the crux of
someone.
the conversation we're having when we start talking about electrons, etc.
But
right?
that's the thing.
The geometry is
That's the
basically
irony
a
of
facet
this.
of coding, right? So basically, you can look
They
at locality
projecting
and
their
unitary
intellectual
as they're basically
dishonesty
different
onto everybody
movements.
else.
I know Craig is behind the 8-ball; he might not understand that, but if anybody understands what I'm saying and you're familiar with this, you understand that that was very simply and obviously an oversimplification. But essentially, that's what it is, right? They're agreeing with the unified field theory. Essentially, there's no such thing as
Who the hell
electrons
is
and
this guy
neutrons.
anyway?
There is no curve of the Earth.
But
there is a
I
curve.
beg to differ.
Because we have
I've shown
to.
you evidence, and you're still going, it's CGI, even though right there is evidence that the Earth is curving. Your
It
only
has-
answer is that is CGI. There's the evidence. The Earth is not
either
flat.
Where is that the evidence?
It's probably a mixture of things that they do. There's probably CGI, green screens, fisheye
Again,
lenses.
it's
they're
not their
probably really good at
evidence.
faking
They've
this
just
stuff.
found
That's
it.
obviously CGI because the Earth doesn't curve.
No, it isn't.
Well, I
This
know
is
it's
the
not
same
real
when
because
he
the
was
Earth
talking
doesn't
to
curve.
Sov and he said, "Oh, you see that black behind you? That's gravity."
And you saying it's coming back down. Well, what you're actually seeing is this. You're looking at from the other side of the
No, I'm
rocket.
not.
Yeah, you are. You're looking at from the other side
That's
of the
not
rocket,
reality,
and you're
that's a
seeing it
picture.
come down. That is
That's
what
a
is
picture,
happening.
it's not
Yeah,
reality.
there's the reality.
No, it's a
Wow.
computer program. What's
Yeah,
that
let-
line that's
let-
cutting off the buildings? What is that?
I'll show you.
What's that called?
So that's called the horizon.
No.
The horizon is the curve.
The horizon is the point at which your line of sight is tangent with the surface. That's what
So
the
it's not the
horizon
curve.
is.
It's the
So the
effect of
horizon is not the
curvature.
curve.
That's the effect of a curve.
As we've discussed before,
So-
Hip Hop Hippie,
so it's
it's
not
the
the curve.
effect
So
of
it's not the curve.
curvature. It's the effect
it's not the
of
curve.
curvature.
The only reason you have a horizon is
Did
because
he just
there's
say
a
the
curvature.
horizon is the effect of a
So
curve?
the horizon is not.
No.
I told you what I think it is. It's just an idea. That's it.
No. I'm not asking what you think it is. I'm asking
What's
what
with
it
this
is in
countdown
science.
thing
How
here
does
he's
science
got on
define
here?
a model?
I don't know.
Intellectual
Well,
dishonesty,
then how can we don't have one if you
any
don't know what it
percent
is?
flow addition.
Just to be clear, a
Word
scientific
salad,
idea or a scientific conjecture is a
play with
hypothesis.
fake, circular
It's a yes
reasoning,
or no- it's a
reject
yes or
it on
no question.
demons.
It's not though, because
No,
you've
it's not.
just already
It's
formed a
repeat
question.
extreme
No, it's a
obsession,
already formed
it
ridiculous
is.
question.
Mis-
that you were trying to get a
misuse
goal and
logical
it doesn't
fallacy,
conform to reality.
devolve
Is the
into
horizon a curve, yes or
insanity,
no?
The horizon is caused by
provide
the curve, and
evidence
that's
that
the only answer
So
you're
is
gonna
that-
get
is
from me.
final
that a no?
boss
Is that a
bomb.
no?
What the?
That is the
Giving
only
you
answer
the
you're gonna get
horizon
from me,
is
because I know what you're trying
Why
to
is that
do,
the only
and it's
answer?
not gonna work here. We don't play
Why?
that fucking game here.
Yeah,
The horizon is caused by the
what
curve.
the implications are.
The
You don't have
horizon
to agree
can't be
with me.
caused by the curve
You don't
because
have
the
to agree
horizon
with
is
me.
an
Just
optical,
repeat after me.
Why
The
are you so
horizon
scared,
is
bro?
caused by the
optical
curve. Why are you
Is
so
the
flash
horizon
with the
curved?
sky and
Is the
earth
horizon
appear
curved?
to meet. It's got nothing
Is
to
the
do
The
with the
horizon is
curve.
caused by
Answer
the
the
curve.
question.
Can
Why
you
won't
repeat
you
after
answer
me?
the
The
You see, this
horizon
is the
is
reason.
caused by the curve.
This is one of the things I say. Raid's rhetoric.
is just
Idiot.
beyond hilarious because y-axis curve has never been
Who is this?
proven.
Tyler
You keep saying that,
42.
but I've shown it to you.
Another
Did you want
fat
to
earth
do
that nobody
three
knows
Three
about.
different videos I showed to you, including one that you wanted to show.
Okay, let me pull one up right here.
Yeah, Jeff. Jeff said in the chat, the fact that he is using the derogatory name given to us that we adopted as our own flash.
Why did you play that? There's a curve in that. Can you send me that video? I want to use it. I want to add it to my list. There's curve in the horizon.
That's expected.
That's the fourth time that two of them from me, two of them from you of the curved horizon. Tyler, what are you doing? What? Who's that?
No, I'm good.
Wait.
That's my mom. Mom, is Earth flat or a globe?
It's not flat. It's not flat. That's it. Yeah. It's not flat at all. Don't you worry.
You see what I'm saying?
There's a staggering number of ways in which flat earthers regularly approach both formal debates and casual discussions in bad faith, and I personally find it fascinating, even if ultimately unsurprising, how eerily
There you
and
are, Bingus is
frustratingly
wicked, he's
similar most
not
of these
doing
debates
well.
end up becoming. It's one thing to bring common talking points and the same old arguments to these
I
debates.
doubt that.
I wouldn't
I
expect
haven't
these folks
watched.
to be
We'll be
reinventing the
reviewing
wheel
it
all the
probably
time.
tomorrow
But what I
night.
never expected was that
Against
there would be so
Dave,
much
I
similarity,
can't- I
so
don't
many
cannot
clear and
believe
obvious
that.
patterns shared between the flat
Against
earthers when
Dave.
it comes to certain kinds of dishonest and toxic behavior. Now, I admit I always end up feeling a bit uncomfortable when describing something that
I'd
I
love to
attribute to being
debate Dave
shared or
there.
common between the majority of
But
flat
he
earthers,
runs
and
for
then
me
only
like
show
a
one or
snake.
two clips as examples and then move on. I worry
Listen
that
to
this is
me.
a kind of cherry picking, taking things out of context or using one bad apple
I find
to
it
try to
really
unfairly
odd
spoil
that
the bunch.
only
It's one of the
Witsit
primary reasons that I
is
felt the need
getting
to
it
compile
right
so
to
many of
debate
these lengthy
people that's
montages.
making
I
it
really want to
possible
drive
for the
home
rest
the
of
point
us
that
to
I'm not
debate.
trying to be dishonest or uncharitable, that the wide brushstrokes
Really
I'm
weird
painting
stuff.
really are fair representations of what we see, that these traits really do seem to be baked into the worldview itself, much closer to being rules rather than exceptions. The sad truth is that a significant portion of my time spent editing this video was spent deleting most of the example clips that I put together.
Yeah,
Simply
guys, we're
because they were
almost
far
5
too
hours
long
in the
to each.
8-hour
I was
debate.
originally going to be
Woohoo!
breaking all of these things up into their own little
8
subsections
hour
and going
stream.
into a bit more detail on each, showing little montages of examples
Painful.
along the way like we've already seen, but I ran into a few problems. The first was context.
At
So
least
many
we
of the
know
first
how to
examples
talk
of
to
dishonesty are
people.
just subtle and nuanced enough that without potentially multiple minutes of lead up before the moment that they get
Make
exposed,
'em watch
it might
this
not be
video.
obvious or
And
convincing.
what is the time
Second
on
is
his
overlap.
video?
Frankly, it was too hard to categorize
His
most
video,
of these
we are
examples
sitting
simply
at
because any
least
individual
at
clip
4
could exhibit
hours, 20
multiple
minutes
toxic
about.
traits simultaneously. It's actually kind of
Yeah.
impressive
We
that
are
authors are able
past
to commit
halfway.
2, 3,
We're
or
almost
even
there.
more of these bad faith behaviors
Another
as part of a
3
single
and something.
argument.
So it's definitely
There are a
helped
few
to
aspects
speed
of
it
their
up.
behavior that do still
Yeah.
deserve their own little standalone montages, but I think it'll be more enlightening if during this part of the discussion, rather than go wide with
Right,
each
I'm going
behavioral
back
aspect
in
and show a
chat.
million examples from
Alright,
just as many
babe.
different people,
Love you.
Bye.
instead go a bit deeper into
Love
specific
you.
individuals
Not
and
Professor
debates.
Dave is
Let's begin by
frustrated
taking a look at Austin
as
Ritz,
he
one of the more
can't give
prominent
an
debaters in the
answer
flat
to
earth community, as a
questions
great
he is
first
being
example of
asked.
the challenge of
Yes, it's
engaging
usually
being
that way.
intellectually dishonest. They make a positive claim about problems with the currently accepted models in science, and then you ask them to substantiate their claim with evidence. Now, Now, of course, it'd be nice if they were to link to maybe a paper from a peer-reviewed scientific journal, or at the very least, maybe a YouTube video with some kind of experiment or demonstration. But unfortunately, when asked for their best evidence, all they can do is ask a question.
Your claim is that the model is wrong.
Yes, the heliocentric model cannot be substantiated.
Okay.
That's
Provide your evidence.
Okay, so there's tons of evidence. Well, for most of these evidences, you will just have to dismiss them to coincidence.
Not exactly off to a good start.
Start with your best. Start with solid stuff, not coincidence.
Okay, has it ever been recreated or observed or repeated that an object due to its mass can cause another object to revolve around it?
Okay, cool. He wants us to give an example of something orbiting something else. And one of the things he said he'd accept was an observation. Something pretty easy to do.
Okay.
Well, the moon does that all the time.
See, no, that is self-imposing the current metrics of the heliocentric model.
Now, he immediately rejects this example in what seems to be a half-hearted attempt to accuse us of begging the question. But let's not let him distract from the original focus of the conversation, that he says he has all kinds of evidence that demonstrates that our model is incorrect. He currently has the burden to demonstrate how our model, our explanation for observed phenomena, is incorrect. And then when he flips the burden and asks us for an example of an observation of a specific phenomenon that our model explains, he rejects it on the basis that it's using our model. Ask yourself, if he was being honest, what would he really be asking for here? He challenges our model by asking us to provide an example of something predicted by our model, but won't accept any examples that are based on our model. That is, of course, dishonest nonsense. The appropriate response here would be for him to explain the flaw in our model, to outline how our model's explanation for this particular observed phenomena is invalid in some way, perhaps demonstrating how our observations conflict with what the model predicts, not by simply responding with, nuh-uh.
The answer is simply no. No, it has never happened, and it never will happen.
Well, we have confirmed that mass attracts mass.
You keep on. This is so semantical, it's insane.
MC Toon was making an important and valuable distinction here, and Whitsitt once again dismisses it entirely, as merely being semantics. But the only one playing word games here is the flat earther.
Always the flat earther is wrong.
How and
Always
when
the flat
gravity has
earther.
been observed or demonstrated.
Never the other
In
guy.
its purest, most succinct form, gravity can be described as mass attracting mass. This isn't semantics. It's being clear and precise with language and terminology.
I'm asking you very simply, bro. In the history of mankind, has anyone recreated an experiment where an object, due to its mass, has caused another object to revolve around it?
Yeah, in a one-to-one scale, we do that all the time.
When does an object revolve around another one due to gravity? Please
The moon.
Can it be recreated in a controlled
He
experiment?
just
on Earth?
told you
It doesn't need
demonstrated.
to be. We can just observe
It
it.
doesn't need to be. That's
We
the
can just
problem
observe
here.
it. And,
So we just believe it.
And satellites do it all the time too.
He asked a
So
recreated
it isn't odd that this
demonstration
experiment can't be
of a
recreated, but you know it to be
object
definitive because of your self-imposed
orbiting
metrics of
another
the
object.
heliocentric
And he
model.
says
You don't
the
see how
moon.
logical
It's an observation.
The moon's not a
Whitsitt is blatantly
recreated
attempting here
demonstration.
to confine the discussion of a complicated topic such as gravity to his extremely rigid and arbitrary boundaries.
Really?
There's of course so many ways to observe or demonstrate what he's talking about, but he of course ignores all of that and demand observations and demonstrations that conform to his
Really?
unreasonable standard of evidence.
Did you
Rather
just
than
hear that,
discussing
Jeff?
what's well-established, controlled,
Yep,
reproduced,
I
and
He
did.
observed,
says
like the Cavendish
you asked him
experiment,
for a
an actual
simple
scientific
thing.
experiment
Then he
measuring the
shows
attraction
where
of two
there's a
masses in lab,
demonstration
the
where
fundamental
mass
concept being discussed here.
attracting
He
mass
instead
causes
imposes
an
the innate
orbit
requirement
of
that
a
we need to
object,
reproduce orbits
demonstration
in a lab on
going
Earth,
around
something that, for
orbiting
all
another
intents and
object. He
purposes,
says,
is
yes, the moon.
impossible to do. Now, Whitsitt's been in the
What?
flat Earth debateosphere for
That
many
is
years
so
now
garbage.
and talks specifically about gravity all the time. I want to be
That
generous
Cavendish
here, but I'm not really
experiment
sure which is the more
is
generous
like
interpretation.
Yeah.
It's actually too
when
stupid
when
to
things
understand the
get
very basic
attracted to
equations
each
related
other,
to gravity after
a lot
years
of
of not
times
only
what has
allegedly
happened is
studying but also debunking
electrostatics.
it, or that he knows exactly what he's doing and is purposefully
Electrostatics
muddying
or
the waters
Bernoulli's
of discussion
principle,
because he knows his
a
flat
lot
Earth
of the
audience
times it doesn't
understand
even
any
go
of
where
the
they want it to go. It
underlying
goes
principles, and we'll
opposite
just see all of this
direction,
as
or
some
it
sort
does
of big
nothing.
win. Now let me briefly explain exactly why what he's saying
Hey,
here is so
Luca,
blatantly
welcome
stupid.
back, man.
Newton's law of gravitation is this formula. It basically
Hi, I'm
says that we
back.
can calculate the force that emerges
Mhm.
between two
No.
masses as being proportional to the product of the masses and inversely proportional to the square of the distance.
How you
In other
doing,
words,
dude?
the more mass you have, the stronger
I'm
force,
doing
and the more
good.
distance you have between them.
Groovy.
Yeah,
Still
Luca
going
went,
strong.
So let's think about
Luca
what it would
went
take to
away
design
so
an
he
experiment
can
that would satisfy what Whitsitt is
ask for
asking for here,
forgiveness to
to
his blood
demonstrate one
priest
mass
Because
orbiting
he's
another mass
becoming a
in a
flat
lab
earther.
on Earth. How hard could that
That's
actually
it.
be?
That's
Well, what
it.
if we wanted to do something
Still
really difficult
going
as a proof of
strong.
concept? We could use a
Still
basketball,
going
just like
little
flat earthers do in
demonstration
their
on that
science
little
experiments. What would it
pool
take to
there,
get something like a tennis ball to
whatever he
orbit a
had.
basketball?
That's not mass
Well,
attracting
calculate what the force of
mass.
gravity between them would
Nope.
be if they were
Of
only
course
2
it's
centimeters
They
apart.
want it
It
to
looks
be
like there would be
visualized as
about,
mass attracting mass, but it's
there's
not.
only
Of course
about
they do.
26 billionths of a pound of force being applied to the tennis ball by the mass of the basketball. That's kind of a problem, given Whitsitt's requirement that we do this experiment in a lab on Earth, with the relevant bit there being on Earth. Because the gravity applied to the tennis ball by the Earth during this experiment is about 1/8 of a pound.
So in other
which
words,
doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 10
unvalidatable,
orders
so
of
making it
magnitude
think-
larger than that
pseudoscience.
of the basketball.
Sounds
Even if we
about
could increase these experimental masses to a
Uh,
degree that's
I'm gonna
laughably
leave for a
unreasonable,
sec.
like if we were able to stuff 1
I'll be right
million
back.
kilograms of mass into the basketball
Luca,
and
would you
increase the
also
tennis
agree
ball up
if,
to a kilogram, we'd still have
remember,
no chance
according
of
to
getting
him,
to
if
orbit
something's
the
not
larger mass,
validatable, it's
because it would simply
pseudoscience.
fall to the ground before having
So
any
if
chance
he's
of even doing
claiming
a
now,
tiny
oh, sorry,
fraction
we
of an
can't
orbit around the
demonstrate
larger mass,
this
because
because
the
it's
Earth's gravity is still something like
invalidatable because of the
2,000
Earth,
times greater.
therefore it's
Think about it.
pseudoscience.
What Whitsitt is asking us to do to demonstrate gravitational orbits in a lab setting on Earth would require a mass larger than the Earth condensed down small enough to fit in a lab. He claims our model is wrong, and his argument for this is effectively, if we can't make Earth 2.0 in a laboratory, then our model can't can't be substantiated.
Yeah,
and that is, of course, the
invalidatable.
crux of his intellectual dishonesty. He has to manufacture these absurd requirements, move the goalpost, and try to play word games to get around the fact that even though we can't get two masses to orbit each other in a lab, we can and have measured the gravitational forces between them. The whole orbit thing is a giant red herring. Not only do the observations and measurements we make when doing things like the Cavendish experiment in a lab match the predictions made by our model, but outside of the lab we can demonstrate one mass orbiting another every time we put a rocket into space, not to mention all of the observations of this exact phenomenon that occur every second of every day in the natural world, as all of the moons orbit their planets and the planets orbit our sun. He can reject our model all he wants, but he can't use the fact that we do demonstrations and make observations that confirm our model, but can't do absurd, impossible demonstrations that our model tells us are absurd and impossible as an argument that our model can't be substantiated. If
No,
he
I'm
was
just saying
intellectually
hi,
honest,
Luke.
he would
He
recognize
said
the
hi in
clear and
private
obvious
chat.
absurdity of his argument, that he's rejecting valid responses while simultaneously asking that the impossible be done, or else he wins. If he was intellectually honest, he would be approaching the conversation entirely differently. He'd be willing to engage with the model that he's purporting to debunk, and to demonstrate that he at least understands the basics of what he's claiming to disprove. But, unfortunately, he's not. And this kind of behavior is, frankly, par for the course. Now, adjacent to all of that, perhaps now you've caught on to a bit of a whiff of the arrogance that's inherent in this worldview, which Whitsitt personifies quite successfully. The idea that they have tapped into some kind of knowledge that only a select few have, that they somehow arrived at the correct answers to questions that apparently every other scientist, mathematician, and engineer in history has been wrong about,
Yeah,
while
man,
simultaneously
good to see you, bro.
themselves not having any actual proper education, training, or expertise on any of these relevant subjects, requires an unfathomable amount of hubris. These folks literally believe that they're more knowledgeable and intelligent than people like Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein, very often talking about them as if they had no idea what they were doing, like they were cranks without a clue. My reckoning
Really?
it'd require a considerable amount of narcissism to
Just
believe
without
something
a
like that,
clue.
which is something that flat earthers, like Whitsitt, have no
Lines.
shortage of.
And they'll say, "Oh, you just can't understand math."
Yeah,
And I
Vicky,
literally
the
used to get
quartering is
accused of
very
cheating
biased.
in my algebra
You
honors
saw when I
class, right?
went on
Because
to
I wouldn't show
debate
my work and I'd be the first done it, and she thought I was cheating. She'd
conspiracy
give me a new
cats on
piece
the
of paper, a
quartering
new
that
test,
time. Remember
and
how
I
they
just
kept
breeze through it in front of her.
trying to
Numerous
bring
math
up with
classes,
me
this
and
actually happened, but
trying to
it doesn't matter. I'm certainly
blame
not trying
him
to
and
brag. Yeah, like when I
muting
was
me
good at
whenever
algebra,
I
and I would
talk.
just like breeze through algebra and do it in like 2 steps. And you should call and talk so
There's
much.
Luke.
I used to get in trouble because they said I was
True,
cheating
into
on
the
my
break,
algebra
Doritas did
because I
already
didn't have
say
to work
there's
it
no
out.
globe
But I
cycle
had like
model.
an aptitude for math. Like if I sat down with you guys when we were in high school and algebra 2 honors, I would have smoked you, dude. I used to finish long form algebra without showing the work.
But I literally have an aptitude for math, bro.
I have an aptitude for math.
I'm so tired of people saying I can't do math, dude. I scored like incredible on my math entry exams and the college preparatory classes and stuff like that. Dude, it's well known that I have like an aptitude for math.
Dude, I'm not trying to brag here or whatever, just to make my point. I'm in the higher percentile of IQ. You would get demolished. I would wipe the floor with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Literally, I would demolish that dude. Oh, okay. My 160 IQ disagrees with you. They'll claim I'm stupid, claim I'm dumb, when my IQ literally proves that that's not the case.
What's curious to me is if folks like Whitsitt really did have literally genius levels of intelligence, why they'd have to lie about so many of the subjects and sources that they talk about. Why would he have to dishonestly
What is he
cherry
lying
pick so
about?
many quotes from someone like Einstein to attempt to give his arguments an air of legitimacy?
Because Einstein mentioned two specific things. He mentioned aberration
No,
from
he would like
1727.
to prove
He
it.
mentioned annual Doppler shift. So Vogel and Schneier in 1887.
Hey, God.
So those are the two things that Einstein mentions in this same book that he's quoting here.
He's quoting
2 pages prior.
Yeah, that's amazing.
And if you believe in the current model, you have to believe that you can never actually measure, detect, or prove that it's moving around the sun.
That's a lie. And Einstein, two pages prior, mentioned he knows this. Whitsitt knows this. That's what's really sad.
What do you mean? He's perpetuating lies?
He's not just perpetuating lies, he knowingly perpetuates lies.
Oh.
Whitsitt knows that Einstein mentioned 2 specific things. So it can't be that Einstein is 2 pages later contradicting his previous statement. Right?
Well, yeah, but that's what that's actually his claim, though, isn't it? That he's pointing out contradictions, but he has to twist the words to get those contradictions to work.
Yeah, I think Whitsitt has to assume in here that Einstein is
Whitsitt has to
unknowingly
assume.
contradicting
Oh, the
himself.
irony.
Right, that's what he's doing.
That
Yeah.
Whitsitt is so much smarter than Einstein. That Whitsitt sees Einstein's
I think I'm in
contradiction
need of a
that Einstein
coffee. I'm
did.
gonna
That's
go
how smart
build a
Whitsitt thinks
kettle.
he is.
He knows what Einstein meant to say.
That's not a good idea.
Einstein.
If he truly was as intelligent as he'd want you to believe, then why would he demonstrate
That's
such
a
an
good
elementary
idea.
misunderstanding of gravity, regurgitating the most common and basic misconception about it, that more mass equals more quote-unquote gravity, which must mean a faster acceleration?
If your argument is that it's not gravity, that it is density, then even with the electromagnetism aspect, you could take a 10-pound bowling ball and an 8-pound bowling ball. They should fall at different rates.
No, I mean, to maybe I could just ask you the same question, right? So like if you think that gravity's causing it, if there's a more dense object and a less dense object falling, how does gravity make them fall at the same rate if they're just different densities?
Because
is gravity pull one
density-
stronger than the other?
It's incredible that he's been debating this stuff for as long as he has, while still not understanding the basics. Now, you can tell by what he says that he's simply confusing the variables in the equation. Remember that more density in the same volume simply means more mass. And recall that the approximate 9.8 meters per second squared acceleration on Earth is a constant value, meaning it doesn't change. So all we're changing in the equation when we compare these
Didn't
two
we
different
see this
falling objects
earlier?
is their mass.
Is he showing
This
this
Why is he
again?
becomes clear when you
he's
listen to his
repeating
language.
himself?
The implication of
Yeah,
which
he's
is that
repeating
quote,
Or does he
unquote,
feel that
much
repeating
stronger
himself makes
means
him
faster
right?
acceleration, which is wrong, which is the common misconception I
weird.
explained earlier. With a constant acceleration and variable masses, the relevant difference here between the two masses falling in a vacuum on Earth is the resulting force. That's what pulling stronger would actually refer to, assuming you wanted to use this language. And then, of course, when this misconception is explained to him for the umpteenth time with references to actual demonstrations of this having been done, he goes back into denial mode and changes the subject.
You know, as some experiments in, I think, some of the vacuum
there
chambers
have been
had,
experiments where they've dropped bowling balls and feathers in a vacuum chamber and they fall at exactly the same rate.
Yes, and you know,
That's what people think.
That's
yeah, they fall
what's
asleep.
on video.
No, actually, a university has proven that dropping different chemicals fall at different rates. Literally different.
Or how about the time he provided some math that he claimed was deriving the value for the acceleration due to gravity from Coulomb's law, attempting to debunk gravity and explain its effects as being merely electrostatics, something that would, by itself, probably be
Yeah,
worth
see,
no
this
real
is
prize.
this is one
But
issue I
someone who's a
think that
self-proclaimed
Whitson
math
makes for
genius
themselves when
pretends to have done this,
when
but
they're
it was
trying
really
to
just
introduce
copy-pasted straight from
electrostatics for everything.
ChatGPT. I mean, Christ, he didn't even think
It does
to
make
format the text
problems.
that's so
Yeah,
obviously
okay, the thing is, the
ChatGPT added color and all
electrostatics,
to match the
there
rest of
is-
the email that he actually did
I
type.
think there
And he even
might
forgot
be
to delete the part
some,
where ChatGPT caveated his response by saying, "Look, bro, I'm just
valid-
an AI, and I'm kind of making
Yeah,
sure
there's
you don't
definitely
go sharing
value.
this as if it's a
I
fact,
do
otherwise
think
you
there's
look like
some
an asshole."
electrostatic
Even publicly
properties
and privately
with
Yeah,
definitely.
it's like I've
But-
done
clear and
some of that
blatant lie
stuff,
that he
right?
told
So
during the
Yeah.
debate.
But what they
that predicts the locations of the eclipses as well.
But I think they're
And of course,
putting
I
too
never got a
much
response.
emphasis on
Why
it.
wouldn't he be able to stand by such a
Understand?
simple claim if it was true? Perhaps it isn't.
I think
And
they're
what he was
trying
saying
to
was just
make
so
that
stupid that even
too much
ChatGPT couldn't
the
figure it out.
reason.
Not to mention that he'd hopefully already learned his lesson.
I
from
would
the
say,
last
yeah,
time. He provided a bunch
electrostatics
of fake
definitely has
citations
some
again from ChatGPT.
type of
Never actually
of
bothered to click on any of
part
the
in
links that he was
playing
providing.
in the
Otherwise, he would have
unbalanced
figured out they
forces.
were all just fake. Then had to go lie about it, acting as if he
But,
just mixed up some links.
the
And
way
later had
they're
to change the
pushing
story to
it
say that he got the
is
links from somebody
showing it
else. All
to
of this,
maybe
and he fancies
show
himself an
holes. I
intelligently
don't know.
gifted individual.
The
Someone who
people
claimed
that
to struggle
that have
finding
been
debate opponents
known
that
to
he
have been
considers
struck by
worthy.
lightning
I think
were
I've
actually
done pretty well in
launched
debates, and typically the
pretty
opponents
far
are
away
not
from their
all that
location from when
Mhm.
they were
worthy.
struck.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Unbelievable.
that
Right before
shows
having his ass
some
handed to him
validity
by an
to that,
unlikely
you know?
opponent,
Their
Harrison Smith,
electrostatics
one
were
of the hosts on
changed.
InfoWars, a notoriously
Yeah.
crazy platform. Well, minutes before, one of the most batshit crazy humans of the day, the infamous Alex Jones, called him out live in front of what had to be the largest audience Whitson had ever debated in front of for having a laughably stupid worldview.
In this picture, I'm pretty sure they actually compressed it. So you can take a picture. It's so deceptive.
All right.
You can take a picture of a desk.
Hold on,
and it's flat.
hold on, Austin. We have a guest appearance here. Alex Jones has made his appearance at the Flat Earth debate.
Listen, I'm only going to ask you a real quick question. Are the sun and other planets flat as well? Because I've been a big astronomer since I was a kid with my dad. We had professional telescopes when I was a kid. Now anybody can get them that have the computerized controls. I've sat there overnight drinking a 12-pack of beer and taken photos of Saturn and Jupiter and watched it as it's turning, watched the globes turning. I put green lenses on the telescope that could watch the sun and over an hour see it turns and see see coronal mass ejections moving in the time lapse. Boom, it's round. Done.
Debate over, Austin. I'm sorry to tell you, you have now lost the debate.
Did he really have Alex Jones happen on that debate of his?
Yes, he did come on there, yeah.
What?
Well, because like the debate was on InfoWars, which is Alex Jones' channel. Yeah, so he actually came on there partway
Now,
through
probably the most
because
infuriating part
he
is
realized
flat
that
earthers like to take the
Harrison
kings
was
of the
not
pot
doing
calling
so
kind of
well.
flat. They accuse their opponents of trying to play sneaky games or use dishonest debate tactics when that's the primary strategy of flurf debaters, and even go so far as to accuse other people of being narcissists when it's clear and obvious to everybody watching that they're just projecting. Let's take a look at another study, this time taken from a debate between Fight the Flat Earth and a guy named Coalition. As usual, this conversation touches on a bunch of topics, curvature, gravity, space, all sorts of things, but I want to focus on a few moments that demonstrate more
Accusation
of
of
the flat earthers'
projection
special
from a
brand of biblical
projector who's
dishonesty. Let's start by
projecting.
taking a look at a conversation they had about a demonstration done by a guy named Rory, something that actually comes up quite a lot in these debates and is quite often misunderstood.
Why is he
A great
showing a
summary
lot
can
of
be found at
FTV's old debates?
left to right curve, but I'll do my best to briefly
He
explain.
doesn't really show his new debates. You realize
This test
that?
took place on the Spanish
Yeah,
island of
none
Ibiza
we,
at an elevation of 603 feet. What we see here is a table supporting two
knows what they're
interesting
talking
looking
about.
objects, each being a pair of some kind of metal rod of some sort bound
Oh,
together.
that's running.
You're not going to
Basically,
show
they're gonna be
this,
acting as
is
straight
he?
edges that we can use for a reference.
Wow.
He
The
really
benefit of
thinks
this rather
this.
unique
Oh.
setup is that there's a gap between
How-
the straight edges
how
that allows
often
us
has
to
this
align
been
the horizon
debunked?
between them, acting as a
For
handy
how
visual
long?
guide that will help make any curvature on the horizon more apparent if it exists.
Wow.
As we discussed earlier, from this perspective perspective on Earth, if it's round and if it's the size that we believe it to be, we'd simply be unable to see the extremely slight curvature on the horizon without examining photos.
Okay.
Press the picture, you got a band. Way! Must be friggin' a globe.
That's just like really idiotic.
The distance to the horizon doesn't even work.
It's ridiculous.
I mean,
and it's not even an even curvature on it. It's higher at one side than the other.
but I mean, we've explained this. It's due to lens that we get this. Okay, we can do this on any straight curve. Straight curve. I mean, we can cause any straight edge to look curved if you just compress it. Look at this.
Let's take a straight line and compress it to make it look like a curve. Look at the line itself. It's straight. Try not distorting it to see what it's saying.
More thoroughly. Now, one of the more
So
common criticisms I
dishonest.
hear from flat earthers about this is that there's no proof that the straight edges are level. Like, they didn't put some kind of spirit level on the table showing that it was perfectly level with the horizon. But don't let this distract you. This criticism is missing the point entirely. It's not about being perfectly level. Levelness has nothing to do with this demonstration. All we're looking at is straightness versus curvature. The table could very well be off from perfectly
Literally,
level, but that wouldn't change
straightness
the results
means
of this
level.
test, something that's going to become
Very
a little bit more
thus.
apparent in a moment. The most compelling part of this particular demonstration comes when we do something called a horizontal compression on the image. If you have a bunch of lines in an image, let's say you draw some perfectly straight horizontal lines, a few perfectly straight diagonal lines.
Imagine
at varying
making all
angles,
these
then you've got two
documentaries
lines
and
with
being
very
so
slight
bad
curves
at
to
it.
them. Curves
It's
that are so small
embarrassing.
that when you zoom
I hope
in,
he looks
This isn't
back
a
at himself
documentary.
one day and
and
laughs.
shrink only its width.
Or
This
cries.
isn't a
This isn't a
same exact
documentary.
height. You've got this squished final product. But notice, all of the lines
No,
that were perfectly
You
just
did a
trash.
drawing, you
remain
idiot. You didn't
perfectly
take a
straight after the
photo with
compression,
a
regardless of
flipping
whether they
camera
were
lens.
perfectly level or drastically diagonal.
Exactly.
But the two lines that had even the slightest amount of curvature have that curvature exaggerated to the point where it becomes easy for us to see. This is the benefit of horizontal compression.
This is why I
Straight
call
lines
him
stay straight,
dishonest.
curved lines become more
Why
arched
didn't he
out
take a
curves. This
photo
is
of
precisely the
something
reason
straight, like
why
a
we
granite
included the
top or
straight edges
something,
in
and
this little
compress
experiment.
it? And he'll
Again, it had
see he'll
nothing to do
get
with level. What we wanted to
distortion.
do was have another set of
Yeah,
horizontal
exactly.
lines that we could use as reference lines, acting as a kind of control variable. So if something like the lens of the camera was introducing any distortion, like maybe it had a fisheye lens, we would see that all of the straight edges also have a noticeable curve. So what do we see when we horizontally compress the image from Ibiza? Well, first things first, clearly not every one of the 16 or so horizontal
Even the
edges on
level,
straight edges
even
are
the level
perfectly
is
flat.
curved.
But that's
That's what
okay.
I'm
because There's
saying,
plenty of lines that are,
ridiculous.
for all intents and
Because the
purposes,
lens
perfectly
is
straight
curved.
here.
Oh,
The
and,
straight
he's,
edge has
and he
some
says that's
purpose. It
okay.
included perfectly
So
straight
it's
lines
okay
that
for
we
the
could use as a
level to
reference know that
curve.
there wasn't any curvature being added to the image by the lens.
Wow.
And then, of course, we have the horizon, which I don't know about you, but it
What
looks
did,
pretty
oh,
curved to
did
me.
you just say that
Now,
there's no
surprisingly,
curvature added
this
by the
flat earther
lens?
says what I've never
Is
seen
that
Yeah.
any other flat
that
earther
horizon looks
actually
like it's
say.
going uphill
I
What
to
about
me.
at the bottom there?
I see that
Does
there's
he look
actually
completely
curvature in that
retarded?
photograph. And the reason why I felt like I really wanted to actually debate you with this photograph is because I think this photograph actually had a huge, it has the potential to actually be very, very, like a huge conclusive
Guys, if you
type
haven't
of,
already, please hit the
of
likes,
evidence.
share the
But
show.
there's
Really,
just
really does
holes
help.
with it. There's just problems with it. So
Okay, interesting. So what are those problems?
is that the only photograph that you have of that location?
So as far as I'm aware, that is the only photographs he had of that particular location.
Okay, all right. See, and therein lies the a little bit of the problem. It's just one photograph, and it could so you have to have a data set. So what I'm trying to debunk here is the whole premise behind that entire picture.
Okay, so because there's only one photo here, he thinks that debunks the entire premise of the demonstration. He doesn't have any criticisms of the methodology or any of the underlying principles. Well, in response, FTFE showed him another version of this experiment done by somebody else in an entirely different part of the world that pretty much has the same result. So then what's his response?
But the point is that you did not manipulate your independent variable, and you also did not take it with multiple cameras. That's my point. I'm not saying that your picture is fake. You know what I'm saying?
Advert.
How to get the most of Grammarly free.
Yeah, I would
It's
take
Kayla on behalf of Grammarly.
something and distorting it to get a curve out of it.
It's just one photograph. And it could, so you have to have a data set. So what I'm trying to debunk here is the whole premise behind that entire picture.
Okay, so because there's only one photo here, he thinks that debunks the entire premise of the demonstration. He doesn't have any criticisms of the methodology or any of the underlying principles. Well, in response, FTFE showed him another version of this experiment done by somebody else in an entirely different part of the world that pretty much has the same result. So then what's his response?
because it's compression
But
by
the point
lens.
is that you did not manipulate your independent variable, and you also did not take it with multiple cameras. That's my point. I'm not saying that your picture is fake. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get you to understand that that's not conclusive evidence.
So now the primary criticism sounds like it's that in both cases there's only one image from one camera. Apparently two different people using two different cameras at two different locations independently verifying the same
You do
thing.
know if they use
Isn't
two
enough for him?
different cameras, they have two different varying results
clearly shows
with different
that there's
amounts of curves.
Right. Right now, do you have another photograph with a different camera exactly in that same that same?
What he's making
Probably
a
not, 'cause
point
that's
is
not
if
how
you use
science
two
works.
different cameras,
So if you take
you'll
a
have a
picture here,
different amount
you're
of
saying
curve.
you should move the camera and
So
go
therefore
somewhere
showing
else,
it's
and that's how
not
you conduct
physical.
experiments is by
It's
changing
optical.
experiments, or
You're,
what
you're,
are you saying?
you're saying
Exactly.
that
It's
I have
optical on
to
the camera
take a
itself.
bunch of different cameras and take the same
No,
images
I
from
don't know.
different cameras
I don't know.
to
This
check
is
that
just
they're right.
it's honesty
If someone
again,
claims
misunderstanding
that
what the
presumed
argument actually
cause
is.
not the curvature
Yeah,
of the Earth,
exactly.
At this
and it's something
point,
to
it
do with your
seems like he
camera as
must
the
be
first one,
stupid
rolling
if he's
shutter,
making
or
so many mistakes
or
like that.
your lens,
You know, it's
or
crazy
your
by now.
you know,
He seems very
whatever
dishonest
it
to
is.
me.
It doesn't matter.
Of
Whatever it
course it
is,
is.
the point is whatever the presumed cause
Yeah.
is.
So now he's bringing more variables into this, saying that the curvature could have been introduced by
And
the
of
camera
course
or
you
the
would
lens,
need more
ignoring the
cameras
fact that
than
we
one
have those
doing
straight
the
edges in the
experiment.
photos for exactly that
be
reason,
sure.
and even goes so far as to invoke rolling shutter, which
Man,
in this context couldn't be
this
further
stream
from
is
relevant.
causing
It
me
really
to
does
eat a
sound
lot
like
of
he's
calories,
grasping at
guys.
straws here,
I'm
which
gonna
was
have to
surprising
do a lot of
because, again, in the
exercise to
beginning
go
he
to
seemed
bed.
open to this evidence. And then he moves the goalpost one
We
more
should
time.
do
Are
a
those photos being
a
compressed
before and after
in
test on
different
what it
programs
took
as
from our
well?
bodies
My
doing
main
this.
issue with it is that it's not you don't have enough for it to be considered a data set.
So now he demands that different photos be taken from the same exact location with different cameras, and then multiple different images each need to be run through different image editing programs, just in case one of them like somehow resizes images in a meaningfully different way that just so happens to result in only the horizon appearing to be curved while the straight edges photos still appear to be straight. And that's a really
Only
impressive
the
resizing
horizon.
algorithm they've got, huh?
The
And
stand
then
is
what he says
curved.
next
He's
gets
lying.
even
We just
more
showed it
confusing.
on
So you
screen.
showed me two
Stand
different
is curved. The
pictures.
table's curved.
Is where I'm getting at. There's two different
We
locations,
just saw it
two
on
different
screen
pictures,
with the
two
levels
completely
also
different
curving.
cameras, etc. And it's also
Liar.
still showing the same curve
Yeah.
in the same direction with two different locations and two different pictures. You know what I mean? It's showing two. It's still showing two different things.
So before he was complaining about only having one picture, and then now it's a problem that he's showing two different pictures. But why would having two photos from two locations with two different cameras that show the same phenomena be a problem? Isn't that exactly the kind of thing that we're looking for? The entire point is to ensure
No.
that none of the variables that we have control over are altering the results in any way. He keeps demanding that a bunch of arbitrary variables have to be changed in order to be quote-unquote valid, but these seemingly reasonable variable alterations, some of which he actually
Arbitrary
asked for
to
before,
who?
are suddenly not okay. And then it gets even weirder.
It's two locations. So if you have different types of software and you actually compress it with a different software and it's showing you the same result with the same software, it also goes by the camera, the lens, and if it shows you the same result there, you understand what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I actually do understand that you're not ashamed to be blatantly grasping at straws, hand-waving away any and all evidence presented to you simply because you have no other response. You can't actually address what the implications of these photos would be if they weren't invalid in some way, so you need to cast doubt on them in any way that you can. Now, what he says next is basically a transparent admission that this is exactly what his strategy is, that he feels that he's able to say whatever he wants, and that'll render the evidence invalid.
Because I could still say that I still would say that it's either this or it's this because everything is captured in a different manner. It's two different locations, two different cameras, different camera lenses, but it's not conclusive.
Now, any intellectually honest person should be willing to say ahead of time what the criteria would be for evidence that they would accept. So when asked what would be acceptable in this kind of situation, do you reckon that he actually tells us?
Well, yeah, multiple cameras, multiple lenses. Now, this is something I would do for your particular, go do an experiment that you would want me to try out. I would make sure that it's conclusive.
Ah, okay. Just do it and make sure that it's conclusive. Got it. These folks never actually provide any concrete acceptance criteria, even though it's the fair and honest thing to do, because it's a losing strategy if you're on the losing side of an argument. The moment that you nail down what you'd accept, you'll have nothing to say in response when they present exactly
starting
the
to get a
evidence that
headache.
satisfies your requirements. You, of course, need to keep it vague and leave yourself as much wiggle room as possible.
He's horrible.
To question everything
wasted
presented.
Not a normal
If you were to
headache.
Go back
I
and
was
take
on
5
this
photos
one.
instead of one. Well, that's
I would
still not
say
enough
an
to be a proper data
irritated
set. You need
headache
more.
with
But
such
of course, I'll never tell you
stupidity.
what that number is. What about different photos from the same camera?
It is
8
pure
hours
tra-
on
pure
Different
trash.
lenses, different types of lenses.
Incredulity.
They're both Nikon lenses, so
8
they behave the
hours
same way
on
and skew the
things that
results in the
people
same way.
said a
Well, what if I
billion
use 3
times
different
before.
lenses, all different
And the thing is,
manufacturers,
it's so
each on 2
repetitive.
different cameras in the same location, ending up with 6 photos all showing the exact same curve. Oh, well,
Now,
those are both
anybody
actual
can make an
examples, so
8-hour
naturally that's a problem, right? Now, even
documentary
that would be
doing
too
what he did
ridiculous for
then.
the flat earther to say.
Now, that's one thing. That's digital photography also. So I'm also talking about regular cameras as well. So that's why I say when you're really doing a full experiment, it's a really in-depth process. So I actually like the photograph, and I acknowledge the photograph. But it's also digital photography. It's not the original, standard
what if it's
old school
digital
photography and
photography?
things. But
You can make it
and all of these things can play a certain
Lens.
part.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, and when I go out and take the photos with a real camera and then have to present these images in an online debate, I'm totally sure you're not going to question how the photos were developed or say that we
Well,
need to
then
scan
why
these
don't you
images
come
in
debate
digital
me,
format
man,
using 3 different
Veritas?
kinds of scanners,
Come
right?
debate me on this
It's
subject. How's
blatantly
that?
obvious that he's not approaching this discussion in good faith. If you think about it, it's
He's
really
a
pretty
spy,
messed up
uncle.
to go into a conversation under the guise of wanting to seek the truth, pretending like you're being rigorous and thorough, like you care about the science,
Yeah,
and
that
ask
kind of
somebody to
sounds
go through the
projection
effort of
to
giving
me.
you explanations and evidence to support their position when you were never actually willing to accept anything in the first place.
Where is
Yeah, I
that
mean, look,
picture
even
being
just
taken
science
from?
or
Like, what is that?
satire
What is
and
he
all
on?
that sort
Is
of
he
speak.
down at
You
the
just
By the way,
Oval?
what did you guys
All
think
that's
of?
needed. That's why I say
What
when you
did
say
you
you're
guys
showing
think
evidence,
of the
I'm not
thumbnail
denying
for
you.
the stream?
I'm just
there?
saying that you have to show the evidence. You have to
The
show
which,
the
sorry?
entire experiment, etc.
The thumbnail.
And it has to be done the proper way.
Thumbnail
Okay, so
for
he's
you?
saying
Oh,
that
for
he
your
had provided
documentary?
the geographical
I liked it.
coordinates and
No,
I
no,
really
for the
liked it.
stream
experiment was set up,
tonight.
that he'd actually considered the
For the
evidence and started
stream.
talking about it
Oh,
rather
I
than
can't
Yeah.
remember
rejecting
what it
it.
was.
I acknowledge I do see curvature in
No, the
the
documentary one is
photograph.
quite
I
cool.
do.
I like it.
But it's
Yeah.
just it's three
I
different
like the
photographs.
documentary.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah.
like
If
the
you have
one.
one blurry
I like
I
it.
like it, yeah.
you can show
It's
the
got the
same
brain
photograph
and
with different
it's got
camera
the brain.
lenses,
Yeah,
different
yeah, yeah.
cameras,
Yeah, I was
different
bent
compression
it's got the
software,
brain in
all
the
showing the
see-through
exact same
thing.
thing.
Yeah, I
And you know
remember
what I mean?
that.
And at
It's
that
got
point,
the
that still is what I would
it's got
consider
it's
to
got on
be
the
still
eyes. It's
not
got the
a true
moon.
experiment.
It's got a moon.
Well then, so there you
And
have
then
Yeah,
it.
it's got the
the
globe and the
globe.
Hebrew
Even if
cosmos
he
on the other
agreed to
side.
one of the
Yeah.
goalpost
All right.
shifting
Yeah. I
requirements
knew.
that
I
he was
knew it was
tacking on,
something. Yeah.
he still wouldn't
Yeah,
accept
no,
the evidence.
that one's pretty
What's
cool.
the
The
verdict?
Tree
I
of
want to
Life
know
thing.
what
I
the
like
verdict
that.
is on this. If
Yeah, it
he's
is
going
cool.
back to get more pictures, I want to know if that's settled then. If that proves, because technically, if that proved it, then all that would be needed is one picture. And if he's going back to get more, then obviously,
Okay, yes.
I
How long
feel
does
that
he
I
have to have the
thoroughly
same guy
explained
saying the
that's not
same
enough
thing
evidence. So is
over
that right? Or
and
are
over
you not going to
and
admit that I have a
over?
point?
We've
Even
heard
when
him
I feel
say
like I've
this.
seen it all, I never fail to be
Just
surprised
about
at
an
the
hour
absurd
more,
lengths
Flax.
that flat earthers are willing to go to rationalize their
This is also
insanity.
why it's
At
8
this
hours
point in the
long,
debate, they spent
because
the
he
better
has
part
the
of 2
same
hours talking about all the
over
things
and
that the
over
flat earther was
said.
demanding in
We
order to
could
even
have done
accept
this
the
video
evidence
in
as
an
valid
hour.
evidence, let
An
alone get on
hour
the same page
video.
as to the analysis about
If
the evidence
that.
itself to determine what it tells us. And then after hearing that the
Yeah,
original
my
person who set
documentary
this
is
whole
going to be
experiment
a
up was willing to go back
more
out
of
of
a
his way and take
documentary than
additional
this, just
photos
to
to
let
try
you
and
guys know.
satisfy their batshit
Yeah.
requirements. The flat earther considers that as a win. Somebody was willing to put in the time and effort to genuinely test the moronic flat earther claims, who presented their findings and was met with absurd requests coming from a place of dishonesty, and then still offering to go out and do more in a gesture of good faith to humor these absurd requests. And the flat earther interprets this as them
Why are
winning
we
the
putting
debate.
ourselves
The
through
mental
this?
gymnastics are incredible. And I can't believe I'm saying
Another
this,
3
but it gets
hours,
worse.
almost
What do you
3
think his
hours of
response
this.
is when you reference one of the most well-established and reproduced experiments?
You're doing
in
this
physics,
to yourself,
the
Flax.
experiment, which we just discussed earlier. But
Self-inflicted.
surely that has
It
to be
really, it
counted,
really
right?
is.
Same as if I
But
asked
remember,
you,
I said in the in the
how
in the
gravity
thumbnail,
works,
the pain
or,
is
all
real.
things pulling to the center.
Yep.
Why?
Can you replicate that? You wouldn't be able to replicate that because you would need another Earth, or you would need this and you need that, and it's just
Notice
not.
I'm going to
No,
fall
we-
asleep
we-
in
we
church
can
just
replicate
now.
it, and it has been replicated. The Cavendish experiment is a replication
I'm
of
going to get to
link
bed
to
at
the
4
center.
a.m.
I've seen
We
those.
wake up at 7
like I
to go
said,
to
that's
church.
something completely separate. I don't
I'm
follow
probably going to sit
any
in
of
church.
those at all. I don't even like the experiments. I don't
I'm
understand
glad
how
my
those
stream's in the
experiments even.
afternoon.
You know what I mean? I think all of that is just bogus, personally.
So he starts off by saying that we can't replicate the effects of gravity
No,
experimentally.
you
He's then
can't.
told about one of the best demonstrations of exactly
No.
that, and his response is that even though he admits he doesn't
No.
follow it and he doesn't understand it, he still says with a straight face that it's bogus.
I don't
He just spent more than
understand
an
how
hour
people
jumping
could
through hoops
watch
to try
this
to
and
make
the
himself seem
comments they
reasonable,
were
like he really
giving
values the rigorous nature of science, and then
was
instantly
all
dismisses one of the
like,
most fundamental
wow,
experiments
this
of
is
physics as
brilliant kind
meaningless
of thing.
when it perfectly addresses the question that he's asking. He must have some pretty good evidence to support that, right? Considering that he's got such a high standard.
I've looked up a few things regarding that, and a lot of the stuff I've seen, it just, to me, the experiment just,
Okay.
it's
While it's
just
playing,
not
let's look
enough.
at some of the
Yes,
comments.
of course, it's just not enough. And of course, let's not discount the fact that he went out of his way
Bruh,
to
my man
look up
in
a few
elementary
things.
school and
I wonder
screamed
if he
at
has like
kids
a
to research
citation,
flat earth
some
until
kind
he
of
got
evidence to
arrested.
back up literally any of the claims he's
Okay,
made
so
throughout the
that's
entire debate.
As far as my standpoint on
Did you
that,
get the
no,
amount of
there's a
views,
lot of
guys?
other things that have to play in that have
201,000
to be
views
100% accurate
for
me to
11
actually
days.
say Einstein's theory of relativity is accurate. You know, I don't think his relativity is accurate. records, but in a lot of ways I've seen a lot
But
of
he's only got
for hours,
9.2k
just
likes.
completely shattering.
That ratio is
Oh, of
not
course, we've
really
seen a lot
too
of people
brilliant.
go into detail.
Vicky
for
says
hours.
it's a crock of
Such
shit.
convincing
I'm
evidence
just
is
wondering, when
presented.
did Vicky
So
become
me being an artist, I
American?
work with
Crock of
artists
shit.
from France. I work with artists from China, from Korea. I work with
We
artists
allow
all over
Vicky
the
to go
globe.
mad on him if it gets
Depending
too
on where
Look at
you
this.
are,
I
on
like
the
The
these.
location.
fact,
What got me into this
but look at
was
this. The
me
fact that flat
discovering
earthers
a
always
lot of
attack
the
people and
lies
resort
that
to
took place
insults
either
tells you
from having
everything you
family
need to
members.
know.
I actually
Oh,
have
the
family member
irony.
that I have a cousin that actually works for
This
for
whole
NASA now.
documentary is literally
So
attacking flat
Yes,
Earth
you've got a
and
cousin that works at
insulting.
NASA, just like that super hot girlfriend I had that went to another school. Both of these
Look
people
at this,
for sure
Dave McKeegan.
definitely exist.
When
none
you
of the
said
stuff
it
that I'm
was
just
going
telling
to
you
be
right here
long,
is
you weren't
stuff that I've
exaggerating.
come up with on my own.
That's
This is
what
stuff
she
that I've
said.
talked with people about. I've interviewed people.
And he
studied
said they
research.
didn't.
So you've interviewed all
They
these people
didn't
and you've been studying it
give
for years.
anything
You'd
to
think
the
you'd be able to give us
documentary.
a single piece of evidence.
That is
I've come
showing
to the conclusion that you
obviously
can't really listen to
blatantly that
just
he
what
lied.
NASA says, or
Yeah.
just
Okay,
what
well,
the space agency
you
says.
said about lies. I mean, what lies do you mean? Because you keep
See,
saying,
but
"Oh, it's
that's-
about these lies."
that-
What lies do you mean?
That's the
Every
thing about
single
it. It goes back
fails at
to,
math. Oh,
even,
really?
even when
Okay.
before I actually discovered
I
flat
guess
Earth,
I
before I
failed
discovered
school
anything
then.
like that,
Didn't
I've
get
seen
the
a lot of
A.
different documentaries, a lot of, just in general, which is the same as everyone.
And every globe fails reality.
What I'm trying to say is
They
that
sure
there's
do.
conclusive evidence. There's literally evidence. I have personally, I have evidence showing that what you perceive to be history is not accurate.
What kind of
so
evidence?
if like just certain, okay, for instance, I literally
Should I
have
put it at
maps
1.5
and
speed?
some of the research that I've actually gone over showing like real
Is
maps
it
of
is
people
it is it just
from,
on my
you
end,
know,
or
from
is
the
the
1400s,
video
from
low
1500s,
audio,
1600s, etc.
kind of not high?
I put their video, but
So
Yeah, the
Can
video's a
you
little
give
low.
any
so we
specific
can
I get
talk.
it.
examples of
I
something
just
that's
wanted
been
to
completely
check if it
erased
was
from
my
maps?
setting.
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah, no, I
think
put it a bit
you're-
soft so we can
because
talk
it's such
over
a
it.
huge topic. I don't know if
Cool.
you're going to be able to completely understand what
Just
I'm
one
getting at.
just one specific city or something that has been erased from maps.
Sorry, PJ. Hot.
Now, I've discovered a few red flags common with these folks that generally make it pretty easy to identify the type of person you're dealing with ahead of time. People that constantly say that they, quote-unquote, did their own research, that they're free thinkers, or that they're truth seekers, are ironically almost always the complete opposite.
Wow.
Literally none of those
Oh,
things are
really?
true. What they mean when they say
Wow.
they did their own research was that they binged Flat Earth Facebook
There's
memes
an
and TikTok
accusation,
videos.
isn't it?
What they mean by
Oh,
being a
really?
free thinker is that they blindly parrot all of the other people who call themselves free thinkers, all of the big names in the
Oh.
Flat Earth world. And when they say truth seekers, what they really mean is that they
And you
ignore
didn't use
everything that
any of
doesn't
it.
confirm their
Wow.
worldview.
What got me into this was me being able to check things for myself.
Mm-hmm.
If a person opens up a YouTube channel, no matter what their pedigree is, and they say, the establishment wants you to think this, but they're all wrong, I have the truth, and I'm on your side. There is no greater foundation for suspicion than that.
My similar
Really?
rule of thumb is
So
when
all
someone
those
has to play
doctors
that
That's coming from
claim
Neil
you're
deGrasse
head for the
Tyson,
hills.
people.
Exactly.
Do you not see the red flag there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, I get my knowledge from all over. It's not just me just coming
Do
up
you
with
not
out my
see the red
ass. I
flag
get my
there?
knowledge from all over, from other people,
Yeah,
and
exactly.
and yeah, I'm just
Neil
just-
the trash,
Yeah, well, I don't really
Tyson.
follow the flock. Like I kind of am an independent thinker, so I don't really go with the mainstream.
I've heard that repeated constantly from people. Let me drink a little Fleur of Tears. Hold on.
I want to debate you about the moon landings because you seem absolutely sure about the moon landings being fake, right?
The moon landings is like level 1 stuff, and quite frankly, I don't go on and on about the moon landings. Were you there? Have you been to space in general? I'm just saying in general. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying that in general is that you want to debate moon landings. The moon landings is like that's just.
Well, you said you have loads of evidence of that, and it's one thing that I really like to.
That's already been out here. It's been out here for years about that. Like more and more people are starting to understand that all of that is fake. It's not
But
even
it's,
like
it's not. That's what I'm saying. Show me some evidence that it's fake. You haven't.
I mean, but how much evidence do you
See
need
what
for that?
Now, it's
FTF's
about at this
trying to
point in these
do. Try to
debates
go
where I
them
start
into an
frantically
argument.
looking around for something adorable and furry to punt across the room because I'm genuinely infuriated that this motherfucker has the gall to ask, how much evidence do you need, when he pulled that bullshit earlier with the photos, and after all of this, he still hasn't presented a single shred of evidence of his own.
I've never seen any evidence that they're fake.
You're literally saying Eric Dubé, for instance. You brought him up about debunking him, his 200 proofs and stuff. I'm sure, like I think I've seen some videos of him in the past. I've seen videos of him in the past.
Hey, where was Eric?
Easy.
Where was Eric Dubé's data sets?
All right, finally, I'm really looking forward to this answer. He's got such super strict standards of evidence for people that he disagrees with. Surely the first time he actually gives us anything remotely close to a citation to back up one of his claims, Eric Dubé, who also just so happens to be a nutjob anti-Semitic douchebag alongside being a flat Earth YouTuber, surely he's been as rigorous and thorough with someone he agrees with, right? Double-checking that all of his evidence is as conclusive and airtight as what he expected from us? Surely he's not going to be a giant fucking hypocrite, right?
Well, most of them are all back. You have to look at all.
Why
the stuff. Most
is
of
he
that stuff is
stuck
backed
on a
up by
guy we
overseas
know
records,
nothing
historical
about?
records,
No.
other experiments done by people
Because
that
he can
look up
debunk
right
him.
on YouTube. Half
Who
the time you can
knows?
find them when they actually run the experiments and stuff. But I'm not talking about his experiments in general. What
He
I'm saying
spends
is
some
that
time on them
you
as
know,
well. It's not just like
A lot of time. It's not just
and me being a truther, I wanted to find.
He gave me
So I'm not denying. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying that that's stuff that
with
I have
a
to see
picture, with an overlaid
and
picture.
so far I just haven't been able to actually see.
Yeah,
it
he
to the
gave me
point
like
of it
5
being
seconds of
that. So
talk,
that's kind of
not
where I
showing
build
what
my
I showed on
complete
my
standpoint
screen.
on,
And
my
this
issue
guy, we
with
don't even know
NASA
who
and
the hell
my
he
issue
is. He's
with,
just
with all that. I just want the truth out. That's pretty much it. I'm not here to make
He's not
fun
even
of
choosing
I'm
acting
not
real
here
flat
to do
earther.
any of that because I was
Giving
taught the
him
exact same thing in school.
like
You know what I mean?
what,
After
40 minutes of time?
researching
What the
all
hell's
stuff
going
from
on?
history,
And
from
when it
NASA,
came to
from all the
solve,
stuff they put out now,
it was
that
all about him
NASA
smoking
is
a bomb.
100%.
You know what I mean?
I want to go on record saying this. They're
Stupid, man.
100% fake. I mean, they are literally fake. Everything that they say is 100% fake.
11 minutes later.
So when I say NASA is a complete fraud, I'm not saying that every single thing that NASA does. So I'm not saying that NASA is going to create a fake image of the moon and then put out a fake image of the moon and say, hey, this is this. I'm not saying that. They're 100% fake. They are literally fake. Everything that they say is 100% fake. Because if it is a globe, I would love for your network to actually be able to convince every flat earther of that. I want to be convinced of that as well. You know, I say I don't subscribe to NASA because they keep lying. I just want them to start telling the truth.
That's a claim. You're making a claim there. NASA are lying. Provide evidence. Hours.
It's a lot of evidence.
Let's go back to your comment.
I know the type of tactics
Dude, this is bad.
Yeah, we show evidence.
Some kind of you're just showing pictures. I don't care about the pictures. I'm showing you evidence.
But you haven't shown me.
Now I'm getting to the point where I think you just started doing stuff to make it as
All of
long
that
as
was just
possible.
one small demonstration of the larger, more widespread phenomenon that affects every single one of these discussions. All they're doing is asking for something that they don't actually want. That flat earthers will, without fail, immediately reject the very evidence they dishonestly claim to be seeking.
What kind of evidence would convince a flat earther? They keep asking for it, but deny it every time if it proves them wrong. I don't think that's true. I've seen no evidence to say, okay, yeah, the curvature exists. I would love to be shut up. I'd love to see that proof, because it could go either way, but, you know, I don't think it's going to happen.
What would you accept as evidence for the shape of the Earth?
My direct acceptance of evidence at this point, I would like to see curvature of the Earth beyond what I've seen in high altitude balloons that do not curve.
Would you accept 290,000 feet?
Would I accept 290,000 feet to see curvature?
290,000 feet.
Okay.
And
am I going to make a liar out of you is the next question.
290,000
feet.
feet.
The parachute is coming out. It's just added to the video. There you go, a little more clear one, still below center frame.
And that being said, if you are looking at the edge of a circle, I mean, you are going to have an accident of a curve there. So I'm truly an open-minded person. I'm trying to look at this as if this were a globe, but I also
is your back a little sore?
No, not
from moving those goalposts.
Here's the difference, pal. You're using your footage. I'm using something that I captured off a documentary that's presented to millions of people. I can fabricate whatever I want. Grab something you can get off the media and use that. How about that, pal?
You tuck tail and run away and say, oh, it's manipulated, but it's not, because we can see that the straight edges are straight and the curved horizon is curved.
You hear what I said? I'm gonna say it a third time. You can manipulate what you present. How about be transparent and grab something off a documentary, National Geographic, their footage, and display curvature.
No, it's not. It's just got RV's
images of the Earth.
logo picture.
That's what you wanted, bro. I did it. I'm happy to provide.
Apples and oranges, pal. We're talking about a perspective with the horizon. That's a freaking phony baloney CGI.
The longest radar that we had during the 60s was between 30 and 50 miles. This was what was on warcraft aircraft. All we got to look up is the longest radar detection transmission in the the 60s is what you said? I think, yeah, the 60s. That's all we got to do. And guess what? Show me anywhere in the 60s where they made a radar detection of 93 million miles with the technology they
What's
had.
up, Roger?
Well, I'm presenting the paper right now that they used the technology. You just saying radar couldn't go that far. It is just a claim when I have a scientific paper talking about the technology that they used for radar to go that far.
See, this is what's going on. You don't want to really have the conversation of the technology.
No, I just gave you the technology with the specific of the technology, and you're telling me I didn't give you that specific. Why are you doing that? Why are you literally lying about the thing that I just did? That's not very honest.
Okay, what you gave me doesn't prove that that radar was capable of detecting something 93 million miles away.
Okay, let me ask you, do you have any video that you've done that actually shows curve that according to your measuring formula?
Yes, there is.
Let's see it.
Okay, this is by a flat earther. The lens is a Sony FE 50mm f1.8. We would not want to use a fisheye lens or something with heavy barrel distortion. So I looked up this particular lens. This is a very rectilinear lens. Any curve that you see will be curved. Any straight that you see will be straight. 117,000.
I like a very rectilinear lens. You either have a rectilinear lens or you don't.
With your own eye.
See, there's your optical illusion right there, because where the sun hits in the center, you can take a flashlight to a shoebox.
What I asked you was if I showed you an image taken by the guy who took it as Hans Baldwin, is a friend of mine. He was flying for Vietnam Airways.
Did you notice that he cut it off there when he was saying something?
With a cell phone.
He does it the whole night so far. He
just cuts things off.
It gets a very specific part of argument and cuts it off.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm always open to
Cuts it off.
learning. Show me.
it's pretty clear. You can see the curvature of the Earth.
I see no curve in there.
So there's your straight line. Now do you see it?
I see no curve. We don't know if that's a cloud formation or not.
I want you to say it again so that everybody hears about making a rainbow inside. What's necessary to make a rainbow?
Water, light, and reflective surface.
And now you're saying a reflective surface is needed. That's just your claim. That's ipsy dixit. It's that way because I say it's that way. Where's the citation for that? Other than you.
I have, what do you think we learn off of? Our own personal observation. I mean,
Okay, so you don't have a citation. It's just you. Okay, so now what if...
you are a bit of a smart ass.
What if I showed you a rainbow inside that didn't have something reflecting off of it?
Well, no, it would have to have a reflective surface.
Okay, so if I showed you something, what would you do?
I would say, wow, how'd you do that?
Okay. Prepare yourself to say, wow, how'd you do that?
He does know the water droplets are reflected surface.
Very cool.
A rainbow in the air with no
Well,
reflective
he just
surface.
made the guy's point without
I'm
realizing.
not there. I can't see that there's not a reflective surface.
No, this is where you say, wow, how'd you do that?
You have a fixed experiment there. I am not there to verify anything.
Okay, so denialism and lying is what you're going for.
Water droplets have reflective
All right,
surface.
now let's move on to our final case study. The flat earther J.M. Truth repeatedly made claims about certain aspects of the globe model not being
You see, the
possible.
issue with
One such
McTooney
claim
is
being
he's
that this particular photo
narcissistic
disproves the curvature of the Earth due to the reflection. But during a debate, the legitimacy of this photo
behavior
was
is
challenged.
just
I just want to know where did you get the
repulsive,
picture
and
from?
nobody wants, just
put it off the internet. Why?
I don't know. Nobody wants to talk
Because
to him
it's
because of he thinks he's the guy.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Dude, the moon in this picture is closer than the clouds.
Do you know where in particular you got that image from?
I don't remember, correct? No.
Do you understand why I think that it's Photoshop?
No, absolutely. I understand what you're saying.
Now, I tried finding the original source of this image with little success, outside of stock image websites, TikTok posts, and other clearly photoshopped images, although it shouldn't come as a surprise where I managed to find that it was used the most. Now, not 10 minutes later, he was asked this.
Have you ever tried actually simulating this? Have you ever made a model of this, either in a computer or more or less to scale, to actually show what...
So why would I make a model when I went out and photoed it?
It seems to me that he is now sneakily trying to imply that he personally went out and photographed this exact phenomenon himself.
No,
despite
he didn't
never
say
presenting his
that.
own photos as evidence.
Wow.
They then went on to discuss the value
didn't
in using
say
something
that.
like 3D rendering software or even a physical scale model to try to validate that what he claims is actually
He said,
true.
why would he
And
need
then
to go to
states that he
Photoshop if
has,
he's got a
although there's
photo?
a bit of a problem.
You would have to verify that what
It's
you're saying is
something
true, and
flat,
do this
man.
by making a model.
Very big
Basically
everything.
compare the
No.
outcome of the model to the picture.
Yeah,
The
the way
CGI
he
model
wants.
does not verify anything.
Yeah, he didn't say he
You can
took it.
use models,
That's
whether
an
they're
utter lie.
CGI or whether you actually built it. In reality, it doesn't matter because the effect will be the same. You can actually check on whether the prediction that you make, that this type of reflection only works on a completely flat surface, whether that holds up to scrutiny when building this model. If you don't see this, then you would actually have a point. But so far, you're just assuming that this would not work on a curved surface. You
No,
have
I tested
point
it on a
out any
curved
evidence for
surface.
that.
It doesn't work.
Was the
I've
curved
tested it
surface
on
to
a
scale?
curved. It doesn't have
Yes,
to
it
be to
doesn't have
scale.
to be to
Light
scale.
physics is physics, Gio.
It
It'll
does have
work
to be
on a
to scale.
macro level. It'll work on a micro
Easy
level.
Scorpio said that. to me.
Do you actually understand what scaling is?
Now, spoiler alert, he doesn't, despite fancying himself some kind of expert.
Are you asking me to go look up the definition of scaling? I know what scaling is. Let's get to.
I'm trying to find out whether you. I'm trying to find out whether you understand it, and so far you don't seem to be able to define it, which makes me think that you in fact do not understand it.
Listen, Chief, I'm a filmmaker. I scale things all the time.
Now, as a filmmaker myself, I have to confirm what he's saying here, that this makes me an expert in physics. Now, while I'm only half kidding here, we never got any context about what exactly he was referring to when he was talking about scaling in filmmaking, but something tells me I'm not far off with this example, which is exactly the kind of conflation that flat earthers do all the time. Now, as an aside, my favorite example of this is probably the most meta thing that I've ever seen. Recall we discussed earlier how flat earthers don't quite seem to understand abstractions. During one of the most unhinged debates I've ever seen, where this flat earther was laughably
I have
confused
no
about
idea who
basically
that
everything,
is.
but more
Again.
specifically,
No
binary
clue.
star systems, she was
That's
shown
the
an
thing.
article about the mergers of stars, published in the monthly notices of the Royal Astronomical Society. Now, this right here definitely takes the cake when it comes to demonstrating just how
These are
confused
certainly
flat earthers get
handpicked
when they try to
because
understand anything
they're
in
not
the
just
abstract.
sitting
The
there.
astronomer's opinion on the topic
Ready
is
to
actually the
look
one
at,
that matters.
no?
He says that
Do you
56%.
mean this abstract?
56%.
So given to him
So I'm supposed
by
to listen to
McToon,
that
guaranteed.
abstract. Okay.
Do you
okay,
know what an
that's-
abstract is when you're looking at a
That
paper?
means not real.
No, that's not what the
Wow.
abstract of a paper means.
Wow.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Anyway, back to JM.
Wow.
What do you reckon the
Unbelievable.
chances are that any of what he
See
claims
what
he's
I'm
done
saying?
actually
Why are
happened?
you picking
Naturally,
people
somebody
that
who such
nobody
bold
knows
claims so
what the hell's
confidently
going
would
on?
be
At least
provided
James
evidence,
Truth, yeah,
but
we
I'll
know
fucking
who
hold my
that
head. You
is.
guys already know how this ends.
It's simply an
But I mean,
optical illusion
Really?
based on the distance from an object and something called atmospheric lensing and compression that causes the dome or the image to fall back towards the Earth.
Again, you have to present it. You have to present.
You're asking me to
you
present
have to
something.
show. Yes, I'm asking you to present something, and how it's actually compatible with what we see.
I don't have that data in front of me to present it to you.
Okay, so you can't. Can you link me a
No,
source?
I
maybe?
can't. I don't have. Yes, I can't. I don't have the videos at my fingertips to find. I'd have to go look.
Okay, can you link me a source?
I can, not at this very moment. No, but yeah, I can. All right, I'm not. This is ridiculousness, and this is a non-arguing issue. Get to the point.
Okay, so have you tried actually modeling this to scale and trying to find out whether your assertion that this would not work on a sphere is correct or not?
Yes.
Okay, show it, please.
No.
Man, what a shocker. Now sometimes, when the stars on the dome align just right, we get a glimpse into the inner workings of the flat Earth workflow. A chance to see what actually happens in the
just 'cause of
extremely
one
rare
person.
event that they actually do any real work,
That's
or
what finds
demonstrate or
everyone,
calculate
right?
anything they speak so confidently
One
about.
person
Later in this debate, JM
means
made a number of
everybody.
claims regarding how much of a mountain in a photograph should have been hidden by
But,
the Earth's
but you know the
curvature based on his
hypocrisy
own
again.
calculations.
One
400
person on the
miles, that's
globe
still-
What,
doesn't
440
mean
That's
everybody.
400 kilometers.
400 kilometers.
It's like,
not
yeah.
miles.
Yes.
It's in kilometers. It's 443 kilometers.
It's not only amazing. It's actually a globe killer.
Are you sure about this?
Let's discuss
Yeah,
that. That's a good point to discuss. Why do you think that is a globe killer? I'll give you a couple of minutes for you to explain, and then we'll let Geostriber respond to that.
Give me a second. How many miles away is that?
Yeah, 275
275.26 miles. 275.26.
Okay, assuming that my math is correct, mountain should be behind 50,416 feet.
What's the height of the observer? Because that's relevant.
Yeah, it is relevant. I don't know what.
Now, I'll be honest, I'm not exactly sure how he managed to get
Yeah,
50,416 feet here, because that would require him inputting a number that's close to the numbers they've talked about already, but not quite exact. So maybe he did some conversions back and forth or something. Who knows?
The reason
And
he
not only
got
is
it
he using the
because he
calculator
didn't put
that's
in a high
notorious in the
I.
community for not taking atmospheric refraction into account, but he also just
God.
blindly put in zero into the
God,
eye height
true.
field, despite the fact that this photo was taken on top of another mountain. Why would he just assume it was zero and not ask? He so confidently called this photo a globe killer based on this calculation that's wrong on just about every level. Off to a pretty bad start, huh? You'd think after fucking it up pretty bad the first time, he'd be sure to be more careful the second time around. So would it be surprising if I told you that he does worse on his second go?
2,820 meters up.
Actually, my numbers were incorrect. It should be behind 3,938 feet of curve.
I'm going to be honest, we never really see how he comes up with this number, but I was able to use the same calculator he used, and I have a theory as to how he got the number he did. And given how things have been going this far, I wouldn't doubt that this is exactly what happened. Using the same value that he must have input in for target distance before, I can get the same number that he
This
said,
is irrelevant.
3,938 feet, if I put in
So
26,000
he's trying to
into the eye
say,
height field.
well, he
The
didn't
only
show
way I can make
anything.
sense
Let me
of this is that
make
he
up
heard
what
the
I
observer
think
height
he
of
did.
2,820
It is
meters.
irrelevant.
Still had the
Just
calculator
say,
set
yeah,
to
he
imperial
can bring
without
it up
knowing
and move on.
Didn't do any
Let's see what he's
conversions.
even put up there. He's not put
But you
flat
see,
earth.
see, this is why I
and
say
accidentally
he
added
shows he's
another
got a
zero at the
personal
end.
vendetta
Now,
against
who the hell
Flat
knows?
Earth.
But I think what
Because
happens
he's
next is
going
evidence
above
that
and
he was onto
beyond
something.
to try and show.
2,820.
You understand?
He couldn't
2,820.
have put flat earth calculation. He got graph calculation.
No, you're using the wrong formula there.
There you go. Graph calculation.
Can you show the curve calculator, please?
So on his third try, even though we're talking about target hidden height, he quotes the value for the distance to the horizon. How confused and sloppy could one person be? And then...
Oh no, he messed up and put on the wrong value.
And 29,373 feet of curve.
And you know what? I've never actually watched
Yeah,
JM choose
because you are in
before you
imperial and
guys.
not in metric. You're given the height in feet, not in meters.
Yeah, I gave it in feet. Because that's what
But
I
it's
heard right
wrong
there,
in-
genius.
But it's wrong in feet. The height is 2,820 meters.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Do you know how many
All right.
feet that is?
Hey,
Now remember,
Jackson,
keep all
see,
this in
man.
mind. Next time a flat earther tries to tell you that they've done any kind of
it's
analysis
getting
that thoroughly
cold
debunks
now.
the globe model. They almost certainly never actually do any of the things they claim they've done. They simply lie about it, and in the rare cases that we've been able to actually examine any of the work that they have done, they demonstrate painful levels of ignorance and incompetence. And once again, I have to emphasize, my focusing on the clown fiesta that we bear witness to every time we get a chance to peek behind the curtain is not to try to bully these folks. It's all in the context of them constantly telling us how much more intelligent and capable they are. Finally, to finish up our look into JM Truth, let's take a look at what may very well be the greatest thing I've come
okay.
across during my entire foray into the
0
world of flat
degrees
earthers.
Celsius
A
at the
real
moment.
chef's
How
kiss moment.
exciting.
In a debate between JM and YouTuber Red's Rhetoric, discussing video footage that Reds and another great YouTuber, Astronomy Live, had released of a few SpaceX rocket
No
launches.
wonder why my feet is
JM
freezing.
refused to accept the legitimate
Oh, you're 0 degrees right
accusing
now?
both Reds and Astronomy
Huh?
Live of multiple kinds
Reds
of
is
Zero
discourse
degrees,
play,
yeah.
using his expertise to back it up.
Freezing point.
For Falcon Heavy, I filmed an unbroken shot from launch to landing. This is not CGI. I was there.
CGI. Do you actually think that I can't tell with the naked eye that that's CGI?
Yes, I definitely am making that assertion that if you think this is CGI, then you are not the expert that you proclaim yourself to be.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'm calling you out and saying I don't believe this footage is real?
It genuinely seems like he doesn't understand the circumstances of the situation. Like he can't actually fathom an alternate worldview or empathize with the person he's talking to. He's acting.
Yeah, I
as
have
if
to
he has
call
the
that out,
sense
guys.
he's
That
infallible,
can be
as
done
if
what
there's
they're
no
doing there.
conceivable way he could
That's
be
the
wrong.
problem when they
Think
claim
about
you're
it.
going to
Let's assume for
space.
a moment
That's
that
the
Reds is
issue.
telling the truth here.
We're
which
going to
is
have a lot of
pointed out.
issues, though,
There's
trying to
only one
get that
person
to
in the
work, by the
world
way.
that unequivocally knows the truth here. Red's rhetoric. He was there, live, saw it with his own eyes, took the video with his own camera, and did not do any manipulation to the video in any way. So when someone comes to him and says, I'm an expert in CGI and I can tell that your video is fake, how could you not immediately dismiss their quote-unquote expert opinion entirely when you know for a fact with 100% certainty that he's wrong?
So that means
Because
that I'm not sincerely an expert with film because I don't believe this is real? I can't sit here and tell you that I have special effects training if I didn't have special effects training. Now, I don't know why. This is
Okay, no, I just wanted to clarify what the training was.
I don't say I have expertise in something that I don't have expertise in.
JM Truth is genuinely acting as if he is the only one here capable of knowing the truth of whether or not that video is fake, more so than the guy who took it. It's one thing to think that somebody's lying to you and to call them out. That's not necessarily an unreasonable thing. But it's something else entirely to not understand why the person you're calling out would disagree with you, that they would dare question your expertise. The hubris is unprecedented, bordering on delusional.
Wow.
But not only does JM not seem to be capable of considering that, he doubles and triples down, saying both that he can easily determine it's CGI with his naked eye while watching a compressed YouTube video, being even more compressed over a video call, something that basically anybody with even the most amateur video editing experience would tell you would cause the kinds of things that he's
Thank you,
suspicious of.
Ford
He
Jacks.
says
Really
that he wants a raw
appreciate
video so that he can do his
your
own
support.
expert professional analysis.
Gifted a
How do you
membership
suspect that
and
went?
Tony Coriolis received it.
I'm here to kill
Really,
you.
really appreciate the membership, man. You rock.
Please, not Professor.
Now, really quick, before we get into that, let's rewind back to another epic
Thank
JM
you very,
Truth
very much.
CGI
Mel
debunk
gets
3
one.
years earlier. How'd that go? Well, long story short, it turns out he spent a while attempting to debunk a painting.
Again, the first thing I've noticed, their graphic design department really sucks because
Yeah, this
there's
was
a couple
fake.
of different issues here with this photo. First,
That's
interesting
definitely
that in this photo we have stars. However, if you look right alongside here, there's no stars.
And then tries to play it off like NASA misrepresented it as a real photo.
When actual fact, what you did was you showed that a painting was in fact not a real picture because no one ever
Then
claimed
why
that was a
did
real
NASA
picture.
claim it was real?
They didn't. In that picture,
When I took the picture off the wait, stop! Don't tell me what I did when I did it myself. When I took the goddamn picture off the NASA website, NASA had claimed it's real. I don't give a it
No,
says
they
now.
didn't. They're saying it's an artist representation. They told everyone
They
it
are
was a
now.
painting.
They are now because we called
Hey,
them out
Mr.
on
Cheese,
it.
you can see,
never said
yeah,
it was
So
at
let's
least
just say
we've
he
almost
has a
6
great
hours
track
in,
record
so
when it
we're
comes
almost
to
done.
debunking CGI. Maybe he'll be better this
Yeah.
time.
You don't want to throw me under the bus and say I don't have any authority to speak on this matter when actually I'm the only one with any authority to speak on this matter. When it comes to
By the
video
way,
footage
I've
and
seen
film and-
movies of things worse than this.
Worse than that, yeah.
Much worse than this. From much more.
sound and that kind of stuff.
Where
That's kind of
people
my
have
purview.
much more money
Special
for
effects,
production.
VFX, that kind of
So that's not bad, Chad. Was
I'm going
independent.
to ask you something.
Not bad at all.
Have you ever
There's
heard of a
nothing
movie
like
called
nothing
Total
bad,
Recall?
nothing at all bad with that for unprofessional.
Not that bad.
For amateur.
Have you
Amateur.
heard of Doctor Strange?
I couldn't do that.
I mean, I've seen videos with some
Ex
famous
Machina,
actors in that
2014.
had very bad CGI compared to that.
Now the question is, how does she feel about you? Did you design Ava's face based on my pornography profile?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Duncan
What's your
Kennard. Duncan Kennard is my point. 20 years, visual effects artist, now has the link to this show. And guess what? You weren't the only one that got sent the footage from the camera. I also sent it with him with 20 years of experience in the field. And unlike you, he actually has a record to back up his bullshit. So guess what? He will also get it. And he, I like being prepared.
Oh, no. I didn't. Craig, if you bring in anyone else on this show, I'm leaving. I know, me
Yeah, go ahead, run away.
But you see, this is the. Have you guys realized they always do this though?
Okay, so Nathan's
They
just my
always
producer. Great.
kind of rope people into things.
Hey, hang on.
No, you
Are you
can-
polishing your Eddie?
Sorry, yeah, I'm just polishing my MA.
Polishing his knob.
Spoiler alert, Duncan literally doesn't even need to speak during the entire discussion because JM's
Spoiler alert,
quote,
Duncan has a
analysis is
team
just about
that does
as
his
brain
stuff
dead as
for
you
him.
think. The VFX and CGI analysis that allegedly took JM Truth 2 full weeks to do can be summarized by 5 claims. The area where the boosters landed does
You
not
guys know
visually
that.
match the area where the rocket
Yeah,
launched from.
Duncan knows what he's doing, but he's got a team that helps him do it. JM Truth does everything himself.
No, it didn't.
With less equipment and less money.
No, it didn't.
So it's actually unfair comparison.
Dude, you dumb intense motherfucker. The landing pad is over 9 miles away from where it started, you fuckface.
I can't stand rhetoric. He's language the whole time. It doesn't stop. He's like Sean Hawkins. Every second word is just swearing.
Everybody understood that.
No, everyone didn't understand that. That's not what's ever been said,
Yes.
dumbass.
Yes, that is what you said.
You cannot be fucking serious. You literally thought it took off and landed at the same place it took off. You literally thought that. Oh my god. You literally fucking thought that, didn't you?
You want an asshole?
Hey, listen. You showed us fucking didn't use the camera 9 miles.
Okay.
I think Red should just keep with
You guys, this is the stupidest
plumbing.
shit in the world.
Claim number 2. The smoke shown in the video after the landing is clearly fake.
Also, the smoke here is added. It's a special effect.
Is it? No, it isn't added.
It is.
How? No, that's real.
Who? Where?
Sorry, JM Truth, but that is real, man.
Claim number 3. The camera could not have possibly panned or moved far enough to have been able to track the path of the rocket and boosters.
This is a launch pad. Do you see all the hardware, the towers,
No, it's a
and
launch
shit
pad,
like
guys.
that? Go down here, and you'll see the SpaceX logo. See the total lack of structure that would support a launch but is perfectly adequate for a landing? This is the landing zone. This is what you confused as the same spot. Another thing that I wanted to show you here is this. Observation point. Notice how I can film this, and all I have to do is swing the camera to film this. I can film this, and then all I have to do while tracking the camera is turn the camera
Quarter
to
to
film
1.
that.
You guys can go sleep,
They
by
are
the
not
way.
the same location, you dense motherfucker.
Hey, we got 50 people watching again. It's good to see you all. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, pan.
Please hit the
Pan.
likes,
About
share the
your-
show if you haven't already. Really appreciate
The
you all.
problem is there was the distance at which you would have had to pan that camera did not take place.
How the fuck do you know? You were looking at sky, you dumbass.
Claim number 4. The rocket that took off was white, and the one that landed had a different paint job. Proof they weren't the same rocket.
This is about Red CGIing this entire piece of footage. So can we try and stick with that? Where is the CGI?
VFX and CGI. However, the
Okay,
rocket here,
okay. All of it.
this rocket is not the same rocket that was attached to the side of that other booster.
Even though it was a continuous shot.
The bar of this rocket, this black, is not soot. This is a paint job.
Well, we have seen when we watched the
There's a lot
lives, they
taken the
showed
fuel
how
taken. They're
the white and the black
separated,
had swapped.
There seemed to be some kind of physical container between them. Yes.
Yeah, they seem to be separated there. Hey, a question. Were the soot patterns on the rocket, are they aligning with where the tanks are located on the Falcon 9?
It would appear that way.
From a visual effects expert, I would say there's a definite delineation between green and blue.
And
interesting.
And it's not like that I've got a degree in physics or anything, but just an off-the-cuff thought would be: could the temperature of the LOX cause more ice to be building up when it goes into 8-quarter temperature?
Yeah, interesting. And question, Craig, if soot were to collect on the ice and the ice were to, fall off because it's no longer being cooled by the LOX, that would leave a line there, right?
Yeah.
That would leave a line.
It really would.
A nice definitive line around the booster.
Who would have thought?
What do you mean?
Amazing.
A clean bit? A clean bit, you mean?
Or devil's advocate for a second, did they, after it separated from the main module, have someone up there painting it?
Claim number 5. The duration of Reds' video has a 20-second discrepancy when compared to the official SpaceX footage.
Hey, JM, did you say there's 20-second discrepancy?
Yeah.
Oh, there's also 9 miles discrepancy, so 20 seconds.
Here's the thing. A little birdie told me that you were going to say that. Would we like to watch it together in real time and compare the SpaceX one? Would that be hot and sexy?
Can we see it together?
I wish they can move
We
on
could
to
do
the
it
next
at
guy.
an elementary school theater if that suits you, Nathan.
Yo, guys, let me give you a flyer real quick.
What?
You know when there's just too much of the same thing over and over, it gets boring. This is practically what we're seeing now.
To deliver some flat Earth
It's like, yes, we get what you're saying, dude. You're saying he was lying,
13 kilometer speed,
that he thinks it's
1500
CGI. It's shown
kilometers
not to be
an hour. And we have
CGI.
separation,
Made your point.
port
Move
and
on.
starboard booster.
You know what I mean?
Will it equal 20? Will it
I mean,
equal
even
20?
Matt's walking up and down drinking. It's like he also can't take this anymore.
Literally fucking to the second.
It's close. It's close.
Unfortunately,
No, it's
my cool drink is finished, so I can't really drink the rest of this unless I
Rex, is
drink
there
it
anything more
clean.
beautiful than disproving a flat earther's
Well, I'm
timeline?
smoking.
Where's your 20 seconds, JM? Where's your 20 fucking seconds?
Room one
Huh?
now.
So that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
That right
mic's
there
not
is what Flat
working.
Earthers consider expert analysis. Proof that
He's
video
struggling
footage
with
is
his mic,
fake.
though.
Justification to call the person that you're debating who's actually gone out,
No
gathered
stress,
evidence,
man.
and presented it to you in good faith a liar, while you claim to have proof despite never lifting a single finger and a single speck of it. It really is quite sad. Now, I have a confession to make. I've been lying to you.
Oh, no doubt.
Years ago, before I had any real interest in the subject, one of my favorite channels on YouTube came out with a video about flat earthers. Dan Olson is one of those rare breeds of YouTuber that can make content about literally any topic, and even if I have zero prior knowledge or interest in the subject, I'll love every minute of it. I, like everybody else, was at the very least familiar with the flat earther worldview, and I've generally been interested for a long time in all things related to the perpetuation of pseudoscientific nonsense. So of course I'm always in the mood for a good debunking video, and his was just that. Well, at least part 1 was. Halfway through, rather abruptly, the tone of the video changed. And I'll be honest, this is where he kind of lost me.
The bottom line is that Flat Earth has been slowly bleeding support for the last several years. Because they're all going to QAnon.
What's he talking about going to QAnon?
QAnon is a fascist, biblical, esoteric apocalypse cult that believes an anonymous government agent known only as Q is leaking sensitive, above top-secret information to patriots, revealing that the political and cultural opponents of Donald J. Trump, the so-called deep state and Hollywood elite, are humiliating.
It felt, I don't know, almost like it was trying too hard to be political, overanalyzing the people involved, reading way too much into a situation that was much less complicated than he needed to make it. I recall hovering over the YouTube timeline to see that there were only 2 main chapters to the video, and that this looked like it would be the rest of it, and then thinking to myself that he must have really wanted to make a video about political wackos, and maybe Flat Earth was just his way of cleverly shoehorning in this topic into one of his videos.
Probably.
Fair enough. This just honestly wasn't really my cup of tea. Part 1 was the kind of stuff I loved, telling a story with science and history. Part 2 was the kind of thing I watched YouTube to escape from. So I didn't finish the video and kind of just moved on. Now fast forward 3 or 4 years, I'm doing the research for this video, and I stumble across this video once again, honestly forgetting what it was even about, and decided to rewatch it for any juicy quotes or clips, and when part 2 hit, I was immediately reminded of my disappointment from years before. But this time, I decided to stick around. I was doing this for research purposes, not for my own entertainment, so I stuck with it till the end. Now for context, at this point in my life, I had just spent multiple months deep in the world of flat earth debates. Hundreds and hundreds of hours of arguments about 300-year-old experiments, screaming matches between 2 adults back and forth, the same dozen tropes and memes.
But see, that's why he can sit for 9 hours in the stream, plays games all the time, doesn't really concentrate on what's being said.
And yet, looking back at it now, I
Well,
realize
he's not said anything that anybody's not said before. He's just said it over and over and over and over and over again.
Past the point of no return. I was, as the kids say, lost in the sauce. Now my problem with the flat earthers was this. I knew exactly what they were going to do and when. I knew the arguments they were going to make, the memes they'd show, the fallacies they'd commit, the lies they told, the rationalizations.
Did you know Sov was going to ask you that question that you had no answer for?
But I felt no closer to understanding the why. There's something uniquely infuriating and confounding about people who seem to be immune to reason, who aren't swayed by evidence. The biggest challenge in the way of understanding what's at the heart of this phenomenon is that these folks tend to be so insufferable that you often get so distracted by your
What
own
about him trying to
frustration
answer that
literally
question
forget
that you
you're trying
gave
to
him?
understand them and just
Or that Saab,
telling yourself,
you know, he was just like,
do that again.
no.
It's not merely ignorance.
Well, he had an excuse for it when he went on to
and yet most normal people across the
Craig,
intelligence and education spectrum are capable of learning.
He said his excuse for that was he was trying to think why. No, but that's what he said to us. But he was trying to think, going through his mind. If I say it this way, they're going to say it. If I say it that way, that's going to be wrong. And eventually, it just comes because we just don't agree with anything he says. That was his excuse.
It's not because they're bad at math or science. It's not because they don't quite understand perspective, scale, or abstract concepts. No, that really doesn't explain it. These traits might be necessary conditions for somebody to become a flat earther, but they certainly aren't sufficient. There's an old saying that you can't reason somebody out of a belief that they never reasoned themselves into in the first place. Incredulity and superstitious thinking are 2 different ends of the same spectrum that are inexorably linked, almost certainly with evolutionary origins. Our brains are wired to see patterns in noise. We see faces in randomness. We hear voices in static, a phenomenon known as pareidolia. How we historically reacted to that perceived randomness, how we processed that information, played a huge role in how successful our ancestors were. Curiosity was punished. If your hypothesis is that the rustling in the brush that you just heard was the wind, testing that hypothesis to try to further your knowledge and understanding of the world could have serious, often fatal consequences. Assuming malicious intent in ambiguity is actually beneficial. Defaulting to the belief that everything is out to get you, even if that isn't necessarily a true
I don't
reflection of
understand. This
reality,
is such a
confers tangible
one-sided
survival advantage. If
thing
we
that
happen to
he's
be wrong
made.
and
He
there
hasn't
really wasn't anything dangerous there,
once
we would
tried
never
to
know
even
it
look
and
at the
we
other
wouldn't be punished.
person's
It's
arguments.
simply safer to assume
Not
that nefarious
once.
intentions are everywhere.
This is
Intellectual
literally
dishonesty
just him
doesn't come from nowhere. It
butthurt
needs
about
some
Flat
kind of
Earth,
motivation. There's always a source.
ridiculing
When we're
Flat
afraid,
Earth,
we get
trying to
defensive, then we
paint him
double
in
down, or we retreat
all
rather
Flat
than the
Earthers
threat.
in some
When we're
weird,
self-conscious, unsure of
derogatory,
ourselves, or feel ashamed,
unfair,
we often
dishonest
project those
light.
feelings onto others. When we feel vulnerable or inadequate, when we
And
feel small, we
last
lie
time
to
I checked,
ourselves
when you
and we
want to
lie
do a
to others.
documentary,
It
you
makes us
don't
feel
want to
bigger,
take sides. You
safer,
want
more
to
secure. Gives
look
us
at
back
both
some
sides of the
semblance
argument.
control.
He hasn't even
Sometimes, though, we
attempted
lie for other reasons.
to look at any Flat Earth
I
side.
lied because I wanted you to follow the same journey that I went on, to experience the laughs and the
Total
frustrations and the
deception.
confusion that I did. And maybe, perhaps,
2
somewhere in the
hours
back of
left,
your mind,
guys.
you'll come to
Woo!
the same realization, the same understanding that I did, that something isn't quite adding up here. None of it really
Imagine
makes
that
sense.
you're doing a
What you
stream
really
and you're
need
so
to believe,
happy
like
that
flat
you're
earthers
getting
do,
to
is
the end
something
of the
much deeper,
stream.
much more foundational, much more ideological. It took nearly 1,000 hours of wading through the cesspool of flat Earth content for it all to click. And it was watching this video again, this
That's
time
not-
armed with
that's
all
how
the
much
information
he
that
sucks.
supported me from my research, that it suddenly all began to make sense.
As much as I enjoy
The
doing
reason they
streams
aren't
with you
more
guys,
bothered by
this one
Q
tonight is
constantly getting
painful.
things wrong, why they aren't more bothered by the extreme
Maybe the
inconsistencies
next,
and outright
hopefully the next
contradictions
8
by the
hour stream
claims
will
that are
be
just
on something
materially
that's
wrong
actually worth
is
it.
because it gives them power over others who are bound by something as weak and flimsy as reality. They claim to be against corruption while hanging their hopes on an openly corrupt man, and that naked hypocrisy is the point. They will effortlessly carve out an exception because it makes them exceptional. They engage in wild hypocrisy as an act of domination, adhering to something demonstrably untrue out of spite, because they believe that power belongs to those with the greatest will to take it. And what greater sign of will than the ability to override truth?
Well, guys, I did
Their
tell you
will
this is going
is
to
a
be a
hammer
real
that they
pain.
are using
Told
to
it's
beat
penance.
reality itself into a shape of their
It's
choosing.
literally a pain in
simple
the
will
ass.
where reality is exactly what
Literally.
it looks like through their eyes, devoid of complexity, devoid of change, where they are right and their enemies are silent. They are trying
What's it
to
end up with the
build
poll?
a
Because
flat
I voted for Witsit on the poll. Professor
Flat
Dave
earthers
got
will
his
tell you
ass
that
whipped by
they're seeking the
Witsit
truth,
tonight.
that it was
It was funny. They
investigated
even
evidence and
lost the
reason
poll.
along
Who
the
won?
way, convincing them of the truth
Yeah.
of the shape of the
60-40, that's
earth. That story
hilarious.
is merely the pinnacle of their intellectual dishonesty.
And think, I mean, there was like
The ultimate
4K
lie
people
behind the
watching
whole
at the
charade.
stage.
The truth
Okay?
is, there's really only one reason
Yeah.
they believe what they believe. And the moment you see beyond their carefully crafted
And the
facade,
people
think
say
Andrew-
Flat
their
Earth is
confusing,
dying out.
infuriating,
Yeah,
and dishonest
exactly.
behavior suddenly
You
begins
know.
to make sense.
Hey, chillin'.
But what if, and again, this is speculation. I don't have any proof that there's anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica. Okay? But what if there's more land out here, Andrew? Extra territory?
Why does he?
I would call the
Why
people
did
that come
he
from
post
there
this?
extraterrestrials.
Children
annoying.
being educated, but I would say more brainwashed in pseudoscience theories, constantly not science fact. The nonsensical bolloth at the heart of it all.
Why don't you think that the elites of the world, like, that they would try to hide this from us? Why do you think that they would be honest about this? Because what do they go to war about? Land and resources. That is what they're fighting
Good
about,
point.
right? So what if there are more land?
I know the big picture, and I know the big picture doesn't correlate with the reality.
So, to translate, you don't have any evidence to support your belief system.
If I have evidence, I will be killed.
The people that are running it, I don't even think the people that we see that are running it, I think they're just the puppets of the real people that may live outside of Antarctica.
Say flat Earth is like a gateway conspiracy in a way. So, you know, once you believe that, it's kind of like, well, if you're going to believe that, you're going to just believe everything. Even say anti-vax, when that sort of starts spreading.
How unreputable
all
can
the
you
flat Earthers
get?
suddenly became anti-vax. You know, it's because
dude.
they just believed it as soon as it came in. You know?
Okay, can we do another one of these on the COVID vaxes?
No.
What about 9/11?
Because I was
They are-
watching some conspiracy, some
They
Star
are
Wars
just
conspiracy,
talking,
they suggested me flat
Yeah.
Earth video, and I was asked before because I was into conspiracy like September 11 and chemtrail and shit.
We don't live in a bowl. They never went to the moon. The footage that they showed is absolutely invalid. It's fake. It's done in a movie studio. Still images and all that rubbish. They've lost the telemetry data to go back to the moon. Yet it was the technology was based on a Nintendo DS. Come on, guys, wake up.
People have been there
people have done that, and you trust these people to tell you the truth. The same people.
I trust them more than I trust you because you don't even know the laws of
same people
motion.
that tell you to wear a mask and take a vaccine.
Has nothing to do with it, does it?
I will probably bring up the Titanic
Well,
at some
okay.
point tonight, and I want to make sure we're all on the same page regarding the Titanic. So it was a real boat, it really sunk, and it's really at the bottom of the ocean. Do we all agree on that?
Yeah.
I do not necessarily believe that.
I do.
It looks like something may have sank. Right
I
after
just
the science
believe
fiction
it was
book,
sunk on
The Wreck
purpose.
of the Titan was published about the same exact story.
They can actually stop the rain. Rain is the number one.
That's such an interesting thing. If you think about
California for
why
a long
the
time.
Titanic sank, I think it was sunk on purpose.
They know I'm onto it, but they're all run by the same Freemasons at the top. I'm totally restricting my channel.
Here's my problem with the whole theory and conspiracies in general. If it's true, do you understand how many people have to be in on the lie?
That's false.
Like Flat Earth is by far the biggest conspiracy ever conceived of, because there's millions of people, not just the government, not just the NSA, not just the FBI, people you wouldn't think of that have to be involved.
To be a flat earther, you have to understand as a flat earther.
That's just talking out
That's
of
the only way you
ignorance.
can be
You
a real
think
flat earther.
millions
is
of
if
people have to lie.
Every single person in the world that is an authority, that teaches, that flies planes, that captains boats, they're all lying to you. Every single one.
The other then is they have to have a conspiratorial mindset, right? They have to
That's
be
also
willing to
false.
accept the scope of the conspiracy that would be necessary. And
Many
you don't
people in
get there, you
Flat
don't
Earth that
just
have
get there.
never
You have
thought
to
of
have gone through a whole bunch
conspiracies
of
before,
other
by the way.
ridiculous levels of conspiracy acceptance.
TV old channels, news, documentary channels such as History, Nature, Universe, even Ancient Aliens promoting the globe model.
We've been fighting for the entirety of human existence for land and resources. So imagine you are the first, or you discover that beyond a point, there's more of this, and you have the money to keep that a secret, you have the influence to keep that a secret from other people. It's a no-brainer to do that. It's essentially a cult. It's a cult of people who are hiding the secrets of the world from the rest of the people so that the people can live continuing their everyday slog through their 9-to-5 lives and not consider.
Who's doing the lying? Well, that's a good question. NASA's definitely in on it. There's some Freemasonry involved, some Jesuits involved.
This is why I say that flat Earth is almost a gateway.
I'm
to
in the
all
mood for
conspiracy
some
theories. Because if
near
everyone's
rebel.
lying to you, then of course every other conspiracy theory is true. You know, and if you draw a Venn diagram of 9/11 and truthers and anti-vaxxers and flat earthers, it's basically a circle. You know, there is no separation. If you're a flat earther, you also believe all these other things because
No,
every single person
that's
is lying.
false,
to you.
FTP.
And that means that every little rumor that comes out is the truth and it's the gospel. You know, and anything that is against
You're on
the
a
official
hostage
narrative
conspiracy. I don't believe
is
in it.
correct
What the hell
because,
is that?
they've of course lied to you because everyone's lied to you.
Because our leadership has been infiltrated going back over half a decade by the Illuminati, who have used their agents to do what they've always done, which is to keep humanity away from the truth. And flat earthers, being their biggest enemy, the ones that could harm them the most.
Boat captains, every boat captain who's ever lived has to be sat down. This has to be explained to. And I don't even mean just naval admirals. I mean every white trash Carnival cruise captain.
Wow.
They have to sit him down and go, look,
So he's
you're going to be
literally
sailing
using a
across the
comedian to
ocean.
make arguments, right?
You're going to see mountains.
Yep.
Okay. Just turn around, come back.
Because what a
Don't say
comedian
anything.
says is so truthful.
What's the benefit of it? Okay, the benefit of it. They make $52 million a day.
Not
All the
understanding
money.
comedian
All the money.
anything.
That's what, then when you say all, okay?
But it didn't start out that way. And NASA was not founded to prove the Earth was a globe. It had nothing to do with the way they were founded.
Well, if you go and study
Are you
the-
sure?
Yeah,
Positive.
Essentially, almost everything that they show us is a lie. And that goes very deep, and it touches pretty much everything in society.
And I found that a lot of them arrived at flat Earth in some sort of a psychologically messed up state.
What?
And that flat Earth
really?
is a gill net that captures these people.
No, that's
that they
total
can
bullshit,
come
man.
around to it and say, I figured it all out. They have been lying to us.
Psychological
When
expert
does
now.
I have the
become a
information.
psychologist?
Everybody else is dumb. And the reason why, this explains why they've
There's
had
a bit.
trouble in life, why they have whatever it is.
That's Luke,
they're
Joe, yeah?
they're
There's a bit.
unemployable, they can't
Yeah.
keep a job if they never did good in school, if they didn't have good social life, if they didn't have a healthy relationship with their family and friends, then this is why. And now it all makes sense. And they have the power now because they have the knowledge.
What the hell is he talking
When I
about?
became awake to the world, that's what
I've always been
allowed
kind
me
of
to have
popular,
hope and
right?
positivity to know
well at
that, oh
school.
my gosh, there's a
Always
dark
had
force
friends.
out there
Still always
that's
have
trying
friends.
to
What the hell
corrupt
is his
the
issue?
world. Like, my
No
problems are so
social
small,
inequity.
that was the best thing that ever broke.
Never been
For the
had
first time, I am
social
seeing why it
issues,
is so
nothing.
appealing.
It's really appealing to
I mean,
believe this, isn't
flat
it?
earthers
And
to be
that's
some
part of
kind
religious
of
belief as well. It's very appealing to believe,
lockout
you know,
incels.
don't worry if things aren't going well in this life. There's another life afterwards. Don't worry, you're going to somewhere else. There's something more. And the idea that there's like this other bit
They're just
outside,
trying to
that's like the
say
TV shows on a cliffhanger and they just break through the wall and it's very exciting. Can't you see that it is possible that your cognitive biases want you to
We're
believe
trying,
in this?
Riley. We're really trying.
No, that's just the benefit of understanding where you live. Because
2
then you're
hours
like,
to
wow,
go, so
there is
we're
more.
getting there.
Andrew, if you didn't have to pay for gas for your car, heat for your house, or air conditioning, would that make you happy? Probably.
I
Pretty
suppose,
cool,
yeah,
right?
I suppose it would.
Yeah.
I suppose
And
it would,
what
yeah.
if they're hiding free energy? What if they're hiding more land?
And you're still uncovering truths. You know, layers and layers and layers upon lies. And if you're making videos, don't get discouraged about people that are taking your videos and chopping them up and putting them on their channel and trying to make us look like fools. Because there'll be a day.
He
and that
just
day will come
conceded
soon,
with.
where they're going to need
Did you
us.
see that? He just conceded with expression there. Look when he says this. Look what he did.
You know, layers and layers and layers upon lies. And if you're making videos, don't get discouraged about people that are taking your videos and chopping them up and putting them on their channel
See?
and trying to make us look like fools.
Hmm.
Because there'll be a day, and that day will come soon, where they're going to need us. And they're going to want to talk to us because they're going to
Thank
be
you
so
very,
fucking
very
confused 'cause they
much.
still think they live on a ball. When we know
Tony
we live on a
Coriolis
flat
gifted
plane.
5 memberships.
yet another
Wow,
version of
really,
the
really
strategy
appreciate
obvious
it, man.
truth that the Earth is fixed,
You
immutable,
rock, Tony.
stationary, and flat with a dome
Really
overhead,
appreciate
just as
all
the
the
Lord
support.
Jesus Christ created and documented
Roger
it to
Lidwell
be.
got one.
Flat Earth matters not for its physical importance,
Who else?
but for
Miss
its
Lord, you got
spiritual
one.
importance.
Chilling got one.
So
Awesome
here
Matt
I
got
am
one.
thinking
And
the Earth has
Professor
got to be
Football
spinning
got one.
around the sun, right?
Thank
It's
you
got to
very,
be
very much.
doing what
Why does
NASA
Professor
says,
Football
right?
always get one?
All of a sudden, there's hundreds of videos about flat Earth.
Tony,
So I
you
started
rock, man.
scrolling through the videos. One video jumped
Thank you
out to
very
me was a video that was
I
called
suck those
"On Flat
gifts
Earth
up
Does
for
the
some
Bible
reason.
Say?"
I don't know what's
As
up.
the narrator was quoting scripture, I knew immediately that it to be true. Because I said to myself, if God is in it, then it must be true.
I believe that there's a such thing as called spirits.
Gotta go,
and
guys.
There's
Yeah,
good
I'll
spirits,
shut
or
up,
angels,
Luke.
whatever you want to call them. There's
Professor
bad
Dave
ones.
won.
And there is a place of
Luke, don't
imprisonment
stop.
in a place of a bottomless pit of darkness where there are several deceiving spirits. And I think they lure men into that darkness and deceive them.
Shout out to Joe again.
So, yeah, they might be bad at math. They might be not bad at math, terrible at math.
Yeah.
Right? They
Yeah,
might
Luke's
have
is lying
all
now.
these inabilities to visualize things in 3 dimensions.
Don't worry, we're
but
going to be
prior that,
reviewing it
it's
tomorrow
just this
night. So
conspiracy mindset that they're looking for something to justify.
Don't
in
show
my
your
opinion,
bias
looking for
much,
something to
Luke.
justify the failures of their life. Plain and simple.
Yeah. We're the smartest people in the world knowing this information. This piece of the puzzle that has been a lie throughout in our entire lives. You know? I spent close to 40 years thinking we lived on a ball. But then a light bulb went off and I became the smartest person in the world, just like you are. For
I
80
became the
years.
smartest
Everybody
person
needs
in the world.
community. They already were the crazy Uncle Joe, right? They just weren't talking about flat Earth yet. They were talking about whatever else. Fill in your list of conspiracy theories. And now they found this, and it tends to become the all-consuming one. You know, I don't think that the 9/11 conspirators are.
Yeah, that's what we got to
talk
say
about it
too.
constantly all the time. Maybe there's something.
There we go.
That's not their. That's not. I knew somebody. He was into that, but he
What's
didn't talk about it.
this?
All the time. They can't stop.
You know, I mean, it's a drug. It really is a drug. You know, I mean, it's the safest drug you'll ever take. You know, once you get talking, there's just no stopping. And there's no stopping us.
Of
Nope,
course, people
definitely
are going
not
to want to feel like they're part of something and not so insignificant. You know, that makes perfect sense. So yeah, when you realize that, and you realize that this world is much more special, you're much more special, then, yeah, it makes a huge psychological impact. So, at this point, you might be wondering, what is it that these people actually believe? Well,
I think
the
I'm
answer
going
is
to
pretty
stand
simple.
up and do
If
some
there's such a thing as
exercises
an
because
official
my butt
narrative
is
or a
dead.
general consensus, then they probably will believe whatever the opposite of that is. And as is the case with most of the
You
flat
can
earth
use the
movement,
time
there's
to
no
do some
officially
fit
agreed upon
side
story or
clips.
narrative to focus on. It's mostly just the incoherent ramblings of a few big names in the community that
I still want to
run
do
with.
Fitbit, but I
The
first
same
want a new
parroted
camera
misunderstandings of bizarre
because
interpretations
the
of historical
problem
events
is
and the bizarre
the quality
imaginations
of the
those who made
camera
them up.
makes it
The number of stories you'll hear are as numerous as the number of flat earthers you talk to.
So I really
Alright.
want to
The
get a new
overarching
camera
point
sometimes so I can
commonality
have
worth mentioning.
proper
But
video.
firstly, this is the model that
Even
seems
for the
vast majority of people
these
believe is what
streams
the
and
flat
stuff,
earthers
I
believe.
gotta
The notion
upgrade
that the
my
Earth
camera.
is like a little floating pizza pie out there in space,
Ugh.
where gravity is just the
Yeah.
disk
But I'll get
constantly
there.
accelerating upwards, and if you walk far enough,
What?
you come to the
Gravity
edge,
upward
and just like it
acceleration?
fall off. Now, this may or may
Please
not
tell
have
me
been
to talk
accepted
about
by some
Dal,
flat
not the rest
earthers
of
at
us.
some point, but this appears to be almost entirely rejected by most of the modern flat earth movement. Now, this model was apparently popularized by the Flat Earth Society, which has seen its fair share of controversy, especially
Yeah, tell
within the
Dal
flat earth
this,
community.
please.
It seems to be almost unanimous amongst all of the flat earthers that have heard comment on it that they do not believe the Flat Earth Society to be legitimate.
but instead they're actually controlled opposition or some kind of psyop aimed at discrediting the entire FE movement. Now, I have no interest in litigating any of that.
Jesus Christ, dude!
The fact that their beliefs are so laughably stupid that it's indistinguishable from parody is nobody's fault but theirs, but we might touch on that later. Now, the confusing part is that the model they very often angrily reject is...
It's our fault now?
Largely indistinguishable
I didn't
from
know
what
that.
they all struggle to describe.
Jeez.
As we briefly discussed earlier, this is the closest thing I've gotten
Oh.
to some approximation of what most
I gotta
of
go
us
blame
agree
myself.
is at least a reasonably accurate representation of the Earth as we know it. Although when it comes to literally any other detail about the world...
I gotta go blame myself. We're to blame for all this. Yeah.
Most appear to believe what we'd
You
roughly
hear me?
consider the North Pole to be the center, and Antarctica is a true
I feel so guilty now.
I wish I had more specifics about this, but the honest truth is that it seems as though flat earthers simply
all your
don't
fault,
talk
Roger.
about this, at least to me or any
Damn
other
it.
earthers. I'll try my best to share bits and pieces from what I've seen from all of the debates I've watched and some of the flat earth content that I forced myself to sit through. But I'm pretty sure that everything I say is going to be met with a large number of slurs saying, we don't believe this, or we don't say that. And hey, that might be true, at least for them. So I'll just put it bluntly. If you want us, normal, non-conspiratorial minded people, to really understand you,
They're non-conspiratorial. Those people are just as conspiratorial as we are, dude. I promise you.
the world to understand the truth, then
I know
please say
Globers
what
that
you
are more
really believe.
conspiratorial
Stop
than
lying,
flat
Stop with
earthers.
the deflection, stop playing games.
Literally
Until
just
then,
the guy
the
is,
best that we can do is just try and decode your
But
bullshit.
they're not gonna be
Guys,
crazy
most
now.
people believe that there is a massive
Yeah.
wall there. No, not like that
But
one.
you see,
this
that's the
one.
thing these
Except
guys
apparently
do. They
quite a lot
try
less
and
impressive, according
misrepresent.
to some descriptions I've heard. So
And
maybe it is actually
these
a
are
little closer
what's
than
that
just
word
things
that they give
spicy.
for
But anyway,
when they're
let's get on the
roping
wall.
everybody
Well,
into
again,
the
I
same
tried my
thing?
best to get explanations for as many of these things as possible, but every time I did, I ended up deep down.
You can call it gangbang, but I know it's not what you mean.
To explain the truths of the world to you, I'm talking to you about magnetic mountain toroidal fields while showing you what looks like some drafts for the MIST map before it was released on the Macintosh in '93. Or maybe like a discarded prototype map for the Lord of the Rings fanfiction that I made into print.
It could be
And, like, you can
correlating,
never
but I'm
actually
trying to
read any
think
of the
of
text on any of these maps.
specific
It's all just blurry, low-res garbage.
word that
Who
they give
made
when
these? Are these in
they
some
say
known language, or is it shit
everybody's that
Klingon?
way.
If
just
it's not a
because
real
of
language, then who wrote it? Where did it come from? Are we supposed to believe that these maps are from some civilizations outside the wall? Now, I actually find it really frustrating that you can never actually read anything on any of the things that they show. None of them are labeled for the audience to have some way to reference it or look it up, and they never tell us what we're looking at or what the source is. I'm sure some of what we're looking at are real historical works that might actually be interesting enough to research the history of, but I can't do that when all they show me is a slideshow of low-quality JPEGs with zero context. They say they want me to do my own research, and yet they do everything in their power to prevent me from actually researching anything they say. And yes, many flat earthers subscribe to the notion that outside the wall, there's essentially an infinite plane with infinite land, infinite resources, and presumably infinite civilizations. Although, of course, they won't commit to anything specific, because they effectively have zero evidence for any of it. This is the first of two major theories for the what and the why.
Stereotyping. There we go,
Norman,
because that's the word I'm looking. Stereotyping.
Like economic reasons. They want to control the land and the
Thank you very
resources so
much.
they can stay, like, rich, I guess. So at this point, I'm pretty much convinced that none of them have a single clue as to what they themselves believe.
There could be thousands.
Oh, we know very,
There's definitely more
we
than
know
seven
very
of them
sure
on
what we
my
believe. Hebrew cosmology, like the Bible teaches. Very clear on what we
Relax.
believe.
This is only a visual concept, although this is scientifically possible.
There have advanced aircraft that can do incredible things and move incredible speeds.
Oh god, yeah, this even gets into like alien shit. I'm just
There's definitely,
back to the low-res JPEGs
even when
of
I
the
was a
map, I assume
Glober
you
though,
get
I
when you
did
buy satellite
understand that
at
there's
the time. I don't know how
definitely
they played it. I get the impression that they
technology
just
out
collect
there
all
that the
these weird
governments
images,
won't
use their imagination to dream
release
of
to
some
the
low-res
public.
George R.R. Martin universe outside the
That's-
ice walls,
that's
and
for
sort of
sure.
just hope that somebody else figures it all out for them. Like seriously though, what in the actual fuck is this? 500 years ago, our maps looked like this, and you mean to tell me that in the 1960s somebody felt comfortable releasing this, and that you're just like cool showing it here in your little slideshow of representations of Earth? What are you guys doing over there? I really do
Obviously,
get the
the
impression that they're
powers
just too
that
embarrassed
be
to
will
talk to
have
That
any
is
normies
funny,
about
though.
it because they know how
technology
comic
way
That
book
was
it
funny.
is. I tried looking, I went deeper and deeper, listened to some of the names,
Oh,
and people that came up,
Santos.
folks who were purportedly sources of special knowledge, like this guy. And then I come to find out that the fact that they openly drink their own piss is actually not remotely even close to the most disgusting thing about them.
I will insult you because you're a fucking donkey. You're a fucking.
So you agree? You agree that you
You're
cannot
a
explain it?
fucking degenerate fucking dog, cunt, and your mother's a fucking cunt, and a fucking whore, and a slut, and your father is a useless, and you are hellbound, degenerate pig.
Okay,
That's
so
what you are.
somebody disagrees with you, and that's your response.
No, I just tell people what they really are. That's all.
And how do you know that?
No,
Did you do some investigation?
Because of the way you're talking, you fucking.
Yeah, so diving into this flat Earth stuff really deep to try to understand it all.
And I don't watch Santos Pinocchio, and I don't trust what he says. There's some things that he's good, but
for dinner to somebody's house that was featured on an episode.
Yeah, he has some weird mood swings, and some, he goes back and forward,
that's largely why I'm really
a lot of
keeping
weird
most of this
stuff
at a
I
surface
don't
level.
even,
Not
want to touch.
Now, theory number 2 seems to be that there's some kind of dome surrounding the whole thing.
I just take what I can use from it. He does have good content, but he has a lot of weird content too.
The whole notion of the dome seems to be largely based on literalist interpretations of the Bible, which in my opinion is a giant fucking snooze fest, so I'll spare you. What's the dome made of? Some people say glass, some say it's the luminiferous ether, some say it's water. As far as I can tell, literally none of them are willing to state how high it is or why in all of this time none of them have been able to like fly up there with a blimp or a helicopter or a rocket or a plane or something to get a sample.
Well, he did make a concession now that the Bible does say the cosmology is a flat Earth enclosed dome, guys.
Everything we see in the sky, the stars, the moon, the sun, are not very far away physical objects in space, as science would have you believe, but instead are just luminaries.
I used to love Santos until he went insane.
Inside of some
I
kind of
agree.
dome structure or firmament. They commonly point to images like this, as if these are proof that the sun is really, really close and not really as big as we thought.
Guys, I am so surprised we still got 43 people watching at 6 hours in.
Where they are clearly implying it would be in this
Can you believe
photo,
that?
then that would mean that like somebody over there could just hop
How
in a plane
isn't
and do a
that proof
flyby.
that it's
Why are
close?
there no photos
You
of it
know, I
from
wanna know
remotely up
that.
close like they're claiming? Not to mention the fact that that idea completely contradicts the idea that it's just a projection on the dome. Why would it then be floating in the middle of these clouds as you think? As usual, none of this makes any sense. Once again, if they want to be taken seriously, they need to stop making such stupid claims that would be trivial to show if they were actually true. They need to admit to themselves and everybody else that what they're saying makes no sense
Have
at
you
all,
noticed he's
unless
not
they want to simply give up
attacking
and invoke
the
magic.
actual
Now,
argument
related
that
to
it's
this
showing
is
the
one of
sun
my
not to be
favorite flat earth
93 million miles
arguments, one of
away.
the most patently
Instead,
stupid and
he's
hilarious
trying to
ones.
reverse the
This is
burden
based on
onto
the idea
us
that if
and
the sun were
don't
90
make
million
it
miles
claim
away,
really.
then the light hitting
And
us
say,
would be coming at an
where's
angle
the
that was
distance? You
effectively
know, how
parallel.
far is
So
it
we shouldn't
really?
see this, something called crepuscular
If it's
rays.
93
They
million
argue that
miles
the
away,
converging of the
why
light rays
does it
prove that the
look
source
like
of
it's
light
coming
must
through
be
the
where they
clouds at
appear to
least?
converge,
You know
very,
what I
very
mean?
close to us. But of course, this is
Why don't you ask them what the globies believe? Ask them their face how it all started and where you go when you die and all that crap.
They clearly all appear to converge at a
I don't
point
think you're going to get an answer out of
According
them.
to flat earthers,
Guys, look,
that
he's
proves that
literally
the light
showing
is parallel,
divergent
which proves
rays.
that the sun can't be far away.
Of course.
Well, what happens if we get a slightly different perspective on these
So
shadows?
it just becomes all black.
Those sure do look parallel to me. So
Huh?
let's prove once again.
That's what some people think. It just becomes all black and there's nothing.
To provide evidence that the dome is real is their misunderstandings of rocket videos, like this one. Actually, wait, I have to explain one thing first. The principle that you're seeing here, the same one that
Mikey's gonna love this.
control the speed of their spins,
Oh,
is
yeah.
related to the conservation of angular momentum. And that's the
That's the height of the dome right there.
funny as hell name, the yo-yo D-spin mechanism. The TLDR to the yo-yo D-spin is
God.
that rockets like this tend to be a lot more stable when they're spinning. And if you want to stop that spin, perhaps because you want to get some cool footage at the apex of your
Yeah,
launch,
D-spin,
the
we
easiest way to do
understand
that
that,
is
yes.
using one of these. A little contraption that
Problem
basically
is,
has tethers with some
D-spin
masses
doesn't
on the
stop
ends
it
that
from
act like
going
the arm of the ice
vertical
skater. They get released,
straight
they
away.
extend out, slowing their rotation down completely. So with that out of the way, what is their best evidence for the dome?
The D-spin
Well,
doesn't
this
stop
right
it
here.
from going up straight away. That is literally like a dead stop. Look at that.
Yeah.
See, it stops it from spinning. It doesn't stop it from going
Flat
up.
earthers see that and claim that what we just witnessed was a rocket colliding with the dome. Yes, you heard me right. They believe that that's what we're seeing here. The obvious usage of the yo-yo
You know what
D-spin
would be
mechanism I
great,
just
guys? They
explained
use the yo-yo to
isn't
show
bad
the
at all.
D-spin
It's actually the
stop
rocket
something
hitting the
going
top of
up.
their snow
Why don't they
globe.
do it
I've never
maybe,
managed to hear any
let's
of
say,
them actually explain
20,000
why this
feet?
glorified tin can
See if it's
flying
going to
God
give the
knows how
same
fast
effect, that it
manages
just
to
stops
allegedly
in the
hit
middle
their
of the
dome
sky.
and like not disintegrate, explode, or even just deflect off at some crazy angle. Just the things
Hey
you might expect
Godzilla,
to see if the
yes,
rocket actually
we're
collided
doing
with whatever it is the
8
dome is,
hours
and
stream
instead
tonight. We're
stays
trying to
perfectly
go
straight
through
in the
his
direction it was
whole
moving and simply stops rotating.
his
Now, I
whole
suspect that their
documentary
answer
because
would
I am doing
magic,
a
and
documentary of my
admittedly,
own.
I don't really have much to say in response to that.
With
I
his,
suppose
it's
that
like an
explains it.
hour
That's far
and
more reasonable than
14
the yo-yo
minutes
D-spin
left about,
mechanism that we
so
knew was on the rocket.
we can make it. We're gonna make
Well,
it, guys.
Dave,
We're gonna
the
make it.
SpaceX
Woohoo.
Falcon 9 is going to launch from Vandenberg Air Force Base, and it's going to launch in just about a minute, maybe a little less here. Just see the trail it's leaving behind. Absolutely amazing. And to describe it to you, I mean, you can see it, but from the
A
ground,
lot
it
of people
almost
say
looks as
that's
though-
hitting the dome.
Some of these rockets look
It
like they're
does-
scraping
does look
across
like
a
water.
watery firmament,
It
kind of
does
like a
look like
boat
water.
dragging something through the water.
You see what resembles a speedboat going through water. You'll see the rocket hit the firmament, explode like watery, and then it will skim along the surface of the firmament. Why is that? Well, because it's hydrogen. It's water.
I'm not sure what they're doing, but they're not flying into space.
It's almost like they're just throwing it in your face. Look, we're running into a solid barrier. These rockets literally look like they're bouncing off the ocean, like a boat in the ocean, creating waves. Look at it. Look at the footage. Look at that. They're putting it in our face. It's soft disclosure. They can't just come out and say there's a firmament, we're on a flat earth, or whatever else. They can't just come out and say it. They have to show
Hey, Alric, good to see you, man.
They got to
Thank
show
you
a
for
trail
coming.
of breadcrumbs.
Ah, yes, you have to leave breadcrumbs for your secret plot. That makes perfect sense. Now, they're also all obsessed with the idea that you're not allowed to go to Antarctica, which I suppose is their explanation
I
for
wish
why
you would
none
have
of them
just
have
stuck
gone
with
there
this.
to try and validate any of the
You
things that they
cannot
do, but that is
freely
just a flat-out lie.
explore
They point to the
Antarctica
Antarctic Treaty and say that
independently.
that is what's keeping everyone from going.
I wish
But
it was
just like
something you
Nicholson
can't
Morley,
go
they
to
never actually
Antarctica.
read the damn thing.
We're saying you
It
can't
basically
go
says
there and
anybody can go for any reason as long as it's for
explore
non-military
freely.
purposes. Here,
If
I'll
it's,
show you.
if it's,
Article
you know what I
1.
mean? If you
Antarctica
can
shall be
freely
used
go,
for
why
peaceful
are you
purposes only.
taking
There shall be a
this
prohibited
final
interrail of
experiment,
any
a
measures of a
big
military nature, such as the establishment of military
organization
bases and
to get
fortifications, the carrying out of
money
military
in?
maneuvers, as well as the
You
testing
know
of
what I
different
mean?
weapons.
Getting it
The
together
present
on a
treaty shall
lot.
not prevent the use of military personnel or equipment for scientific research or for any other peaceful purposes. I don't know about you, but that seems pretty clear and unambiguous to me. I'm not sure why they still parrot this stupid lie. People go to Antarctica all the time. Flat earthers are just covering their eyes and ears and going, nuh-uh. Now, speaking of lying, the only other evidence that I've seen that's been spread around countless times is this video, where they say that these dudes were on their way to
Hey,
Antarctica
Vara,
and were
good to
basically
see you,
turned away
man.
by the military. Proof
That
that they're hiding
losing.
something past the wall. Here's an
Salutes
excerpt
from
from one of the more
Finland, by
prominent
the
flat
way.
earth documentaries.
How you doing, losing?
When people
Just
say
got
why
back
the
home,
lie,
I was seeing what
one
you
of the
were
main
doing
answers is
the-
they're hiding more
the
land.
Veritas video.
What if we can truly become
I
free?
thought you're just
The whole reason for this
punishing
is because
yourself
of
for no reason.
Because think about it. If there's more real estate, if there's more resources, natural resources,
okay?
if there's more food for our starving children,
Starting
if
to
there's
look
more
tired.
space, more room for us to get away from the traffic, if there's places where we can go and other civilizations we can be a part of, where they don't charge you for water, they don't charge you for free energy, they don't charge you for property taxes. What if there is more land?
Nobody can go explore Antarctica, period.
There is evidence out there through old maps, namely the 1,000-year-old Japanese Kawabashi map, which shows
Martin Litka.
continents
He's
and
still got
land
some interesting stuff that he talks
what
about.
they call the ice
Although a
shelf
lot of his
or
stuff
the
as well I
ice
don't
wall.
agree
Why
with.
are they
teaching the globe model? Oh, God, not this creep again. All right,
But he
enough of
does
this.
I
say
believe
he is
The
it's
problem is these guys were
7
absolutely not going to
hours
Antarctica. Just
for
like
this.
let them.
You know?
Yeah, that's
The
how we're
almost
doing 8
worse.
hours. We're
They
on
look like they're
6
on a nearly
hours and
2,000-mile
17
journey to
minutes at the
Antarctica.
moment.
It literally says in the description of the original video that they were
So
going
we're
out to
gonna
sea on a
finish
public,
it in
unrestricted
8
course
hours.
that they
We
traversed
are with
hundreds of
his
times
video.
before, and they got suddenly intercepted by the warship
6
Hobart.
hours,
Where
12
they were
minutes,
is a common
13
daily
minutes
route
now.
for all recreational
About
and
an hour and a
local
half to
commercial
go,
vessels. They're
so.
clearly just some bros
About an hour
We can do it.
that rolled up on some
An hour
military ships doing some
and
kind of military exercise in
With
the
the
area
speed
and
it's
got told
going.
to fuck off, which they promptly did. In
Yeah, guys,
exactly
we'll
the
be
direction they were
doing
going
the
originally. They
quartering
didn't even
debate
turn
review
around.
tonight.
They just kept going.
On tonight's
This has
stream.
nothing to do with Antarctica at all. The flat earthers are just lying.
You're doing
Why
more
they
after
continue to so
this.
confidently and effortlessly make for themselves?
Yeah, it'd
I
be
don't
like
know.
12 hours away then.
Actually, I have some ideas.
Riley Studios,
I talked a
thank you for
little
your
bit about
$2
labels
super
earlier,
chat.
and I
Really
still stand by
appreciate
everything
it.
there as a decent heuristic
Let's
for
hope
judging
this
where someone's
100%
coming from based on
satisfies
a
your
few
doc
specific labels
needs.
they might give themselves. But of course, labels are just labels. And there's quite
Thank
a
you.
lot of ambiguity
I feel I
involved
need a
with how
doc
people portray
for this.
themselves in this kind of discourse.
Good to see
Now,
you
for
too,
example,
I
I'll
need a
apply
hit
my
doc.
own rule here for the sake of discussion and say that if I was
He
forced to put a
deserves
label
it.
on myself in this
I
context,
think
then I would
he's
say
the only
traditional label
YouTuber
of
doing
scientific
this.
skeptic.
Yeah, you all
But
deserve it. You know how much
wait a
people
minute,
have been
how
in
is
this
a
chat with me
scientific
from the
skeptic
beginning.
really any different than a free
I mean, even
truth seeker?
PJ,
Aren't they kind of saying the same thing?
Roger.
I guess I might as well address the elephant in the
I
room.
mean, yeah,
The fact that
so
my
much people
channel
being
name
here
is
from the
literally
beginning. Vicky.
Veritas, a Latin word for truth. Am I not guilty of doing exactly what I accused
Did
them of?
I
this
came as
guy
early as I
agree
could,
to
but,
come
you know,
in
not as last.
Explain this.
later
If
for
the
an
words
interview again?
free-thinking truth seeker were actually equivalent to the sum of their parts, somebody who thinks of themselves and wants to find the truth, and the people who describe themselves in that way actually acted as if that was what they cared about, we wouldn't have an issue. But where the problems come in is how, historically, the actions of the people who repeat these words like a mantra are anything but consistent with those ideals. What they've done is usurped these labels for their own purposes. Those words aren't actually being used to communicate their original meaning, to effectively convey those specific concepts or ideas, and instead, they're being used as tools. They want to convince other people to metaphorically buy what they're selling. They want your trust, your respect, and your deference. In very much the same way that marketing isn't always a true representation of the actual product, so too are these labels.
Why
so
do you
he's just
think
calling
we
every
want
flat earth
what their actual
grifters, guys.
philosophical or
That's what he's saying.
priorities are,
Why does he
rather
think
function as
we
propaganda.
want the
They
attention
are unplugged. They've
of
been
other
red
people?
pilled. They're too clever.
I gotta
to
throw
be
away all my
right,
flat earth
dude.
shirts now.
By the media or the authorities. They know how and where to get the most
And I guess I gotta go.
Because of this,
drifting.
what they say must be true.
Cheers,
Now,
man.
ironically,
Thanks for
these folks
coming.
tend to
Good to
be
see
the
you.
most easily manipulated. When it comes to evaluating somebody's belief system, in my opinion, what's more important than labels are actions. What I'm trying to
But I mean,
communicate
I don't
when say
understand how you
scientific
can just
skepticism
claim
is a
that all
methodology.
flat
I'm not
earthers
trying to
are
convince you about some
not
specific
just
aspect of
grifters
myself
or
or to
whatever
believe
because
the
they're
claim
trying
that
to
I'm
sell a
presenting.
product.
I
No,
want you to
that's not
understand
how
my
it works.
process. What the truthers want to do is convince you to
crazy.
accept their conclusion. They're giving you their answer by itself while telling you that, oh, this problem is super easy and they've done it a million times before. You could just trust me, or I mean, I guess like you could like try and go like do it yourself, but like I don't know, you don't really have to.
I don't know what
There
that's
you go. Deferring to authority. You don't have the common sense. You don't have the education.
It's not
You're
deferring to authority. Hang on, I either defer to authority or I defer to you.
You can look. We've done the work for you. Then you can go out and verify yourself.
Later that same evening.
Here are all the experiments. We've done them for you and showed you all the evidence and videoed it and documented it and proved it. And of course, if you don't believe it, you can go out and do it yourself. But most people, after watching these, going, "Oh, well, that makes a lot of sense," and I'm not going to need to redo that.
Right. What's
When they
wrong
say
with
that
that?
they did their own research and that you should totally do your own research as well, they're hoping that you are just like them. They couldn't be bothered to actually do their own research. It's much
makes
easier to
sense.
just
It
take
makes
the answer from
sense,
somebody
right?
else who claims that they did their own research.
You know what's amazing? All worlds are the same. This is Greenland, and this is Mars.
What the fuck, dude? Come on. Don't fuck with me.
Brian, can I ask a quick question to Brian real quick? We're wrapping up.
No one's ever been to Mars.
This
You
is
know
what
why?
he was
Mars is
talking
a
about
place.
if he's dishonest.
They challenged me to
Remember
go out and
that
see for
he
myself,
came
so
to our
why
show
would
and he
they lie
started
about it if I
talking
could go
about
out and
this.
easily
I
prove
didn't
it
know
wrong?
about this.
They're surely not just bluffing. They must have good reason. And then of course,
No,
what's the difference
Facebook
between
is
if they did the
censoring
research
that.
or if I did
I
the
think
research? I mean,
that
come on, we come
image
to the
or
same
the one
conclusion,
with
right?
Devon
So I mean, I might as
Island.
well just say that I did the research myself, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's not the
Blurring
same.
it and saying
types
it's
of
It's
misinformation
not the
misinformation
same
or
place
something.
or something.
substantiating it with evidence that also tell
Yeah,
you that you can easily
I heard
research
people
it
talk
for
about
yourself, are very
Iceland,
likely just blindly
Greenland,
believing somebody
and the
else.
other one you
They've convinced
mentioned.
themselves that their trust in this other person is equivalent to them actually putting in the work themselves to verify what they're talking about, and then they're basically just hoping that you won't call their bluff. They're effectively cheating off somebody else's test and are then pretending that they have the answers, offering to let you copy them. But the problem is, unbeknownst to you, they always make the mistake of cheating off the dumbest kid in the class. David Weiss, aka Flat Earth Dave, aka Dearth, aka Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, is one of the biggest flat earthers in the community, one of the most trusted resources for thousands of flat earthers, and his entire shtick for years has been the same. All he does is show memes and photos like this and lie about them. Now, all the while, he's been getting criticized.
I don't know why is it lying. It looks the same, though.
And yet he still perpetuates them.
Yeah,
One blatant
so what's
example
the
of this is
lie,
the
man?
Mars
Come
versus
on.
Greenland images that we just saw. This image was taken from a video that I was unable to find the original source of, but it appears as though it was uploaded to this website back in 2012.
Welcome to the NASA training session for how to make a photograph for Mars. Now, folks, I have to keep giving this training session because we have to keep firing people.
The video is literally satire. It's a joke more than a decade old, and Dearth has known this for a very long time, and yet still presents
Oh,
this as
so
it was an
he
image
uses
NASA had
that
released
and
as an official image from Mars. He makes this
and he
and countless other
claims
claims
it's
exactly like
photos
it,
from
and is
Mars.
never ever
Okay,
questioned
that's
about
why
this
he's
by all
lying.
these so-called
Okay.
free-thinking skeptical
Well, if
gurus.
that's the case,
They
then
just
yeah,
accept it
Dave is lying.
unquestioningly
He
because
needs
it
to
confirms their worldview.
just
To them,
concede
this
that's
is slam
false.
dunk evidence, and it's all based on a giant lie that this was an attempt from NASA to pass off the image as being from Mars. And remember, this is coming from the guy that says he did all his own research, and you can go check for yourself. He knows that none of the flat earthers, the
But
victims
it's
of his
an image
grift, would
still
ever call
taken
his
from
bluff.
Earth, right?
Yeah.
When the scientific
Yeah.
skeptic says
The
they
point
don't know,
is that he's
they'll put it
lying.
in front of you
They're
and say,
saying he's
"Check it,
lying
tell me where I
because
went
he
wrong."
knows that
The
was
significance
just
of the
a
difference between these two types
an
of
image
worldviews,
created on
the
Earth to
scientific
make it
skeptic
look
and the
like
conspiracy theorist, when it comes to
Mars.
their ability to successfully evaluate what's true about reality and what isn't,
But
cannot be
the
overstated.
point
And when a
still
new claim
is
is
that it's
presented,
an
the
image
first thing to
taken
do is
from
an
Earth.
initial assessment.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah.
important to ensure that we have a proper understanding of the claim being made.
But there was
what its
another
scope is,
one
and
that
what the
was not
implications
just
of
that
it
one
are,
that
were it to be
that
true.
was
You
shown
then want
the
to do a
actual
cursory check on the
location.
source of the information. Is it a
That
comment from a
was
friend,
based on
a
an
random
actual
person on
photo
Twitter, some
taken
content creator
from
that we might respect,
Mars.
a mainstream news outlet, maybe an underground news outlet, a presidential candidate, a foreign government. If the source of information is one that you don't trust, perhaps they're notoriously unreliable, then it might make sense to reject the claim. Now, the important part to remember here is that our rejection of the claim is tentative. We should always be open to revisiting the claim in the future, should additional sources of information crop up or more evidence get presented. Now, if the source is generally unknown to you or is from one that's at least trustworthy enough to consider, then we should be considering the plausibility of the claim in question. Is the claim an extraordinary one? Something that, if true, would require a major paradigm shift in our understanding of the universe, or would be a major discovery that has life-changing implications? If we're talking about someone claiming that they invented a free energy machine, that they
I got a claim for you. You can fly to a second thermodynamics violation.
for now.
and walk
Yeah,
around in space.
Chances are it would come across
Yeah,
the
we're
radar
still
and
waiting
you
for
can
them to
validate
go
it.
and
If we're talking about a
show us
major
evidence
breakthrough
they
in
can
science
do
coming
that.
out of something like a university
Yeah,
research
that ain't
lab,
happened
then we
yet.
should perhaps take
You're not a
And- and-
critical
If we're talking about a
source,
claim that,
man.
if true,
What are you
would
talking
cause
We're all
somebody to lose their
cousins
job
to
or
rocks
get
and
married or
stars.
sent
So.
to prison, then we're likely going to need to be very
I want to
careful
see
about
evidence of that too. And how about evolution? We can break down everything that mainstream science claims, and it's just those stories. It's nothing.
Just Riley, enjoy work, man.
Claim is, then we can determine if it's worth investing more time into or not. And if so, we can move on to the evaluation phase. Now, our next step should be to evaluate the reliability, quality, and reputation of the source of the claim. We need to be sure to be on the lookout for any biases, conflict of interest, or anything else that would call into question their credibility.
Understand
We
the
should be
scope
aiming
of
to collect as
indication,
much evidence as possible
credible
from
source,
as many different
plausible,
reliable, independent
great
sources as
reference,
possible, individually assessing each piece of evidence in tandem with the reliability of the source on its own merit. Now, if we find the evidence both
How about you
compelling and
apply
proportional
this
to the
to a
claim itself,
ball?
extraordinary
Yeah,
claims requiring
in
extraordinary
exactly.
evidence,
This
then we
this
can
seems
move on to the
very.
phase, the critical
It seems
analysis of
very
the claim. Now,
unlikely
once again, we
something
can
that he
consider how
would
this
be
claim fits
doing
into our
for
understanding
himself.
of the
Because
world in light of the evidence that we've
everything he's
considered.
shown
What are the
tonight,
implications? We'll want to compare
this has
what our
not
assessment
been
is of
what
the
he's
evidence to what
what
the
he's stuck
experts in the
to.
relevant field are saying. We shouldn't just blindly accept what the experts say or what consensus is. Experts are capable of being right.
Yeah,
they're
me
capable of being
personally,
wrong,
I'm
they're
not gonna
capable of
watch
lying,
the
and everything in
7-hour
between.
video.
So obviously this needs to be taken on a case-by-case
Like,
But that's
basis.
the whole.
But
That's
generally,
unlike saying
respect should be
we
given to
tried.
professionals and experts
We're
within each
almost
discipline.
done though.
And if your
Hour and a
personal
half
assessment
left
happens to disagree with that of the
from
consensus of the
7
experts,
hours,
the fact of the
almost
matter
8
is
hours,
it's
7
simply
hours,
far
44
more
minutes.
likely that you've gone wrong somewhere along the way.
why
It's
we
certainly
have
not
blood,
impossible
so
that you've got it right and they're
Almost
wrong.
done.
Stranger things have happened. So don't necessarily always eliminate this as a possibility. Just remember
now
that the
they
ones that
can't
are most
say
likely
that
to be
the
making the paradigm-shifting
flat earthers
discoveries are
didn't
not from
even
random
watch
people outside of each discipline.
That's
They're
that's
from
what I'm
specific
saying.
opinions working
Now
from
they
within
can't
them.
say
Now,
anything
if you come across such a case, then that needs to be
because they
critically
love
analyzed
saying,
separately.
"Oh, we
But
didn't
very
watch
often what
this
these
stuff."
cases end
Well,
up being are the cranks on
well,
the
now
fringes of these
there's
fields.
evidence
The ones that
everybody
aren't
watched.
highly regarded in their communities, not really taken seriously, aren't publishing research, or are introducing pseudoscience into the mix. It really does take a special set of skills and a slightly deeper understanding of these fields to be able to discern the genius from the quack. And throughout
Blah,
history, we've
blah,
seen
blah.
scientists who have perhaps
Come
dipped their
on,
toes into
man.
some quackery at times.
At
But
the
just
moment,
remember
it's
that
just
these are the
talk.
exceptions, not the rules. I'm not sure if this is the software engineer in me showing or not, but I always like to do a final sanity check before I finish this kind of process. I run my conclusions past some folks I respect, especially ones that are willing to be critical, disagree, or play devil's advocate. I'll spot check the latest polls or headlines or journals to gauge where the general wind seems to be blowing on such a claim, and take everything into consideration along with all of the evidence I was able to gather, and then decide if there's a preponderance of evidence. Given what you know now, do you believe that it's more likely than not that the claim is true? If so, then you're probably justified in believing the claim to be true for now, until more information and evidence becomes available. And again, remember, our conclusions are always tentative. You should always be ready and willing to have your mind changed, but just be sure that the evidence is proportionate to the claim. Now, the way the conspiracy theorists operate is quite different. Let's put
I
ourselves in
can't
their
say
shoes
he's
and walk through
wrong.
the thought process. When a new
Yeah.
claim is presented to us, the first thing we need to do is determine if it confirms or contradicts our existing worldview, because we're going to need to have different standards for handling each type of claim. The opposition are sneaky little snakes and deserve their own special treatment. Now, if the claim confirms our worldview, let's take a look and see if
You're
there's
at
any
the
evidence
church,
presented
the
along with the
people-
claim. Now, if not, that's an obvious demonstration that there's some kind of cover-up going
The
on. and
people
is
we
exactly
watch
what we
become
expect.
our
They will
shepherds,
do
and
everything
there
they
are
can to
false
prevent us from
prophets
gathering
out
and
there.
sharing
Not
our evidence,
only that
although
you can
sometimes we're able to
exactly.
get some. And of course, when there is some, there's really no need for us to look at it. I
Exactly.
mean, I'm sure it's airtight, right? We already know the claim is true. Of
Uh,
course, since
yes,
we know the
yes,
truth
I've
already, we can move
sped
on
it
to
up so we
accepting
can
this
catch up a
unquestioningly.
bit
And at the
because
same time, given
we
that this claim is
paused it a
obviously
few
going to be
times
opposing
to
the official
show
narrative or the
stuff,
established consensus, the fact that
and
we
we
know
had
it's
to
true
catch up on
confirms that
time.
they're all liars, and we've been right all along about everything else.
So
Now, as for claims that contradict our worldview, the first
it
thing we
helps
need to
that
do
he
is
talks a
determine
bit
if there's any
faster.
evidence presented. Because if there is, it's of course fake. Because like, how could it be real when we know the claim is untrue? Now, naturally, it follows that fabricated evidence is more proof that they are lying to us, which also happens to be the case if there's no evidence presented to us at all along the claim. Either way, they're lying. Now, next, we need
Like
to
everything to do with the moon landings was fabricated, you know what I'm
in the rare
saying?
event that the claim is coming from one of us, someone who was a trusted member of our community at one point before,
Definitely.
then they must have been compromised. They've either been bought and paid for, this is some kind of psyop disinformation campaign, or they're now controlled opposition. We're probably going to want to ostracise them from our community, given, of course, that they're one of them now. So now we
The
want to see
moment
if
all
they
he's
happen to be
talking
one of
about
the
is
types of
just-
people that we for sure don't trust.
Okay.
Are they Zionists? Well, then obviously they're lying. That's like what they do, right? Do they work for the government or know anybody who was ever even loosely related to a Freemason? Obviously they're in on it. Are they some somebody with credentials or like.
Does he even know what a Zionist is?
In that case,
I don't think he does.
I don't think he does either.
Now, if they aren't in any of those groups that we know of, then that means
You know what's interesting?
if you know what I mean.
It seems to me like he's just trying to get stuff into like extra content to get it out as long as possible.
To solidify our belief in all of the other conspiracies we believe in.
He's appealing to conspiracy theory, is what it sounds like to me.
Conclusion from the start.
Yeah, and the irony is he's trying to say you shouldn't be a conspiracy theorist.
Is that the process is self-reinforcing.
He would make a good scientist.
This is very
only
fast.
goes in one direction, and if it happens to be the case that their
Telling
initial
us
judgment about
this.
the claim was wrong, there's no way out. There's no error-correcting mechanism. They're stuck in their own internal echo chamber, and in most
I
cases,
thought it was a
falling into
conspiracy
conspiratorial
theory
state of
that
mind
the
like this is like
virus,
falling past the event horizon of a black hole.
or
There's really
you
no
know,
escaping.
Belief is easy. You can you're a teacher to some kids that trust you. You can tell them something and they'll believe it without ever checking. So belief is easy. All you have to do is believe. Knowing takes time, effort, thought, critical thinking, and people become lazy. We're all trusting beings, right? We're all like, kids are trusting. You tell a kid something, he's gonna be like, right on. Like, why would that person lie to me? Belief is easy. Now imagine if everyone on the earth was 100% honest. Life would be amazing. It'd be so easy, right?
Yeah.
Because so-and-so said it, has to be true, right? But there's so much deception in this world that unfortunately we can't do that. So, kids need to understand that, somebody tells you something, you can believe it, but then verify it yourself. What can you do to check?
That's what I like about your channel and things. There's like tons of experiments you can do yourself with the globe believers. There's not much you can do yourself to,
Right.
With their
There's
experiments.
nothing. Okay. How is this possible? How is the United States bigger
That's a go-to
than this one? It's like twice the size. And some people say, well, that's because of the focal length and this and that. That really doesn't add up.
Hey, Earth, I know flat earthers seem to suffer from a condition that causes them to be unable to convert short-term memory to long-term memory, but I did demonstrate like 4 hours ago that anybody can do this with a
And we
globe
showed
in a
that
basket
it
in
has
like 30
warping.
seconds.
You
So
don't
thus
see
far, all he's
warping
done
with
is
that.
point out how gullible people are,
with the
especially
NASA
kids, and how
photos.
dishonest people can be, emphasizing the importance of thinking critically. So let's see this critical thinker, who is apparently some kind of teacher, in action.
But I
to teach them to think critically and not just to believe and memorize. School is memorization and regurgitation. You want an A, all you got to do is memorize and not question anything.
Right.
Right? And then the ones that memorize and regurgitate the best become the teachers, and they get to do the same thing to the next generation.
I hope that's not me. I try to keep an open mind in my school.
Yeah.
I do. I do teach critical thinking, as a matter of fact. It's interesting you mentioned that term, because I call it critical thinking. I teach the kids that. And that's a hard one for children. Critical thinking is kind of hard. It's kind of hard to, for the little...
Here's something for them. NASA does all of their training for the space station in an underwater pool. So here's the space station. You got scuba divers, right? And then they put on the green screen, and then they show us this.
Is that real? Those three?
Yeah, this is real. NASA does all of their training in it's called the National Buoyancy Lab.
Oh, that's mind-boggling. Okay, that's crazy. I'm gonna let you go. I think we're over time, aren't we?
So he asks him, is that real? Earth answers with yep, and that's all he needs to accept the claim. It never ceases to amaze me how often people like Dave Weiss are able to look other people in the eyes, tell them exactly how people like them get treated,
Well, I think he's
and
got
then
to
proceeds to turn
understand
around
they
and
were
do
just
it for
having a
them
discussion. They
literally
weren't in
seconds
the
later.
debate or
There are
anything.
countless
Why
examples
would he
of this spanning
have
many,
to
many
question
years.
what
The same
Dave
exact
said?
thing everywhere. He points his little finger at a stupid flurf meme full of demonstrable lies, and over it just
Why
blows
would
these
he-
people's
why would
minds
he have to
with nobody
question
ever
what he said?
questioning it. So how should the scientific skeptic approach such claim?
I thought he
First,
was
let's
going to
understand
show
the
how
scope and implications. If what Dirk claims
Dave
is true,
would
then
have
that would
lied
mean that
about
NASA
that.
has shown us exactly
Yeah,
how and where
instead of
they
just
saved
saying
space
it's a
footage,
lie,
effectively
maybe
admitting to one of the
that's
biggest
the
lies
thing
ever
I'm saying.
told.
So it's
That's a pretty big deal.
hypocritical because
So, is this from a credible source?
he's trying to
Well,
break
from somebody who has a
these
well-established
guys
history
down
of
now.
repeating
So
lies,
it's not
that's a
just
pretty easy
just
no.
accept it.
But let's pretend that
You
we
know what I
don't
mean?
know him and approach this from a
Without
blank
looking
slate. Is
critically.
the
But
claim
he just
plausible?
made a
Well,
claim
nothing really
now that it's a
technically
lie
challenging
and
it.
hasn't showed how
Hollywood
it's
does
a lie.
crazy special effects way better than what we see here, so I would say, sure.
It's just a
Totally
biased
plausible.
attack on
To give you
flat
that,
Earth.
I think it definitely requires more research. Unfortunately, Dearth,
It's
like
like
every
I
flat earther and every
understand
meme
what
they
he's
present,
trying to
doesn't give us
say,
a source for this image.
but
That's not a
it
great start.
doesn't
Now,
apply
are there any
in
obvious
the
biases or conflicts of
situation
interest?
because
Well,
it's
again, let's ignore that
still
we know that this guy spends 30% of his time on these
a
discussions.
guy
actually
trying to
sell
tell
his
you
shitty
about
flat Earth mobile app.
deception.
While the chats are coming
I
in,
believe
anybody
you
that's new to
somewhere.
me, you can find all my information at flatearthdave.com. My app is there. It's only $3. And there's tons of information. It's the stuff that YouTube is hiding from you. But the app is $3 and it does a ton of stuff. It's $11 a year if you want to use the friend finder and message other people and get involved that way. But you don't need to do that.
And instead, let's go ahead and see if we can find any third-party evidence connected to this. Now, the best I was able to do was reverse image search each of these panels individually as well as together. And every single time I did, the images were traced back to Flat Earther Instagram, TikTok,
What's
and
that you
Twitter
got up
accounts.
on
You
your
know,
wall
the kinds
there,
of folks that
Vara?
have Santa Trump avatars and write just for the giggles.
What's
I
that?
remember watching this spacewalk on
That
TV,
cross, the
amazed
circle
by
thing you
the
got on the wall looks
technological
interesting.
advance
What's
of
that?
humanity. No, I'm awake,
That's
and I feel
the
like a
flag
fool.
of Finland.
Yeah. He's awake, all right. Now,
Oh,
what we
it's
do know
blue?
is that the top image does seem to have
Yes.
been taken
It
in
looks
NASA's
black.
neutral
Yeah.
buoyancy lab, and we
Okay,
know that
okay.
it's used extensively, and as far as I can tell,
Oh,
exclusively
yeah,
for
it
training
looks
purposes,
black,
not as some
actually.
kind of film set. And what we also know is that when we compare the top and middle images, they're obviously the same, with the middle image seemingly having its background changed from blue to green in post. It's obvious that they didn't like swap some green screens in for the blue walls in between
No,
photos.
really?
So if you think about what we're looking at, it makes absolutely zero sense. If you wanted to replace the background, you would never do it this way. The purpose of green screens are so that it's easier to digitally replace the background in post, as opposed to needing to isolate the
I think this is what is getting wrong. They're
frame.
showing
So in order
green
to do what we
screens
see in the middle
for
frame,
the
you would
layman.
literally have had
People
to have
don't
separately
understand.
isolated the background.
You know, you
just
don't
to
do
turn it
FX and
green.
stuff.
But if they have it
They
isolated,
will
then they could
see
just
green
delete
screen,
it.
understand,
You wouldn't have to
okay,
make
I
it
should
green
make
just
it
to
black.
use some kind of chroma
Obviously,
key to
they'll
then
put the
replace the
green
background.
there to
Again,
make
this makes
for
no
the
sense.
layman to
Of
say,
course,
look,
we
they're
already know
actually
that flirts
CGI.
are pretty
That's
stupid
it.
when it comes to
That's
CGI
why they
and
did it
video
that
editing.
way.
Like the time they thought the text next to the mountains here in this video was super sus. Proof the video had been manipulated.
Yeah,
The video was
you don't even see the sun the whole
manipulated.
time. That
It
looks highly
was
suspect.
duplicated.
And if you look closely, you see the layer, the words in the video there. You'll
You
see the
told
words are actually
him
behind
that,
the
right?
mountain, right?
When
Which
he
means
was
the
in
video
your,
has to be
when he
layered.
was
Have
on
the
your
words actually
show.
behind the mountain. You're gonna have layers.
Yeah,
As
the
far as
clouds
I
are
know, with video
duplicated,
editing,
the
you
lighting
can't
from the
layer
sun
words
was
like that.
duplicated.
Nowhere was I able to corroborate the claim Gareth is making. Obviously, this evidence is not compelling or proportional to the claim, and as such, my tentative conclusion is that this claim is untrue. It was probably another flat earther that fabricated this image to either try and show how this could be done, or even try and pass it off as if it came directly from NASA. It seems far more likely to me that that green screen effect would have been added specifically to try and give the appearance that the neutral buoyancy lab was being used as some sort of film set. Who knows? Now, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I have a hunch my conclusion about this image is more accurate than Gareth's. And unlike him and every single flat earther that he's repeatedly sold a bill of goods to, I actually thought for myself, applied critical thinking, and did my own research. Not that
Yeah, and I just applied critical thinking for you as
and
well.
there's one last important thing to note here. I am
Yes,
perfectly
you did
willing
very
to have
fast.
my mind changed, to be proven wrong. I actually do care about the truth. All I need to see to have my mind changed is where NASA has allegedly made these claims, where the original source of these images came from. Is it a still from a video or photo from their website? Something that demonstrates what Dearth is claiming here.
Well, that
Something
could be a
tells me, though, that if any of them were to
video,
actually try to
not
look
a
for it,
photo.
they'd say
That's
that
also
they
why
was
he
up on
couldn't
NASA's
pick it up,
website
right?
before, but now it's not
Remember,
there.
he says he
Textbook
tried to
case
look
of
at
absence
all
of
he could
evidence
get
being
was some
proof of
memes.
cover-up. I'm
Yeah,
actually
because it
ready,
was a
willing, and
still
able to take a
photo
look at any and all evidence that
from
people want to
a
present to try to
video.
substantiate this claim. Although something tells me that this is going to be one more example of the eternal paradox that we have when dealing with conspiracy theorists and pseudoscientists. We come to the reasonable and almost certainly correct conclusion, and yet still hold it tentatively, open to receiving evidence that will almost
Jesuit.
definitely never
Oh, he
be
has a
presented.
hunch. He's
While
right.
they have come
I'm
to
gonna call
batshit
him
crazy
Hunchback from
conclusions
now on.
without lifting a single brain cell in the process, and no amount of evidence could ever change their mind.
And this
If it wasn't
means
so frustrating,
nothing
it would be
among
sad.
all the other
Now, I hope now that I've
fakery
at least made my
that's
case
been
for what I believe is the distinction
proven.
between myself, the
It's
scientific
evidence
skeptic,
that they're
and the
fake and
conspiracy
stuff.
theorists who call themselves free thinkers or truthers. I don't believe that any of them have arrived at the conclusions that they have because they thought for themselves or because they were actually seeking any kind of objective truth. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that I believe it's the opposite. Now, the ultimate conclusion of a worldview built on the foundations of conspiracy theories is actually something that's depressingly bleak. The end result, a kind of sinister automation, one that in many ways feels dystopian. For a long time, I thought most of them were lying, and their blatant hypocrisy was maddening and confounding. But the deeper I go, the more I'm beginning to think that there's another explanation. When you critically examine the actions and behaviors of the people who confidently speak demonstrable untruths and compare them against the words they use to describe themselves, you might, perhaps, begin to see things in an entirely different light.
But note that doublethink is not lying, and it's not hypocrisy. It's more profound. It is knowing that something is untruthful, but then forgetting this and believing that it is true, and then also forgetting that you have forgotten. In this labyrinthine world, whatever the party says is true becomes true, and through the use of doublethink, it is possible to reconcile these contradictions. So this is the idea that generates the constant rewriting of history, because, as the party slogan goes, who controls the past controls the future, and who controls the present controls the past. And the way of controlling the present is by rewriting history and then exercising doublethink to ensure that you totally believe that lie to be true.
I would argue that this process, or something very much like it, is what's truly at the heart of these kinds of worldviews. That may very well be a conscious process, or it could be a subconscious one, a defense mechanism against cognitive dissonance. Now, by itself, applying this kind of phenomenon to merely those in the Flat Earth movement alone might perhaps be a bit overkill. Surely there are those who aren't lost that deep in the sauce, and these kinds of things wouldn't necessarily apply to them. But the thing is, there's something about the Flat Earth worldview, or the intellectual mechanisms underpinning the whole thing, that
There's
don't
not much
support
to
it,
talk
that
about what
seems
he's
to
talking about
necessitate
now, yeah.
jumping headfirst as deep
You
down
said
into
it all
the rabbit
earlier,
hole as you
James.
possibly can.
Yeah.
One of the most depressing, yet simultaneously fascinating elements
This
of
guy
worldview
loves to
is
talk.
just how many layers
That's
there
for
are.
sure.
At first, it may seem like a meme, a joke, an elaborate troll, and it absolutely can be, sometimes. And we'll get to that, but not most of the time. When you dig a little bit deeper, you end up finding out just how closely connected it is with basically every other conspiracy theory that you would call mainstream,
Really?
for lack of a better term.
Closely.
The anti-vax movement, 9/11 truthers, moon landing deniers, those sorts of things.
How?
We've mentioned on the show that conspiracy theories help bring NFL locker rooms together. What are your conspiracy theories?
What percentage of the NFL believes in flat Earth, do you think?
Dude, honestly, there's at least
shockingly,
10 guys,
you would be
10 to
shocked.
15 guys in every locker room, I would imagine.
I think if you took
hardcore flat earthers.
if you took an anonymous poll, like nobody had to disclose their name or anything like that, you're over 15% of an NFL locker room.
That's crazy, dude.
What?
Maybe
I'm
over
telling
20.
That's insane.
Dude, everyone gets hit in the head. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Now, if you somehow manage to stick around long enough, you will inevitably come to find out that these connections don't just stop there.
When you watch a documentary, it will change your life, dude. There's cures for cancer. There's a cure for AIDS. I just became vegan this last year, bro. I'm like, Pepsi had aborted babies, like the little fecal cells inside of their flavoring.
Now, if you stick around
See,
for a
this is
little
the
bit,
thing,
you'll begin to
say
see another pattern, an
stuff and then
inescapable connection
all of
between
a sudden
flat
it's
earthdom and even more
representing the
disgusting
whole of
and
flat Earth.
problematic worldviews. The most common one being something that you've likely caught a whiff of already in little bits and pieces throughout this video,
What?
and it exists as a necessity, a requirement for a worldview based on a conspiracy of this proportion to be remotely viable or
I
consistent.
don't think the guy
One that has
said
no actual
anything
evidence to
untrue
back it
there.
up. Somebody needs to be at the heart of it. Someone with evil, selfish, and sinister motives. Somebody capable of a coordinated, multi-generational plot involving all world governments and billion-dollar corporations. Somebody with the
Well,
connections,
to think
the
about
will,
it,
and the
I think
resources required to pull it off.
conspirators
Somebody who just so
actually
happens
made
to be at
this
the heart
so
of nearly
he
every
gets
other global conspiracy they believe.
a good paycheck, because he actually said the money he made just in the view, the watch hours and the views and stuff on that video is a lot for what he usually gets
Conspiracy theories
on all his
play
videos together.
a central
So he
role
got more
in
money
extremist
on this
politics
one
of all time.
document.
And anti-Semitism has a very strong traditional role within conspiracy theories. And this is why repeatedly we see anti-Semitism cropping up in the language
Well, he made good
and the
money off
discourse of extremist movements
Not
of
that
all types,
documentary.
whether they are far right, far left, radical
Right.
Islamist movements, and even New Age movements. We often find anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
Now, it's not merely that conspiracy theories like Flat Earth share so many common threads with the worldview and mindset that enables anti-Semitism. It's that they're actually just cut from the same cloth.
French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre tried to get inside the minds of bigots with his famous essay, Anti-Semite and
Oh,
Jew.
no, is that a guy?
Sartre famously claimed that anti-Semitism is a fundamentally irrational passion. Anti-Semites say things for which
Oh,
there's
is
no
it
evidence,
now?
or they contradict what they said 5 minutes ago, or they just flat out don't make sense.
Right, so you guys call it Zionism. We're on page there. ADL attacks you. You automatically get points for that. That means you're probably saying something based, right? That's cool. MMX showed that the Earth wasn't moving, and then they bring in Einstein, who gives Jewish mysticism to the world and says
Why
that
is-
time
now
slows
is he
down
looking
and a ruler
all of us
contracted,
as
but looks like it's the
anti-Semite?
same size. Trust me, bro. And it made the Earth look like a stationary. It's Jewish mysticism saying that the Creator created a giant illusion to deceive us into the Earth being stationary. Do you actually believe that?
Flashback.
Purely speculation. I don't know what the moon is
So,
at all. It's a very beautiful thing. The Creator
on
made the
Benjamin
heavens so
was
that
in
you
it,
can't
they didn't get
understand
to
them,
talk at
but
all.
you have to acknowledge that He exists.
End of flashback.
The Jews are in fucking. They freaking control all of everything. I mean, if you. Okay, 9/11, back to that.
Adolf Hitler, they have reincarnated him. He has been cloned. A little short guy with a funny mustache, about yay tall.
How do you stand on Hitler? Do you believe in, if you research Hitler at all?
He realized that the flat earth model was correct and went to seize the gate of the south in what we call Antarctica, a place called New Berlin, Antarctica.
So Hitler discovered the flat earth theory, and the Nazis built a city in Antarctica under the ice.
Now, I'm shamelessly going to share a few excerpts from the Wikipedia page for this book, because what's
Well,
written
that's
is simply
anything you
something
want.
I read myself. As I read this, think about how what's being said applies to
Yeah,
what we've
just
seen over the
anything you
last
want,
few
man.
hours of this video from the Flat Earth.
Bro, shit that the
I
fan and
personally
see-
find these similarities uncanny. For Sartre, the anti-Semite has escaped the insecurity of good faith.
Yeah, Norman Cross
the
is right there. He said, this is the worst
sincerity.
document I've
He has
ever
abandoned
seen.
reason and embraced
Videos like
habit.
this
A
is
rational
why
man
flat earth is
grows as he
growing.
grows
I
to
agree,
the
man.
truth. He knows that reasoning.
Yeah, I hear you guys do anti-Semite stuff all the time. That's all it is. We're all anti.
By the durability of the stone. What frightens
Well,
them
man.
is
Well,
the
didn't you
uncertainty
guys
of
hear,
the
as soon as you become
The
a flat
anti-Semite
earther,
has
you
chosen
automatically
because
believe
they
all
faith. He has
conspiracy
escaped
theories,
responsibility and
become
faith.
anti-Semite
He can blame
straight
anything on the
away.
Jew.
You
He
just
does not need
hate
to
Jews
engage
for some
reason,
odd
for he
reason.
has his faith.
And I'm a Nazi too. Yay.
Yeah.
All right.
They are afraid
Thanks.
of reasoning. They wish to live the kind of life wherein reasoning and
Crazy.
research play only a subordinate role. Wherein one
Imagine
seeks
some
only what
people
he's already
actually
found,
will spend
wherein
the
one
time
becomes
to
must-
only
watch
what
this.
he already was.
Yeah, I must be a very
Anti-Semitism
bad
is short,
anti-Semite,
is fear
guys,
of the
because I
human
support
In
the
1945,
Jewish
George
nation
Orwell
at
wrote
the
an essay on
moment
anti-Semitism, and
fighting
there are a
for
few very
Palestine.
poignant
So
quotes.
I'm a
Something
bad
I've noticed
anti-Semite.
more and more throughout my research.
Oh,
So
yeah.
when discussing their belief systems
How
that are happening
dare
in
they?
Most of us
behaviors,
are.
labels like anti-Semite, QAnon follower,
Man,
monolithic
no,
truther,
man.
flat earther, whatever
My
it is,
brains
they're
have
all
started to
completely
dribble out my
interchangeable.
ears,
All
you
we're
know.
really talking about here are
I
different
feel like
variations of
I'm
the same
short
underlying
circuiting
condition.
listening to
Orwell
this
wrote,
rubbish that he's talking
naturally,
about.
the anti-Semite thinks of himself as a reasonable being. These people always say, as Hitler says in Mein Kampf, that they started out with no anti-Jewish prejudice, but were driven into their present position by mere observation of the facts. Yet one of the marks of
this is
anti-Semitism
just
is an
false
ability to
information he's
believe
pushing now.
stories
This
that
is
could
like
not
literally
possibly be
just
true.
him
So when
pushing
confronted with the
views on
question of
people
who
that
has the capability
pull
and
the
the
shit out
desire
of it.
to pull off the biggest lie in history, the obvious answer for the conspiracy theorist is always going to be the Jews. It's an automatic, almost reflexive response.
The idea of Zog, the Zionist
Remember we
occupation
asked
government,
earlier,
that there
doesn't
are
he know what a
Zionist or
Zionist
Jewish
is?
hidden powers behind our governments, was the most common one they found in the literature of all different extremist movements.
So I wanted to ask you, who created this gravity lie?
Demon-possessed individuals still, I believe, are amongst us.
We're in a spiritual war. I know that you don't believe that, but it's a war that the elite believe in. Okay, they're really evil people.
Who's doing the lying?
Well, that's a good question. NASA's definitely in on it. There's some Freemasonry involved, some Jesuits involved, and some gravelers, you know. Most Jewish people are just mom and pops, deli owners. What I use is the word Zionist. So these are people that are hell-bent on world domination, and most Gentiles are not very conspiratorial minded, so they don't think that the earth could be flat.
Of course, this explanation is painfully lacking, because it's simply not enough to account for the scope of the conspiracy that would be needed to pull this entire thing off. They need something more than the Jews,
scope
who you'll often hear
again.
them referring to with all kinds of code names.
So many
They're
people
Satanists,
gotta be
or the
lying.
average person. Sometimes they're
Yeah.
Zionists, sometimes
You know, it's
they're
also
Zionists,
weird.
but either way, they of course
Since
need
we-
connections in corporations all over the world,
well,
and pretty
I
much
do
every
most,
government,
and
especially those
talk
in
about
space
the
programs.
Hebrew cosmology.
Space programs, NASA is of course the perfect
Every
answer.
good conspiracy is unknown. That's all I gotta say.
The supposed propaganda, fake media, and misinformation.
Why would they all
Of course, you have
lie?
to forget that
What
this
would
whole
they
globe
gain
conspiracy
from it?
has been
It's
going
so
on for
opposite.
hundreds of years, if not more. And NASA was only founded in the late 50s, but I guess they're just the latest ones to take the reins. Now, unfortunately for them, just the Jews and NASA aren't enough. What the
Rubbish.
conspiracy theorists need to keep this story remotely consistent is a way to explain how literally millions of people are either taking part willingly in the lie or are otherwise fleeced. And of course, they have a familiar explanation for how that can be done as well: a cult of personality. They understand how politicians and cult leaders and fake messiahs and snake oil salesmen are able to get people en masse to believe and do absurd shit. Although given that there's no evidence that such a person exists, they need to manufacture one. This idea needs a personification to be remotely powerful. In order for what they believe to make any kind of sense even to them, they need the globe to be a religious belief. And as such, they have to invent a god that they then assert that we worship.
Invent a god.
From that same essay, Sartre wrote, far from experience producing
I hope
his
he
idea of
stops
the
at this now and
it
actually
was the
moves on
latter
to the
which
flat Earth
explained
stuff
his
again.
experience. If the
Yeah,
Jew
that's
did
what
not
he's supposed to
exist,
be
the anti-Semite
meaning
would
about
invent him.
the debate.
I would think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is definitely very big in that field. He's been on Joe Rogan.
Amazing,
he's
though.
definitely
Anyone
one
would
of the
spend
two
8
guys.
hours watching
Neil
flat
deGrasse
Earth.
Tyson went,
They're
Neil
flat
deGrasse
Earth.
and others.
I've heard from your.
But think about it. How long did it take him to get all this stuff together?
We don't have any. There's
Wow.
no such
Bro,
thing as a scientific.
Big tune with
I mean,
Ray.
this guy is supposed to say he's not obsessed with
Neil
flat
deGrasse
Earth.
Tyson.
The guy that said
Now, according to Neil deGrasse
not on
Tyson,
any
Neil deGrasse
side,
Tyson,
really.
how come Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Come on, this
So then
is an
guy,
obsession.
Neil deGrasse Tyson,
No.
who's basically a
I
modern
think
day
Big Tune give him
clergy
all.
member.
Neil deGrasse Tyson agrees with me. No, he doesn't.
In exactly the same way that no
Behind
Globers
it.
have ever brought up NASA in debates about the shape of the Earth, they also never bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson. But flat earthers are incapable of going a few sentences without talking about either of them. It's an obsession that must be true in order for the framework of the conspiracy to hold together. If we aren't blindly following the globe priest Neil deGrasse Tyson, if we aren't on our knees praying to our NASA overlords, then the only other explanation for why we believe what we do is that we were programmed in school to believe it, which of course they do argue, but that isn't really compelling enough. Even they might have a hard time believing that at the scales required for this all to make sense. Despite the fact that we tell them time and time again that neither NASA nor Neil deGrasse Tyson have anything to do with our belief that the Earth is not flat, they'll look us straight in the eyes and tell us that we're lying. Once they assemble this evil straw man that they can direct all of their hatred towards, they then take these imaginary entities and project them onto others, all the folks they're debating against, blindly assuming that everybody who believes the Earth is round, or blind followers of the government, or NASA, or Neil deGrasse Tyson, is exactly the kind of simple-minded nonsense that's shown in North Korean propaganda films. They never ask us what we believe. They don't care why we believe it. They've already been told what we believe by somebody else, and what they should believe about us. It's the same kind of
Yeah, the irony, telling us we never actually believe.
Millions of Jews.
They just
the
make
thing
it.
that they've
They
all
tell
been
us
led
what
to
we
believe
believe
never happened.
in
The fact
our
that these folks
That's
live
exactly what he's doing now.
makes a lot more
Right.
sense now.
exactly
they
what
point to the
he's
governments and
doing.
the scientists and the average people and see all the hallmarks of an Orwellian dystopia. They accuse us of doublespeak, and they envision some ministry of truth out there redefining words in the dictionary because they don't understand the difference between verbs and adjectives. They think there's some malevolent coordinated force out there changing the maps and trying to rewrite history. They see an impossible impending threat looming over them, all the while exhibiting every single one of the traits that they are projecting onto others. They think they see the signs of Big Brother everywhere around them, and
You know, it'd be
they think that
great
they're
if
the
you actually
forces
showed
fighting
flat
against it,
earthers
without
like
realizing
this.
that they've been the unwilling volunteers at the Flat Earth Ministry of Truth the entire time. They are the ones who have been brainwashed. They've been programmed. They're the ones parroting the same script of lies.
My
The
brain
ones who are
needed
accepting
washing.
things uncritically. They're not truth seekers. They're not free thinkers. They haven't done
He's
any
like
research.
me
They were
watching
told
again
to
after
think like
tonight.
grifters and lunatics who
Like this guy
simultaneously
didn't
convince them
even
that they
fall
figured it
into
out on
the
their own.
rabbit hole.
And
He's
only the
just
most
peeking
intelligent,
down there,
special
like,
people are able to pierce the veil, to see behind the curtain, to
down
find
there.
the truth. You should be proud to be one of us, the main character at the center of it all.
But they just don't spell it out in straight English. For some reason, it's left for the wise ones to find. The common man just does not find it, does not see it. I am quite lucky and I can read it and I understand it. So I'm breaking the whole model down for everybody to see.
Once you break that and unplug, you stop feeding the system, and I don't believe that anybody can stop you.
I went home, pondered on it, and went back to my mundane job, doing my mundane tasks, and realised that, no, it is. The more you genuinely take time looking into it, the more it's like opening up Pandora's box. It's like you peel back one lie, and then you realise, oh, they haven't been completely honest about that either. But then why lie? Why do all that? Why not just be honest with us?
And so if your thoughts are contained, right, in a heliocentric world where we're going to get hit by an asteroid, a nuclear bomb's going to blow us up, wars, countries are fighting with each other, we're running out of food, we're running out of water. If you're living in fear, you lose your power.
Flat earthers and other conspiracy theorists would have you believe that it's NASA, the priests of scientism like Neil deGrasse Tyson, and probably the Jews too, that are the ones spreading the globe earth propaganda in schools and on TV. But the unfortunate irony here is that in this case, all of the misinformation and propaganda isn't coming from the government. The call is coming from inside the house. These folks glorify Hitler in all kinds of ways without considering that they're exactly the kinds of people that his propaganda was aimed at. That they are the sheep, brainwashed to do so.
Make a video. All
They don't
babies are
realize that
not.
someone like Hitler would have them believe that they were the ones courageously swinging the hammer, when the truth is that they were the hammers themselves.
But you
wielded by
should
someone
put in
else.
there,
Perhaps they do realize
inspired
this
by
and just don't
Verita's
see that as a
documents.
problem. I actually don't know at this point. Now, unlike their conspiracy theories, I don't actually think anybody is
Verita's,
behind what's going on here. I don't think there's some overarching plan, some coordinated effort with a greater goal in mind. I think this is the result of a few random cranks on YouTube that developed cults of personality around them and the advent of social media platforms and the algorithms that feed them. Honestly, I'm not sure what's scarier, a planned strategic plot carried out by some nefarious, nameless, faceless, rich and powerful people, or algorithms that are handcrafted with one goal in mind, serving you content that keeps you engaged in any way possible. An environment where different ideas and methods of communication compete for attention. Echo chambers filled with feedback loops where engagement is the primary goal.
Well, I just want to say
What's
thank you for the
rewarding,
41
where
people
fear,
that sit
anger,
there
and
listening
outrage just so
to
happen to be the
whatever this
organism
is
most
supposed to be.
successful at survival and reproduction. The accidental
This is
creation
like
of a system
the
that
worst
behaves in a
part
way
so
that's
far
nearly
for me.
indistinguishable from an
He could have
autonomous
done
I doubt he knows anything about Hitler at all, personally.
The reason why we
He could have done
explain
this whole video
evolution in terms of
an hour.
changes in gene frequencies, I said the reason for that was that
Richard
only genes
Dawkins.
make exact copies of themselves through generations, and therefore
Mr.
only genes
Richard
Duncan,
have
Yeah,
a really
Mr.
significant
Richard
difference between the successful
contradictory
ones
himself.
and the unsuccessful ones.
Richard Duncan.
Now, in order to dramatize that point, in the last chapter of the first edition of the
Because he
Self-Esteem,
does believe he's
I wanted
evolved.
to
Obviously, he
make
from
the
a
point
donkey somewhere.
that actually anything which has
The QE made a treatment about this guy.
of making exact copies
They made an ass out of him. QE did a treatment on him.
If on some other planet, if on
Yeah.
Mars,
You should watch it. Go look on his channel.
then I put my shirt on
Yeah, we should watch
the
it.
prediction that it will be found to be Darwinian life and that there will be something equivalent to genes. There will be something equivalent to DNA,
Look at this
which is
creep,
very, very
man.
exactly copied. Not
looks like a
absolutely
skeleton.
exactly, but usually exactly copied. There'll be something equivalent to DNA, and it may well not be DNA, it may be nothing like DNA.
Count
But of course,
Dracula.
we haven't been to distant planets to find other forms.
I'll go look it up and I'll post it in the chat.
Said maybe there's another kind of replicator on this planet.
Which chat did you post it?
That potentially could be doing the same job as DNA, and that's where the meme came from.
Yes.
The meme
I'll put it in the main chat when I get it. I'm going to go to the site.
It's anything that behaves.
He did
like
2 treatments on this
in
guy.
Human culture. The equivalent of the act of reproduction at the genetic level would be the act of copying an idea from one brain to another.
What?
Now, the idea of memes as genes is, unfortunately for us, I think, a disturbingly profound insight. I want to re-emphasize here that while this is certainly applicable to actual memes, like pictures with meme font on top, this also applies to simple ideas and even phrases. Water finds its own level. Gas pressure requires a container. Gravity is density and buoyancy. The Earth is not a spinning wet ball.
No, gravity is not buoyancy and density. There is no such thing as gravity.
Fitness of a gene, the likelihood that it will survive and reproduce, is not actually tied at all to its accuracy or its truthfulness. What maximizes its chances of being passed on to another generation is how useful it is at conveying a particular message, communicating some piece of information, or eliciting a particular emotional response. In Mein Kampf, when discussing the use of propaganda during World War I, Adolf Hitler wrote, "The more modest its intellectual ballast, the more exclusively it takes into consideration the emotions of the masses, the more effective it will be. And this is the best proof of the soundness or unsoundness
Man, he's going all the way with
and not
this
success
argument.
aesthetics. The art of propaganda lies in understanding the emotional ideas of the great masses and finding, through a psychologically correct form, the way to the attention and thence to the heart of the broad masses. The fact that our bright boys do not understand this merely shows how mentally lazy and conceited they are. The receptivity of the great masses is very limited. Their intelligence is small, but their power of forgetting is enormous. In consequence of these facts, all effective propaganda must be limited to a very few points.
Are you enjoying this, Jeff?
Slogans until the last member of the public understands.
It's garbage.
Sacrifice the slogan.
Being diplomatic.
Digest nor retain the material offered.
I'm trying to be nice at the end here, so
entirely cancels out. The function of propaganda is, for example, not to weigh and ponder the
I just wanted to jump on and say
to emphasize the
they've
one
been a
right
great
which it is
stream.
set out to argue for. Its task
Because I
is
got to
not
cook
make
dinner
an
now.
objective study of the
Painful
truth,
stream.
insofar as it
It
favors
has
the
been
enemy
big.
Well,
and then
it's
set it
44
before the
minutes
masses with
left
academic
of
fairness.
his
Its task is to serve our
video.
own right, always
We
and
got an
unflinchingly.
hour left.
Well, the scariest aspect of this metaphor is the scale that we're
But I
talking
don't think
about
we're going to
here.
do a full
When we're
8
dealing with
hours.
living
We'll
things, the
finish
spread of their
these
genes is
thing
limited
in
by the organism's ability to find a suitable mate and to generate offspring,
This is like,
which is further
wow.
limited by countless other factors like the lifespan
I
or
also,
the
also
fertility
just
of the
wanted to
organism.
say
If
Yahweh
we're talking
bless
about a
everyone.
virus, its spread is
Yeah,
limited
man.
by actual
Me
physical
too.
exposure, how many people you
At least
cough
3
or sneeze
a.m.
around.
this side,
And as
so
we've unfortunately seen recently, even with that limitation, this can lead to scary
Thanks for
fast
coming.
propagation throughout a
Let's
population.
listen to
Take care.
When we're dealing with
Bless, man.
memes, we're talking about genes
Bless.
that can be infinitely duplicated, instantly copied, and spread from a single person to literally millions of others with the click of a mouse, persisting out in the environment effectively forever with no limitation on lifespan, and for which errors in gene duplication almost never have any kind of negative impact on its survival or reproduction chances. I suspect that the extent to which what I just said horrified you is directly proportional to your personal understanding of evolution and natural selection.
So you literally don't even know the definitions of the words that represent the techniques that we use. So why are you even talking about it?
So my question is, spectroscopy needs to be in a container.
Yep.
Otherwise, you don't know what.
Spectroscopy needs to be in a
requires
container.
containment.
The study of how light interacts with matter needs to be in a container. What does that mean?
Otherwise, when you're looking at the moon, you don't know what gases you're seeing in between us and the moon.
Gases? The moon is solid. The moon is a solid object.
How do you know that the moon is solid? How come you can't see it during a new moon?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Okay, there's a lot of different conspiracy theories out there. There's a lot of
Wow.
worldviews, both legitimate and scams, that have the same "you have been lied to" pitch. So, why flat Earth? Modern flat Earth was essentially created by content algorithms trying to maximize retention and engagement by serving users
why didn't
suggestions
he
for things
actually
that
now
are
try
effectively
and replace
incrementally more concentrated
spectroscopy
versions of the
with
thing
containment?
they were already looking at. Bizarre cranks peddling random theories are an aspect of civilization
Why
that
didn't he
has
actually
always been with us,
create
so it was inevitable that they would end up on YouTube, but the algorithm made sure they found an audience. These
Well,
systems
he's
were
gotta make
accidentally
his point,
identifying
you know,
people
he's gotta
susceptible
have
to
something.
conspiratorial and reactionary thinking, and
This is
sending
so
them
true.
increasingly deeper into flat Earth evangelism. And within that was just a
So
quirk
true,
of
Mr.
good timing,
President.
I guess. The right cranks were churning out huge volumes of low-effort content at just the right time for YouTube to prioritize it. And the moment it gained any traction at all, the system reinforced that success.
So what we're ultimately dealing with here are not just some science-illiterate people that are wrong about the shape of the Earth. We have people who act precisely as if they've been programmed by low-effort, low-quality pseudoscientific propaganda to believe anything and everything that justifies their fears, their failures, and their frustrations. They've been
Pseudoscientific,
convinced to
that's
their
rich
core that there's a
coming
dark
from
force
you.
out there working against them, hiding the truth of the world from the world. With these beliefs being internally consistent with and further justified by every other conspiracy theory there is. And the more you believe, the more you're justified in believing each one of them. And yet these internally consistent beliefs are entirely inconsistent with reality. And all the while, algorithms do everything in their power to keep them engaged, keep them inside of their echo chambers.
Again, that's why this is your fucking ball, man.
Yeah, I got it.
Them into
Thanks,
an Ouroboros
Roger.
of ignorance. And
No
the memes
problem.
at the heart of it all just reinforce every single
Ooh,
stupid idea,
3 months ago.
misunderstanding, and lie. The moment that any of them let in an ounce of evidence or logic or reason, the entire house of cards would collapse. So they work consciously and unconsciously to maintain that internal consistency and then outwardly project what needs to be true for it to make it all make sense.
Yeah, false stuff is
Projecting
real.
demonstrable untruths. They fabricate their own identities and
I want to know,
the ultimate delusion.
why would it
Their
be
worldview is self-destructive and
so
all-consuming.
hard
The number of people
for
required to be in on the hundreds of
a few
conspiracies that they
people
believe
that
in
go to
outnumber those
space
who
to
are
lie?
marks, the literal world against
Where,
them.
where you can
That
literally
global lie
show
personified. How could you go grocery
many
shopping, go to the doctor's
people
office, hold down a normal job,
throughout
enjoy a Thanksgiving
history,
dinner with your family,
if
function
they
like a normal, well-adjusted
program
adult in literally
and
any
they,
situation? If you're convinced
push
that everything is a
enough,
lie,
they
and
are
everybody
able
around
to
you is
lie
clueless,
without
that
even
some transcendent evil was
fluttering
winning,
an
and you were one of the small
eyelids.
few who were
I think it's very naive
all
of
they can
people
do
to
is
think
talk about
people
it all
aren't
the
able
time
to lie.
everybody. Friends, family members,
I think it's very
coworkers,
naive,
strangers on the street,
especially
and all
today.
that naturally brings opposition, at which point their programming comes online.
I mean, let's
They
look
see
at the
what they wanna see in everybody
LGBTQ
they
rubbish
talk to,
being pushed
hear
in
what they wanna
schools
hear,
today.
project either the big bad wolf
All
or the
those
grandmother sheep
people,
onto everybody they talk to. And then when their toxic behavior is
individuals
met with mockery and dismissal,
lying
that further
to the
reinforces
children.
their belief that the world is
Yeah,
fake.
it's
They
crazy.
are the problem.
That's thousands of people.
When you see everybody as a caricature of a person, you have
So
no
why are
ability or
they
interest in
able to
showing
lie to
empathy,
children
seeing
what's a
anything
man
from
and a
anybody else's
woman?
perspective. And you've been
But
programmed
a
into believing
few
that they are all less than you.
people
Globetrotting
going to
sheeples
space
controlled by
can't
the
lie
evil
to
satanic
everybody.
Jewish elites. If you
Doesn't
believe
make
this,
sense.
how could you actually function normally? If you actually believed the things that they believed, how could you ever be happy? Now, the
What is it,
inevitable
less than like
dehumanization that happens as a
800
result of
people
all
who
of this
say they
extends even
went to
further
space?
to ideas,
300 or
concepts,
something.
and language.
Yeah.
Not only are
No.
you a caricature, but so are your ideas. There's this innate drive to denigrate the ideas, to
Not a
infantilize
lot.
them. I reckon it's why
Yeah.
anti-vaxxers are always so keen to refer to vaccines as the jab. They won't even give it the respect of calling it by a normal name. Aiming to mock
Yeah,
it.
because poison's
So
good.
we don't call it
Fully
that
asserting
because
dominance over their
of
victim.
it's
Theories
censored
round,
on
it's not a
YouTube.
globe
If
or
you're
a
going
sphere
to
or an
get
oblate
medical
spheroid, it's a
misinformation,
ball, a
He
spinning
knows
wet
exactly
ball,
It's
why.
the
He's,
rule.
stupid, silly, tilting, spinning
he knows
ball
exactly
floating around
why
in
he's
the
doing
Yeah,
it.
and also calling it real word or what they used to call it is wrong, because it's not that, it's something else.
Yeah,
Now,
it's
the biggest
by
victims
definition
of
not
whatever the
actually.
hell this phenomenon is are not only the people who fall into the almost inescapable black hole that is the world of conspiracy theories, but more so their friends and families. It's genuinely sad to see just how common it is that this worldview and everything that comes along with it actually ruins people's lives.
I'm going to be driving separate to Thanksgiving.
No, it doesn't.
Why? Well, because there's family tension. They're all excited about living on the globe, and I say, I know that's a lie.
Sorry about living on the globe.
Did you feel part of society?
No, increasingly I've removed myself from this society because it's a wicked society. It's evil in places.
Like a flat
My
earther
ex-wife
ever
actually thinks I'm
publicly
crazy.
come
She
tell
thinks
you,
I'm
oh, man,
mentally
this
ill.
ruined
It's not
my
craziness.
life.
It's literally what a true scientist should be like.
Just watch those videos. It's scientifically impossible to watch 3 of them and not become a flat earther. So don't watch it if you're not ready to be cut off from your family because you're a flat earther.
Where I lost my credibility
Right,
is
that's
before I
not a
found
bad
Flat
thing.
Earth, I was into a lot of other bullshit. You know, structures on the moon, John Teeter, remember that time traveler? Yeah. You know, people like this, which I did bring up to people around me. So my credibility because of them.
I still have my family. I don't know about y'all.
I've shared it with my mother, my daughter, 2 guys who I was dating who didn't
We all
date me anymore.
You know, you can
About my
take it out of
flat Earth.
context when you say something like cut off from your family.
off the market.
What are you gonna do if your family doesn't want anything to do with you? Then
You know, I have 4 children.
I
My
get no
sons are
problem.
grown. Them and their mother, who's my ex-wife,
Doesn't-
kind of think Dad's a little off. Gone off.
That's the thing.
Doesn't affect
The
my life.
heliocentric model is way too complicated. It's ridiculous. Flat Earth is simple. It's simple.
I know.
You just-
I think you've just proved my point, David.
What?
It's simple, and it means that we get to, if we believe in it, we get to feel really clever, and we get to feel cleverer than all the clever people at school who made
I
fun of
was
us when we were
clever
younger.
before this. Are you kidding me? I was way clever. Now I don't talk to my brother and sister. I lost friends. Okay.
Fuck me.
Yeah, I
Well, you
do
should
this.
get on with them. You should
Yeah,
get on
well,
with them. You know, screw ideologies. Don't let them tear families apart. That's the main thing. Go and call your siblings after this.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Will you?
No.
Just finalized the divorce. I no longer speak to my parents, my brother, or anybody else.
Doesn't
other
that
than
just
people
give you
that
kind
are
of a
interested in doing truth research?
kind of thing to think about? Why would someone want to become a flat earther who's going to
That's
get
what you gotta do.
ridiculed and
To put
shunned by
videos out and
people?
wake up people. You know, my significant other is supportive, but she's not quite there yet. You know, where I could just lay everything out. You know, and then she will be. I can promise you that. You know, my daughter's different. When I grew up, the solar system was stationary.
All right, honey, come on.
The sun was standing.
You sound bullshit.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've had one more. I'm just freezing.
You can see we're like at the end.
That was a good partner choice.
I'm an independent researcher,
Obviously.
testing everything, independently verifying.
Half an hour left of his show, guys. Woo.
Hey guys, real quick.
Nathan,
I got a flyer for you.
He just had to put this in.
Check it out.
Of course.
No doubt.
I can't give him a flyer. Hey guys, check this out real quick.
Is that Nathan Thomas or whatever it is?
You're not on a spinning
But you know
ball.
what? Look at this
They're
thing
gonna
here,
teach you-
okay?
Listen, guys, they're going to teach
You know
you
how
live
they
on a
how they're
spinning
playing
ball.
this off as
That
he's
doesn't make it
screaming at the
true.
kids.
It's not real.
Yeah.
The floor is not
You can show
moving
the,
1,000 miles an
the
hour.
clip of him where he made Danny Faulkner speechless.
Mm-hmm. And do you know? I think it was FTFE that said he
Yo, guys,
when he
let me
heard
give you a
this,
flyer real
he
quick.
found out where
Here.
he was, found out
I
what
love
the
you.
number with the police, and called the police
Come take a flyer.
to get him arrested. And he's proud of that.
Did he have Dustin
I'm gonna
Nemos
flash
in this one yet?
Guys, you
Sure,
don't live
it's
on a
not
ball.
then
The earth is
coming.
flat. I got flyers for you right here. You can check out
Obviously,
my
he's
YouTube,
going to probably
okay?
have Justin Nemo since he's been trying to say everyone's anti-Semitic.
Some of them picked them up. Hey, give them to the teachers. Hey, you can verify everything on my flyer. Large bodies of water do not curve. Hey guys, you're not on a ball in space. The earth is flat. Large bodies of water do not curve. Okay? Large bodies of water do not curve. Research flat earth.
It's kind of extreme, but yeah.
That's how you do it right there.
I don't think so. They're just a bunch of kids.
But it's fun, yeah. I mean, I've seen much more the worst things than that. Look, Flat Earth advocate arrested for yelling at people. I mean, really?
Like I'm losing my best friend. Can't believe
I mean, when it comes to this, you can tell it's like a mockumentary.
The flat Earth
Because you're
movement
using
and what it
just
represents
everything
is an actual
and
problem
making it,
for everybody, including those
you know,
who have fallen into
twisting
it,
it
and problems need solutions.
just to show your
I spent
point.
nearly every day for the last 4
Yeah,
months
but he could have
working
done
on
it
this
in a different
project
way, though.
entirely on my own,
Yeah.
watching hundreds of videos, writing hundreds of pages of notes.
But
reading
like I said, I've
research
seen
papers, learning
people
about
do
countless
worse
scientific
than that,
concepts,
and they didn't get
and
arrested
crafting
for it.
hundreds of assets, and not a day went by that I didn't wonder if I was making a massive mistake choosing this topic to cover, wondering if the algorithm was going to completely destroy my chances of this video succeeding. Recording this voiceover now, the prospect of finally finishing in the next few days, and I still have no idea if the last 4 months of work will have been remotely worth it. Entirely
4 months.
Black box.
No.
This
There
is,
you
as far
go.
as I can tell,
I
But that's what I
said
say,
it.
not obsessed.
Months.
users have actually gotten right. That YouTube and other platforms are actively doing something to limit
He
the reach
used
of their
4
videos and
months to
channels.
make this.
Actual vindication of at least
If
some
he
of
used
the
4
he's not
months to
obsessed,
research flat
The
Earth,
question
he
we
would
have to
made
ask
an
ourselves
8-hour
is
video.
this a good thing?
Telling you
I'm
that
going
the
to be
Earth
honest
is
with you,
flat.
I
He could
genuinely
have done
don't
this
know.
in 2
On
days
one
and
hand,
made
very
a
much
10-hour
the
video.
perpetuation of misinformation. People falling victims
What
to
a dumbass.
pseudoscientific fraudsters and charlatans.
You have a poster
On the other
child
hand,
for
I
your
wonder who
documentary now.
determines what's misinformation in the first place.
That would be
In its
there,
current
Tom.
state, YouTube's content warnings surrounding
Yeah, but that's what I
content
said.
comments
This
are pretty much aligned with my
this whole
personal
thing we're doing
and that
tonight
makes it really easy to
is
support.
part of my documentary.
But who's to say that this is always going to
So
be
he's
the case?
4 months
Who's to say
of
that
just
whoever's in charge
trying
of
to
making
figure
sure
everybody
that
at flat
YouTube
Earth
will
out?
always be on
It's
the wrong
crazy,
side
dude.
of such an argument.
By
Even though
itself.
the rules just so happen to benefit you, I think
Yeah.
it's a very important exercise to
Oh.
consider how such rules could potentially be used against you, and if that would perhaps change your opinion on them. This applies to freedom of speech in general, and also applies to these kinds of situations where privately owned platforms have much more leeway in how they're able to implement content guidelines and controls. The fact that this content is actively suppressed by the algorithm actually ended up being quite frustrating for me while working on this project.
So he
I'd be looking for
concedes
a
that
video
Flat
that
Earth
somebody else
is
referenced, or even trying to find a video I had already seen and knew the title of, and
is
couldn't find
pushed
it
on.
without some amount of extra work. Unsure of if the video was gone, the channel
Well, he'll
had
agree
deleted,
with it.
or if it was just not showing up in the results. For example, I wanted to reference a few things from the Next Level documentary, so I searched for just that. And while YouTube did give me the channel that posted it as the first results, which I luckily recognized, otherwise I never would have clicked on it, it didn't actually serve me the video in the search results. I actually had to go to their channel to find the video. More often than not, when searching for specific content from flat earthers so I could try and better understand them and their arguments, the search results were almost exclusively videos debunking them. When I was looking into the
So
whole
he
Bob Mandel
concedes
saga,
then,
I
yeah,
Googled
we are
Ghostbusters Flat
shadow
Earth,
banned.
and everything in the
Hold on.
results was debunking related content, when all I wanted to do was find their YouTube channel.
Did he
Now
say
again,
he
I'm
was
glad that it's
researching
likely
flat
infinitely
Earth?
harder for people to accidentally
Doesn't-
stumble
doesn't
into these
look like it.
conspiratorial content wormholes. We may very well be better off with such a system. But again, we have to make sure we ask ourselves, at what cost? Something I noticed much later into the project was how much easier it was to find what I was
He
looking for.
researching how to debunk flat Earth.
Of course, as you might have guessed, having crazy conspiracy theory content easily at my fingertips comes at a price.
Yeah, that's what he used all his time for, apparently.
You have no idea how many of these garbage ads I had to sit through just to collect clips for this video. There were 2 or 3 of these on every single video I had to watch, and there were basically 2 kinds of ads on the platform. The first kind was alarmist bullshit playing off of people's fears and suspicions, trying to convince them that the apocalypse was on its way and this was their last chance to save themselves and their families from impending doom.
According to recently leaked intelligence from Homeland Security, this attack is a new kind of warfare that will attack our electric grid and could starve America into submission. Thankfully, a United States war hero, patriot, and Purple Heart recipient, my friend Teddy
Roger
Daniels,
Rabbit.
has just released an emergency documentary that not only proves that America is on the cusp of the biggest power.
He looks more like a rabbit than I do.
Look at this
You don't need to worry.
that it
I mean,
start as
I can say to this guy, you don't need to worry about a global natural outage in America. Just come to South Africa, you get quite common.
Folks to make use of, making claims they shouldn't even be.
There's free electricity in South Africa? I'm coming.
All the while wanting me to stop taking
No,
medicine.
it's electricity free.
I saw
Means
ads
there's
electricity
none.
free.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get it now, man. Damn, I bit into the lie. I'm trying to help.
I've got someone sitting in the garage just pedaling my bicycle so we have electricity.
Miracle cure is one that
Keeping the light bulb going. The hamster's in there now.
When I was pointing out how these free thinkers are the ones who are the most likely to get sick because they really
4
only
days
question
to
the
get a
disagree with
7-hour
and are
video.
unable to critically analyze the claims that these charlatans make.
Hey guys, is Saab having a show tonight?
$40 for a 30-day
So
supply.
I don't know. He usually doesn't on weekends.
Not the weekend, not much the
Naturally, they
weekend.
trust the
No.
folks at InfoWars
Okay.
to know what they're doing.
I was just wondering.
The ultra-concentrated dose of B12 that's
I would have done tonight, but not now.
After the 8 hours of hell? Yeah.
And I'll wait till tomorrow afternoon. Well, this afternoon, maybe not.
Now he's got an issue with
You could argue that what they've done
vitamins
is
and
almost
things?
turn platforms like this into a black market for content. The same
Yeah,
kind of thing happens when
it's all boner pills like Alex Jones.
creating a dark underworld where the no holds barred, zero
He's
regulation.
saying that
goes
the
out,
InfoWars
sucking people into
viewers are
dangerous cycles that
low
can
on
end up
blood
ruining their
sugar
lives.
because they're
If
using
flat earthers
their
can't produce or
products
consume
or
content
something,
on
and
platforms
this
like
But have you
product
realized
somehow
that
the
push
flat
people away
earthers
to these
being
parts of the internet
stupid.
that undoubtedly both victimize and
Yeah,
radicalize them even further.
but that's what they do.
Keeping them engaged
It's
and
like he
surrounded
wants
by
to
only the most
try
batshit crazy
every
extremist
single
nonsense.
way he
Are we actually
can
better off if these people all
to
congregate
try
like a
show
fungus
flat earth
flourishing
wrong.
in the
This
damn
is
dark depths of
desperation.
the internet? It's all well and good
This
for
is
everybody on the other
desperation.
platforms. The
Wow,
servers sure do feel a lot better now that the riffraff is
could've-
gone.
honestly,
Until you
could've
drive into the city and
sat
cross
for
paths
2
with one another in the
days
real world,
and
have to
done
sit
it-
next to them at the dinner table, or are just trying to
Done
have
it
fun
in-
out at
done it in a
recess
few
with
hours- done
friends.
it in an hour
Are we
video.
really better off? I genuinely don't know the answer, but what I do know is that there's a pretty compelling argument that can be made that what YouTube and other platforms are doing is attempting to clean up the mess that they effectively created in the first place.
YouTube, without a shadow of a doubt, is the main source of my awakening to flat Earth. I was giving up on TV, you know what I mean? You get the same old on television. So I turned to YouTube for alternative information. And I was very, very interested in the moon landings. So I spent a number of years researching the moon landings. And around about 4 years ago, I started seeing recommendations coming up on my YouTube feed for flat Earth videos. So, like you do, I clicked on one of the videos. Every single person I know who's a flat earther has come across it the same way that I came across it. They've obviously been looking into certain things, whether it's 9/11 conspiracies or whatever, and it's always led on to the flat earth.
So when did flat earth really start growing on YouTube?
Around about 2015, 2016, suddenly the movement catches fire and it starts to attract a huge amount more attention. And I think the point at which it started to catch fire, you see the publishing of certain video series on YouTube. There are plenty of them who do say these were seminal moments in their journey to being a flat earther. They saw those videos and they thought, that's it, this makes total sense to me.
YouTube's algorithm accidentally created a monster, a breeding ground for the naive to become radicalized, and then had to try and tame their own creation. But did it work? I think the numbers speak for themselves. In the same way that interest in the flat earth movement saw a fairly rapid increase between 2015 and 2019, the changes that YouTube made to its algorithm in 2019 that curbed recommending flat earth and other conspiracy-related content to its users seemed to be quite effective in bringing the numbers down to 2016 levels, an undeniable success for the program, although the flat earth movement has been resilient, likely due in part to the rise of those alternative platforms, and has been slowly on the rise ever since. Google
no, the reason it's right, it's doing well is because it's true.
Is the growth in search interest
on the
subject
Yeah, and you can't muzzle people, man. If they're going to say something, they're going to say it.
Exactly. The fact they need to try and silence shows you what's going on.
Absolutely.
As an engineer, one of the biggest challenges I saw that stood in the way of
Golden
properly solving
age is
problems
coming,
was the
folks.
And I mean, the
identification and
more
understanding of the problems
the new
themselves.
trend I've
If you
been
don't actually
seeing
isolate the
lately
true underlying
is
cause, then the
they've
solution that you
tried
design is unlikely
to
to address the issue. And the same
capture in
metaphor
all
extends
the
to when doctors attempt to
pastors
treat
and
complex medical
you know
conditions or when
different
trying to solve a
religious
crime to bring a criminal to justice. If you don't fully understand
gurus
the
and
key
whatever
components of
to
the
try
problem,
and
your solution is
take
almost guaranteed
against
to
flat
fail.
Earth.
Scientists don't take flat earthers
Even the
seriously, and I can see where
astrophysicists
they're
are
coming
starting
from,
to
but
try
I
and take
think
this
it's a
more
mistake.
seriously now.
To me,
What does
flat
that tell you
earthers
guys?
are the first symptom of a much
Well,
bigger
I'm in
problem.
love
They
already.
show
So
us what happens
the
when
hypothetical
people
girl,
realize
she's
they
by
truly
herself.
understand modern science, don't trust scientists, and
It
therefore
shows you
throw
they
out
scurrying
even
all over the
basic
place
scientific
because they
knowledge
know
on the rationale
they got
of
a problem.
skepticism. Flat earthers are somewhat extreme, and that they're actually throwing out evidence
And
that they
adding
could test
this
themselves if
lady
they
here
weren't so
just
bad at
shows
science.
you
But the
again.
underlying
He's
problem is
used
much
4
deeper,
months
because in
looking
most
at
of modern
debunked flat
science,
Earth
the average
videos.
person
Yep.
can't test evidence for
me.
themselves. This is
And
why
she
it
thinks I'm
really
scary
makes
too.
sense to identify the origin of this problem. And some
You're doing
scientists
it the
have
wrong
actually
way,
studied
man.
this. They found that the scientific literacy of flat earthers tends to
Oh
be
man,
below population
they are
average, and at the same
terrified of
time,
flat
they're much
earthers.
more
Yes, they are
confident of their
definitely.
scientific knowledge than the average person. The trouble is that these two issues,
I don't
lack of
understand. How
knowledge
does he
and
get it
That's
right to play
horrible.
so much of a
recognize this
video
lack of
without even
knowledge, are
editing it
bound to become
or
increasingly
saying
widespread,
Yeah.
anything?
simply because,
I mean,
unfortunately,
if some of us have to
scientific
say
knowledge
something like
is
this, that we
inheritable.
just get
We're born
strikes.
without knowing
Yeah.
anything of modern science.
I mean,
we have to
how
learn
does that work?
everything, and the more sophisticated
I wonder
science
how long it
becomes,
took
the
the
more learning that requires.
YouTube
Sometime in
to
the middle
check
of the
this
20th
for
century or so, we
to see
reached
if
a
it was
point
okay
where
to
modern
go out.
science just stopped
Yeah.
being
Through the
incomprehensible to
process.
anyone without a special degree. This is still the case. Another reason I think
Okay.
we should take flat
Sabina,
earthers
unfortunately, we
seriously is
can't
that
watch
the lack of
everything from you
scientific
because you will probably do something.
education.
Copyrights, maybe?
And the layman, especially those
Yeah.
grossly lacking in science literacy.
Just can't
Rather
take
than
chances.
disagree, I have to take a page from Ariana's book and say, yes, and.
Aaron
I want to argue
copyright.
that what Sabine and other content creators, science communicators, and anybody else engaged in this conversation are saying about what causes flat earthism is itself
Causes
a symptom
flatism.
of a bigger
What
problem
the hell?
still.
Wow.
It seems to me that literally everyone is misdiagnosing
Trying to
the
make it sound like
situation,
it's a
which
disease
may
or something.
Perhaps
It's
be
an
why we
ism
don't seem to
now.
be making
God
any
damn
progress in addressing the problem. The only thing worse than misdiagnosing a problem is being unaware that it exists in the
Oh
first
my
place.
god.
The conclusion that science literacy is the problem, the one that I originally came to and the one that most folks seem to come to, is the conclusion that we arrive at when we've engaged just long enough in the flat earth conversation to be familiar with their arguments and tactics without having actually
Exactly.
been engaged
Flat
long
earthers
enough
are
to see that those
demonized on
arguments
YouTube.
are largely irrelevant to their belief systems. They were obtained after they decided to become flat earthers. They're not the reason why they ended up there. It takes a particular kind of person to be
He's
able to
trying to
tolerate this
say
brand
like
of
there's
anti-scientific intellectual
now
dishonesty.
there's like
And I reckon that those
AAA
of us who can
groups for
survive the intense levels
former
of cringe
flat
and embrace
earthers
the
now.
schadenfreude have the ability to get past the
Yeah,
initial
former
rage
flat
barrier.
earthers.
And folks like Sabine strike
I'm
me as the types
surprised
who
he
are far
didn't
too
really
smart
show
and don't have the
former
necessary
flat
patience
earthers
to
on
waste
there,
their
like
time listening
interview
to this
them. It's
type
like,
of
oh, how
content.
did
The
you
amount of
get
time it will
out of
take
this
to understand
cult?
them at a truly deeper level.
Yeah.
They're
Oh,
able to
no.
sit through dozens
Like
of hours of videos to be able to start seeing the patterns
Hey, he's
they
got me on again.
without taking the time to dig a little deeper to see what these people are saying on social media. All the other
Bara,
anti-science and anti-Semitic
I'm
rhetoric, especially on
flat
some of people's
earthic.
platforms, a much less complicated answer will present itself. The same one that I
my
walked you all
story.
through earlier in this video, that these people just need to be educated. That's all, right? Perhaps the reason why flat earthers haven't gone away is because we've been going about it all wrong. Returning to the crime analogy, when it comes to what seems to be the general consensus about flat earthers from the majority of people I hear from, I would argue that the reason why we've got all of these murders still going on is not because there's a bunch of copycat killers. It's because we had the wrong guy all along. We put an innocent man in jail, and the real culprit is still out there. The thesis of this project is that science education, evidence, logic, and reason are not the solutions to the larger flat earth phenomenon. This strategy might have worked in very limited circumstances that are quite fascinating to see. There are some notable cases where
liar,
in seemingly this way.
Liar, liar,
It might be the
liar.
case that they
All
really
of
never
them.
got deep enough and instead always had a foot in the door to reality. Ignoring those cases, I would argue that I do not think that
Every
engaging in this kind
single
of
one
way
of them.
is the answer. Debate, whether
Right,
formally
you
on a
can't
live
admit
stream or
he's still a
podcast
flat
or informally
earther.
like at the Thanksgiving
Bitch, he
dinner
doesn't
table,
got a
is
clue what
effectively
she
never
is.
going to change
Next
true believers'
TST was
mind.
never a
Happen
flat
to be
earther.
wrong, but folks like MC Toon
Nope.
and Fight the Flat Earth are doing is extremely valuable. The education and entertainment they provide seems to me to be an overall net positive, and
The
they themselves are clear that
entertainment.
their goal is to provide
Oh
just that,
my
rather than to change the minds of flat
Oh,
earthers.
look,
And to say
another
this,
lion,
read from
another
earlier,
lion.
Orwell wrote, clearly, if people will believe this kind of thing, one will not get much further by arguing with them. The only useful approach is to discover why they can swallow absurdities on one particular subject while remaining sane on others.
My bed is
Only
calling
when
me
you're
now,
able to
man.
make this discovery will you be able to properly attempt to address the problem. And with my newly discovered and still evolving understanding of this phenomenon, I've come up with a proposed solution that I'd argue is somewhat novel to the conversation, something that it seems that not many people are really talking about. My
Yeah,
core
you've got
argument
it
is
to
that
me,
because their
but-
worldviews are not actually based on foundations of science and literacy, education is not the solution. Instead, their worldviews grew from darker, much more insidious, much more deeply ingrained ideological roots. And as such, whatever the solution to the problem is, I believe it'll resemble something probably less intense than, but much closer to, the methods we use to deprogram people from cults.
Basically, a cult
solution to
intervention
what?
takes 3 to
We're
4
a cult,
days,
guys.
8 hours a day. So we're talking
What's the
about 24
problem?
to 32 hours of work. Like a drug or alcohol intervention, the family's there. And I'm going to cover 4 basic blocks during that intervention. Number 1, I'm going to talk with them about what defines a destructive cult, or an abusive controlling relationship, or a narcissistic personality profile. What research is there to document that?
So
And
to
how
put
might
on
it
Charles
parallel
Manson
that person's
with
situation
Matt
that they
Smith.
find themselves in?
This is heavy,
Number 2,
man.
Charles
how does
Manson.
coercive persuasion really work? What we call brainwashing is really a synthesis
Brainwashing.
of influence techniques, thought reform, and coercive persuasion. So we examine that, the mechanics of that, the social isolation, the control of information, the demand for personal confession. And then you ask the question, is it coercive persuasion? What is the indoctrination process really all about in this group or in the situation that you're involved in? And then 3, what information has the group withheld from you? What secrets are there that you don't know, but you should know if you're going to continue with this organization or with this leader? And then finally, why did the family stage this intervention? What do they see that maybe you don't see? What are they worried about? What problems have they experienced, or estrangement do they feel has occurred as a result of your involvement with this group? So you go through those 4 blocks, and it's really an educational process and a dialogue, a discussion. And the family is offering their firsthand accounts, their observations, and what you're hoping
Well,
is
if you look
that
at the back, it's got a lot of cults.
you can
quit to whatever.
have a kind of
See
ignition point
One
where
out. I
the
don't know.
person's critical thinking comes into
Yeah,
play,
it's got
and
lots
they
of
literally think their way out of the group, of the situation.
The moderation and algorithm changes made by platforms like YouTube in recent years may very well have pushed many of these people even further into isolation, deeper down the rabbit hole, full speed ahead towards the self-reinforcing cycle of conspiratorial thinking, now surrounded only by dangerously like-minded people with even less accountability when it comes to the truth,
I'm not
as
sure
well as
what
less visibility from those
groups
of us
he's
on the
talking
outside.
about.
Now, I worry that this set of circumstances, combined with everything else
But,
in our increasingly polarizing
Veritas is
sociopolitical
making
climate,
it sound
could
like
result
he's
in groups
talking about
like the
us.
Flat Earth movement being pushed further and further down the cult-like spectrum. There's already a number of aspects of the Flat Earth movement
Exactly,
that are
Arch,
really
would
similar,
state
if
the
not
cult.
identical to, the properties of cults. Although this is obviously a subject far deeper and more intricate than I think I have time to really get into. And it of course deserves attention from folks
You've
infinitely
got
more knowledgeable about
characteristics
relevant
too.
psychological and sociological
What do you mean you
aspects
have
of
the
this
time
subject.
to
I have my own
do?
hunches and suspicions
You
about some of these
spent 8
topics,
hours
although without insider knowledge,
talking
perhaps from some of
crap
the
and you
ex-Flat
can't
Earthers,
get into
or
that.
doing something like attempting to infiltrate these groups and invest time into observing and understanding the internal dynamics, it would be almost entirely speculation at this point. All I can do, and have attempted to do throughout this project, is shine a spotlight on the patterns of behavior that Flat Earthers openly exhibit when they interact with the wider community, attempting to better understand what's actually going
That's a
on under
joke.
the covers,
What?
on both an individual,
Now,
psychological
all you did
level,
this
as
whole
well as a
time
larger
was try and
sociological level.
ridicule and
Now, I
paint
hope
us
that the
in a
perspective I've
derogatory,
provided will shift the focus of the
dishonest
conversation into
light.
one a lot more fruitful. While both groups
Totally
can sit
with
and laugh at how stupid
misconception
they
and
think the other group is,
misunderstandings of
mocking them
everything.
for the absurdity of their beliefs,
That's
something that I'm
nonsense.
absolutely guilty of participating in. One of the most important things we need to try not to forget, especially
You
when
need
engaging
to
with those we
grill the
disagree
fuck
with
out
on
of him.
platforms that do
Yeah,
nothing but
this is
exacerbate
like-
our tendency to want to dehumanize other people, is that we're all human beings. Nobody is unworthy of help or compassion. Nobody is beyond saving. Sometimes it's far more valuable for everybody if we just take a step back, chill the fuck out, and be honest with ourselves and others. Genuinely try to understand somebody
We
else's
need
point of view.
saving.
Yeah.
If you have made it through the entire video, whether you agree with me or not,
Now we're
I wanna thank you.
victims.
In order to make this video, I had to teach
Wow.
myself quite a lot. A bunch of new concepts and history that I never knew,
Did I just
and I'm sure I've
repeat
made a
myself
mistake or two
again?
along the way. I'm hoping that many of you learned something new from the video, or at the very least,
Oh, you had
retained
more
it.
to
I'm
say?
looking forward to
Are
hearing
you
your thoughts
kidding
about it all
me?
from all sides of the conversation, and hope that I've helped contribute something of value to the greater conversation around not just flat Earth, but about science,
No,
pseudoscience,
you didn't.
conspiracy theories, and the impact of social media on all of it. It's likely wishful thinking to imagine that
You
any
just
flat
made
Earthers
flat
have sat through
Earth
this entire
more
video, let alone actually have had their minds changed about
popular.
anything at all. But if that actually
Good
happens
job,
to be the
man.
case, I would very much love to know if I've made any impact on your worldview in any way. I know that the flat earthers are going to have countless responses and rebuttals to my arguments and my presentation, and I look forward to hearing them all.
Want to
To anybody
know
else on the fence,
if
don't
you've
forget
gaslit
how
in
trivial
someone
it is to
enough
debunk the
to
claims
change
that
the
they make.
view
To see
on
through
what
the
they
lie
believe.
that they know more than all of the
Okay, is that
scientists
what
and
you want to
engineers,
know?
that they understand the physics and mechanics better than them all. But if they can't even confidently tell us the size and shape of Australia, then why take them seriously when they're talking about the shape of the Earth? What they want is to replace centuries of scientific progress with nothing
Centuries
more
of
than cardboard,
scientific
cotton balls, and
progress.
their religious faith. Simply
This
because
guy
they're not
hasn't
willing to
even
accept the demonstrable truth that
looked
we
at
do,
the
in fact, live on
given
a
measures for Australia. And
One
they were
last montage
Uber
for the road, he
Flat Earth
says.
is a conspiratorial pseudoscientific cult
Doesn't add
run
up,
by a bunch
man.
of glorified used car salesmen.
You
Just
don't
look
know
what he
what
just wrote
size
here, guys.
Australia is
It's a
either.
conspiratorial
a 9-minute
pseudoscientific cult run by a bunch of
montage.
glorified
Wow.
Wow.
Look what he said, yeah. This is what he says. Flat Earth is a conspiratorial pseudoscientific cult run by a bunch of glorified used car salesmen. And that's actually not fair to all used car salesmen out there.
Yeah. Okay.
So
when he came on your
That's
show,
not,
he
that
thought
is
he
not
was
a
fair,
good faith statement.
non-biased, not insulting at all. He just blatantly lied about everything. Blatantly. Ganji's full of scabala.
This guy's just full of shit.
That's what I meant. That's exactly what I said.
Used
What
car
let's
salesmen
check
using
his
exactly the same kinds of sales tactics to try to win you over. Don't let yourself fall for it. I'll say exactly the same thing that they do.
Or car
Do your own research.
salesman.
But in my case, I actually
Cherry
need it.
picked every
Learn about how
clip,
real
never
science
showed
actually
anybody
works
any
from real
reputable
scientists,
flat
not people
earther.
like me or the flat earthers cosplaying as one.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I suspect that their response to this video is going to be the same as every response they
Cosplay.
have to every valid argument and piece of evidence that's ever been presented to them.
Yeah,
He's
brain.
totally lying to you,
Yeah,
and it's all fake.
because we're just
Check out these totally
pretending.
real photos that
Playing
prove just how
characters.
dishonest they are. Don't believe anything they tell you. Everybody lies to you all the time. Trust me. Do your
Yeah,
research.
it's
Check this
fun
playlist of all the flat Earth
pretending
videos I put
to
together.
just
Don't you want to be a truth
try to
seeker
tell
like me?
people you're
Don't you
being
want to be a free
lied
thinker?
to.
Check out all these
This
videos
is
that tell you
so
exactly
much
how to
fun.
think to prevent yourself from being programmed. And also, on a completely unrelated note, can I interest you in a pamphlet?
No reason at all.
So what were the telescopes aren't phones.
Okay, I guess we can end this here, guys.
Bro, telescopes
No,
have
no,
yeah,
ends
filters in
this-
them.
Because he's
ends
just
this.
replaying the same stuff he played.
He's done that all the way through anyway.
That was intense.
Tedium.
Whew.
You can't say we didn't give it a go. You know what I mean? And everything he said about it, impartial, my ass, chilling. No impartiality there whatsoever.
I'm just
That was
amazed.
bad.
Like oh my God, you spent so much time to do an 8-hour video of that. How
And,
if you use that same amount of time to do an 8-hour video, let's say on religion, how it's being used for control, or on money, how it's worthless and it's a slave currency and we're all being subjected to use it. How about you do that?
Yeah.
That did nothing
But
for
I mean-
nobody.
But I mean, this is the irony from the guy that says he's not obsessed with flat Earth. Exactly.
Rejection, man.
That's the reaction I was expecting.
Oh wow.
Okay. Well, guys, I think I'm going to head to bed. It is 3:30 in the morning.
It's a good idea.
Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you, everybody in the YouTube land, all the super chats, all the likes and shares. If you haven't already hit those likes, I really think we should get to bed now because this was painful. Really appreciate you all. I'll see you all tonight then for a review on the Witsit and Dave debate, if I'm not debating on MDD, but I'll let you guys know later in the day. Many, many blessings, and yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Well, later.
Yep.
I'll see you in the afternoon.
In a few hours. Yeah.
Yeah.